My name is Lu Chun. I have been reborn as the ninth prince of the Great Xia dynasty. While I remember my past life on Earth, those memories don't give me many advantages here. I am not a genius or a scientist. I am just a man who wants a peaceful, easy life. I know enough about politics to stay far away from the fight for the throne, as that path is filled with danger. Despite my desire for a quiet life, my father, the emperor, has ordered me to move to the cold northern province. He also arranged my marriage to Mu Zixuan. She is famous for her beauty and talent, but her family was recently linked to a rebellion. Because of this, marrying her officially ends any chance I have of becoming the next emperor. I don't mind losing the title, but I do worry about the trouble her family's past might bring. The person I trust most is Aunt Chu. She was my mother's maid and has protected me since I was 10. She is a stunning woman and a powerful martial arts expert. I worried that she would leave me once I lost my political value, but she promised to stay by my side and travel north with me. Her presence gives me great comfort. A few days later, my wedding day arrived. My new home was filled with celebrations and red lanterns. When I finally entered the bridal chamber, I was nervous and excited. I lifted the red veil and saw Mu Zixuan for the first time. She was more beautiful than I ever imagined. As we began our life together, I felt happy and relaxed, thinking this was the simple life I had always wanted. However, everything changed in an instant. Just as I was settling into my new life, a strange mechanical voice sounded in my head. A system called Many Children, Great Fortune had activated because I took a wife. It even offered me a newcomer gift pack. It seems my life as a quiet prince is about to become much more interesting than I planned. I stared at the blue screen in front of me, frozen in shock. After accepting the system, a newcomer gift pack appeared, and suddenly, my life changed. I received incredible items, a pill to increase my physical strength, a breakthrough pill to grant me martial arts powers, a Desert Eagle pistol with bullets, grenades, and even a magical tree seed. Holding a real porcelain bottle in my hand, I realized this wasn't a dream. I learned that this system rewards me for having children, but only with women who have a high beauty and character rating. I checked my new wife, Mu Zixuan, and saw she had a high score of 93. Then, I looked at her two maids, Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yuyu. To my surprise, the system revealed they were actually the daughters of a disgraced official accused of rebellion. The Mu family had secretly rescued them and sent them to me for protection. Even though their presence is politically dangerous, they both have ratings high enough to trigger system rewards. I realized that ancient society is often cruel to fallen noble families, and these sisters have accepted their fate as my servants. I felt a mix of pity and opportunity, knowing that they could help me grow much stronger. After sending the sisters away to rest, I swallowed the breakthrough pill. A warm energy flooded my body, instantly making me a first-rank warrior. I had never felt this kind of power before. I was restless and excited to test my new strength, but I decided to stay with my wife until morning. The next morning, my aunt, Chu Yuqin, came to check on me. The guards were embarrassed because I was still busy inside the room with my wife. Hearing the sounds from outside, Chu Yuqin realized I was no longer the little boy she used to look after. She ordered the male guards to leave and replaced them with female guards to give us more privacy. My new life as a powerful prince with a magical system has officially begun. After a restful morning with my new wife, Mu Zixuan, I felt more connected to her than ever. She seemed happy and relieved to be married to a peaceful prince like me, away from the dangerous politics of the capital. However, reality set in when I stepped outside and met Aunt Chu. Using my system, I was shocked to see she had an incredibly high beauty rating and nearly perfect affection for me. The system even labeled me as her first love, which made me look at her in a completely new way. Aunt Chu quickly brought me back to Earth with a serious warning. She explained that even if I didn't want the throne, my very existence was a threat to the other princes. Because of my mother's powerful family, some people might want me dead just to force my supporters to choose a different side. I realized that my move to the northern province wouldn't just be a quiet retirement. It would be a journey through dangerous territory where accidents could happen. To prepare for our departure, I visited my father-in-law, Duke Mu. He is a powerful man with a strong presence. When he asked about my plans for the north, I gave him a simple answer about wanting a peaceful life. I could tell he thought I was politically naive and perhaps a bit immature, but I used that to my advantage. I openly asked for his help using his influence in the army. While he seemed surprised by my lack of formal political manners, he agreed to help. I understood the subtext. He would provide protection and ensure the military in the North cooperated with me. My father-in-law likely believes that my inexperience will allow my wife to have more influence in our household, which suits his goals. Despite what they think of me, I am starting to gather the protection and support I need to survive the hidden dangers ahead. After talking privately with my father-in-law, I realized just how dangerous my life is. He confirmed what I already suspected. Because of my family ties, the other princes see me as a threat. They believe that as long as I am alive, the powerful Chu family will never support anyone else. To some of my brothers, I am worth more dead than alive. This realization changed everything for me. I can no longer just hide and hope for peace. To protect myself and those I care about, I have decided to take the path to the throne. With my new system, I can build my strength through my family, and one day, I will return to the capital as a ruler. Back at my residence, my wife Mu Zixuan showed me incredible kindness. Knowing I was interested in her maids, Yu and Xiao Xiao, she suggested they stay with me to help her rest. I was deeply touched by her generosity. That night, my system rewarded me with legendary gifts, a technique for immortality, a magical healing ability, and even a modern Barrett rifle. I was stunned to find cultivation techniques in a world of martial arts. This power makes the throne feel like a real possibility. I decided to be honest with my new family. I revealed that I already knew the truth about Yu and Xiao Xiao, that they were the daughters of a man accused of treason. The girls were terrified, but I comforted them. I promised to protect them and make them my official concubines once we reached the northern province. I also told Mu Zixuan that I wanted no more secrets between us. She promised to be open with me from now on, and I felt our bond grow much stronger. The next morning, it was time to leave. As I stood at the mansion gates, I looked at the capital one last time, vowing to return only when the world was ready to bow to me. A general named Li Feng arrived with soldiers to guard us. Using my system, I could see his rank and his loyalty level. Seeing that I can now evaluate the men serving me as well as the women in my life, I felt much more prepared for the journey ahead. My rise to power has truly begun. Lu Chen was very pleased with Mu Changtian's arrangement. Although Li Feng was only a 7th-rank warrior, in this world, such strength was enough to fight 100 men alone. All the soldiers Li Feng brought were of the 2nd or 3rd rank. There were no ordinary ones. In other words, they were all elite troops, not expendable soldiers. Lu Chen then said, "General Li, please rise. I believe your men are strong enough to protect me and my family." "Thank you, Your Highness." Li Feng stood up as soon as he finished speaking. Then he leaned close to Lu Chen's ear and whispered, "Your Highness, Duke Mu asked me to remind you that the 8th prince has already sent people to Beijing." Hearing this, Lu Chen frowned slightly and thought for a moment. The 8th prince, Lu Shuyan? Why would he send people to Beijing? To kill him? Lu Chen quickly understood. The 8th prince's mother was also from a powerful family in Jiangnan, so if he wanted to compete for the throne, he needed the Chu family's support. If Lu Chen died, the Chu family would naturally side with another noble from Jiangnan. He hadn't expected Mu Changtian to uncover such information. It seemed that even though Mu Changtian had been removed from his position, he still held great influence over the army. No wonder his father, the emperor, was so wary of him. Lu Chen then said, "All right, I understand." He mounted his horse and ordered, "Since everyone is here, let's set out. We must reach Beijing as soon as possible." Right now, Lu Chen's only goal was to reach Beijing and begin his path of cultivation. Both the qi refining technique and the rejuvenation hand required him to build a deep emotional bond with his wives before he could practice them. This process needed peace and privacy, not the rough conditions of travel. As for any dangers along the way, Lu Chen wasn't worried. Anyone below the level of a grandmaster was still just an ordinary person. Ordinary people couldn't stop bullets. The Desert Eagle and Barrett rifle in his hands were not to be underestimated. Soon, the people of the Northern Prince's mansion formed a long procession and left the city in grand fashion. Unlike his wedding day, not a single court official came to see him off. not even his father-in-law. Only curious townsfolk lined the streets to watch. Lu Chen didn't care. Whether anyone came to send him off or not made no difference to him. As the convoy passed a tavern, a man in a blue silk robe stood on the second floor, watching the group disappear into the distance. At that moment, the man asked, "Is everything ready?" "Your Highness, please rest assured. Everything has been arranged. Blood Moon Tower has sent 1/8th rank and 2 9th rank experts. As soon as they leave the capital's territory, the people from Blood Moon Tower will take action." Hearing this, Lu Shuyun looked at Lu Chun, who was on horseback, and murmured to himself, "If Chu Yuqin hadn't gone with you to the northern province this time, I wouldn't have chosen this method. My dear brother, I wish you a safe journey." Lu Shuyun had thought that once Lu Chun left the capital, the Chu family would completely give up on him. After all, even the emperor had sent him away to the harsh northern lands. But to his surprise, Chu Yuqin, a 9th rank expert, decided to go with Lu Chun. What did that mean? It meant the Chu family had no intention of abandoning Lu Chun. Otherwise, they would never have allowed Chu Yuqin to accompany him. Since the Chu family still hadn't given up, Lu Shuyun decided to help them make up their minds. Before long, Lu Chun and his group left the city. Once outside, Chu Yuqin frowned slightly as she looked at Lu Chun riding ahead. Inside the city, no one dared to make a move, but outside, it was a different story. Lu Chun, riding in plain sight, was an easy target. If someone attacked with arrows, it would be hard to defend. Chu Yuqin quickly rode up beside him. "Chunner, you should go back to the carriage." Lu Chen turned to her and said, "Aunt Chu, don't worry. Even if someone wants to attack me, they won't do it near the capital." Chu Yuqin replied, "It's better to be safe than sorry. Please listen to me and stay inside the carriage." Her tone was serious, as this concerned Lu Chen's safety and could not be taken lightly. At that moment, Li Feng rode over from a distance. "Your Highness, we're about to leave the capital's jurisdiction. Please return to the carriage. The carriage sent by Duke Mu has reinforced panels that can block most arrows." Seeing that both of them insisted, Lu Chun decided not to argue. He was only a first-rank martial artist, slightly stronger than an ordinary person. If someone ambushed him, he might not react in time. Lu Chun then said, "All right, I'll leave the surroundings to you. If anything unusual happens, let me know immediately." After speaking, Lu Chun returned to the reinforced carriage that Mu Changtian had prepared for him. At this time, Lu Chun and his wife, Mu Zixuan, were traveling separately. If they were ambushed, even if something happened to Lu Chun, Mu Zixuan and the others might still survive. The convoy moved slowly along the official road. Not long after leaving the capital's territory, a dense forest appeared ahead. Li Feng immediately warned the guards, "Stay alert. Watch the surroundings." Chu Yuqin also told the royal guards, "From now on, do not leave the carriages." As the convoy entered the forest, the light dimmed noticeably. Looking out the window, Lu Chen realized that danger might be near. He took out his Desert Eagle from the system space and loaded it with bullets. He had 500 bullets, more than enough. The weaker enemies would be handled by Li Feng and the others. His job was to deal with the stronger ones who came directly for him. When the convoy reached the depths of the forest, the sound of arrows whistling through the air suddenly filled the area, followed by countless arrows raining down from above. Li Feng shouted, "Enemy attack! Protect the prince!" Seeing this, Chu Yuqin quickly drew the sword from her waist. Hearing the noise outside, Lu Chun grew tense. He hadn't expected a real attack. Soon, he heard the sound of arrows striking the carriage. The reinforced carriage Mu Guogong had provided was indeed strong. It blocked all the arrows. As long as he stayed inside, the arrows couldn't harm him. After the first wave of arrows ended, a group of masked men dressed in black charged toward the convoy, wielding large blades. Most of them were third-rank fighters, while their leader was an 8th-rank warrior. Li Feng immediately led the guards to fight the attackers. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's personal guard stayed close to his carriage, focusing on protecting him and his family in case the enemy tried to distract them. Chu Yuqin didn't join the main battle. She stood near Lu Chen's carriage, carefully watching the surroundings. Chu Yuqin didn't believe the enemy would send only one 8th-rank warrior. If they could summon so many 3rd and 4th-rank fighters at once, the force behind the assassins was clearly powerful. There must also be a 9th-rank warrior coming. As Chu Yuqin stayed alert, A gentle breeze passed through the forest. Falling leaves were sliced in half midair before drifting to the ground. A sharp light flashed in Chu Yuqin's eyes. The real enemy has arrived. Just as Chu Yuqin prepared herself, a dark figure appeared on her right and a sword toward her. She pushed lightly off the ground, her body rising like a feather into the air. Then she turned and swung her sword at the attacker. The assassin quickly retreated. No wonder you're known as the Chu family's sword master. Your reflexes are impressive. Hearing the voice, Chu Yuqin finally saw their faces clearly. There were two of them, and neither wore a mask. Judging by their aura, both were at least 9th-rank warriors. The lower-ranked assassins had all worn masks, yet these two did not. What did that mean? It meant they didn't care if their faces were seen. Either they planned to silence everyone who saw them, or the faces they wore were fake, created through disguise techniques. But that didn't matter now. What mattered was how to deal with them. At that moment, Chu Yuqin noticed a red moon symbol on their clothes. She instantly guessed who they were. Coldly, she said, "Does the Blood Moon Tower know what it's doing? The person in that carriage is the Northern King. If His Majesty learns that the Blood Moon Tower tried to assassinate him, your organization will be destroyed." Lu Tong laughed loudly. "Madam Chu, you do love to joke. If the Emperor could destroy us, he would have done it long ago." Beside him, Bai Hong said calmly, "Madam Chu, we have no wish to fight the Chu family. Step aside, and we won't harm you." After hearing Bai Hong's words, Chu Yuqin tightened her grip on her sword and said coldly, "Anyone who dares to harm the Northern Prince is an enemy of the Chu family." Lu Tong sneered. "Come on, the Northern Prince is already a useless man abandoned by the Emperor. He'll never inherit the throne. Why does your family still support him?" Bai Hong added, "Madam Chu, we're just doing our job. If you insist on stopping us, don't blame us for being ruthless." Chu Yuqin swung her sword through the air, sending out a sharp wave of energy that drew a glowing line between them. "This is the boundary. Cross it, and you die." Seeing that Chu Yuqin refused to move aside, Bai Hong and Lu Tong had no choice but to fight. To be honest, neither of them wanted to face her directly. Although they were all 9th-rank warriors, there was still a big difference in strength between them. Despite being a woman, Chu Yuqin's talent in swordsmanship was extraordinary. She was famous throughout the Great Xia Empire. But since she wouldn't step aside, there was no avoiding the battle. Bai Hong quickly said to Lu Tong, "Elder Lu, hold her off. I'll deal with that useless prince." Lu Tong lifted his heavy iron hammer and laughed. "Fine. I've long wanted to see Madame Chu's sword skills. Let's see how strong the Chu family's top swordswoman really is." As he spoke, Lu Tong kicked off the ground, his body shooting forward like a cannonball toward Chu Yuqin. Chu Yuqin frowned slightly and swung her sword. A flash of sword energy shot out. Her movements were light and graceful, like a feather drifting in the wind. Because of her agility, her sword was incredibly fast. After just one exchange, Lu Tong almost got struck by her blade. When a strand of his hair was sliced off by her sword, Lu Tong shouted to Bai Hong, "Elder Bai, don't waste time." He hadn't expected her sword to be so fast. One move had nearly cost him his life. Realizing Lu Tong might not be able to hold her off, Bai Hong rushed toward the carriage convoy. Seeing this, Chu Yuqin pushed off the ground with her toes, her body shooting forward like an arrow. She swung her sword at Bai Hong in a sweeping motion. Bai Hong quickly turned his head, raised his sword, and blocked her strike. At that moment, Bai Hong said to Lu Tong, "Elder Lu, I'll hold her off." Hearing this, Lu Tong's body vanished on the spot and rushed straight toward the carriage where Lu Chen was. Lu Chen's guards saw him coming and all charged forward, trying to block his way. But Lu Tong was a 9th-rank warrior. With one swing of his hammer, a guard was struck down instantly. In front of Lu Tong, Lu Chen's guards had no power to resist. Seeing this, Li Feng grew anxious in the distance. This was bad. He immediately ran toward Lu Chen's carriage, but after only a few steps, an 8th-rank warrior blocked his path. "Generally, your opponent is me." Chu Yuqin also realized that Lu Chen was in danger. She swung her sword wildly, sending waves of sword shadows through the forest. Trees around her were instantly cut into countless pieces. However, Bai Hong was no ordinary fighter. He managed to dodge Chu Yuqin's attacks again and again. Although he wasn't as strong as her, he was skilled enough to keep her occupied. Chu Yuqin grew desperate. Lu Tong was getting closer to Lu Chen's carriage. If she kept being delayed, Lu Chen's life would be in danger. She had promised Lu Chen's mother before she passed away that she would protect him. If something happened to Lu Chen, how could she ever face her sworn sister again? She could not let anything happen to him. Ignoring Bai Hong, Chu Yuqin charged straight toward Lu Tong. Seeing her bypass him, Bai Hong quickly moved to block her path again. By now, Lu Tong had reached Lu Chen's carriage. He didn't know which one Lu Chen was in, so he planned to search them one by one. He swung his hammer, smashing the door of the first carriage to pieces. Inside, Lu Chen sat calmly. Realizing he had found Lu Chen on his first try, Lu Tong laughed loudly. Huh, looks like my luck is pretty good. In the distance, Chu Yuqin's face turned pale. It's over. Chenner. Li Feng was terrified as well. He wanted to help, but the 8th-rank warrior in front of him kept him trapped. As a 7th-rank warrior, he couldn't break free. Just when everyone thought the Northern King would die there, Lu Chen suddenly smiled. Seeing this scene, Lu Tong, who was standing before Lu Chen, froze in shock. Puzzled, Lu Tong asked, Kid, what are you laughing at? Lu Chen didn't answer. He simply raised his hand and fired. Bang! With the sound of the shot, Lu Tong's body slowly fell backward. His pupils shrank, and his eyes widened in disbelief, as if he couldn't accept that he had just died. Everyone watching Lu Chen was stunned. No one could react in time. Just moments ago, it seemed certain that the Northern King would die, yet with a single move, the 9th-rank warrior fell lifeless to the ground. And that sound just now, what was it? What on earth had happened? Lu Tong's death terrified everyone from the Blood Moon Tower. He was a 9th-rank warrior, yet he died after just one glance from the Northern King. Even Chu Yuqin stared at Lu Chen in disbelief. She had already prepared herself to fight to the end to avenge him, but the situation had suddenly turned around. Chu Yuqin could roughly guess how Lu Tong had died. It must have been related to the black stick-like object in Lu Chen's hand. But she still couldn't believe that such a thing could instantly take the life of a 9th-rank warrior. At that moment, it felt as if time had stopped. Both sides forgot to continue fighting. After a long while, Chu Yuqin finally came back to her senses. A flash of determination appeared in her eyes. The 9th-rank warrior who had tried to kill Lu Chen was dead, but the one before her could not be allowed to escape. Although she didn't know what Lu Chen's weapon was, it clearly gave an ordinary person the power to kill a 9th-rank warrior. That meant it was extremely powerful. If word of it spread, it would shake the entire world. Bai Hong was still in shock over Lu Tong's sudden death. When he finally reacted, he tried to flee. But just as he moved, the sky seemed to fill with rain. Droplets and flower petals appeared like illusions, slowly drifting down. In the next moment, several streaks of white light surrounded Bai Hong. His face changed drastically. This is bad. At that instant, Chu Yuqin spoke softly, falling flower rain of 9 swords. In the next moment, the shadows of raindrops and flower petals became wild and violent, fiercely attacking Bai Hong's body. A battle between 9th-rank warriors is often decided in an instant. When a warrior loses focus, the opponent can easily seize the chance to strike. Chu Yuqin caught that brief moment when Bai Hong was distracted and unleashed her most powerful sword technique. As Bai Hong slowly fell before her, Lu Chen froze for a moment. Chu Yuqin's sword strike had been so fast that he hadn't even seen it clearly. By the time he realized what had happened, he only saw a few flashes of white sword light pass through the 9th-rank warrior's body before the man collapsed. So this is the power of a 9th-rank warrior? How incredible! Although Lu Chen had just defeated a 9th-rank warrior himself, he had done it with a firearm. Deep down, he still longed to improve his martial skills as quickly as possible. A gun is, after all, an external tool. In a situation like before, when he caught his enemy off guard, killing a 9th-rank warrior with a gun was as easy as killing a chicken. But if the opponent was prepared, it might not be so simple. After seeing Chu Yuqin's sword speed, Lu Chen's pride in his earlier victory vanished completely. When the members of Blood Moon Tower saw their 2 elders fall, they realized the mission had failed and began to flee. Retreat. Quickly. The 8th-rank warrior who was fighting Li Feng saw that both 9th-rank elders were dead. Knowing that staying would mean his own death, he turned and ran toward the forest without hesitation. Seeing the Blood Moon Tower assassins trying to escape, Chu Yuqin said coldly to the guards and the prince's soldiers, "Kill them all. Don't let a single one get away." The situation quickly turned around. Li Feng led his men and the prince's guards to surround and eliminate the remaining assassins. Although these assassins were of the third or fourth rank, they were only there to make up the numbers. Their main task had been to hold off the guards and soldiers until Lu Chun was killed by the elders. Now that their mission had failed, all they could do was run. At the same time, Lu Chun saw the 8th-rank warrior from Blood Moon Tower trying to escape. He stepped out of the carriage and took out his Barrett rifle. He had never used this weapon before, and he wanted to give it a try. Chu Yuqin had planned to chase after the 8th-rank warrior, but when she saw the black, rod-like object in Lu Chen's hand, she froze for a moment. Lu Chun quickly lay down on the ground and aimed the black rod at the fleeing warrior from the Blood Moon Tower. With a deep, thunderous sound, the warrior's head was instantly destroyed. Chu Yuqin stood still in shock. From such a long distance, an 8th-rank warrior was taken down in an instant. She had watched Lu Chun grow up, but she had never known he possessed such a powerful weapon. 8th rank, 9th rank. Before Lu Chun, they seemed meaningless. Even as a 9th-rank warrior herself, Chu Yuqin couldn't help but break into a cold sweat as she looked at the black metal weapon. Normally, 8th and 9th-rank warriors could fight even against masters, and the strongest among them could hold their own in battle. Yet now, those once highly sought-after warriors were defeated by an ordinary man as easily as if he were swatting a fly. Chu Yuqin knew very well that Lu Chun had never trained in martial arts. He had grown up under her protection, and she had never wanted him to suffer the hardships of training. An ordinary man, holding an unknown weapon, capable of defeating top warriors in an instant. What did that mean? It meant that if Lu Chun's weapon were ever spread widely, the entire martial world would be overturned, and the status of warriors would fall dramatically. After a long moment, Chu Yuqin finally came back to her senses. This was not the time to think about such things. The most important task now was to eliminate the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower. She pushed off the ground with her toes and rushed toward the remaining assassins. Without their 9th-rank warrior to hold her back, the 3rd-rank assassins were no match for her at all. Wherever Chu Yuqin passed, the assassins fell one after another. Soon, all the Blood Moon Tower assassins were wiped out. Of course, Lu Chun's side had also paid a heavy price. Out of Li Feng's guard team, only about 100 remained, and only 50 or 60 of the royal guards had survived. Looking at the battlefield covered with bodies, Lu Chun felt no emotion. He knew very well that the path to power was always paved with blood. Today's battle was only the beginning. As Lu Chun stared blankly at the bodies, a graceful figure appeared behind him. "Chun'er, be honest with me. Are you hiding something from your aunt?" Chu Yuqin's tone carried a hint of concern. She had watched Lu Chun grow up and managed everything in the royal residence. Yet she had no idea when he came to possess such a powerful weapon. That weapon clearly wasn't his. Anyone could tell. She only wanted to know who had given Lu Chun such a dangerous tool and what their true purpose was. Nothing in the world comes without a price. If someone had provided Lu Chun with such a weapon, there must be conditions attached. Chu Yuqin feared he might get caught up in a greater conspiracy. All she wanted was for Lu Chun to live a peaceful life once he went to the northern province. Hearing her voice, Lu Chun froze for a moment. He had only wanted to test the weapon's power and hadn't thought about how to explain it afterward. Those were 8th and 9th rank warriors, defeated in an instant. If word got out, Lu Chun turned to Chu Yuqin with a bright, innocent smile. "Aunt Chu, what could I possibly be hiding from you?" Seeing him try to laugh it off, Chu Yuqin sighed and pressed on. "Tell me, who gave you those 2 weapons you used just now?" Lu Chun pretended not to understand. "Weapons? What weapons?" Chu Yuqin gave him a sharp look. "Do you think your aunt is blind?" Lu Chun then took a black desert eagle from his coat and removed the magazine. "You mean this?" Chu Yuqin stared at the weapon in surprise. This small object had allowed an ordinary person to defeat a 9th rank warrior in seconds. Seeing her curiosity, Lu Chun handed her the unloaded desert eagle. Chu Yuqin carefully examined it, her pale fingers tracing its surface. She couldn't help but wonder how something so small could be so deadly. She then asked softly, "Chun'er, where did you get this weapon?" Chu Yuqin was a skilled martial artist who had seen many weapons. The moment she held the Desert Eagle, she could tell that the material used to make it was extraordinary, and its precision was beyond imagination. It was possible that even the royal family of the Great Xia dynasty didn't possess such materials or the ability to craft such a refined weapon. Although Lu Chun had survived thanks to this mysterious weapon, Chu Yuqin still felt a bit guilty. She had always tried to protect him, yet the person who provided this weapon had managed to reach him. What if that person hadn't given him a weapon but had come to harm him instead? The thought was terrifying. Lu Chun smiled and said, "Aunt Chu, what if I told you I had someone make the parts, and I assembled it myself? Would you believe me?" Chu Yuqin gave a soft hum and replied, "Do you think your aunt is that easy to fool?" Lu Chun pretended to act mature and said, "Aunt Chu, I'm a man now. It's normal for a man to have a few little secrets." He meant it as a joke, but after hearing it, Chu Yuqin fell silent. Since Lu Chun lost his mother at the age of 10, Chu Yuqin had taken care of him as if he were her own child. Now that he was 16 and already married, she still unconsciously treated him like a boy. Seeing her quiet, Lu Chun asked curiously, "Aunt Chu, what are you thinking about? Did I say something wrong?" Chu Yuqin came back to her senses, handed the Desert Eagle back to him, and smiled warmly. "Chun, you're right. You've grown up and become a man. I shouldn't keep treating you like a child. But I must remind you, the person who gave you this weapon must have their own motives. You need to be careful, and don't let anyone know about the two weapons you carry. Otherwise, even if you reach the northern province, powerful people from the martial world will keep coming after you." Lu Chun nodded. "Don't worry, Aunt Chu. I understand the risks." Chu Yuqin said, "All right, go check on Zixuan and the others." Then she turned and walked toward Li Feng and his group. At that moment, Li Feng and the others were cleaning up the battlefield. When he saw Chu Yuqin approaching, he quickly asked, "Madam Chu, is the prince all right?" Chu Yuqin replied calmly, "He's fine." At this point, Chu Yuqin reminded him, "General Li, I hope that you and your soldiers will pretend you saw nothing today." Hearing this, Li Feng immediately understood what she meant. She was clearly referring to the Northern Prince's instant defeat of a 9th-rank warrior. The outside world believed that the Northern Prince was a useless royal, ignorant of martial arts and uninterested in study, spending his days in leisure and pleasure. When Mu Chantian asked Li Feng to the Northern Prince to Beijing, Li Feng had been reluctant. But after what he saw today, it was clear that everyone had been wrong. The Northern Prince possessed a weapon of terrifying power. He could not possibly be a mere fool. That was a 9th-rank warrior, a fighter whose strength was second only to a grandmaster. With just one glance from the Northern Prince, that 9th-rank warrior was gone. And then there was the 8th-rank warrior. Li Feng knew that even with his best archery, he might not have been able to kill such a man from that distance. 8th-rank warriors had spiritual energy within them. Even when struck by arrows, they could tense their muscles to stop the arrow's advance. Yet the Northern Prince, using some unknown weapon, destroyed the 8th-rank warrior's head from afar. And he had done it while lying on the ground, without even drawing a bow. Just lying there, he ended a man's life. That alone showed how terrifying the weapon in his hands was. The Northern Prince held such power, yet he did not fight for the throne and was even willing to go to Beijing. What did that mean? Li Feng dared not think further. He even began to wonder if the Northern Prince might silence them to keep his secret. Although Li Feng was the general assigned to guard the Northern Prince, he was also an officer of the Daxia Tiger Army. The Northern Prince might not trust them. Thinking of this, Li Feng and his men broke out in cold sweat. After reminding them, Chu Yuqin turned and left. Watching her walk away, one soldier whispered beside Li Feng, "Ji General, when we reach Beijing, do you think he'll silence us?" The soldiers following Li Feng were all elite members of the Tiger Army. They were not fools. They understood very well what it meant for someone to possess a weapon capable of instantly defeating a 9th-rank warrior. At that moment, everyone believed that the Northern King must have a great plan. To keep today's events secret, he might even silence them all. To calm the remaining 100 soldiers, Li Feng quickly said, "Don't talk nonsense. We serve Duke Mu, who is the Northern King's father-in-law. The king surely trusts us." Hearing this, the soldiers suddenly understood. Yes, Duke Mu was the Northern King's father-in-law, and his daughter was the princess consort. As Duke Mu's men, they were practically part of the Northern King's own faction. Why would the king harm his own people? Thinking this, the soldiers finally relaxed a little. But Li Feng was still uneasy. Although they served Duke Mu, they were also soldiers of the Daxia Tiger Guard. After escorting the Northern King to Beijing, they were supposed to return to the capital. Would the Northern King really trust them? That was uncertain. For now, there was no other choice. They could only wait until they reached Beijing to learn the king's true intentions. After cleaning up the scene, Lu Chun and his convoy set out again toward Beijing. A few hours later, in a certain tavern, Lu Shuyun sat by the window, quietly waiting for news. He had a bad feeling. By now, those people should have returned, yet there was still no word. Just then, a man in gray clothes rushed in, panic written all over his face. "Your Highness, something terrible has happened." As soon as he entered, the man dropped to his knees. Lu Shuyun frowned and asked coldly, "What happened?" The man quickly replied, "The Blood Moon Tower mission failed. None of their people survived, not even the two ninth-rank masters. The tower's leader is furious, claiming we deceived them and demanding compensation." Hearing this, Lu Shuyun's face darkened instantly. Two ninth-rank masters, one eighth-rank, and over 100 third-rank fighters. Yet they couldn't even kill a useless prince. Not only did they fail, but not a single one of them returned alive. Lu Shuyun became angrier the more he thought about it. He slammed his palm on the table, causing the bowls and pots to shatter instantly. Good-for-nothings, all good-for-nothings. He simply couldn't understand how this failure happened. They had thoroughly investigated how many people the Northern King brought with him this time. The stronger ones were only Chu Yuqin and Li Feng. Besides them, there were hardly any fifth-rank fighters in the team. Yet, Blood Moon Tower still failed. How could they fail? What are the assassins of Blood Moon Tower even good for? What do they do? Even with two ninth-rank fighters, if they couldn't capture Chu Yuqin, they should have at least been able to hold her back while another went to deal with the useless prince. But they failed. Now, Blood Moon Tower even dares to ask them for compensation? They can't even kill a useless prince and still want compensation? After venting his anger, Lu Shuyun calmed down a little. He asked expressionlessly, "Has Blood Moon Tower found out why their operation failed this time?" The man kneeling on the ground quickly replied, "Yes, Your Highness. When Blood Moon Tower sent people to investigate, they found that some of their members' bodies had already been burned. When Lu Chun and the others left, they buried all their own people's bodies. The bodies of some Blood Moon Tower assassins were gathered and burned together. Although it took some time, Chu Yuqin thought it was necessary, especially for the two people Lu Chun had killed. Warriors can tell how someone died by examining their wounds. To prevent Blood Moon Tower from discovering how they died, Chu Yuqin used this direct method of destroying the bodies." Hearing the report, Lu Shuyun grew even angrier. Failing the mission was one thing, but not even knowing how their own people died made him furious. At this moment, a subordinate beside Lu Shuyun said, "Your Highness, I suspect that there is a master-level expert hidden in the Northern King's convoy." Hearing this guess, Lu Shuyun's mind froze for a moment. Then he fell into silence, his face constantly changing expressions. After a while, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. If that's the case, then this good-for-nothing must disappear from this world. His subordinate spoke again. "Your Highness, don't worry. Our people have already reached Beijing. Even if there are master-level experts protecting him, they will eventually become lax over time." Lu Shuyun no longer said much and could only wait patiently now. Fortunately, he had kept a backup plan. Lu Shuyun looked out the window and muttered to himself, "My good younger brother, I hope you always stay so lucky." Meanwhile, most of the influential and important people in the capital already knew about the failed assassination at Blood Moon Tower. No one knew who leaked the news. In the palace, in the Imperial Garden, Emperor Xia looked at the message sent back by the Shadow Guards and felt a bit surprised. Sitting in front of Emperor Xia was an old man with white hair. Seeing the surprised expression on Xia's face as he looked at the note, the old man asked, "Your Majesty, what happened?" Xia regained his composure and tore up the note in his hand. "I didn't expect there might still be a master around Xiaojiu. The Chu family is really bold." Hearing this, the old man in front of Xia was momentarily stunned. Xia continued, "Grand Minister, do you think the Chu family truly wants to support Xiaojiu? Or are they just trying to divert attention?" The old man in front of Xia was Situ Su, the pillar of the great Xia dynasty and its royal advisor. often giving advice to the emperor. Regarding Xia's question, Situ Su pondered for a moment and then replied, I believe this is a personal action by Chu Xiong and does not represent the will of the entire Chu family. Xia smiled and asked, Oh? Why do you think so, Grand Minister? Situ Su answered, Beijun is a cold and harsh land. Even if the northern king arrives there, it will be difficult to develop the region, let alone gather troops and build strength. The Chu family is not truly the Chu family of the Chu family. They wouldn't support a prince who has already lost his chance to claim the throne. But Chu Xiong is different. He is the grandfather of the northern king, and there is still blood relation between them. So I believe Chu Xiong is protecting him because the northern king is his grandson, not because of the interests of the Chu family. Hearing Situ Su's words, Emperor Xia stood up from the stone bench and laughed, saying, The Grand Master's words are quite interesting. The Chu family is not truly the Chu family. This reminds me of myself. Our great Xia is also not truly my great Xia. Since the Chu family has already allied with forces in Jiangnan, they cannot blindly support a prince who has no hope of seizing the throne. If they insist on doing so, conflicts will arise with those forces, and the Chu family might fall apart. Therefore, the Chu family is not truly the Chu family. Emperor Xia also thought of himself because of Situ Su's words. The Chu family cannot do what they want, and the same goes for him as emperor. Whatever he wants to do, he is also restrained by various forces, especially the major noble families, including the Chu family. At the Duke Mu's residence, seeing the messenger pigeon letter in his hand, Mu Changtian's hands trembled slightly. This letter was sent back by Li Feng, describing their ambush by assassins from Blood Moon Tower. When Mu Changtian saw that the letter said Blood Moon Tower sent 2 9th-rank martial artists and 1 8th-rank martial artist, he thought the North King was really in trouble. But at the end of the letter, Li Feng told him that a mysterious expert appeared and took care of the 2 9th-rank martial artists from Blood Moon Tower. This made Mu Changtian curious. A mysterious expert? Who sent him to protect the North King? Could the mysterious expert be from the palace? Thinking of this, Mu Changtian looked toward the direction of the palace, but he quickly dismissed the idea. Emperor Xia never considered the North King as his son, even thought of him as a stain on his life. How could he possibly send someone to protect him? Meanwhile, Lu Chun and the others continued their journey. In the following month, Lu Chun was not attacked or assassinated. This was mainly thanks to a rumor in the capital. Now, people believed that there was a grandmaster protecting Lu Chun. With a grandmaster around, those forces wouldn't foolishly send assassins. Of course, people didn't think the grandmaster would stay with Lu Chun forever. A grandmaster-level expert is rare in all of Xia country. How could he always protect a useless prince? In the eyes of the people, the grandmaster would at most protect the North King until he reached Beijun, then leave. After nearly 2 months of travel by boat and carriage, Lu Chen's team finally arrived in Northern County. Along the way, as they passed through various districts, local officials warmly welcomed them. While traveling, Lu Chen also communicated briefly with his wives and concubines, but because they were in a hurry, they didn't have much time for proper conversation. Lu Chen didn't focus much on practicing his breathing technique or healing skills during the journey. Seeing the boundary line of Northern County, all his fatigue from the past 2 months disappeared. In this world, there are no paved roads. Riding in a carriage over rough roads was exhausting. Now that they had reached Northern County, his plan to have children could finally begin. Thinking of this, Lu Chen ordered his people to speed up and head to his new residence. Soon, Lu Chen's team arrived at Yin City, the capital of Northern County. Northern County has 13 cities, with Yin City being the most prosperous. It will serve as Lu Chen's royal city in the future. When Lu Chen's convoy appeared in Yin City, all the officials came out to greet them, and the citizens lined the streets to watch. At this moment, many people in the crowd were whispering about the Northern King. At last, our northern land has a prince. What's the use? The Northern King is only 16, still a child. I heard the Northern King is lazy and doesn't study. That's why he was sent to Northern County. Who knows if the Northern King will start raising taxes right away? If taxes keep increasing, we won't be able to survive. If the Northern King just stays at his palace having fun, it would be fine. I heard that after a prince takes power, life for the common people gets even harder. As Lu Chun entered the city, he looked at the people along the streets. The clothes of the common people in Northern County were noticeably more worn out than those in other districts. Compared to other regions, they looked almost like beggars. This is too poor. Yen City is still the wealthiest city in Northern County. Even the citizens here are dressed so poorly. Imagine how bad it is in other counties. His father, the emperor, was really ruthless to send him to such a place. He wondered how many women in Northern County could meet the requirement of being at least 90 points, and whether that would affect his plans to take concubines. Lu Chun kept scanning the crowd through the system, looking for women who scored 90 points or higher, but after a long search, he saw none. Among the common people on both sides of the road, no woman scored higher than 80. Lu Chun felt a bit disappointed. When the convoy reached the city gate, the officials of Beijun all bowed and said, "Greetings, Prince." At this moment, Lu Chun got out of the carriage. Seeing Lu Chun come out, the common people immediately became excited. Beijing is so handsome. People say the Prince of Beijun is only 16, but he already looks as mature as a 20-year-old adult. From his face, it seems the Prince of Beijun isn't the kind of person who shirks learning. At this time, a middle-aged man in a green robe approached Lu Chun and said, "Your Majesty, I am Li Rue, greeting the prince." Hearing this, Lu Chun looked at Li Rue carefully. Name: Li Rue. Position: Temporary County Magistrate of Beijun. Strength: 5th rank. Loyalty: 30. In his view, you are an uneducated, useless prince. Seeing Li Rue's low loyalty, Lu Chun quickly checked the loyalty of the other officials of Beijun. Almost all of them had loyalty levels similar to Li Rue. This was not surprising. These people probably already knew what kind of situation he was in at the capital. Lu Chun directly asked, "Li Taisho, do you know how the construction of my residence is going?" Li Rue replied, "Your Highness, rest assured, your residence has been completed and you can move in now." Lu Chun smiled and said, "Then lead the way." "Yes, Your Highness." Then Li Rue and his team led the carriage to the Beiwang residence. After entering the residence, Li Rue immediately asked, "Your Highness, I wonder when you will have time. I would like to report on the situation in Beijun." Although Li Rue looked down on Lu Chun, the useless prince, Lu Chun was still the Prince of Beijun, the highest authority in Beijun. The officials of Beijun were appointed and dismissed by the Prince of Beijun. In this era, the vassal kings held great power over their territories, including administrative authority, appointment and dismissal of officials, minting coins, and military power. Li Rue was only a temporary county magistrate appointed by the court. After the Prince of Beijun arrived, he might be transferred away. So Li Rue planned to flatter the prince and seek recognition, showing that he was a capable official. Hearing Li Rue's words, Lu Chun smiled and patted Li Rue's shoulder, then said, "Leave professional matters to the professionals. Magistrate Li, before I arrived, you managed Beijun very well. From now on, you will continue to govern Beijun for me." Upon hearing this, Li Rue was so excited that he knelt down and said, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your trust. I will do my best to assist you and serve with all my heart." Lu Chun felt a bit speechless when he heard Li Rue's words. He just wanted someone to do some work. At this moment, Lu Chun saw Li Rue's loyalty suddenly rise to 50. He then said, "All right, Magistrate Li, you can go busy yourself. If there's nothing important, don't come to find me. I want to get familiar with my residence now." With that, Lu Chun headed towards his palace. Seeing Lu Chun's back, Li Rue felt a mix of emotions. Clearly, the North King planned to be hands-off and leave all affairs of Beijun to him, the governor. This was good for him. Who doesn't like power? But Li Rue also knew that taking on too much of the North King's authority could attract the court's displeasure. There was a precedent in the Great Summer Dynasty. A duke's chief steward once took over all the power of a prince, was accused of usurping the prince's authority and imprisoning him, and was ultimately executed and his family wiped out. After entering the palace, Lu Chun confirmed which courtyard he would live in. Then he took out a seed of the dragon and phoenix tree from his system space. He bit his finger, dropped a drop of blood on the seed, and buried it in the soil, instructing his servants to take good care of it. When the dragon and phoenix tree grows, its leaves brewed into tea can make women more dependent on him. This would be very useful for Lu Chun. At this moment, Mu Zixuan, dressed in a red, light silk dress, was passing by the courtyard. She saw Lu Chun biting his finger and squeezing blood into the soil, so she hurried into the courtyard. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Mu Zixuan thought Lu Chun had been bitten by a poisonous snake and was trying to draw out the poison. Lu Chun glanced at the charming Mu Zixuan and smiled. "I'm fine. I'm using my blood to cultivate the dragon and phoenix tree." Mu Zixuan asked curiously, "What is the dragon and phoenix tree?" Lu Chun embraced Mu Zixuan's slender waist and replied, "You will know soon." When he reached this point, Lu Chun's hand began to wander around Mu Zixuan's waist. "Concubine, shall we try the bed at the prince's residence now?" Hearing this, a quick blush appeared on Mu Zixuan's face. Then Lu Chun directly lifted Mu Zixuan into his arms and headed toward the room. "You and your wife develop feelings together. Your experience with the qi refining technique increases by 10. Congratulations on unlocking the qi refining technique and successfully guiding energy into your body. Congratulations on successfully making Mu Zixuan pregnant and receiving the soap-making method. The pregnancy reward is a motivational bonus, so it is smaller. You will receive more generous rewards once the child is born." After hearing the system notification, Lu Chun immediately felt his body become very refreshed, as if his skin could breathe. Lu Chun was very happy. Finally, he had guided energy into his body. Now he was on the path of cultivation, right? Of course, another thing that made Lu Chun happy was that Mu Zixuan was finally pregnant. For the past 2 months, they had been traveling quickly. Although they communicated and built feelings along the way, the 3 women, including Mu Zixuan, showed no signs of pregnancy. He didn't expect that just after settling down, Mu Zixuan would be pregnant. To have children, a stable environment is really necessary. Lu Chun hugged Mu Zixuan, gently stroking her fair and rosy skin, and said, "Concubine, I have a way to make money. I wonder if you're interested." Lu Chun is now the Prince of Beijing. The estate's income mainly comes from taxes paid by the people, but these taxes also need to be used to pay lower officials. There might not be much left for the estate itself. To live well, the estate must have its own industries. Luckily, he learned how to make soap. Of course, the real money comes from salt and iron, but Lu Chun isn't planning to deal with those for now. These interests are too complicated. If he starts dealing with them immediately after arriving in Beijing, he might attract more assassins. Hearing Lu Chun's words, Mu Zixuan's eyes lit up. She immediately asked, "Prince, what method are you talking about?" Mu Zixuan also wants to prove that her value is not just in her appearance. When she was in the capital, her father treated her like a future princess, so she is quite capable in many areas. Lu Chun replied, "I have something that can clean clothes. I believe this will be popular with the people." Mu Zixuan asked curiously, "Are you talking about bath beans?" In this world, there is a type of tree that bears fruit capable of cleaning clothes, called bath beans. If it were just bath beans, they would be everywhere and hard to develop into an industry. Lu Chun smiled and said, "Of course not. What I mean is something stronger than bath beans at cleaning. In a few days, I will have someone make it, and you'll see." Mu Zixuan said, "Yes, I understand." At that moment, a maid's voice came from outside the door. "Prince, Madame Chu is looking for you." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan immediately said to Lu Chun, "Prince, you should go see her quickly. Madame Chu probably has something important to discuss." They had just arrived in Beijing, so there must be many things to do. Mu Zixuan didn't dare to cling to Lu Chun. If people found out she was bothering him as soon as they arrived, many would criticize her. "Concubine, rest well. I will go out and see what's happening." Lu Chun reluctantly got up from the bed, dressed, and then left the room. When Lu Chun reached the martial arts training ground of the prince's residence, he saw Li Feng and Chu Yuqin talking. Seeing Lu Chun, Li Feng quickly said, "Greetings, Prince." Lu Chun looked at Chu Yuqin and asked, "Madam Chu, do you need something?" Chu Yuqin replied, "It's not me who needs you. It's General Li." Lu Chun's gaze shifted to Li Feng. Li Feng hurriedly took out a letter from his and said, "Prince, this is from the Duke of Mu. He gave it to me before we set out. He asked me to give it to you once we arrived in Beijing." Lu Chun immediately took the letter from Li Feng, opened it, and read carefully. At this moment, Li Feng and over 100 soldiers behind him were watching the letter in Lu Chun's hands very closely, especially Li Feng, who looked very nervous. He didn't know what was inside the letter. He was just worried that the Northern King might silence them. After all, they were about to return to the capital, and the Northern King might not trust them. After reading the letter, Lu Chun glanced at Li Feng and the others. Li Feng's loyalty has now risen to 87, making him a reliable person. The soldiers in the guard team also have high loyalty, mostly above 60. Lu Chun directly said, Duke Mu told me in this letter that all of you are already dead. This caused a stir among everyone. Li Feng and the others couldn't help but wonder, does the North King really plan to silence them? No, actually, Duke Mu never intended for them to return alive. After all, this letter was given to the North King by Duke Mu. Seeing that Li Feng and the others looked nervous, Lu Chun continued, Duke Mu asked me to tell you that he has sent people to bring your families to Yin City. You have been removed from the Tiger Guard army, and from now on, you will follow me. This. Li Feng immediately understood that they had misunderstood Lu Chun's words. They thought they were already dead, meaning they had been dismissed from the Daxia Tiger Guard army. It seemed Duke Mu never wanted them to return to the capital, preferring them to follow the North King. At this moment, Lu Chun showed a sly smile. Of course, if you don't want to follow me, I won't force you. Hearing this, Li Feng and over 100 soldiers immediately half-kneeled and said, We swear to follow the prince to the death. What a joke. If they dared to say no, now, they definitely wouldn't be able to leave Yin City. They weren't fools. Moreover, following the North King wasn't a bad thing. After learning that the North King possessed a weapon capable of killing 9th-rank experts, they believed the North King had been hiding his true strength all along. When the North King returned to the capital and ruled the world, these people would have made great contributions. They didn't need to think much about their choice. Lu Chun said, All right, everyone, get up. Thank you, Prince. Lu Chun took out a token from his pocket and threw it to Li Feng. General Li, take this token and take over the army of Northern County. Leave the training of the army to you. Li Feng immediately cupped his fists and said, Your subordinate will not disappoint the prince's expectations. I will quickly organize the Northern County army and train them into a fighting force. Lu Chun replied, There's no need to rush too much. Moving too quickly might cause problems. Li Feng quickly reacted and said, Understood. I will be careful. Li Feng thought that the Northern King was probably trying to hide his true intentions to avoid being discovered. All right, you all go do your own tasks. At this point, Lu Chun turned to leave. Seeing Lu Chun's back, Chu Yuqin felt that something seemed off. For some reason, she sensed that there was a strange energy around Lu Chun. To test her guess, Chu Yuqin tiptoed and suddenly appeared behind Lu Chun. Feeling the spiritual energy fluctuation behind him, Lu Chun turned around sharply and saw Chu Yuqin, their eyes meeting. They were less than 30 centimeters apart. A faint, pleasant scent reached Lu Chun's nose, making him feel a bit restless. Uncle Chu, what are you doing? Chu Yuqin smiled gently and said, Chun, I didn't expect you to become a martial artist without telling me. I've never seen you practice martial arts before. What kind of skill are you practicing? Realizing she had uncovered his secret, Lu Chun smiled and said, Uncle Chu, that's a little man's secret. Chu Yuqin playfully scolded. Where do you have so many secrets? Lu Chun chuckled. A deep man has many secrets in his heart, which is normal. Chu Yuqin looked at him with a mixture of frustration and amusement, then said, Forget it if you won't tell me. I'm going to set up defenses. As she spoke, Chu Yuqin headed toward the palace gate. Watching her graceful figure, full of charm and dignity, Lu Chun felt his passion burning hotter. He quickly turned around and ran to find his 2 concubines to continue practicing. Yinqing, governor's office. After Li Rue returned, the officials of the northern province rushed to greet him. One official asked, Governor Li, did the prince say what he plans to do next? Now, the officials in the north were very concerned about what big moves the Northern King might make after arriving in the region, and whether it would affect their livelihoods and interests. Li Rue smiled slightly, stroked his beard, and replied calmly, The prince told me not to bother him with minor matters. Everything in the north remains the same. Upon hearing this, the officials of Beijun immediately became very excited. If that was the case, their power and interests would not be harmed. Although they didn't say it aloud, their thoughts were basically, fortunately, the court sent a useless prince to Beijun. At this moment, a soldier from the county guard ran in hurriedly. He approached Li Rue and whispered something. After hearing the soldier's words, Li Rue frowned, and his face quickly darkened. Seeing Li Rue's unhappy expression, an official quickly asked, "Sir, what happened?" Just as the official spoke, Li Feng entered the county guard station. Seeing Li Rue and the officials present, Li Feng smiled and said, "Lord Li, your residence is quite lively today." Li Rue snapped out of his thoughts and hurriedly responded, "Not at all. May I ask if General Li has something to convey to me?" Li Feng directly showed the token of the Northern King and said, "The prince has issued an order. From today, all military affairs in Beijing are under my control." Hearing this, the officials inside the yard immediately panicked. They dared to act recklessly and ignore the Northern King mainly because the army in Beijing was controlled by the local governor. Now that the Northern King has arrived in Beijing and is about to take over the military affairs, what does that mean? The army is a sensitive matter. When a prince controls the army, he might do something significant. Could it be that the Northern King plans to turn against them? At this moment, Li Rue said, "General Li, the prince has just arrived in Beijing and is not familiar with the area. Do you know why he wants you to take over the military affairs?" Li Rue didn't believe that the Northern King intended to threaten the local powers in Beijing, at least not in the short term. After all, he had just arrived and hadn't established a firm foothold. Moreover, to maintain control over Beijing, the Northern King still needs the officials and major forces there. Even if he is impulsive, he wouldn't do something that would destroy his own foundation. Seeing Li Rue and the others worried, Li Feng said directly, "Lord Li, I believe you've heard about the assassination attempt on the prince on the way to the province, right?" Li Rue replied, "Of course." Li Feng continued, "Since that's the case, you should understand why the prince wants to control the military power. The prince doesn't want his safety to be in others' hands." Hearing this, Li Rue and the others quickly realized the point. Yes, the northern prince was attacked on his way here. He's still young and must be scared. Maybe he's afraid of dying or of the northern army harming him. So he wants to hold the military power. Li Feng then asked, "Lord Li, do you really not want to give up the military power? The prince has entrusted all affairs of Northern County to you. If the military power is still in your hands, are you the prince, or is the northern prince the real prince?" Hearing this, Li Rue's forehead broke out in cold sweat. Indeed, if all the power of Northern County was in his hands and no one could limit him, the court would probably send people to trouble him soon. Li Rue thought for a moment. Since Northern County doesn't have many soldiers, it might be better to just hand over the military power to avoid trouble. Thinking this, Li Rue immediately took out the tiger talisman from his. "General Li, this is the tiger talisman that commands all the soldiers of Northern County." Then he said to a soldier in armor nearby, "Captain Wang, take General Li to the barracks to check." "Yes, sir." Li Feng then followed the soldier to the barracks in Yin City. After Li Feng left, the officials behind Li Rue gathered around. "Sir, why did you give him the tiger talisman?" "Yes, sir, if the prince has the military power, what if he causes chaos?" "Sir, what should we do now?" Hearing the officials' discussions, Li Rue said, "Don't worry. The military power should be in the prince's hands. It's normal for him to take it back." And you all heard what Li Feng said. "The prince has entrusted all affairs of Northern County to me. If I still control the military power, the prince won't accept it, and neither will the court." Hearing this, some quick-thinking officials immediately understood Li Rue's meaning. After all, the Great Xia dynasty had once experienced a case where a prince's chief steward monopolized power and imprisoned a prince. But they still felt a bit worried. Once the North King gained military power, it was like having a weapon in hand. It became very easy to deal with his enemies, and they no longer dared to act recklessly as they did before. Li Rue continued, "All right, everyone, return to your own territories. If the North King gives any orders, I will inform you immediately." After hearing Li Rue, the officials gradually left the governor's office. A few days later, North King's residence. Lu Chun was in the courtyard, watching the servants make soap according to a soap-making diagram. He picked up a piece and tested it on a dirty shirt. Soon, the dirt on the shirt was completely cleaned after washing. Seeing this, everyone in the courtyard exclaimed in amazement. Chu Yuqin asked curiously, "Chun, where did you find this soap-making method?" "This soap works so well." Lu Chen smiled as he washed his hands and replied, "Aunt Chu, if I say I thought of it myself, would you believe me?" Chu Yuqin looked up with a slightly sarcastic tone. Chun, you really are growing up. You keep more secrets and hide things from me. Mu Zixuan saw that the atmosphere was getting a bit tense and quickly changed the subject. Aunt Chu, this is indeed a method the prince came up with. In fact, Chu Yuqin was only a little annoyed in tone. She wasn't truly angry inside. She had long stopped trying to understand Lu Qin's inner thoughts. But, thinking about it, Chu Yuqin felt a bit sad. She remembered how Lu Chun used to tell her everything before, but after they married, he kept things from her. It made her feel a little sour inside. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao changed the subject and asked, Your Highness, how do you plan to sell this soap? Lu Chun had already decided to sell the soap before making it. So Zhou Xiaoxiao was curious about how the prince planned to price such an effective cleaning product. Lu Chun thought for a moment and said, just 3 to 10 coins per piece. Zhou Yuyu, standing nearby, was surprised. So cheap? Lu Chun explained, low profit but high sales. It's meant to replace bath beans, so it can't be too expensive. If it's too costly, no one will buy it. At this point, Lu Chen's gaze fell on Mu Zixuan. Concubine, I leave the soap industry to you. Mu Zixuan looked excited and said, My lord, don't worry. I will take good care of the soap business and quickly fill the royal treasury. As soon as she finished speaking, her face suddenly turned pale, and she started to dry heave. Seeing this, Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao hurried over to support her. Sister, what's wrong? Quick, call the doctor. Seeing Mu Zixuan dry heaving, Lu Chun guessed what was happening. After all, he had received a system prompt a few days ago that the soap-making method was only learned because Mu Zixuan was pregnant. But even knowing she was pregnant, he still needed to see a doctor. His healing technique wasn't yet cultivated enough to help Mu Zixuan check her health, so he could only ask a doctor to examine her. Mu Zixuan was then moved back to her room. She lay on the bed and looked at Lu Chun by her side. My lord, I am fine. Lu Chun gently stroked Mu Zixuan's face and smiled. Just lie down. Let the doctor check you first. Soon, the doctor arrived. After feeling her pulse briefly, the doctor stood up and bowed. Congratulations, Your Highness. The lady is pregnant. Hearing this, everyone in the room became excited. Zhou Xiaoxiao said to Mu Zixuan, Sister, that's wonderful. You're pregnant. Our lord will have a child. Lu Chun also happily said, Xiaorou, give the doctor 2 taels of silver. Hearing this, the doctor quickly responded, Thank you, Your Highness. 2 taels of silver was quite a lot at that time. The doctor didn't know how many patients he would need to see to earn that much. After the doctor left, Lu Chun gently touched Mu Zixuan's belly and smiled. My dear, it seems all our hard work over these days was worth it. Mu Zixuan's face turned slightly red. There were so many people watching, yet Lu Chun said it so directly. At this moment, Mu Zixuan said, My lord, I won't be able to serve you properly for a while. Lu Chun replied, That's fine. Just focus on resting and nourishing the baby. Mu Zixuan then asked, My lord, when do you plan to have Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yuyu come into the household? Although Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yuyu were already Lu Chen's women, they hadn't yet held a formal ceremony. Since the prince is taking a concubine, a banquet must be held. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, It will be arranged in a few days. Mu Zixuan, smiling, asked, Can I handle this matter? Lu Chen replied, If the beloved consort is willing, then it would be a great help. Seeing the tender affection between Lu Chun and Mu Zixuan, Chu Yuqin felt a bit uncomfortable in her heart. She then turned around quietly and left the room. She used to accompany Lu Chun all the time. Now that he has a princess consort, it seems she no longer needs her as an aunt. This made her feel very disappointed. A few days later, news spread that the northern prince was going to take a concubine. After hearing this, all the forces in Northern County began preparing gifts. At the 100 Flowers Tower, a woman dressed in a long red robe sat by the window, watching the busy crowd outside. Her red robe was loose, revealing her fair collarbones and a bright white patch of skin. If someone saw her, they might be easily distracted. Her beautiful face was flawless, with a faint blush on her cheeks, looking charming and lovely. She had a slight smile at the corner of her mouth, and her eyes, like peach blossoms, seemed full of spring. She looked incredibly charming. Her hair was styled high, held up with a phoenix hairpin, with long black strands flowing over her shoulders. Her graceful figure added to her allure. At this moment, a woman wearing a mask entered the room. She spoke from behind the curtain. Saintess, the head of the sect asked you to complete the task quickly and leave Northern County. Hearing this, the woman sneered softly. Her voice was clear and melodious, like a bird singing in the woods. The Northern Prince has been hiding in his residence. We can't confirm if the master nearby has left. It's not that easy to complete the task. The woman outside the curtain said. The sect leader said this is the prince's wish. There's nothing we can do. If you need help, just ask. Wang Qingxi replied calmly. Forget it. Send him a message that I will find a chance to approach the Northern Prince and ask him to stop urging. Wang Qingxi was feeling a bit annoyed. She had come to Yin City 2 months ago. To get close to the Northern Prince, she even disguised herself as a courtesan. But after the prince arrived in Yin City, he never came to the 100 Flowers Tower once. People say the Northern Prince is idle and lecherous, often sneaking into taverns to listen to music. When the North King arrived in the Northern County, he seemed to change completely. He stayed at his residence all the time and didn't go anywhere else. Wang Qingxi also tried to send people to gather information at the palace, but there were many guards, and Chu Yuqin was personally in charge. It was very hard for their people to sneak in. Right now, they didn't know what was happening at the palace. At this moment, a blue bird flew in from outside the window and landed in front of Wang Qingxi. He quickly caught the bird and took the note attached to its leg. After reading the note, Wang Qingxi smiled gently. It seemed their information was correct. The North King was indeed a man of many desires. He had only been in Northern County for a few days before he started taking concubines. This was good news for her. She needed to find a way to visit the palace. If she could catch the North King's attention, that would be perfect. Using charm was the best strategy for her, especially when planning secret attacks. A few days later, the North King's palace. Today was Lu Chen's day to take a concubine. The palace was decorated with lanterns and banners, and many people came to give gifts. Mu Zixuan was in charge of organizing everything for the event. Most of the major forces in Northern County received invitations from the palace. Mu Zixuan also planned to use this chance to promote soap, so she invited the major forces of Northern County. During the gift-giving, Lu Chen sat in the martial arts arena, listening to reports about the gifts from various forces, while also glancing at the women attending the banquet. In the Great Summer Dynasty, unmarried women usually didn't go out to attend others' weddings. However, today many women were brought along by their families in hopes of catching the prince's attention and forming an alliance through marriage. But after a quick scan, Lu Chun didn't see anyone with a score above 90. He sighed. Yinxing is still too small and poor. There are so few women with scores over 90. Just as Lu Chun was about to give up, a woman in a purple long dress entered his line of sight. Name: Wang Qingxi. Identity: 9th rank martial artist, adopted daughter of the Jiangnan royal family, saintess of the Yinyu Pavilion, temporary owner of the 100 Flowers Tower. She came to attend the North King's wedding to assassinate him. Her plan was to attract the North King's attention and use charm to him. Rating: 95 favorability. 0. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Lu Chen paused for a moment. He didn't expect a 9-grade assassin to have sneaked in. Oh, wait. No, it's not sneaking in. They are walking in openly. Looking at Wang Qingxi's charming figure, along with the broad shoulders and the bright white area, Lu Chen suddenly felt a bit confused. It's rare to find a woman with a 95 rating who is so beautiful, yet she turns out to be an assassin. What bad luck. Finding a woman with a 95 rating isn't easy, so he must think of a way to get this enchanting rose and have her bear children for him. Thinking of this, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. It seems the dragon and phoenix tree has already grown. Soon, he plans to test the effect of brewing tea with its leaves. If the dragon and phoenix tea works well, then his and Wang Qingxi's identities will change. With this thought, a slight smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. Sometimes, hunters appear in the form of prey. At this moment, Wang Qingxi also noticed Lu Chen, since she was originally coming for him. Seeing the Northern King smile at her, Wang Qingxi felt very happy. It seemed her plan was halfway successful. She had indeed caught the Northern King's attention. Now, she just needed to wait quietly. She believed that soon the Northern King would come to find her. Wang Qingxi was quite confident in her beauty. Then, Wang Qingxi also smiled slightly at Lu Chen. After the wedding banquet ended, Lu Chun left directly, while Mu Zixuan stayed to chat with the women attending the wedding. Lu Chun had already communicated with Zhou Xiaoxiao and the others about their feelings, so he wasn't in a hurry about the wedding night. He went to the main courtyard, where he had planted the dragon and phoenix tree. The tree had been planted for half a month, but had already grown to his waist. However, the tree looked no different from ordinary trees. Lu Chun plucked a few leaves from the dragon and phoenix tree, planning to brew tea with them later for Zhou Xiaoxiao and her sister to drink during the wedding night. At this moment, Chu Yuqin appeared in the courtyard. Seeing that Lu Chun didn't go to entertain guests or look for Zhou Xiaoxiao and her sister, but instead came to see the tree, Chu Yuqin asked curiously, "Chiner, what are you doing? Why didn't you go find the Zhou sisters?" Hearing Chu Yuqin's voice, Lu Chun paused for a moment. Then he turned to look at Chu Yuqin, and an idea suddenly came to him. At this time, Lu Chun asked the system silently, "System, is it true that after drinking the dragon and phoenix tea, women will become dependent on me and can't leave me?" "Yes, that's correct. Also, women who drink the dragon and phoenix tea cannot harm you. When you touch their bodies, they will lose their strength. However, if a woman who drinks the tea has good feelings for you, the tea can help improve her skills to some extent." Hearing this, Lu Chun was a bit surprised. He thought the tea only made women depend on him, but he didn't expect it could also boost their abilities. Since Chu Yuqin has such a high opinion of him, drinking more of the tea would surely increase her strength. Thinking of this, Lu Chun smiled and said, "No rush. It's daytime now. Why would I go find them? Could it be that Aunt Chu wants me to do something inappropriate during the day?" Hearing this, Chu Yuqin rolled her eyes at Lu Chun. "What nonsense are you talking about? I just want you to talk with the two sisters. After all, you're already married." At this moment, Chu Yuqin looked at the dragon and phoenix tree leaves in Lu Chun's hand and asked curiously, "What are you doing with those leaves?" Lu Chun didn't answer her directly. Instead, he looked around cautiously and said, "Aunt Chu, come with me. I have a secret to tell you." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin's eyes lit up with interest. Recently, she had noticed that Lu Chun had many secrets. Every time she asked him about them, he refused to tell her, saying he was grown up now. She even wondered if he no longer considered her his aunt. Since Lu Chun was willing to share a secret today, she definitely wanted to hear it. She was curious about what kind of secret he would reveal. Then, Lu Chun headed toward his room, and Chu Yuqin quickly followed. After entering his room, Lu Chun placed the leaves into the teapot on the table. Seeing this, Chu Yuqin became even more curious, wondering what Lu Chun was doing. After a moment, Lu Chun poured the brewed dragon and phoenix tea into 2 purple clay cups. "Aunt Chu, try the taste of this tea." Upon hearing this, Chu Yuqin was momentarily stunned. Then she asked speechlessly, "Chun, is this what you call a secret?" Lu Chun replied mysteriously, "Aunt Chu, you'll understand the secret after you drink it." He then picked up a purple clay cup from the table and drank the Longfeng tea in 1 sip. Seeing that Lu Chun had already finished his tea, Chu Yuqin hesitantly picked up her own purple clay cup and took a small sip of the Longfeng tea. As soon as she took a sip, she felt a cool sensation rush into her mind. In the next moment, Chu Yuqin discovered that her internal energy was slowly increasing. She had been stuck at level 9 for many years and thought it was very hard to improve further. But just by drinking a sip of tea, her internal strength seemed to loosen and grow. Chu Yuqin quickly finished the tea in her cup and then looked at Lu Chun with bright eyes. "Chun, if I'm not mistaken, the leaves in your hand just now are from the tree in the middle of the yard, right?" She had long noticed that Lu Chun seemed very interested in that tree. She was curious why, since coming to Beijing, Lu Chun watered the tree himself every day. Now she knew, the leaves from that tree could help people increase their strength. It was truly incredible. Lu Chun didn't answer her question directly, but asked instead, "Aunt Chu, how do you feel now?" Chu Yuqin closed her eyes slightly, and then a flow of energy spread out from her body. When she opened her eyes, she looked surprised. She had actually broken through to the half-step Grandmaster level. Although she still had a long way to go to become a true Grandmaster, this gave her hope. At this moment, Lu Chun finally explained, "Aunt Chu, the tree in the yard is called the Dragon and Phoenix tree. Drinking tea made from its leaves can help martial artists improve their strength." Lu Chun only shared part of the truth. He wasn't planning to tell Chu Yuqin about the other uses of Longfeng tea for now. Chu Yuqin was gentle by nature, and Lu Chun had no intention of forcing her right away. Hearing this, Chu Yuqin was very surprised. Although she had already felt the benefits of Longfeng tea herself, hearing Lu Chen's explanation made her even more amazed. Lu Ken can quickly kill a 9th-rank warrior with his weapon, which is impressive. Now, he has also found a plant that can increase his strength. If others find out about this plant, it could cause chaos in the martial world. Many top experts might come to the royal residence to fight over the tree. Not only grandmasters, but even the highest-level masters could be interested in it. Chu Yuqin decided not to ask Lu Ken how he found the plant. She figured he wouldn't tell her anyway. She sighed and asked worriedly, "Chun, does anyone else know about the tree's power?" Lu Ken shook his head and said, "I only told Aunt Chu about it. No one else knows." Chu Yuqin warned, "Be sure not to tell anyone else. If the North King's residence finds out, they could be in big trouble. I might not be able to protect it then." Lu Ken assured her, "Don't worry, Aunt Chu. I understand the risks." Chu Yuqin then said, "All right, go see Xiao Xiao and Yu Yu now." Lu Ken nodded and replied, "Okay, I'll go now." He turned and left. Watching his tall figure walk away, Chu Yuqin suddenly felt uneasy. After leaving the main courtyard, Lu Ken planned to visit the Zhou sisters' courtyard. At that moment, he saw Mu Zixuan leading Wang Qingxi toward the back of the royal residence. Lu Ken was curious. How did Mu Zixuan bring this woman here? He frowned, suspecting that Wang Qingxi might be trying to get close to him and had used some excuse to deceive Mu Zixuan. That wouldn't do. If the woman was coming for him, it would be fine. But if Wang Qingxi tried to hurt Mu Zixuan, especially since Mu Zixuan was pregnant now, that would be a serious problem. Thinking of this, Lu Ken quickly followed. When he reached the back courtyard, the maid Xiao Rou was about to make tea. Lu Ken immediately stopped her and said, "Xiao Rou, when you make tea later, use these leaves." He handed her some leaves from a tree. Xiao Rou didn't think much of it, as she was just a maid. "Yes, Your Highness." After giving her the leaves from the dragon phoenix tree, Lu Ken entered the courtyard himself. After seeing Lu Chun, Wang Qingxi felt very happy inside. At last, she found a chance to get close to the Northern King. Of course, she didn't plan to attack the Northern King right now. This time, her main goal was to show herself in front of the Northern King, so he would remember her and have a better impression of her. She wasn't sure if the master rumor about had left the Northern King. If she acted now, she might not be able to leave the Northern King's residence herself. At this moment, Wang Qingxi quickly stood up from the stone bench and bowed, saying, "Your servant greets the prince." Mu Zixuan watched Lu Chun run over and asked curiously, "Prince, why didn't you go to see your sisters?" Although Lu Chun had already taken care of Xiao Xiao and Yu Yu, today was the wedding day, so they still needed to go through the formalities. But Lu Chun came here instead. Lu Chun smiled and said, "No rush, we can do that tonight." Then, he looked at Wang Qingxi, who was emitting a charming fragrance. She was truly a charming woman. Lu Chun asked, "Who are you?" Wang Qingxi quickly introduced herself. "Your Highness, I am the top courtesan of the 100 Flowers Tower," Mu Zixuan added from the side. "Prince, after seeing the effect of the soap, Miss Wang plans to order some from us." Lu Chun replied, "Oh, I see. Please continue your conversation. You don't need to worry about me." Then, Lu Chun walked over to the pavilion and sat down. At this time, Xiao Rou brought over the prepared dragon and phoenix tea into the yard. Xiao Rou poured a cup of tea for each of them. Wang Qingxi then continued speaking to Mu Zixuan. "Princess, we at 100 Flowers Tower need to order quite a lot of soap. Do you know how long it will take your residents to make it?" Wang Qingxi's attention was not really on Mu Zixuan, but she didn't dare to be too obvious. She just pretended to be interested in the matter. Mu Zixuan asked, "How much do you need?" Wang Qingxi answered, 1,000 pieces. Mu Zixuan was a bit surprised. This was the first time the prince's residence received such a large order. "That many?" Wang Qingxi smiled gently and explained, "Our girls at 100 Flowers Tower wear many clothes, and they need to be washed every day. To clean these clothes, we buy a large amount of bath beans outside the city daily." Mu Zixuan thought for a moment and found it somewhat reasonable. After all, this is a place of fireworks, so the women there must wear clean clothes, making the use of soap normal. In that case, can the 100 Flowers Tower still be a big customer of the royal residence in the future? Just as Mu Zixuan was happy about the first big order from the royal residence, She noticed that Lu Chun, not far from the pavilion, was looking back and forth at Wang Qingzi. Mu Zixuan immediately understood why Lu Chun was here. He was after Wang Qingzi. However, Mu Zixuan didn't think much of it. Everyone knows Lu Chun likes beautiful women. Wang Qingzi is the top courtesan of the 100 Flowers Tower, and she is very charming. It's normal for Lu Chun to be interested. At this moment, Wang Qingzi picked up her teacup and took a sip. As soon as she drank, Wang Qingzi felt a refreshing sensation spread through her, and she was momentarily stunned. Then she asked, "Princess, where does your Royal Highness's tea come from?" Hearing this sudden question, Mu Zixuan was a bit confused. She didn't expect Wang Qingzi to suddenly change the subject to tea. Curious, Mu Zixuan picked up her own teacup and took a sip. She then understood why Wang Qingzi suddenly asked about the tea. She turned to the maid beside her. "Xiaorou, what kind of tea are you brewing? I've never had this kind before." Before Xiaorou could answer, Lu Chen spoke up proactively from nearby. "Love consort, do you remember the tree I planted in the courtyard?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan immediately thought of the tree Lu Chun had been carefully caring for recently. She had always wondered why Lu Chun was so interested in that tree. Now she knew it was a special tea tree. Mu Zixuan then asked, "Your Highness, is the tea in this teapot made from the leaves of that tree?" Lu Chen nodded and said yes. At this point, Lu Chen's gaze fell on Wang Qingzi, and he smiled as he asked, "Miss Wang, how is this tea?" Wang Qingzi replied, "Fragrant and sweet, refreshing the mind. I've never tasted such wonderful tea before." Lu Chen said, "Since Miss Wang likes it, I will have someone pick some fresh tea leaves for you to take back." Wang Qingzi thought to herself that it seemed the Northern King was trying to win her favor with this tea. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he invited her into his inner circle, and her mission would soon be complete. Thinking of this, Wang Qingzi showed a charming smile and said, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your kindness." Lu Chun then said to Xiaorou, "Xiaorou, go to the tree I often water and pick some fresh tea leaves for Miss Wang to take with her." "Yes, Your Highness." Xiaorou then left the courtyard to pick the tea leaves. After that, Wang Qingzi and Mu Zixuan continued discussing the soap business. Once they agreed on the delivery date, Wang Qingzi took the freshly picked longfeng tree leaves and left the palace. Mu Zixuan noticed that Lu Chen's eyes followed Wang Qingzi as she walked away. She sat down beside him and said, "Your Highness, if you like Miss Wang, I can ask someone to bring her here to serve you. I believe she is still unspoken for." Mu Zixuan was open-minded about such matters and felt no jealousy. Hearing this, Lu Chun came back to his senses. He gently put his arm around Mu Zixuan's waist and lifted her onto his lap. He whispered in her ear, "My dear, do you really think she's just an ordinary courtesan?" Lu Chen planned to tell Mu Zixuan the truth about Wang Qingzi's identity. After all, Wang Qingzi clearly had her own motives. If she got too close to Mu Zixuan, it might bring trouble. It was better to let Mu Zixuan know who she really was so she could be careful. Mu Zixuan was stunned by his words. In her eyes, Wang Qingzi had always seemed like an ordinary courtesan. Lu Chun continued, "She's a 9th-rank martial artist and the saintess of the Misty Rain Pavilion." Mu Zixuan froze for a moment. She didn't know what kind of group the Misty Rain Pavilion was, but a 9th-rank martial artist working as a courtesan was clearly suspicious. Now she understood why Wang Qingzi had suddenly approached her. It seemed that ordering soap was just an excuse. Her real goal was to get close to the prince. Mu Zixuan quickly said, "Prince, I know I was wrong. I didn't know her true identity and brought danger into the house. I am willing to accept punishment." Lu Chun raised his hand, gently pinched Mu Zixuan's delicate nose, and smiled. "Ignorance is not a crime." "I don't blame you," Mu Zixuan asked. "What does the prince plan to do with her in the 100 Flowers Pavilion?" Lu Chen didn't answer directly. Instead, he looked at the teapot on the stone table and asked, "Concubine, after you drank the Dragon Phoenix tea, did you feel anything special?" Mu Zixuan thought for a moment. "Special feelings?" "After drinking the Dragon Phoenix tea, I felt very refreshed," Lu Chen continued. "Besides that, did you feel any restlessness in your body?" At this point, Lu Chen's hand rested on Mu Zixuan's belly, rubbing gently. Mu Zixuan's face instantly turned red. She immediately understood what Lu Chen was asking. "I suddenly remembered the scene from when we shared the room. and those images kept coming to mind. Lu Chen said, "That is the effect of the Dragon Phoenix tea. Made from my fresh blood, the Dragon Phoenix tea can make women who drink it develop feelings for me." Now, Mu Zixuan's affection for him had reached 95, so there was no need to hide the matter of the Dragon Phoenix tea from her. Hearing this, Mu Zixuan immediately realized why she suddenly wanted to be close to Lu Chen earlier. She was influenced by the tea. Then, Mu Zixuan remembered that Wang Qingzi had given Lu Chen 2 tails of Dragon Phoenix tea when she left. Mu Zixuan asked, "Prince, are you planning to win her over with the Dragon Phoenix tea?" Lu Chen replied, "Yanyu Pavilion gave me a stunning 9-rank beauty. How could I refuse?" Mu Zixuan said, "Congratulations, Your Highness, on about to win over a 9-rank expert." Lu Chen smiled slightly and said nothing more. After cuddling with Mu Zixuan in the pavilion for a while, Lu Chen felt a bit restless and went to the north courtyard. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yuyu were quietly waiting in their room. Although they had long been Lu Chen's women, they still looked forward to being favored by him. Unlike marrying a wife, the process of taking concubines was simpler. After the banquet, they could proceed with the main affairs. When Lu Chen entered the room, he saw the 2 sisters sitting on the bed. He took out a bottle of Longfeng tea and said to them, "Xiao Xiao, Yuyu, come here. Try the tea I brewed first." Zhou Xiaoxiao and the others didn't understand why Lu Chen wanted them to drink tea at this moment. But since Lu Chen was a prince, they just needed to listen and obey. The 2 sisters came to the table, picked up the teacups, and took a sip of the Longfeng tea. After drinking the tea, Zhou Xiaoxiao asked in surprise, "Prince, what kind of tea is this? It tastes so sweet and fragrant." Lu Chen hugged Zhou Xiaoxiao's waist with a smile and replied, "This is Longfeng tea. It will help us focus better later." The faces of the 2 sisters instantly turned red. However, at this moment, Lu Chen didn't make any moves. He suddenly remembered he still had a pill he hadn't taken yet. In his beginner's gift pack, there was a Dragon Tiger pill. Its main purpose was to boost his fighting power. He hadn't taken it before because he didn't need it. He was already a first-rank martial artist, with physical strength several times that of an ordinary person. Handling the 3 weak women, Mu Zixuan and the others, was no problem. But since the pill was just sitting there, he decided to take it now. The effects were permanent anyway. Thinking of this, Lu Chen took out the Dragon Tiger pill from his system space and swallowed it directly. The taste of the Dragon Tiger pill was quite ordinary, just like eating candy beans. After swallowing the pill, Lu Chen didn't feel anything special. He was a bit confused. Could the pill be expired? Since it was from his beginner's gift pack, it was 2 months old. Just as Lu Chen was thinking this, the fragrance from the 2 sisters floated into his nose. Suddenly, he felt his energy rising, and his body became extremely hot. Lu Chen frowned. He might have underestimated this thing. Next, he had to ask the 2 sisters to help him deal with the negative effects on his body. Ding! The host has cultivated feelings with the wives once, gaining 10 experience points in the Qi refining technique, advancing to the 1st level, and the host's realm has broken through to the 4th rank. Ding! The host has cultivated feelings with the wives once, gaining 10 experience points in the rejuvenation technique. Congratulations, the host has unlocked the rejuvenation technique. Congratulations! The host successfully made Zhou Xiaoxiao pregnant and obtained the method to make perfume. The pregnancy reward is an encouragement to protect the baby's safe birth. The more successful the birth, the richer the reward for having descendants. A series of system prompts made Lu Chen, who was already calm, feel very excited. At this moment, he felt his body becoming lighter and his energy increasing. If Zhou Xiaoxiao and her sister hadn't already fallen asleep, he would want to continue building a relationship with them. Lu Chen then opened his system panel to check his current status. Host, Lu Chen Realm, 4th grade cultivation technique, Qi refining method, level 1, rejuvenation hand, just unlocked, divine power, none weapons, desert eagle, Barrett, grenades offspring. None. Seeing the words level 1 next to the Qi refining method, Lu Chen couldn't help but think that just by breaking through to level 1, his realm had jumped from 1st grade directly to 4th grade. If he broke through to level 2 of the Qi refining method, would he become a master? And what if he reached level 10? Would he become an immortal? While Lu Chen was imagining the scene of becoming an immortal, a system prompt sounded. Please stay grounded, host. Do not indulge in excessive fantasies. This world will not allow the birth of immortals. Hearing the system's reminder, Lu Chen paused for a moment. But he didn't pay much attention. Even if he couldn't become an immortal, it didn't matter. As long as he could still use the qi refining method, he was fine. Relying on the qi refining method to improve his realm was much faster than practicing martial arts. Advancing one level in the qi refining method could bring him to 4th grade. When he reached level 2, even if he wasn't a master, he wouldn't be far from one. But honestly, even if he became a master, in this world, he would only be slightly stronger than most martial artists. Thinking about how he could instantly defeat a 9th grade martial artist with his Desert Eagle, Lu Chen suddenly felt that becoming a master wasn't such a big deal. After all, in front of guns and cannons, everyone is equal. His strength only enhanced his self-protection, nothing more. Daxia Dynasty. In the capital city, at a certain restaurant. At this moment, Lu Shuyun's back was kneeling a veiled woman. Lu Shuyun stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the distant pavilion. After a while, Lu Shuyun finally spoke, saying, "So much time has passed, yet your Yinyu pavilion hasn't made any move. I really can't understand. What is the point of me supporting you?" Hearing this, the woman behind Lu Shuyun quickly replied, "Your Highness, the Holy Maiden has already contacted the Northern King. Once she confirms that the mysterious master has left the Northern King's residence, she will act immediately. I believe she will complete the task soon." Lu Shuyun coldly said, "Soon? I need a definite time." Hearing this, the woman fell silent and said no more. At that moment, a man entered the room. "Your Highness, the Blood Moon Tower has agreed. However, they want 5 times the price compared to last time, but they will send the deputy leader." Hearing this, Lu Shuyun's anger eased a little. He hadn't planned to continue dealing with the Blood Moon Tower, especially after the last assassination attempt failed. Also, some people from Yinyu Pavilion were in Northern County, and initially, he wanted Yinyu Pavilion's people to handle it. But recently, the call for Crown Prince has grown louder, which made Lu Shuyun feel urgent. He needed to get the Chu family's help quickly. If he could get the Chu family's support, it would be like gaining the backing of the Jiangnan aristocratic family. This would greatly increase his chances of being made crown prince. Lu Shuyun also tried to contact the Chu family, but they didn't seem very interested. He always felt that the Chu family still hadn't given up on his useless brother. In his view, the mysterious master around Lu Chun was sent by the Chu family. Since they sent a master to protect Lu Chun, how could they give up on him? So, Lu Chun must be eliminated. Lu Shuyun then asked, "How strong is the deputy leader of the Blood Moon Tower?" His subordinate immediately replied, "Your Highness, it is said that his strength has reached the half-step Grandmaster level." Lu Shuyun thought for a moment. Even if the master around Lu Chun was still there, the deputy leader of the Blood Moon Tower could probably hold him off. Then, the others from the Blood Moon Tower might take the chance to deal with Lu Chun. Moreover, Yinyu Pavilion had sent many experts to Northern County. Lu Chen probably only has one master with him, plus Chu Yuqing. As for Li Feng, he's just a 7th-rank cultivator and not a threat. Lu Shuyun immediately said to the man in the room, "Tell Blood Moon Tower that the price is 5 times higher, but I must see the head of King Bei." "Yes, Your Highness." After speaking, the man left the room, leaving only the woman wearing a veil inside. At this moment, Lu Shuyun spoke again to the woman, "Send a letter to Wang Qingzi, asking her to cooperate with Blood Moon Tower's assassination plan. If Blood Moon Tower can distract the master of the Northern Palace, Yinyu Pavilion will act immediately." "Yes." Afterward, the woman also left the room. Lu Shuyun placed his hand on the windowsill, gazing toward the palace. He tapped his fingers on the windowsill and muttered, "My good brother, it's about time you go down too." In the capital, at the residence of the Crown Prince. Looking at the intelligence in his hand, Crown Prince Lu Yi showed a faint smile. Little 8 is really ruthless. Xiao Jiao has gone to Beijing, and he still doesn't plan to let him go. At this moment, a servant dressed in gray long clothes beside Lu Yi asked, "Your Highness, what do you plan to do this time?" Lu Yi thought for a moment and said, "I thought that spreading rumors about Xiao Jiao being protected by a master would make little 8 back off. It seems this trick no longer works. Xiao Jiao can't die. If he dies, how can I win over the Chu family?" Lu Yi and Lu Shuyun come from different maternal clans and have different stances, so their actions differ. Lu Xuan wants to eliminate Lu Chun to leave the Chu family with no choice, because his mother also comes from a prominent Jiangnan family. Without Lu Chun, the Jiangnan family would have to fully support him. Lu Yi believes that Lu Chun is the grandson of Chu Xiong, the head of the Chu family. Even if the Chu family has truly abandoned Lu Chun, Chu Xiong still has personal feelings for him. Killing Lu Chun would offend Chu Xiong. Even if the Chu family is forced to support Lu Xuan because of the interests of the Jiangnan family, it would leave a bad impression on Chu Xiong. Lu Yi's plan is simple. He wants the Chu family to see his kindness, further dividing the Chu family from other Jiangnan families. Therefore, Lu Yi's stance leans more toward protecting Lu Chun. Moreover, he sees Lu Chun as a useless prince who poses no threat to his position as crown prince. In the future, when he inherits the throne, he might even support Lu Chun to become the new head of a prominent family in Jiangnan. An uneducated, useless prince is much easier to control than those powerful Jiangnan families. At this moment, Lu Yi spoke to a servant nearby, Mo Dongping, spread the news that the vice leader of Blood Moon Tower is heading to Beijing. The vice leader of Blood Moon Tower going to Beijing made Lu Yi worry that Lu Chun might really be in danger this time. Lu Yi thought to himself, Xiaojiu, I can only help you up to here. Now, it depends on how strong your fate is. At this time, Lu Chun didn't know what was happening in the capital. He stayed in the northern prince's residence for a while longer, spending each day with Zhou Yuyu to build their relationship. Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao were both pregnant. Now, only Zhou Yuyu was taking care of Lu Chun, which made her feel overwhelmed. Lu Chun was already a fourth-rank martial artist. Plus, he had taken the dragon and tiger pill, so Zhou Yuyu, a weak woman, was no match for him. In the northern courtyard, Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao were walking toward the yard while talking. Based on the perfume design Lu Chun provided, they had already made some perfume. The northern courtyard had many flowers, and they planned to use these flowers to try making new perfumes. Just as they were about to enter the yard, they heard faint female voices from a distant pavilion. The voices were sometimes low, sometimes high-pitched. At this moment, two young maids responsible for Zhou Yuyu's daily needs, blushing, approached Mu Zixuan and the others. Greetings, princess. Seeing the two young maids with such red faces, they immediately understood what was happening. Zhou Xiaoxiao tentatively said, Sister, now that I am pregnant, only Yuyu is left to serve the prince. Recently, the prince seems to like doing certain things more often, and Yuyu can't handle it alone. Do you want to ask him if he's willing to take concubines? Zhou Xiaoxiao knew she was only Lu Chen's servant girl, so she felt it was inappropriate to bring up taking concubines herself. She left it to Mu Zixuan to decide. She wasn't sure if Mu Zixuan was willing. After all, she was the princess and the lady of the northern prince's residence. Hearing Zhou Xiaoxiao's words, Mu Zixuan sighed. Sister, I actually mentioned taking concubines to the prince a long time ago. The prince said he prefers to be selective and doesn't like ordinary women. Mu Zixuan has always been open-minded about Lord Lu taking a concubine. She doesn't mind at all. However, Lord Lu has very high standards for a concubine, which Mu Zixuan cannot change. After hearing Mu Zixuan, Zhou Xiaoxiao whispered in her ear, Sister, our prince's residence already has a woman who meets the prince's taste. Hearing this, Mu Zixuan paused for a moment, then immediately understood who Zhou Xiaoxiao was talking about. She said calmly, Xiaoxiao, Aunt Chu's matters are not something we can interfere with. It depends on what the prince and Aunt Chu want. Most people in the prince's residence know that Chu Yuqin and Lord Lu have a complicated relationship. From the way Lord Lu looks at Chu Yuqin, it's clear he has strong feelings for her. But Chu Yuqin's status is special. For Lord Lu to win her over isn't easy. Chu Yuqin was married before, but her husband died shortly after their marriage. They didn't even have time for a wedding night. Still, she is now considered part of that family. She is essentially a widow. If Chu Yuqin had married an ordinary person, it would be easier. Lord Lu, as the northern prince, has a certain status and power. He could pressure her family to annul the marriage or divorce her. But Chu Yuqin married into the Wang family. The Wang family is a powerful family in Jiangnan, second only to the Chu family. They are also related to the 8th prince, Lu Shuyun. Lord Lu trying to use his status as the Northern Prince to force the Wang family to divorce Chu Yuqin is almost impossible. Of course, the biggest obstacle is Chu Yuqin herself. People in the Northern Prince's residence can see that Chu Yuqin treats the Northern Prince like a child, as if he were a younger family member. Plus, she has a gentle personality and is unlikely to accept Lord Lu's romantic advances. After hearing Mu Zixuan, Zhou Xiaoxiao pouted and didn't say anything more. At this moment, Mu Zixuan thought of Wang Qingci from Baiwa Tower. If Lord Lu could win her over early, perhaps Zhou Yuyu wouldn't have to work so hard. But this is also something she cannot interfere with. Thinking of this, Mu Zixuan sighed softly. After a while, when the sounds from the pavilion had mostly stopped, Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao entered the courtyard. At this moment, Zhou Yuyu was dressed loosely, her hair messy, and she was weakly leaning in Lu Chen's arms. She had fallen in love with Lu Chen at first sight, so she was very happy when they started to develop feelings for each other. However, recently, without her sister and the princess sharing the burden, and because Lu Chen had become so fierce for some unknown reason, Zhou Yuyu was beginning to feel overwhelmed. When Mu Zixuan and the others entered the courtyard, Lu Chen guessed they had heard the noise just now, but he didn't care at all. The palace has inner and outer courtyards. Now, the inner courtyards are guarded by female guards, and Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao are her own maids, so hearing the noise was nothing unusual. At this moment, Mu Zixuan spoke up. "Your Highness, we have made the perfume according to the method you provided." As soon as Mu Zixuan finished speaking, her maid brought in a wooden box and placed it on the stone table in the pavilion. Hearing this, Lu Chen gently lifted Zhou Yuyu from his arms and sat her down on the pavilion's bench. Seeing this, her maid quickly came over to support Zhou Yuyu. Lu Chen approached the stone table, took out a small porcelain bottle from the wooden box, and opened it to smell. Thanks to the method of making it, the palace's perfume was very natural. Even with a strong scent, it wouldn't be overwhelming or irritating. Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction. "My dear wife, Xiaoxiao, you've worked hard." At this point, Zhou Xiaoxiao asked, "Your Highness, how do you plan to sell this perfume?" The palace's perfume was much better than ordinary sachets, lasting longer. When needed, you just take out the bottle and drop a few drops. Lu Chen thought for a moment and then said, "Perfume isn't a necessity like soap, so let's sell it at a higher price. 1 tael of silver per bottle." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao were surprised. But they quickly realized that although Lu Chen's price was high, as women, they knew very well that once the perfume was launched, it would attract many young girls' attention. At this time, Mu Zixuan curiously asked, "Your Highness, where did you get the method to make this perfume?" Lu Chen's design for the perfume was very clear, with detailed drawings of each step, so anyone could learn how to make it easily. When they were making perfume, they didn't even let the servants do it. Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao made the perfume themselves. Hearing Mu Zixuan's question, Lu Chen smiled slightly and shamelessly replied, "I researched this during my free time." Upon hearing Lu Chen's answer, the women were very surprised. People say that the Northern King is lazy and unskilled, but he managed to invent these 2 useful items. At this moment, Mu Zixuan suddenly thought of something and continued, "Prince, I plan to invite Miss Wang from Baiwa Tower to our residence to discuss letting their girls try the perfume early. What do you think?" Mu Zixuan thought that since Lu Chen kept paying attention to Zhou Yuyu, it wasn't a big deal. Since Lu Chen had already set his sights on Wang Qingci, she should give Wang more chances to appear in front of him. Also, letting Baiwa Tower's top girl try the perfume could quickly boost its fame. With perfume, men who visit Baiwa Tower in the future would smell nice and carry the scent for a long time. Later, the women in their families might try to find out how they smell so good. When Lu Chen heard Mu Zixuan mention Wang Qingci, a seductive figure suddenly appeared in his mind. For a moment, Lu Chen felt his blood start to surge. Since taking the dragon and tiger pill, he's found it harder to control himself. If he doesn't spend time with Zhou Yuyu to build their relationship, he can't sleep at night. Lu Chen felt a bit helpless. This can't go on. Recently, Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao are both pregnant. With his current ability, Zhou Yuyu might be close too. If they all get pregnant, what should he do? He wished he hadn't taken the dragon and tiger pill. It really causes trouble. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Host, don't worry. Your current inability to control the effects of the dragon and tiger pill is because your realm isn't high enough. Once you break through to a 9th-rank martial artist, you'll be able to easily suppress your desires. Lu Chen's mouth twitched. 9th rank. His cultivation method is to build feelings with his wives and concubines, but he probably won't reach 9th rank before Zhou Yuyu gets pregnant. In Yinxing, this ghost town, women rated 90 points are so few. When will he ever break through to 9th rank? It seems it's time to win Wang Qingci over. Wang Qingci is a 9th-rank martial artist, and her physical strength is far beyond that of an ordinary weak woman. After capturing her, his qi cultivation technique should quickly advance to the 2nd level. Regarding having children and improving his cultivation, Lu Chun feels a bit helpless. His cultivation method is to build feelings with his wives and concubines, but the system tells him he can only get better rewards if he has children. But if all his wives and concubines are pregnant, who will he build feelings with? 9/10 women are not common vegetables. They are not easy to find. Without building feelings, how can he improve his cultivation? Thinking of this, Lu Chen becomes more determined to win Wang Qingci. The higher the realm of a martial artist, the harder it is to get pregnant. In the future, he plans to use her for training. Then Lu Chen said to Mu Zixuan, "Love consort, please inform me and Aunt Chu before you invite Miss Wang." Since Wang Qingci is a 9th-rank martial artist, he still needs to be cautious. Mu Zixuan replied, "I understand, Your Majesty." At this moment, Lu Chen glanced at Zhou Yuyu, who was resting on a pavilion bench, and smiled. "Yuyu, rest well. I'll come to see you tonight." Hearing this, Zhou Yuyu was stunned. "Come again tonight?" "Oh no, save the children." A few days later, Baiwa Tower, Wang Qingci was half lying on a beautiful bed, her cloud-patterned robe loose. She muttered softly, "Such a handsome man, and he was killed like that. What a pity." Since returning from the royal residence, Wang Qingci's mind kept involuntarily thinking of Lu Chen's figure. She didn't realize she was influenced by the Dragon Phoenix tea, but Lu Chen is indeed very handsome. Seeing the note in her hand, Wang Qingci felt a bit regretful. Soon after, the deputy leader of Blood Moon Tower was to come to Beijing. At that time, regardless of whether the Northern King's residence still had a Grandmaster or not, Yinyu Pavilion would have to act to assassinate the Northern King. Thinking of that handsome figure, Wang Qingci felt a touch of reluctance. At this moment, Wang Qingci's lips curved slightly, and she muttered to herself, "Little prince, don't blame your sister for being ruthless. If you must blame someone, blame that you were born into the royal family." Just then, a maid entered the room and said behind the curtain, "Master, the Northern King's residence sent someone to invite you over. They said it's an urgent matter." Hearing this, Wang Qingci asked, "Is it the North Prince looking for me?" The maid replied, "It seems it's not the North Prince, but the princess consort." Wang Qingci wondered why Mu Zixuan wanted to see her. Could it be about the soap matter? But then again, whether Mu Zixuan or the North Prince, she would go if asked. Since she had a good reason to enter the North Prince's residence, why not go? She could take the chance to find out if that mysterious master was still there, and maybe flirt with the North Prince. Thinking of the handsome face of the North Prince, Wang Qingci felt a bit restless. She then got up from the beauty bed, tidied her loose cloud-colored dress, and said, "I'm going now." Approaching, Wang Qingci headed to the North Prince's residence. When the servant led Wang Qingci into the backyard, Chu Yuqin was patrolling and happened to see her. She immediately frowned and said, "Wait a moment." Hearing Chu Yuqin's voice, Wang Qingci's heart tightened. Chu Yuqin was a 9th-grade martial artist, so she could easily sense that Wang Qingci was also a martial artist. If her identity was exposed, Chu Yuqin might become suspicious. To avoid revealing herself, Wang Qingci quickly stopped. Chu Yuqin then approached and asked, "Who are you? I've never seen you before." Wang Qingci bowed and replied, "Madam Chu, I am the top courtesan of the 100 Flowers Tower. I was invited here by the princess consort." Chu Yuqin carefully looked at Wang Qingci. She thought that this woman was quite charming. Could it be that Zixuan planned for her to serve China? She knew about the recent happenings in the inner courtyard. Zhou Yuyu had difficulty walking these days. If she didn't arrange for Chun'er to take a concubine soon, Zhou Yuyu might not be able to bear it. But Chu Yuqin looked at Wang Qingci with some suspicion. She felt that this woman was not simple. She seemed to sense internal energy from her just now. However, now she looked like an ordinary person. After thinking for a moment, Chu Yuqing finally said, "All right, go inside." Then, the servants continued to lead Wang Qingxi to the north courtyard. Once inside, Wang Qingxi's gaze fell on Lu Chen sitting in the pavilion. I don't know why, but she suddenly couldn't help but want to look at Lu Chen. Wang Qingxi entered the pavilion and immediately knelt slightly to greet him, saying, "Your servant greets Prince Wang and Princess Consort." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Please stand up." "Thank you, Your Highness." Then Wang Qingxi looked at Lu Chen and asked, "May I ask why the prince brought me to the manor?" Lu Chen replied, "It's not me who called you, but my beloved consort. Please go ahead and talk. I will just sit here and not disturb you." Mu Zixuan quickly took out some small porcelain bottles from a wooden box on the stone table. "Miss Wang, come over here." Seeing the small porcelain bottles on the table, Wang Qingxi approached out of curiosity. At that moment, Mu Zixuan opened one of the bottles, and a floral scent immediately filled Wang Qingxi's nose. Mu Zixuan then said, "Miss Wang, this is the perfume made by our manor. The scent lasts a very long time. We plan to let the girls from Baiwa Tower try it out for a while and help us promote it." Hearing this, Wang Qingxi finally realized that there was an important reason for her being called. She had thought it was the North Prince wanting to flirt with her. Wang Qingxi then took the porcelain bottle from Mu Zixuan, brought it close, and sniffed. The floral scent was very strong but not overwhelming, a natural fragrance. She then asked, "Your Highness, may I ask how long this perfume scent lasts?" Mu Zixuan answered, "One drop of this perfume can last about 3 hours. Also, unlike sachets, this perfume can be taken out at any time and dabbed on yourself to keep the scent all day. One bottle can last a long time." Hearing this, Wang Qingxi's eyes lit up. Although she came for the North Prince, this perfume was even more attractive to her. She didn't expect the North Manor to have such good things. Wang Qingxi then looked at the other bottles in the wooden box. "Your Highness, may I smell the other perfumes?" "Of course. All the perfumes in this box are what I plan to give to Baiwa Tower for testing." Wang Qingxi immediately said, "Thank you, Your Highness." After speaking, she opened the other bottles and sniffed. Each scent was different, but all were quite natural and pleasant, making people want to keep smelling them. At this moment, Lu Chen used his system to check Wang Qingxi's personal information. Name, Wang Qingxi. Status, 9th rank martial artist, adopted daughter of the Jiangnan Wang family, saintess of the Yinyu Pavilion, temporary owner of the 100 Flowers Tower. She heard that the Northern King's residence was looking for her and immediately rushed over. Recently, the image of the Northern King has often appeared in her mind. She feels quite regretful when she thinks about the Vice Tower Master of Blood Moon Tower coming soon to assassinate the Northern King. Score, 95, favorability, 60, currently influenced by Longfeng Ti. Lu Chen was surprised. He didn't expect Blood Moon Tower to dare come looking for trouble. But now wasn't the time to think about that. Seeing that Wang Qingxi had a favorability of 60, he slightly smiled, knowing it was the perfect moment to gain something. Thinking of this, Lu Chen said to Wang Qingxi, who was testing perfume, "Miss Wang, I've heard that your 100 Flowers Tower is the busiest place in North County." Wang Qingxi replied immediately, "Your Highness, 100 Flowers Tower may not be the busiest in North County, but it is definitely the most lively place in Yin City." Lu Chen continued, "Since your 100 Flowers Tower is so lively, you must know many things others don't. I want to talk to you alone later to learn about what's happening in North County. Would you be willing?" When Wang Qingxi heard Lu Chen's words, she was stunned. Her jade hand, holding the perfume bottle, froze midair. She came to the Northern King's residence just to get close to the Northern King, right? She didn't expect the Northern King to take the initiative to want to talk to her alone. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If she could win the Northern King's heart, then she wouldn't be able to find out the whereabouts of that mysterious master in the Northern King's residence. Moreover, if she could win the Northern King's heart, when Blood Moon Tower's people arrived, she could find a way to lure the Northern King away. That way, they could complete their task more easily. And perhaps, they wouldn't even need to wait for Blood Moon Tower's people to arrive to finish their mission. Thinking of this, Wang Qingxi immediately said to Lu Chen, "Of course, it's my honor." Lu Chen smiled and said, "In that case, Let's find a different place to talk. Then he looked at Mu Zixuan and said, My dear, I plan to talk privately with Miss Wang. As for these perfumes, just send them directly to 100 Flowers Tower. Mu Zixuan knew that Lu Qin planned to win Wang Qingxi over, so she immediately said, All right, Prince, I will have someone send these perfumes to the 100 Flowers Tower later. At this moment, Lu Qin stood up from the bench in the pavilion and turned to walk outside the courtyard. Miss Wang, please follow me. I will take you to a quiet place. Hearing this, Wang Qingxi sneered inwardly. Indeed, he is a very lustful man. Although they were alone, Wang Qingxi was not worried that Lu Chun would do anything to her. In her view, Lu Chun was just a useless prince. Besides his good looks, he had no real strength. As a 9th-rank martial artist, how could she fear a useless prince? If Lu Qin wanted to do something to her later, she could easily find excuses to avoid him. She had done this before with men who tried to attack her. If Lu Chun insisted on being aggressive, she could also use her charm to him and make him fall into a beautiful dream. Dealing with an ordinary person, Wang Qingxi had 100 ways, which came from her confidence in her own strength. While thinking about how to handle Lu Chun later, Wang Qingxi followed him to the main courtyard. When Lu Chun and Wang Qingxi entered the room, Mu Zixuan immediately called for Chu Yuqin. Chu Yuqin was a bit confused. Why did Mu Zixuan want to see her? Although Mu Zixuan trusted Lu Qin's words, she was still worried something might go wrong, especially since Lu Chun and Wang Qingxi were alone, and Wang Qingxi was a 9th-rank martial artist. Seeing Mu Zixuan standing at the door of the main courtyard, Chu Yuqin approached and asked, Zixuan, is there something you need from me? After spending some time together, Chu Yuqin and Mu Zixuan had become very familiar. Chu Yuqin now called Mu Zixuan by her name instead of Madam. Mu Zixuan then said, Aunt Chu, the prince took Wang Qingxi into the room. I'm worried something might happen, so I asked someone to come and watch over them. Hearing this, Chu Yuqin looked at Mu Zixuan with a puzzled expression. Zixuan, are you talking about the girl you brought from the 100 Flowers Tower? Mu Zixuan replied. Yes. Chu Yuqin was a bit confused. She had thought Mu Zixuan called the courtesan from the 100 Flowers Tower to serve Lu Chun. But now, Mu Zixuan was asking her to watch over them here. What does this mean? Could it be that Mu Zixuan is feeling jealous? Is she trying to judge herself? Chu Yuqin then asked, Are you planning to tell me about Chen? To warn him not to get involved with women from the brothel? When she heard this, Mu Zixuan immediately realized that Chu Yuqin had misunderstood. She quickly explained, Aunt Chu, you misunderstood. I mean, when the prince is alone with others, it can be unsafe. If something happens later, you can step in quickly. Only then did Chu Yuqin understand that Mu Zixuan was worried that the courtesan from the flower pavilion might cause trouble for Lu Chun. But honestly, Mu Zixuan's caution is understandable. She had already suspected that the courtesan from the flower pavilion might be problematic. The woman moved very lightly, like a skilled martial artist with great agility. Letting Lu Chun be alone with someone who might have internal strength is indeed risky. Chu Yuqin said, I understand. If there's any trouble in the room, I will go in immediately. Meanwhile, inside the room, Lu Chun sat at the table, brewing a pot of dragon and phoenix tea. He smiled and said to Wang Qingxi, Miss Wang, please sit down. Thank you. Your Highness. Wang Qingxi slowly sat down. Her hips were slightly dented by the chair, showing she was very soft and delicate. She then asked with a charming smile, Your Highness, what do you want to know about Beijun? I will tell you everything I know. Lu Chun didn't start touching her right away. He asked seriously, Miss Wang, do you know any beautiful girls in Beijun? Especially those so stunning they could make the moon shy and flowers blush. Hearing this question, Wang Qingxi couldn't help but look down on Lu Chun a little. He was clearly a flirt. He just arrived in Beijun and is already asking about beautiful women. No wonder. He recently took 2 concubines, and now he probably wants more. She replied, Your Highness, Beijun is different from the capital. Finding women as beautiful as those who could topple a city isn't easy, but I did hear that there is a very beautiful woman in the grasslands. Hearing this, Lu Chun became interested. Oh, Miss Wang, are you talking about the tribes on the grasslands? How can the tribes have such beautiful women? Wang Qingxi said, Your Highness, although most women on the grasslands are strong and don't match the beauty standards of the great Xia men, there are still many graceful and lovely women in the royal court of the tribes. The beautiful woman I mentioned is among them. Lu Chen thought for a moment. The royal court of the tribes was not a place he could reach right now, so he decided to focus on something more realistic. Miss Wang, tell me about the women I can actually meet. The royal court of the tribes is beyond my reach for now. Wang Qingxi smiled charmingly and said, Your Highness, the beautiful woman you can meet is right in front of you. Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled slightly. It seemed Wang Qingxi was starting to flirt with him. If that was the case, he wouldn't hold back. He gently placed his hand on Wang Qingxi's arm and said with a smile, You're right, Miss Wang. It's my mistake to look elsewhere when someone so lovely is right here. At that moment, the pleasant fragrance from Wang Qingxi surrounded him, making it hard for Lu Chen to stay calm. His self-control was limited, and today, he didn't plan to restrain himself. Seeing Lu Chen's reaction, Wang Qingxi knew the time had come to use her charm technique on him. Once he was under her influence, she could easily ask about the mysterious master of the prince's residence. She looked at Lu Chen with soft eyes and said, Your Highness, you're teasing me. How can you act so boldly? As she spoke, she focused her gaze on him, preparing to use her technique. But in the next moment, Wang Qingxi froze. Her inner power had completely vanished. She was now no different from an ordinary woman. She was stunned. How could this happen? For a martial artist to lose all power, it usually required a special drug that dissolved one's energy. But she hadn't eaten or drunk anything since entering the prince's residence. Not even the tea the northern prince had offered earlier. Seeing the sudden change in her expression, Lu Chen realized she had already understood how serious the situation was. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Lu Chen then embraced Wang Qingxi's delicate, soft body and said, Miss Wang, you are very beautiful. I want you to be my woman. Hearing this, Wang Qingxi instantly panicked. She quickly said, Prince, we haven't known each other for long. Is it too soon? Maybe we should get to know each other better first. Wang Qingxi realized she had lost all her strength and didn't have the energy to push Lu Chen away. It was as if she had been drugged. As a martial artist, she knew her situation well. If Lu Chen wanted to do something to her now, she couldn't resist. Seeing her panic, Lu Chen lifted her chin and looked into her beautiful eyes. He said, Miss Wang, first time is always new, but second time gets easier. Since we want to understand each other, it's better to get to know each other more deeply. Then Lu Chen kissed her red lips. Wang Qingxi tried to struggle and push him away, but it was useless. She could only make muffled sounds. After a while, Lu Chen carried this charming beauty to his bed and started to develop feelings. Notification. Congratulations, the host has gained another woman and received the poison resistance pill. The host and Wang Qingxi have developed feelings. Experience points for the qi refining technique increased by 20, and for the rejuvenation skill by 10. Although the system's prompt sounded in his ears, Lu Chen had no mind to pay attention. He was now completely crazy. He finally understood why Wang Qingxi scored 95 points. Although all above 90, this woman was truly exceptional, making him lose control. At this moment, at the front door of the courtyard, Mu Zixuan was anxiously waiting. Suddenly, they seemed to faintly hear sounds coming from inside the room. Hearing this, Mu Zixuan finally relaxed. It seemed the prince had succeeded. Next, the Wang residence gained another 9th-rank expert. At this time, Chu Yiqin's face was slightly red. The princess secretly eavesdropped, which made her feel a strange sensation inside. Recently, she often thought of Lu Chen's handsome face late at night, which made her feel very lonely and empty. Chu Yiqin kept reminding herself that Lu Chen was her sister's son, and she shouldn't have such feelings for him. But during the day, she couldn't help but secretly glance at Lu Chen. Every time she heard Lu Chen talking with other women, she felt more restless inside. Yet, Lu Chen, that mischievous guy, liked to cause trouble in the inner courtyard. If this kept going, she was afraid she might do something she would regret. At this moment, Chu Yiqin quickly used her energy to calm her mind and stop thinking so much. While doing this, she kept telling herself, Chun'er is Sister Yu's son. I must not have improper thoughts. Next to her, Mu Zixuan saw Chu Yiqin close her eyes and turn red in the face. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle quietly. After all, she was a woman, and someone who had never experienced love or romance. If those sounds didn't affect her, that would be strange. But this also showed that Chu Yuqin had feelings for the prince. She was just suppressing her emotions because of their different social statuses. Suddenly, Mu Zixuan remembered something. It seemed that recently, Chu Yuqin had been drinking Longfeng tea. Others didn't know what Longfeng tea did, but Mu Zixuan did because Lu Chun had told her. She wondered if the prince really planned to make Chu Yuqin his woman. He had managed to control Wuqiang, a 9th-grade martial artist, using Longfeng tea. Since Chu Yuqin was also drinking it, it meant that soon, if Lu Chun insisted, she wouldn't be able to resist becoming his. Thinking of this, Mu Zixuan looked at Chu Yuqin with a meaningful expression. It seemed Chu Yuqin wouldn't be able to escape the prince's grasp in her life. Painful times felt very long, while happy times seemed very short. But whether time feels long or short is relative. For example, Lu Qin felt time was very short, but Wuqiang thought it was very long. Wuqiang tried every way he could to escape, but in the end, Lu Qin always pulled him back. She felt deep shame inside. As a 9th-rank martial artist, she had unexpectedly fallen into the hands of an ordinary person, and she didn't even know how she was caught. After some hours, Lu Chun tightly embraced Wang Qingxi's slender waist and whispered in her ear, "Qingxi, I didn't expect that the flower queen of the 100 Flowers Tower is actually Yuning. It seems my luck is quite good today." At this moment, Lu Qin's words sounded like the whisper of a demon. Wang Qingxi clenched her teeth, wanting to curse him, but in the end, she held back. She had to find a way to leave the palace and escape this place of humiliation. Once her strength recovered, she would come back and punish the one who took her innocence. Then she sweetly begged, "Prince, please let me go. I can't take it anymore." Hearing her voice, Lu Chun became even more restless. He said, "Qingxi, why don't you stay in the palace from now on? I want to buy you and have you serve me forever." Hearing this, Wang Qingxi's face turned pale instantly. She quickly replied, "Prince, I still have many belongings at the 100 Flowers Tower. If you really want to buy me, let me go back to the tower and bring my things here." Lu Chun stroked Wang Qingxi's delicate back and said, "Those things are unnecessary. Just buy new ones. Our palace isn't short of silver anyway." Wang Qingxi hurriedly found another excuse. "Prince, I grew up in the 100 Flowers Tower and have deep feelings for my sisters there. I can't bear to leave them. If you truly like me, could you give me some time to say goodbye to them?" Now she could only use her feelings to persuade Lu Chun to let her go. Lu Chun agreed. "All right, I'll give you a month." "How about that?" Wang Qingxi thought to herself, "A month. Perfect. The people from Blood Moon Tower would arrive soon. In a month, this man would be dead. When that time comes, she would personally deal with him to vent her anger." Although she thought this, she still sweetly said, "Thank you, Prince, for your understanding. I will serve you well in the future." Seeing Wang Qingxi's fair body, Lu Chun couldn't help but feel more affectionate towards her. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chun finally allowed Wang Qingxi to leave. When Wang Qingxi stepped out of the palace gates, her body was still trembling constantly, feeling weak all over. She needed the palace-made support to walk. At this moment, Wang Qingxi looked back at the signboard of the palace. Her expression instantly turned cold, and a strong killing intent flashed in her eyes. "North King, you better wait for me. Your time will come soon." After making this harsh vow, Wang Qingxi turned around and returned to the 100 Flowers Tower. After Wang Qingxi left, Lu Chun came out of his room and happened to see Chu Yuqin and Mu Zixuan. Mu Zixuan then said, "Congratulations, Your Highness, on winning the lady's heart." Lu Chun went over to Mu Zixuan, embraced her gently, and said softly, "All of this is thanks to your arrangements, my love." At this moment, Chu Yuqin reminded him, "Chinner, I've noticed you've been acting more and more reckless lately. You even brought the courtesan home. If people find out, what will the people of Beijing think? You are their king." Hearing Chu Yuqin's scolding, Lu Chun sighed and said, "Aunt Chu, I actually have my reasons." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin paused and then asked, "What reasons?" Although Chu Yuqin thought Lu Chun was just making excuses for his love of beauty, she was different from others. Usually, she would listen to Lu Chun's explanations. Lu Chun then said to Mu Zixuan, "Love, tell Aunt Chu what my reasons are." Mu Zixuan was surprised. How did she know what Lu Chun's reasons were? Wasn't her husband just someone who liked beauty? But Mu Zixuan quickly recovered and said to Chu Yuqin, Aunt Chu, I'll talk to you about the prince's matters later. He does have his reasons. Hearing this, Chu Yuqin looked at Mu Zixuan with suspicion. She now strongly suspected that Lu Chun and Mu Zixuan might be scheming together, but she had no proof. Then Chu Yuqin stopped questioning and said, I'm going on patrol now. You two can chat. Watching Chu Yuqin's figure disappear into the distance, Mu Zixuan couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh again. Lu Chun looked at her curiously and asked, Love, what are you laughing at? Mu Zixuan replied, Your Highness, didn't you see Aunt Chu's expression just now? When she was at the gate, her face was very red, and she looked very distressed. Lu Chun thought that this was probably the effect of the Longfeng tea. At this moment, Mu Zixuan asked, Your Highness, has Princess Wang truly fully submitted to you? Lu Chun thought for a moment. When Wang Qingzi left earlier, he glanced at her favorability score. It hadn't decreased because of his forceful approach. Instead, under the influence of the Longfeng tea, her favorability increased by 10, reaching 70. But it's still too early to say she has fully submitted. Lu Chun then said, Not yet, but if she comes to the palace a few more times, I believe she will soon be unwilling to leave, Mu Zixuan said. Then I wish your highness will soon win over Princess Wang. Lu Chun smiled slightly and said nothing more. After Wang Qingzi returned to Baihua Tower, she immediately carefully recalled everything she had done after entering the palace. She was a 9th-grade expert, yet she was secretly drugged without anyone noticing. Fortunately, the Northern King didn't know her true identity. He only wanted her beauty. If the Northern King had wanted to kill her today, she might already be dead. She absolutely couldn't let this happen a second time. Wang Qingzi pondered for a while, but still couldn't figure out where she might have been drugged. Suddenly, she remembered something. She immediately took out a perfume bottle from the wooden box on the table. She suspected that the perfume in the palace might be the key moment when she was drugged. Wang Qingzi opened a perfume bottle and smelled it, but it didn't cause her to lose her skills. Then she opened all the perfume bottles and smelled each one, but her internal strength remained. She suddenly remembered that after leaving the Northern King, she immediately recovered her skills. Could the problem be with the Northern King? But the Northern King is just an ordinary person. How could he have such mysterious methods? The more Wang Qingzi thought about it, the more anxious she became. She was very irritated. She originally just wanted to the Northern King, use charm to mesmerize him and control him. But not only did her attempt fail, she also got herself into trouble. That guy has been messing with her for so long. She even wondered if she might be able to get pregnant by him. Thinking about this, Wang Qingzi felt very angry. North King, this lecherous man, I will personally castrate him someday. Meanwhile, at the North King's residence, Lu Chun didn't go to Sizhou Yuyu today. She rarely had a day off. After Chu Yuqin took a walk in the inner courtyard, she returned to the main hall. At this moment, Lu Chun was no longer there. Only Mu Zixuan was inside the pavilion. Chu Yuqin immediately approached Mu Zixuan. Zixuan, earlier Chun said he was lecherous because he had a reason. Can you tell me what that reason is? Mu Zixuan was slightly stunned. Any clear-eyed person could see that Lu Chun was just making an excuse. I didn't expect Chu Yuqin to really believe he had a reason. What reason could he have? He is simply a lecher. Of course, as Lu Chun's wife, Mu Zixuan wouldn't say such things about her husband. Mu Zixuan thought for a moment and replied, Aunt Chu, haven't you noticed that the prince has changed a lot recently? Although he still likes romantic matters, he's very different from the idle North King rumored about. Hearing Mu Zixuan say this, Chu Yuqin thought for a moment and agreed. Not to mention that Lu Chun has 2 mysterious weapons and a tree that can boost his strength. Just from his personality, he has also changed a lot. In the past, he didn't care about the affairs of the residents at all. Everything was arranged by her, his aunt. But recently, Lu Chun even took out soap and perfume, thinking of increasing the income of the estate. He also seems to have asked Li Feng to train the army actively. Most importantly, the biggest change is that he now has internal energy fluctuations. He is now a martial artist. Although she doesn't know where his strength comes from, he is definitely a martial artist. However, on the other hand, what does his lecherous reason have to do with all this? Chu Yuqin continued to ask. Chen has indeed changed a lot recently, but how does that relate to his reason? Mu Zixuan's mind was racing quickly. Then she sighed and said, Aunt Chu, in my opinion, the prince isn't truly idle or fond of beauty. Everything he does is actually to deceive himself and to protect his life. Imagine this. If he were a talented and brave prince, would he be able to survive and leave the capital city? Hearing Mu Zixuan's words, Chu Yuqin's mind paused, and she quickly connected the events from the past. She used to think that Lu Chun was spoiled by her and believed he would continue to live a carefree life. But she never considered that he might be pretending. Now, thinking back, if Lu Chun hadn't acted like he was lazy and unmotivated, he might have faced many enemies even while still in the city. The assassination at Blood Moon Tower is a clear example. People already saw him as a useless prince who didn't learn anything, and the emperor even sent him to the cold northern lands. Yet, he was still targeted. If he had shown a little more intelligence, he might have been seen as a bigger threat by others. The other princes might have wanted to eliminate him even more. Realizing she had misunderstood Lu Chun, Chu Yuqin felt very guilty. It turned out that Lu Chun hadn't failed to grow up. She simply didn't understand him. Pretending to be lazy and unmotivated must have been very hard for him. As his aunt, she felt she was not doing her job well. She had promised her sister years ago to take care of Lu Chun for life, but she didn't know the inner struggles he faced. She thought he was just mischievous and flirtatious. Mu Zixuan married Lu Chun only a few months ago and already knew his hidden feelings, but she had been by his side for over 10 years and didn't understand his hardships. Feeling sad, Chu Yuqin said to Mu Zixuan, Zixuan, you're right. I am a poor aunt who doesn't understand the pressure he bears inside. You're now the closest person to him. I hope you can help take good care of him and share some of his burdens. Mu Zixuan smiled and replied, Aunt Chu, please don't say that. In the prince's eyes, you are the most important person beside him. Chu Yuqin sighed and said, What am I to him? I don't even know what he's thinking inside. Mu Zixuan quickly said, Aunt Chu, please don't think like that. In the prince's eyes, no woman is more important than you. Chu Yuqin showed a bitter smile and didn't continue the topic. Half a month has passed quickly. Today is the grand opening of the perfume shop at the Northern Prince's residence. Thanks to the promotion by the girls from the 100 Flowers Tower over the past 2 weeks, everyone in Yin City now knows that the prince's perfumes are very good. In the morning, as soon as the perfume shop opened, young ladies and ladies from noble families in the northern county rushed in. Within half an hour, all the perfumes made by the prince's residence in this half-month were sold out. Lu Chun did not go to the perfume shop. Instead, he was at home studying the map of this world. Since he had decided to compete for that position, he couldn't just lie around and do nothing, ignoring everything. At this moment, Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao returned. Seeing how quickly they came back, Lu Chun put down the map and asked, Love consort, how are the perfume sales? Mu Zixuan didn't answer directly. Instead, she said, Prince, I think the price of the perfume is still too low. Hearing this, Lu Chun was surprised for a moment, then asked, Why do you think so? Mu Zixuan replied, Our residence has only produced less than 2,000 bottles in half a month, but they were all sold out in less than half an hour. Lu Chun was amazed. Really so fast? Lu Chun wasn't stupid. When he set the price at 1 or 2 silver coins per bottle, it was based on the economic situation of Northern County. After all, Northern County was so poor that not many wealthy families could afford perfume. But Mu Zixuan told him that the perfumes were sold out in less than half an hour. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao said from the side, Prince, many outsiders, especially trading caravans from other places, came to buy perfume. They are very interested and bought 10 or more bottles at a time. Lu Chun immediately understood the reason. It seemed that the prince's perfumes had caught the attention of those merchants, which is why they sold so quickly. Most likely, those merchants didn't buy the perfume for themselves, but to sell elsewhere, like in the prosperous capital city. Lu Chun pondered for a moment, realizing that his vision couldn't be so narrow. In the future, he needed to raise an army and would require a lot of silver. His trade activities definitely couldn't be limited to Northern County. The common people in Northern County didn't have much money, so squeezing profit from them to support the army was basically unrealistic. Thinking about this, Lu Chun looked at Mu Zixuan and the 2 other women, then asked, Love consort, if you were in the capital now, still a young lady of the Mu family and not married, and you heard someone in the city talking about selling this kind of perfume, How much silver would you be willing to pay for a bottle? Mu Zixuan thought for a moment and replied, Your Highness, if it were me, I would be willing to spend up to 20 taels of silver to buy a bottle of perfume. Mu Zixuan's status represented the young ladies and madams from wealthy families in the capital. If she was willing to pay 20 taels, other young ladies and madams would probably do the same. Then Lu Chen said, I've decided to open another perfume shop in the capital and in Sufeng City. From now on, the price of perfume will be set at 20 taels of silver. Once the production increases, we can raise the price a bit, depending on how beautiful the small porcelain bottles are. Lu Chen thought to himself that although he couldn't return to the capital, selling things in his shop, there shouldn't be a problem. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan immediately said, Your Highness, I need to talk to my father about this. Lu Chen couldn't go back to the capital now, and perfume would definitely be a very profitable product in the future. Naturally, some people might be jealous, so if he wanted to open a shop in the capital, he needed someone to watch over it there. Lu Chen understood this well. He smiled and said, Then I'll trouble the love consort with this. At this moment, Mu Zixuan continued, Your Highness, if you want to open a perfume shop in Sufeng City, you should probably talk to Aunt Chu and ask her to inform the Chu family. Sufeng City is located in the south of the river, a place where many noble families gather, and it is also the most developed commercial area of the Great Xia dynasty. Of course, that place is also considered the territory of the Jiangnan noble families. To open a perfume shop in Sufeng City, someone trustworthy must oversee it, and it must be someone from a noble family. Without a noble family's support, the shop might not last long, and it could be taken over or robbed. Lu Chen said, I will talk to Aunt Chu later. At this time, Chu Yuqin was patrolling outside, so she was not here. Lu Chen was not in a hurry. Things take time. Opening a shop isn't something that can be done instantly. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu quietly tiptoed behind Mu Zixuan and gently nudged her, as if trying to remind her of something. Mu Zixuan quickly realized and asked with a smile, Prince, the fame of the perfume is thanks to the publicity from 100 Flowers Tower. Should we invite Miss Wang to the palace to thank her personally? In the past half-month, Lu Chen had been spending almost every night in Zhou Yu's room, which was becoming too much for her. Mu Zixuan and the other two women also noticed that Lu Chen seemed to need to build a relationship with them every day. Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao occasionally served Lu Chen, but since they had children, he didn't want them to overexert themselves. For him, the children were more important. Zhou Yu wanted Wang Qingci from 100 Flowers Tower to help share her pressure, but she knew she couldn't ask her directly as a concubine, so she asked Mu Zixuan and Lu Chen to speak for her. Today, they could use thanking Wang Qingci as an excuse to invite her to the palace. After hearing Mu Zixuan's suggestion, Lu Chen said, Yes, but you should invite her in your name. Half a month had passed, and just thinking of Wang Qingci's delicate, soft body made Lu Chen feel excited. He couldn't help it. He hadn't yet reached the 9th rank and couldn't suppress his desire. Mu Zixuan smiled gently. I understand. Then she told the maid Xiao Ro, go invite Miss Wang to the palace and say I want to thank her personally. Yes, Your Highness. Xiao Ro then went to 100 Flowers Tower. Not long after, Wang Qingci met Xiao Ro. When she heard that the princess wanted to thank her personally, Wang Qingci frowned slightly. Last time, she had been hurt at the palace, so she still felt uneasy about it. She still couldn't figure out how she was drugged that day. She had been trying to recall every detail but couldn't find any clues. This time, Mu Zixuan's invitation might be another scheme by that lecherous man. Thinking of Lu Chen, Wang Qingci's body trembled involuntarily. Last time, that demon kept her captive for hours, treating her like a toy. Wang Qingci hesitated. Should she go to the palace today, or wait a few more days until the people from Blood Moon Tower arrived? After some thought, she decided to go and see the palace. First, this was the king's order, and as a nominal courtesan, she couldn't refuse. Second, she was now more cautious. She was confident she wouldn't be tricked again, and she planned to carry soft muscle powder. Once inside the palace, if she ended up alone with Lu Chen, she would directly use the powder to deal with him. This time, she didn't believe she would be played with again. Led by the palace servants, Wang Qingci returned to the place where she lost her body. Looking at the palace sign in front of her, memories from 2 weeks ago kept flashing in her mind. Wang Qingci tried hard to control her emotions and appear calm. Soon, the palace servants took her to the north courtyard. After entering, she only saw Lu Chun sitting in the pavilion, not the princess. Seeing this, Wang Qingxi immediately understood. This lecherous man was just making an excuse to trick her again. He claimed the princess wanted to thank her, but it was clear he just wanted to use the same trick to play with her body again. A cold smile appeared in Wang Qingxi's heart. This time, it wouldn't be so easy for the North King to repeat his tricks. She clenched her fist around the soft muscle powder, planning to take advantage of Lu Chen's distraction to first use the powder on him, then charm him with her seductive skills. She was determined to make the North King pay a heavy price for stealing her innocence. Thinking of this, Wang Qingxi slowly walked toward the pavilion and bowed, saying, "Your servant greets the prince." Lu Chen nodded slightly, and then said seriously, "Miss Wang, Zixuan said she wanted to see you, but she just went to the perfume shop. She probably won't be back for a while. Please wait here for a moment." Wang Qingxi replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Then she approached the stone table, covering the teapot with her cloud-patterned cloth, and secretly placed the soft muscle powder inside. At this moment, Lu Chen looked at Wang Qingxi and saw her personal information appear in his mind. Name, Wang Qingxi. Identity, 9th-rank warrior, adopted daughter of the Jiangnan royal family, saintess of the Yinyu Pavilion, temporary head of the 100 Flowers Tower. When she heard that the North King's residence was looking for her, she immediately recognized that it was a trick by the North King. However, she still chose to go to the North King's residence. There, she poured soft Tindon dissolving powder into a teapot, planning to first drug the North King, then use charm techniques to him, and finally take revenge. Score: 95 favorability, 75, still under the influence of the Dragon Phoenix tea. Seeing Wang Qingxi's profile, Lu Chen's lips curled slightly. She wants to use soft Tindon dissolving powder against him? Her plan won't work. Thinking of this, Lu Chen asked the system in his mind. System, can the 10,000 toxins immunity pill resist soft Tindon dissolving powder? Of course. After the host takes the 10,000 toxins immunity pill, he gains the toxin-resistant body. All poisons in this world can be neutralized by his body. Hearing the system's answer, Lu Chen felt relieved. Since Wang Qingxi plans to use soft Tindon dissolving powder on him, he can turn the tables. Next, Lu Chen went to the stone table, poured 2 cups of tea, one for Wang Qingxi and one for himself. "Miss Wang, are you thirsty? Have some tea to soothe your throat." Wang Qingxi quickly replied, "Thank you, Prince Wang, but I'm not thirsty." She had only put soft Tindon dissolving powder in the teapot. She didn't dare to drink it, and even without the powder, she wouldn't trust the tea from the residence. The last incident was still fresh in her mind. She had to be very careful in the residence and not fall into any traps again. Seeing that Wang Qingxi didn't drink, Lu Chen didn't say anything. He raised his teacup and drank it all in one sip. Then he sat on a stone bench beside Wang Qingxi, staring intently at her. "Qingxi, since you left last time, I've been thinking about you." Hearing this, Wang Qingxi's heart inexplicably started to race faster. She knew that the North King was planning to make a move on her. At this moment, Wang Qingxi felt very lucky that she had put the soft Tindon dissolving powder in the teapot in advance. Otherwise, she might have fallen into the same situation as last time. Wang Qingxi then said, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your concern." Lu Chen continued, "Qingxi, have you and your sisters at the 100 Flowers Tower already said goodbye? I plan to find a time to buy you back." Wang Qingxi pretended to look pitiful and said, "Prince, please give me more time. I can't bear to tell them about this yet." Just as Lu Chen was about to speak, he suddenly hesitated and then covered his head with his hand. "Oh, strange, why do I feel dizzy?" Hearing this, Wang Qingxi's eyes lit up. Her plan was working, and she could start her act. She quickly pretended to be panicked and rushed to support Lu Chen. At that moment, her dress brushed against the table, knocking the teapot to the ground. "Prince, what's wrong? Don't scare me." "Prince, wait a moment. I'll call someone to help." At this time, the northern courtyard was empty except for the 2 of them. No maids or anyone else. Of course, this was all arranged by Lu Chen. Lu Chen shook his head and said, "Qingxi, I'm fine. Help me to the room. I just need to rest a bit." Then Wang Qingxi supported Lu Chen as they headed to a room in the northern courtyard. If anyone had been watching, they would see a faint smile on both Lu Chun and Wang Qingxi's faces. Soon, Wang Qingxi helped Lu Chun into the room and casually closed the door behind them. At this moment, Wang Qingxi didn't realize how serious the situation was. She thought her plan was about to succeed and was already planning how to deal with the Northern King later to vent her anger. After Lu Chun lay on the bed, he pretended to be weak and said, "Qingxi, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. My body has always been weak, and I often get headaches and feel weak in my limbs." Wang Qingxi sneered inwardly. Weak? Last time, she didn't know who had toyed with her body for hours. Was that also considered weak? She didn't want to waste any more time. After all, they were in the Northern King's residence, and there was also Chu Yuqing. She had to charm the Northern King quickly and find out about the mysterious master of the Northern Palace from him. Then Wang Qingxi looked into Lu Chen's eyes and said, "Prince, look into my eyes." As she finished speaking, a charming smile appeared on her face, and she prepared to use her seductive skills. But at this moment, Lu Chen suddenly grabbed her delicate hand and smiled, saying, "Qingxi, you are truly beautiful." Wang Qingxi was stunned instantly. She realized her internal energy had disappeared again, and it vanished completely and instantly. How could this happen? Clearly, the North King did nothing to her. She had been so careful, yet she still fell into his trap. Wang Qingxi glanced at Lu Chun lying on the bed, feeling a little relieved. Luckily, she had used the soft tendon powder on the North King beforehand, so he couldn't do anything to her. But just as she thought this, Lu Chun suddenly grabbed her forcefully, pulling her onto the bed. He quickly turned over and looked down at Wang Qingxi. Wang Qingxi was stunned again. Wasn't the North King affected by her soft tendon powder? How could he still have strength? And she had seen him drink the powder just now. Wang Qingxi felt her mind go blank. Just as she was about to say something, Lu Chun leaned in closer. Notification. The host has cultivated feelings with Wang Qingxi once. Experience points for the Qi refining technique increase by 20, and spring rejuvenation technique experience increases by 10. Wang Qingxi knew she was doomed. The first time she cultivated feelings with the North King, she only felt pain, constantly thinking about how to get revenge and kill him. But in just half a month, when she cultivated feelings with him again, she forgot all the pain and completely fell into confusion and obsession. A few hours later, Chu Yuqing was patrolling the north courtyard when she heard sounds coming from a room. She paused in surprise. Earlier, she had seen Mu Zixuan and the other two women in the east courtyard. How could there be such noises in the north courtyard? Could it be that a man sneaked in and had an affair with the maidservants? That wouldn't do. She then went to the door of the room where the sound was coming from, poked her eye through the paper on the door, and looked inside. When she saw the scene inside, Chu Yuqing was stunned again. She quickly closed her eyes, blushing, and hurriedly turned away, muttering as she walked, "This little rascal brings women back without telling me." She had thought a man from the outer courtyard had come in to have an affair with the maidservants in the inner courtyard, but it was Lu Chun himself causing trouble. Seeing what had just happened, Chu Yuqing felt even more restless. Chu Yuqing quickly activated her cultivation technique to steady her mind and kept reminding herself not to think too much. At sunset, the sun slowly set in the west, and the sky was filled with bright red evening clouds. Mu Zixuan and the two sisters from the Zhou family happily arrived at the north courtyard. Of course, they knew what had happened there. At this moment, inside a room in the north courtyard, Wang Qingxi was lying still in Lu Chen's arms. The fiery sunset light shone into the room, making Wang Qingxi's white skin look like a bronze hue. By now, Wang Qingxi was fully awake. She realized she had been tricked. No, actually, everyone had been fooled. The entire Great Xia dynasty had been deceived. The North King, the man who had taken her innocence, was definitely not useless. Last time, after the North King took her innocence, she was extremely angry, so she never considered that he might not be useless. But now, thinking carefully, there were many suspicious signs. First, the North King could play with her for hours, which is impossible for an ordinary person. Ordinary people don't have that much stamina, especially since rumors say the North King has long been drained by excess indulgence. Also, the North King was able to secretly block her internal energy, which shows he is not simple. Plus, today, after drinking the relaxing tendon powder, He showed no signs of weakness. Could he be an ordinary person? Could he really be the useless prince people talk about? What a joke. If someone could drink relaxing tendon powder and still be fine, then there probably aren't many people in the world who are useless. As for the North King claiming he had a headache and weakness after drinking the powder, it was clearly an act. His real goal was to make her support him into the room so he could do what he wanted. Thinking of this, Wang Qingxi felt deep regret. She was so foolish to believe that the North King was affected by the relaxing tendon powder. But now, regret was useless. What had happened was already done. At this moment, Wang Qingxi whispered, "Prince, you actually knew my true identity all along, didn't you?" At this point, there was no need to pretend anymore. It was time to reveal the truth. Liu Ken was able to instantly seal her power, clearly knowing she was a 9th-rank martial artist. He could also resist the effects of the soft tendon powder, which proves he knows what it is. Continuing to pretend was pointless. Hearing Wang Qingxi say this, Liu Ken gently stroked her smooth back and smiled, saying, "What kind of identity? Qingxi, what are you talking about?" "I don't understand." Wang Qingxi continued, "Prince, you should stop pretending. Being able to instantly seal my internal strength is not something an ordinary person can do. You must know my identity. Tell me, how do you plan to deal with me? Since I am already in your hands, you can do whatever you want. Kill or maim me." Hearing this, Liu Ken turned over, supporting himself on either side of her head, looking down at her. "Why would I kill you? My 8th royal brother has been so good to me, bringing me a beautiful 9th-rank woman. If I just killed her, wouldn't that be too unkind?" Hearing this, Wang Qingxi's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, the North King had long known she was sent by the 8th prince. She then chuckled softly and said, "People say the North King is useless. Even His Majesty doesn't favor you and sent you to North County. Yet, you never defend yourself and even came here so straightforwardly. The North King hides his true strength deeply, so he must have bigger plans. Now I see that you've been pretending all along. Are you sure you won't kill to silence me?" Wang Qingxi's beautiful eyes stared directly at Liu Ken. She didn't think she could survive. After all, she had lost all her strength in front of the North King, who was probably not an ordinary person. Rumors about a mysterious master might actually refer to the North King himself. At this moment, Liu Ken raised his hand, gently touching Wang Qingxi's charming face, and said softly, "If it were someone else, I might really kill you, but I am different. I will not kill you. Instead, I want you to become my woman, my concubine, to bear children and continue my lineage." Hearing this, Wang Qingxi was stunned. But she quickly sneered. Liu Ken looked at her with confusion and asked, "Is my words funny? Even if you seal my powers, I can still end my life when no one is around." Liu Ken smiled and said, "End your life? I'm very curious. What reason would you have to do that?" Wang Qingxi replied, "The prince wants to keep me in the palace as a tool for his frustrations, and he asks why I would want to die? Does he think I would endure such humiliation just to stay alive?" Liu Ken replied calmly, "I never said I would keep you locked in the palace forever. I will let you go soon." Wang Qingxi's mind froze for a moment. Did she hear that right? The North King said he would let her go? How is that possible? They've already revealed their true selves. If he really releases her, wouldn't that be like letting a tiger return to the mountain? The North King has been pretending to be useless for so many years, which shows he's a clever man. Does he dare to take such a big risk? Or does he believe he can keep her from leaving Yin City? Seeing Wang Qingxi's surprised expression, Liu Ken asked, "Why? Do you find that strange?" Wang Qingxi snapped out of her thoughts and asked, "Aren't you worried that after I leave the North Palace, I might tell others that you're not actually useless?" Liu Ken replied calmly, "First, no one would believe you. Second, I think you won't tell anyone about me." After building trust twice, Wang Qingxi's good feelings toward him have risen to 90. Especially after today's bonding, she has been completely won over. When her good feelings exceed 80, betrayal becomes unlikely. Now, her feelings are already at 90. Hearing Liu Chen's words, Wang Qingxi fell silent. Indeed, even if she went around saying the North King isn't useless, few would believe her. After all, the North King's image as a useless person is deeply rooted. Since coming to North County, he has done nothing significant, spending his days indulging in pleasures at the palace. There are rumors that the North King keeps many beautiful maids in the palace and spends his days in a lavish lifestyle with them. But Wang Qingxi was puzzled. Why does the North King think she definitely won't tell anyone? Does he trust her that much? Does he not realize that after doing such despicable things, she has been wanting to get revenge on him? At that moment, Lu Chun released Wang Qingxi's delicate body and got up from the bed. As he dressed, he said, "All right, you can go now." Hearing this, Wang Qingxi looked at Lu Chun in disbelief. "Are you really going to let me go?" Lu Chun smiled slightly and replied, "Do you think I like to joke around?" Wang Qingxi didn't say anything more. She also started to put on her clothes. After a while, Wang Qingxi carefully left the Wang residence. Standing at the gate, she still couldn't believe it. She looked back at the sign of the residence, feeling a mix of emotions. Did she really leave like this? Did the North King really not hurt her? Wang Qingxi quickly checked her internal energy. At this moment, her energy had returned. If the North King didn't want to let her go, he wouldn't have lifted the seal on her internal power. After all, she was a 9th-rank martial artist, and catching someone of her level was not easy. Wang Qingxi then turned around, feeling nervous, and hurried back to Baiwa Tower. On the way, she kept paying attention to her surroundings, afraid that the North King might attack her. But when she returned to Baiwa Tower, no one attacked her, not even anyone following her. Back at Baiwa Tower, Wang Qingxi stood on the pavilion and looked toward the North King's residence. She thought to herself, it seems the North King was serious. She didn't expect the North King to have such great courage. Wang Qingxi sighed. The more generous the North King appeared, the stronger his power seemed. The North King wasn't afraid of her revealing his identity, which showed he was no longer worried about the consequences of exposing his strength. This also suggested that the North King might now be very powerful and well-established. Wang Qingxi felt a mix of emotions. What should she do now? Could it be that she really wanted to betray the Yinyu Pavilion, the Wang family, and the 8th Prince? Sitting quietly on the pavilion, Wang Qingxi gazed into the distance. A gentle breeze brushed her face, and suddenly, Lu Chen's figure appeared again in her mind. Then, the scenes from earlier replayed in her head. For a moment, her body became extremely hot and restless. Wang Qingxi sighed. She realized she seemed to have become addicted to the feelings she experienced while developing her relationship with the North King. Although only twice, this experience has already been deeply engraved in her heart. If the Northern King were to die one day, she finds it hard to imagine how her restless body would calm down. She doesn't know how the Northern King manages to do this, but none of that matters anymore. What matters is that she cannot live without him. She also thought that even if she cooperated with the Blood Moon Tower to kill the Northern King, she would still be just a tool in the 8th Prince's hands. After all, she was raised as a killer by the royal family and has no status. Whether she is with the 8th Prince or the Northern King, it makes no real difference. Moreover, she doesn't know what method the Northern King used to make her physically unable to leave him. So, becoming the Northern King's woman is her best choice. Wang Qingxi then looked toward the direction of the Northern King's residence and softly said, "Your Highness, you have won." As she finished speaking, the pressure on her seemed to instantly lift. She also understood why the Northern King was so confident in letting her go. Inside, she couldn't help but feel that the Northern King is a truly formidable man. Fortunately, she is a woman. If she were a man, she might have already been dead by now. At this moment, an old woman appeared in the pavilion. "Saintess, the Blood Moon Tower sent a message, asking us to quickly find out if that mysterious master is still at the Northern King's residence. They will arrive at Yin City in 5 days." Wang Qingxi replied expressionlessly, "I understand. I will personally go to the Northern King's residence tonight to test them." Late at night, a shadow in black appeared at the gate of the Northern King's residence. This black-clad figure easily bypassed the guards and quickly entered the inner courtyard. The outer yard of the residence doesn't have many skilled fighters, so it's not surprising that someone could sneak in. But the inner yard is not open to just anyone. Just as the black figure reached the inner courtyard, a woman dressed in white blocked the entrance. Qingqin looked at the black-clad person and coldly said, "Not everyone can enter the residence." As she finished speaking, Qingqin drew her sword and stabbed at the woman in black. The woman in black swiftly dodged Qingqin's attack with a quick movement. Qingqin's brow furrowed. and she immediately felt a bad premonition. A 9th-grade martial artist? It looks like she came to assassinate Chun'er. While Chu Yuqin was continuing to move her hand on the carriage, the woman spoke. Madam Chu, I have important matters to discuss with the prince. Please kindly allow me to enter. Hearing this, Chu Yuqin sneered and said, Important matters? I'm afraid you're here to harm him. Chu Yuqin didn't remember when Lu Chun had interacted with any other 9th-rank martial artist besides herself. Although the woman's voice sounded familiar, Chu Yuqin remained cautious and treated her as a female assassin. Then Chu Yuqin swung her sword at the woman in black. The woman in black didn't seem to want a direct fight and kept dodging. Soon, Lu Chun, who was in the main courtyard, heard the commotion outside and immediately came out. Lu Chun has a system that helps him quickly identify people's identities, even if they are dressed in black and wearing masks. Seeing that the woman in black was Wang Qingzi, Lu Chun's lips curled slightly, and he said to Chu Yuqin, Aunt Chu, she is one of my people. Let her come in. Hearing Lu Chun's words, Chu Yuqin was stunned. She was very confused. When did Lu Chun get a 9th-rank martial artist as a subordinate? And she was a woman? She had never heard or seen Lu Chun with any other 9th-rank martial artist before. But Chu Yuqin soon relaxed, realizing she didn't know much about Lu Chun. She stepped aside but still warned Wang Qingzi, if you dare to harm the Northern King, you won't be able to leave the Northern King's residence. Wang Qingzi ignored Chu Yuqin's threat and directly entered Lu Chun's room. Inside, Wang Qingzi removed her mask. Lu Chun looked her over. She was dressed in a tight black outfit that perfectly showed her curvy figure, giving her a unique charm. Lu Chun smiled and asked, You left the palace less than 2 hours ago and are back so soon. Are you here to see if I want to be husband and wife? Wang Qingzi smiled charmingly and said, You're joking, Your Majesty. I'm not as powerful as you. She then explained, This time, I came to tell you that the Blood Moon Tower's people will arrive in Yin City in 5 days. They've sent 5 9th-rank martial artists to kill you. Even the deputy leader of the Blood Moon Tower has been sent out. After hearing Wang Qingzi's words, Lu Chun showed no sign of worry on his face. He had already learned from Wang Qingzi's personal information that the Blood Moon Tower had sent people to assassinate him. However, he didn't expect that this time, the Blood Moon Tower would send so many 9th-rank martial artists to kill him. Isn't it said that 9th-rank martial artists are rare in this world? Why are there so many now? For a useless prince like him, is it really okay to send 5 9th-rank fighters just to kill him? If he didn't have his system, he might be dead already. Seeing that Lu Chun's face showed no concern, Wang Qingzi thought to herself, Indeed, the Northern King has grown strong. He's not afraid of the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower at all. At this moment, Lu Chun came up behind Wang Qingzi. He slipped his arms under her armpits and around her slender waist, then whispered in her ear with a smile, It seems you've already made your choice. But, aren't you afraid that by betraying my 8th brother, he might send people to kill you later? Wang Qingzi flirtatiously replied, That's all because of the prince's actions. Now I am your woman, and I can't leave you. I have no other options, so what can I do? I just hope the prince will be kind to me in the future and not treat me like a tool, using me up and then discarding me. Lu Chun smiled and said, Of course. At this moment, Lu Chun rested his head on Wang Qingzi's fragrant shoulder, savoring her scent. He was thinking that in a few days, the people from the Blood Moon Tower would arrive. Although he had modern weapons like Desert Eagle guns and battery rifles, if there were many enemies and someone was distracting him, he might be in danger the moment he drew his weapons. So, he needed to strengthen his own power. It would be best if he could break through to 9th-rank martial arts within these few days. 9th-rank martial artists have greatly enhanced physical abilities. Even if the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower are fast, with his 9th-rank strength, the Desert Eagle and battery rifles would be like killing chickens. But weapons are only useful if he's alive. If someone suddenly ambushes him and his perception isn't sharp enough, even with the ability to shoot and kill, he might still be taken down by the enemy beforehand. At this moment, Lu Chun asked the system in his mind, System, how much experience do I need to upgrade the breathing technique to the 2nd level? The system's voice immediately responded in his mind, You need 100 more experience points. Hearing this, Lu Chun felt happy. Just 100 more experience points, and he could upgrade to the 2nd level. So fast. Then Lu Chun asked again, After upgrading the breathing technique to the 2nd level, can my cultivation break through to the 7th rank? His question was a bit cautious. He originally thought that if the breathing technique reached the 2nd level, his strength might break through to the 9th rank. At that moment, the system's voice sounded again. After upgrading the breathing technique to the 2nd level, your cultivation will advance to the 9th rank. Lu Chun was a little excited. As he expected, his cultivation indeed increased to the 9th rank. But, to be honest, the breathing technique is just a breathing cultivation method. It mainly increases his internal power, but doesn't have real destructive power. In the future, he still needs to find a way to get external martial arts that have actual attack power. Meanwhile, Wang Qingzi, who was being held by Lu Chun, felt something unusual about his body. Her fair face suddenly turned red, and a blush spread from her cheeks to her collarbones and neck. Lu Chun softly whispered in her ear, "From now on, you are my female servant." As a servant, do you know what you should do for your master? Hearing this question, Wang Qingzi was slightly stunned. She had just been toyed with by him all afternoon during the day, and she didn't expect him to still have energy at night. How can the North King have such strong stamina? Wang Qingzi was a bit surprised. She had been at the 100 Flowers Tower for a long time, but she had never heard of any man as fierce as the North King. She then said, "Prince, I am just here to deliver a message. The message has been sent, and I will leave now." With that, Wang Qingzi turned slightly to push Lu Chun away, but she found her internal power had disappeared again. She suddenly felt weak all over and couldn't push him away. Lu Chun then embraced Wang Qingzi and walked toward the bed. Now, he needed to quickly gain experience points for the breathing technique. He couldn't let Wang Qingzi run away just like that. Finally, Wang Qingzi sighed, feeling a bit confused. After becoming the North King's female servant, she didn't know what the future held. Feeling uncertain about the future, Wang Qingzi quickly immersed herself in the happiness brought by Lu Chun. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, Chu Yuqin had been waiting at the gate since she saw the woman in black enter Lu Chun's room. If something happened inside, she would rush in immediately. She still didn't trust that woman in black. That woman was a 9th-rank martial artist. If the black-clad woman had no other purpose in approaching the Northern King, Chu Yuqin wouldn't believe it. But just then, she heard cheerful voices coming from inside the room. Chu Yuqin froze. Could it be? That 9th-rank martial artist is actually Qin's woman. 9th-rank martial artists are quite rare in this world, and women of that rank are even rarer. As a 9th-rank martial artist, the black-clad woman willingly becoming the so-called wife of a useless prince was hard for Chu Yuqin to believe. She was curious about why this woman chose Lu Chun. The next morning, Wang Qingzi hobbled out of Lu Chun's room and bumped into Chu Yuqin at the gate. Seeing Wang Qingzi come out, Chu Yuqin's face darkened, and she said coldly, "So it's you, a 9th-rank martial artist, running to the flower pavilion to be a courtesan, and approaching the Northern King, who would believe she had no secret plans." As a maid close to Lu Chun's mother, Chu Yuqin had seen many schemes and tricks. She believed Wang Qingzi definitely had some ulterior motives for Lu Chun. Seeing Chu Yuqin still there, Wang Qingzi was momentarily stunned. In the end, Chu Yuqin held back and didn't act, since Lu Chun had already said Wang Qingzi was his person. But she still warned coldly, "I don't know who you are, but I must remind you. If I find out you have plans against Chun or want to use him for your hidden goals, not only you, but also the forces behind you will pay the price." Hearing this, Wang Qingzi smiled slightly and said, "Madam Chu, why do I feel like you have a strong hostility towards me? Did Madam Chu stay up all night eavesdropping and get jealous?" As soon as Wang Qingzi finished speaking, a strong wind spread out from Chu Yuqin's body, causing her skirt to flutter. Seeing this, Wang Qingzi's smile instantly disappeared. She is a half-step grandmaster, even reaching the level of external energy release. The North Prince's mansion is indeed more complicated than she thought. Then Wang Qingzi turned and left, saying, "Madam Chu, I will go back first today. Rest assured, I am just the servant girl of the prince and cannot threaten your position in his heart." Watching Wang Qingzi's figure walk away, Chu Yuqin fell into deep thought. A 9th-rank martial artist? And claiming to be Qin's servant girl? If Lu Chun is now the crown prince of the Great Xia dynasty, Having a ninth-rank servant girl wouldn't surprise Chu Yuqin, since the crown prince holds real power. But outside people see Lu Chun as a lazy, indulgent waste. Why would Wang Qingzi willingly become his servant girl? Could it be that the forces behind Wang Qingzi have discovered Qin's disguise? Or perhaps the forces behind Qin are the same as those behind Wang Qingzi? At this moment, Chu Yuqin arrived at Lu Qin's door, feeling it was necessary to remind him. Just then, Lu Qin came out of his room and saw Chu Yuqin's serious expression. Curious, he asked, "Annie Chu, is there something you want to tell me?" Chu Yuqin asked, "Chun, is that Wang Qingzi supported by the forces backing you?" Hearing this, Lu Qin looked confused. What forces support him? Does Annie Chu think he has powerful backing? Lu Qin thought for a moment. Recently, he had been acting very strangely, especially since he pulled out modern firearms like the Desert Eagle and Battery, which might make Chu Yuqin believe he has strong support behind him. Thinking of this, Lu Qin smiled and said, "Auntie Chu, how do you know?" He couldn't tell her about the system, but to reassure her, Lu Qin planned to tell a lie. Chu Yuqin sighed and then said, "Chun, that woman is not simple. She is a ninth-rank martial artist. I don't want to interfere too much in your affairs, but since it concerns your safety, I want to remind you, the forces supporting you must have big plans. Although I don't know their true purpose yet, don't let them control you completely. If you want the position in the capital, just tell Andy. I will inform your grandfather, and he and the Chu family will surely support you. You don't need to rely on those mysterious groups." The Chu family originally didn't want to give up on Lu Chun, but he is so useless that he can't help himself. Plus, he has been sent to the remote northern county, which makes the Chu family consider other options. After all, Lu Chun is the grandson of the head of the Chu family. Among the princes, he is the closest by blood. If Lu Chun can stand up and boldly say he wants to take part in the royal succession, not only the Chu family, but many noble families in the south would support him. To Chu Yuqin, Lu Chun doesn't need to depend on unknown groups. When Chu Yuqin heard this, she smiled slightly. Then she walked over to Lu Chun and naturally took his hand. Lu Chun holding her hand made Chu Yuqin's delicate body tremble slightly, but she didn't pull away. They had often held hands and talked before. Lu Chun then said, "Auntie Chu, I know what you're worried about, but I can promise you that the group behind me completely obeys my orders. I can't tell you some secrets directly. If I do, it might cause chaos not just in Daxia but across the whole world. But I can share a little with you." Chu Yuqin's heart trembled. What secret could be so terrifying that it might cause chaos everywhere? Lu Chun then lifted her hand and wrote the words, "Immortal," in her palm. Seeing the word he wrote, Chu Yuqin was suddenly shocked. Her elegant face showed a hint of panic. Everyone knows this world is a martial arts world, where immortals don't exist. Even those who reach the legendary celestial realm only gain a few hundred years of life and will eventually die. Many people have tried all kinds of ways to become immortals. Many emperors sought immortality throughout history, but their pursuits often led to the fall of dynasties and chaos. Still, in this world, immortals remain just a distant legend. Now, Lu Chun surprisingly told Chu Yuqin that his secret is related to immortals. This made Chu Yuqin very shocked. If Lu Chun's secret is really connected to immortals, it could cause chaos across the world. It might even lead to the fall of many countries and dynasties. Chu Yuqin nervously said, "Chun, you don't need to say more. From now on, don't tell anyone about these two words, not even me." Lu Chun asked, "Aunt Chu, do you believe me so quickly?" Chu Yuqin replied, "I have no choice. The mysterious weapon on your body and the sudden increase in your internal strength prove that what you said is related to those two words." Then, she still looked worried and asked, "Could Wang Qingzi and her powerful backers also be connected to those two words?" Lu Chun shook his head and said, "No, I just have a way to control them. They can't betray me. If they do, they will die. Until now, only I know this secret because I am the only heir." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin felt a little excited inside. Tears unconsciously fell from her eyes. Seeing this, Lu Chun was stunned. "Aunt Chu, why are you crying?" Chu Yuqin quickly rolled up her sleeve and wiped her tears, saying, "If your mother knew you had such a chance, she would be very happy even in the afterlife." Chu Yuqin thought Lu Chun's life would just pass by, but unexpectedly, he gained a chance at immortality. This is something many people dream of, and now it was finally given to Lu Chun. Having watched Lu Chun grow up since he was a child, Chu Yuqin felt genuinely happy for him. With this chance at immortality, even if it doesn't make him live forever, Lu Chun can do many things. For example, he can compete for a position in the capital. Lu Chun hugged Chu Yuqin's mature and charming body, then patted her back gently and comforted her. "Aunt Chu, don't cry. This is something to be happy about." At this moment, the fragrance from Chu Yuqin's body drifted into Lu Chen's nose. Her soft, delicate figure in his arms made him feel restless. Lu Chen felt a bit helpless. The dragon and tiger pill is truly the root of all evil, making him lose all self-control. Originally, Chu Yuqin was about to speak, but when she sensed something unusual, her face turned bright red. She quickly pushed Lu Chun and said, "Chun, let go of Annie. Now that you're married, it's not good for others to see us hugging." Lu Chun didn't let go. Instead, he leaned close to her ear and said, "Auntie Chu, what's the big deal? You're the closest person to me. I dare anyone to gossip. Besides," he continued, "I've known you since I was little. We've done very close things before. What's wrong with a hug?" Hearing this, Chu Yuqin felt even more nervous. She hurriedly pushed Lu Chen away again. At that moment, she realized her internal energy had suddenly disappeared, and she couldn't use any strength. Chu Yuqin quickly said, "Chun, don't do this. You've grown up now. You're not a child anymore. Some things should be kept private." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Auntie Chu, no matter how old I am, you're my auntie, and I'm your Chun." With that, Lu Chun hugged Chu Yuqin tightly, their bodies pressed close together. Feeling Lu Chen's warm breath, Chu Yuqin started to feel a bit dizzy. She made a firm decision. "No, I can't go on like this." Chu Yuqin felt that if this continued, something bad might happen. She angrily and shyly said to Lu Chun, "Chun, if you don't let go of Auntie again, I will get angry." Seeing her cheeks flushed and her face showing anger, Lu Chun had no choice but to release her. He wasn't in a hurry. In ancient times, women cared a lot about their reputation. Although Chu Yuqin liked him very much, she probably couldn't accept their relationship right away. It would take time to get used to it. After Lu Chen let go, Chu Yuqin quickly took a few steps back, creating some space between them. She didn't continue to scold him. She checked her internal energy and, finding it had returned, asked curiously, "Chun, I just lost my energy. Is it related to your special luck?" Lu Chen replied, "Yes, it has something to do with my cultivation method." He explained, "Any woman who cares for me and touches my body will temporarily lose her energy and feel weak all over." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin immediately understood what Lu Chen meant. She glared at Lu Chun, then blushed and spat out, "You little rascal, what nonsense are you talking? I am your aunt. All right, I won't argue with you. I need to go on patrol now." Before she finished speaking, Chu Yuqin turned around and left, or rather, she ran away. At this moment, Chu Yuqin felt her heart almost jump out of her chest, and her body became very hot. What did she just hear? That little troublemaker was actually making advances toward her. How dare he think that way? I am his aunt. Although they are not related by blood, she has watched him grow up. And she is a widow. She is still and has never been with a man, but she has been married before. How could he have such thoughts about her? But on the other hand, she herself was starting to lose control. When she was in the capital, she often checked Lu Chen's health, and she never felt like this back then. It's only been a few months, and she's already having such thoughts about Lu Chun. Chu Yuqin felt a bit guilty inside. How could she have such feelings for Lu Chun? She sighed and muttered to herself, "Sigh. It seems Chunner has really grown up and become more manly. I need to keep my distance from him in the future." Then Chu Yuqin began to practice her energy, trying to calm her restless body. Meanwhile, Lu Chen stood in place, looking at Chu Yuqin's curvy figure and charming back. He suddenly felt as if his body was about to burn. Immediately, he headed to the north courtyard. At this moment, Zhou Yu had just woken up and was preparing to visit Mu Zixuan. "Xiaohuan, I'm going to Mu Jie's place first. After you finish packing, come over." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Yu left the house. Just as she stepped out, she ran into Lu Chun. Without saying a word, Lu Chun directly lifted Zhou Yu into his arms and carried her into a room. Zhou Yu exclaimed, "Ah, Your Highness." Hearing her voice, the maid Xiaohuan who was tidying the bed, quickly turned her head. Seeing Lu Chun carrying Zhou Yuyu, Xiaohuan's face instantly turned red. As a maid in the prince's residence, she clearly understood what was about to happen next. She hurriedly moved aside and closed the door. The host and Zhou Yuyu developed feelings together, gaining 10 experience points in the breathing technique and 20 in the rejuvenation skill. Congratulations on successfully making Zhou Yuyu pregnant. You receive a reward of 10,000 pounds of breeding potatoes. The pregnancy reward is a motivational bonus, so it is small. You will receive more generous rewards once the child is born. After her body stabilized, Lu Chen felt much better. Today's events made Lu Chen realize he must quickly advance to the 9th rank, or he might lose control of himself and cause trouble. In the mansion's inner courtyard, he didn't care much about what happened, since everyone there was his own people. But if one day he left the palace and went outside, and still couldn't control himself around beautiful women, he would lose face. Once calm, Lu Chun looked down at the little beauty in his arms. Zhou Yuyu's eyes were half closed, her face blushing, and her delicate arms rested on his shoulders. Zhou Yuyu is small and cute. Thinking about how he's been working on building their relationship and how she hasn't rested well, Lu Chun felt a bit guilty. Although she is his woman, Lu Chun doesn't see her as just a tool for having children. He truly cares for her. At this moment, Lu Chun glanced at the reward he just received. A smile appeared on his face as he gently stroked Zhou Yuyu's skin and whispered in her ear, "Yuyu, you are truly my lucky star. With 10,000 pounds of breeding potatoes, it won't take many years before the whole northern county can grow potatoes. Because of the cold weather, northern county isn't suitable for rice planting, and wheat yields are low. But potatoes are different. The soil in northern county is perfect for growing them. Once potatoes are cultivated throughout northern county, the people will have more food and shortages will lessen. In an agricultural society, what matters most? Of course, food. Having enough food means no worries." After Wang Qingxi returned to the 100 Flowers Tower, the old woman from yesterday came to her again. "Saintess, how did your investigation go last night?" Wang Qingxi answered calmly, "I haven't found any trace of that mysterious master yet. There is only Chu Yuqin, a 9th-rank cultivator, in the inner courtyard." Hearing this, the old woman immediately said, "Saintess, since that mysterious master is no longer at the North King's residence, let's take action tonight." Wang Qingxi frowned and then asked, "Grandma you seem very anxious?" Yu quickly replied, "Saintess, this task was given to us by the 8th prince. If we wait until the people from the Blood Moon Tower arrive, we won't be able to complete it. Your position in front of the 8th prince will surely drop. Why don't we finish the task before the Blood Moon Tower shows up? That way, the 8th prince will see your value." Wang Qingxi then said, "There's no need. Since the 8th prince has sent people from the Blood Moon Tower, it's to ensure everything is foolproof. If we act early and scare the enemy, causing the assassination to fail, the 8th prince will blame us. Our entire Yinyu pavilion can't afford that." Seeing Wang Qingxi's stance, Yu didn't speak further. A few hours later, in North County, Yubei City, a group of people dressed in black and red sat inside a tavern. At this moment, a bird flew onto the shoulder of a man wearing a straw hat. The man caught the bird and took a paper note tied to its claw. He then opened the note and glanced at it. After reading the note, a slight smile appeared on his face. "Very good. Since that master has left, it's time for you, the useless prince, to go and join my brothers." At night, another shadow appeared in the inner courtyard of the king's residence. Different time, same place, same person. When Chu Yuqin saw this shadow, she was about to draw her sword, but the shadow spoke first. "Madam Chu, it's so late. Aren't you resting? Thank you for your hard work for the prince's safety." It seems Madam Chu cares a lot about him. Hearing Wang Qingxi's voice, Chu Yuqin snorted coldly. "Sneaky as always. What are you pretending to be?" Although Lu Chun had told her earlier that Wang Qingxi was one of his people and that he could fully control them, Chu Yuqin still felt uneasy for some reason. She had no good feelings toward Wang Qingxi. Wang Qingxi was about to say something when she heard Lu Chen's voice from inside the room. "Qingxi, come in quickly if you're here." Hearing Lu Chen's voice, Wang Qingxi had no choice but to quickly walk around Chu Yuqin and enter Lu Chen's room. Last night, while Lu Chun and Wang Qingxi were building their relationship, Lu Chen noticed that his qi refining technique wasn't gaining experience points. Later, he asked the system and found out that a woman could only give him experience once a day. He had only built his relationship with Wang Qingzi once during the day, and since she came again at night, he naturally didn't get any experience points. There's nothing he could do about it, so Lu Chen decided that Wang Qingzi should come every night for the next few days. He needed to quickly reach the 9th level of cultivation. Not long after Wang Qingzi entered Lu Chen's room, her voice was heard. At the door, Chu Yuqin heard her voice and coldly said, "How shameless." Of course, Chu Yuqin wouldn't criticize her own son, so she was probably scolding Wang Qingzi. As she finished speaking, Chu Yuqin turned and left. She didn't want to stay listening at the wall, or she might lose her patience again later. Meanwhile, inside the room, after Lu Chun and Wang Qingzi built their relationship a bit, a system notification sounded. Host and Wang Qingzi built a relationship once. Qi refining technique experience 20. This time, an emotional critical hit triggered, gaining an extra 40 experience points. Rejuvenation hand experience 20, breakthrough to the 1st level. Hearing the system notification, Lu Chun was first stunned, then felt extremely excited. He originally thought that after Zhou Yu got pregnant, it would be difficult to break through to the 9th level before the Blood Moon Tower arrived, unless he pushed Chu Yuqin away. Otherwise, Wang Qingzi alone could only give him 20 experience points a day, which would take at least 5 days. Maybe before 5 days, the people from Blood Moon Tower would arrive in Yin City. But today, he gained 60 experience points. An emotional critical hit. Now that was really a good thing. If he could get several more emotional critical hits, his cultivation level would be much easier to improve in the future. As Lu Chen was thinking this, he noticed a green gas seeming to emit from his hand. What is this? Lu Chen raised his right hand, then switched to his left arm to hold Wang Qingzi, and carefully looked at his right hand. This is the power of the rejuvenation hand. From now on, the host can use it to heal illnesses and injuries. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lu Chen lowered his right hand and decided to test the ability of the rejuvenation hand. When his right hand touched Wang Qingzi's delicate body again, she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. "Prince, what are you doing? My waist feels so comfortable." Hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that just by touching Wang Qingzi's body, the rejuvenation hand would immediately take effect. Soon, Lu Chen understood what was happening. Previously, when he triggered an emotional attack, his anger was so intense and his actions so fierce that he accidentally hurt Wang Qingzi's slender waist. Now, the spiritual energy gathering on his right hand was helping her repair the muscle damage inside her body, making her feel very comfortable. The rejuvenation hand technique was quite good. In the future, minor injuries and illnesses could be healed quickly. At this moment, Lu Chen patted Wang Qingzi's buttocks and smiled, saying, "How does it feel to be my maid?" Hearing this, Wang Qingzi's cheeks turned red, and she responded with a look of affection in her eyes. "Prince, please don't humiliate me." Wang Qingzi didn't know what her future would hold, but she had already gotten used to being with Lu Chen. Although they had only shared a few moments of intimacy, she couldn't imagine living without him. This bad man had not only captured her heart, but also completely won her over. Lu Chen then said, "Once I deal with the Blood Moon Tower, you can move to the palace." Hearing this, Wang Qingzi was silent for a moment. Honestly, she also wanted to serve Lu Chen every day at the palace. But she thought of a problem. In front of the North King, was her value only shown in the bedroom? Although her body and mind were shaped like the North King, Wang Qingzi didn't want to become just a tool for satisfying his base desires. She wanted to show her worth in front of Lu Chen. Only then could she go further, and the North King would value her as a maid. Even if one day she grew old and less attractive, as long as she contributed greatly to the palace, the North King was unlikely to abandon her. Thinking of this, Wang Qingzi said, "Prince, I want to stay at the 100 Flowers Pavilion to gather intelligence for you." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen asked with confusion, "Don't you want to come to the palace to serve me?" Wang Qingzi quickly replied, "It's not like that. I just think that if I come to the palace now, others will think I am part of the palace, and then I won't be able to gather information for the prince. After the Blood Moon Tower's assassination attempt, the 8th prince definitely won't give up easily. He might even send people to attack the prince again. If I, as a member of the Yinyu Pavilion, am there, I can immediately inform the prince of any danger. Hearing Wang Qingxi's words, Lu Chen thought it made sense. Baiwa Tower is a place of entertainment, so it is indeed easy to gather intelligence. Moreover, his eighth royal brother might not give up easily. If Wang Qingxi, the saintess of Yinyu Pavilion, is there, she might even be able to monitor Lu Shuyun's actions in the future. This would be a good thing for him. Thinking of this, Lu Chen gently stroked Wang Qingxi's jade back and then said, "All right, you can stay at Baiwa Tower. If my eighth brother makes any move in the future, notify me immediately." Seeing Lu Chen agree to her suggestion, Wang Qingxi felt very happy inside. She finally found an opportunity to show her worth. This was a good start, and it meant her value was no longer just for Lu Chen to toy with. The next day, in the morning, Lu Chen ate a simple meal and then went to find Chu Yuqin. Seeing how energetic Lu Chen looked, Chu Yuqin felt curious inside. Why was Lu Chen always entangled with women every day, yet his body didn't seem to be affected much? Normally, men who indulge in romantic affairs would lose vital energy, and for martial artists, women are a big taboo. Many warriors say, "Women only affect my speed of drawing my sword," and this is not just talk. If one indulges in women too much, it can indeed slow down a warrior's reaction speed. Chu Yuqin wondered if it was because Lu Chen had some kind of celestial fate, which made him immune to the effects of romantic affairs. Seeing Chu Yuqin's beautiful eyes scanning him, Lu Chen smiled and asked, "Aunt Chu, is there something on me?" After regaining her composure, Chu Yuqin realized she had lost her manners. She quickly cleared her throat and said, "Chun, I've noticed you've been involved in romantic affairs every day lately. While continuing the family line is important, you should also take care of your health." Lu Chen smiled and replied, "Aunt Chu, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. By the way, Aunt Chu, I came to see you today because I have something important to discuss." As he said this, Lu Chen's face turned serious. Lu Chen is like that. When it comes to serious matters, he doesn't joke around. Seeing his serious expression, Chu Yuqin knew something important was happening, so she asked, "Chun, is this about the royal residence?" Lu Chen nodded. "I've asked someone to invite General Li Feng. I believe he will arrive at the palace soon." When she heard Li Feng's name, Chu Yuqin realized that what Lu Chen wanted to talk about was probably not simple. At that moment, a maid entered and said, "Prince, General Li has arrived." Lu Chen said, "Aunt Chu, let's go to the training ground first." "Okay." After that, the two of them headed to the palace's training ground. Li Feng, dressed in armor, was walking back and forth on the training ground, the armor making clanking sounds. He was curious about why the North King had called him at this time. Since arriving in the northern region, the North King had only asked him to train the army. He hadn't done much else. Even opening shops was managed by the princess, while the North King spent his time indulging in pleasures in the inner courtyard. Of course, Li Feng always thought that the North King was pretending to be useless to deceive others, making outsiders believe he was a wasteful prince. Now, Li Feng couldn't help but wonder, was the North King calling him now because he thought the time was right? Was he about to start his next plan? Lu Chen and Chu Yuqin arrived at the training ground. Li Feng quickly approached and saluted, saying, "Your Highness, I am here to serve you." "Greetings, Madam Chu." Lu Chen nodded slightly, and then said, "Let's get to the main point. I have received intelligence that Blood Moon Tower has sent assassins to kill me. They didn't just send 5 ninth-rank experts. The deputy leader of Blood Moon Tower also came personally." Hearing this, Li Feng's face changed instantly. He then asked, "Your Highness, are you sure the deputy leader of Blood Moon Tower is coming personally?" Li Feng had heard of the Vice Lord of the Blood Moon Tower, who was said to be close to becoming a half-step master. This made him very worried. Lu Chen said, "If the intelligence is correct, he should have come in person." Chu Yuqin thought for a moment, and then said, "The Blood Moon Tower is really bold. They dare to send people to attack you several times." Lu Chen replied, "If they didn't have support behind them, they wouldn't dare to do this." Li Feng looked at Lu Chen and cautiously asked, "Prince, what do you plan to do?" Li Feng knew that Lu Chen had weapons capable of easily killing ninth-rank experts, so he believed the Northern King wouldn't be afraid of the assassins sent by the Blood Moon Tower. But since Lu Chen found him, there must be a plan. Lu Chen didn't answer immediately. Instead, he asked, "General Li, Have you fully taken control of the army in Northern County? Li Feng replied, Rest assured, Your Highness. Under my management, the army in Northern County now belongs completely to the Northern Palace. Lu Qin said, That's good. Since the people from the Blood Moon Tower are coming, let's prepare a good reception for them. By the way, General Li, later you go and call the soldiers who escorted me to Northern County. I have something to discuss with you all. Hearing this, Li Feng asked carefully, Your Highness, under what name should I call them? The over 100 soldiers were all martial artists of the 3rd or 4th rank. Although there were only about 100 of them, in a poor place like Northern County, they were a very strong force. If they all gathered at the Northern Palace, it would surely attract curiosity from Yin City. Moreover, many people in the Northern Palace were watching. Since Lu Chun came to Northern County and was enjoying himself every day, suddenly summoning so many soldiers would make people suspicious that the palace was planning something big. Lu Chun thought for a moment and said, Tell them that their families have arrived in Northern County. Take this opportunity to hold a banquet to thank them for their, and also to meet their relatives. Li Feng immediately understood Lu Chen's meaning and replied, Understood, Your Highness. I will take care of it right away. Li Feng then turned and left the Northern Palace. After Li Feng left, Chu Yuqin looked at Lu Chun and said, Chun, the Vice Master of Blood Moon Tower, is probably close to becoming a half-step Grandmaster. I can hold him back, but I'm worried about the other 5 9-rank warriors. It might be hard to control them all, although Lu Chen's mysterious weapon is very powerful and can kill a 9-rank warrior instantly. If they all attack together, Lu Chun might not be able to react in time. Chu Yuqin was a bit worried. Blood Moon Tower didn't come just with 6 people. Last time, they sent many 3 and 4-rank fighters to try to kill Lu Chun. This time, when they come to Beijing, they will likely send many more 3 and 4-rank fighters. Those fighters aren't the main force, but they can slow down the people from the Northern Palace, making it hard for them to protect Lu Chun. After what happened last time, Chu Yuqin realized her own strength was limited. Even if she could defend against a half-step Grandmaster, she couldn't control everyone. If it weren't for Lu Chun pulling out that mysterious weapon during the last attack, she might have lost her son forever. Lu Chun understood what Chu Yuqin was worried about. Then he said to her, Aunt Chu, when General Li comes back, I'll show you something. Hearing this, Chu Yuqin felt a bit excited. She guessed Lu Chun was going to show her a weapon, but she didn't know what kind. Soon, the palace started to get busy. Mu Zixuan, upon hearing that Lu Chun was hosting a banquet for the soldiers and their families who helped them come to Beijing, took the initiative to organize everything. By midday, many people had entered the Northern Palace. Seeing the busy carriages and horses, people were curious, thinking that the Northern King might have taken another wife. As the main person in charge of Yinyu Pavilion in Yin City, Qinyu noticed the crowd coming and going at the palace and felt something was off. She disguised herself slightly and went to the palace gate to ask someone about what was happening. Sir, is there a big event at the Northern Palace today? Why is it so lively? Hearing this, a young man watching the scene answered, I heard that the Northern King is hosting a banquet for the soldiers and their families who helped him come to Beijing. The young man whispered, It is said that if it weren't for those people, the North King would have died on the way to North County. Hearing this, Qinyu relaxed a little, realizing that was the case. She had thought the North King had already noticed something. In a few days, the Blood Moon Tower would arrive in North County. If the North King detected any signs now, it would be trouble. Later, Qinyu returned to the 100 Flowers Tower and told Wang Qingxi about what happened at the North Prince's residence today. Wang Qingxi was confused when she heard about the North Prince's movements. If Lu Chun was planning an early setup, he wouldn't start so soon, since the Blood Moon Tower people hadn't arrived yet. Could it be that the North King was just trying to thank the soldiers who escorted him to North County? Wang Qingxi felt something was strange, but since she was now part of the North King's group, she didn't need to investigate what the North King was really up to. Besides, she was going to serve the North King at his residence tonight. She planned to ask him directly about his plans later. At noon, Lu Chun expressed some thanks at the banquet, then told everyone to eat and drink freely. At this moment, Li Feng approached Lu Chun quietly and said, Prince, everyone has arrived. Lu Chun nodded and said, Finish eating, then come to the backyard of the palace. After speaking, Lu Chun started drinking with the soldiers, not showing any sign that he had important matters to discuss later. After lunch, the soldiers, tipsy, went to the backyard. Lu Chun said he would reward them, but the soldiers weren't fools. They knew the North King had something to discuss with them. In the backyard, Lu Chun looked at the soldiers. Their loyalty was mostly above 80%, so they were considered his people. When Shu Yuqin saw everyone was gathered, she asked, "Chun, what are you going to show us?" Lu Chun smiled slightly and ordered someone to bring in a few cattle and sheep slaughtered earlier that day. He wrapped them in fine armor. Then, Lu Chun took out a large grenade, bigger than a grown man's fist, and said to everyone, "Everyone step back 50 steps." Without hesitation, everyone immediately moved back 50 steps. Then, Lu Chun pulled the safety pin and threw the grenade out. The next moment, a deafening sound rang out, startling the already tipsy soldiers so much that they lost their drunkenness entirely. After a while, their ears still buzzed loudly. With the explosion of a grenade, a cloud of white smoke rose in the distance. The armor covering the cattle and sheep had countless holes in it. Seeing this, the soldiers were stunned and froze in place, afraid to move. Lightning from the sky? Could their prince summon lightning? Is this real? Is this something humans can do? Could their prince be a fairy or a divine being? Although some soldiers were still a bit confused, Li Feng and Chu Yuqin realized that the sound just now was caused by the object in Lu Chen's hand. Even so, Li Feng and Chu Yuqin still felt very amazed. At this moment, Lu Chen said, "All right, come over and take a look." After speaking, Lu Chen headed toward the place where the explosion had just happened. Seeing their prince walk over, the soldiers quickly followed. Lu Chen's grenade was obtained from the beginner's gift pack, and he had never used it before. To test the explosion range of the grenade, Lu Chen took one out for a trial. The grenades from the beginner's gift pack were much larger than typical earth grenades and were not meant to be carried around easily, so they were more powerful. When Lu Chen approached the explosion site, he saw that within a 10-meter radius, the armor had been pierced by shrapnel from the blast, and the cattle and sheep had many holes in their bodies. Seeing the wounds on the cattle and sheep, the soldiers couldn't help but feel a bit scared. Luckily, they had been standing far enough away. If they had been closer, their bodies might have been full of holes. At this moment, Lu Chen said to Chu Yuqin and Li Feng, "General Li, Aunt Chu, what do you think of the weapon I just used?" Li Feng immediately replied, "Your Highness, with such a divine weapon, you are bound to unify the world." As soon as Li Feng finished speaking, the soldiers all knelt down in unison and said loudly, "We congratulate His Highness on obtaining the divine weapon. He will surely unify the world and shake the four seas." Lu Chen felt a bit speechless. What a bunch of flatterers. "All right, get up now." Hearing Lu Chen's words, the soldiers immediately stood up again. Chu Yuqin then asked, "Chun, wasn't that kind of thing a one-time use? Do you still have many?" Lu Chen said, "Not many, only dozens. But once conditions are better in the future, we can make more ourselves." Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Chu Yuqin felt very excited. With this kind of magic tool, it will be easier for Lu Chen to compete for the position in the capital later. At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly took out a small bomb from his sleeve like a magic trick, then said to Li Feng, "General Li, I will first teach you how to use this. When the assassins from Blood Moon Tower come, you can use this to entertain them." "Yes, Your Highness." Then Lu Chen showed Li Feng and the soldiers how to use the small bomb. Of course, this time he did not remove the safety pin. After teaching the soldiers, Lu Chen said, "When the North King rewards the soldiers, the palace drops a thunderbolt, which scares the North King so much that he hides in his room for the whole afternoon." Hearing this, the soldiers immediately understood Lu Chen's meaning. After all, the loud explosion of the small bomb would surely be heard by the people around the palace. If they didn't find an excuse, it might cause suspicion. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he quickly had people tidy up the backyard. Then he returned to the main courtyard himself. After Li Feng and the soldiers left the backyard, their relatives gathered around, asking what had just happened. Li Feng and the others all said that a thunderbolt had fallen in the backyard, startling the prince. In the evening, news spread throughout Yin City that the North King's residence was struck by lightning. People suspected that the North King might have done something terrible to deserve being struck. Meanwhile, at Baiwa Tower, Wang Qingxi was sitting on a beautiful lady's bed in the pavilion, half leaning, looking very lazy. At this moment, Yu came to the pavilion. "Grandmother Yu, is there something you need?" Wang Qingxi asked first. Yu replied, "Saintess, our people heard that after the North King finished his meal today, when he rewarded the soldiers, a thunderbolt fell from the sky, frightening the North King so much that he hid in his room and didn't come out for the whole afternoon." Hearing this, Wang Qingxi smiled slightly, then got up from the lady's bed, showing a very interested look. "That's quite interesting. Did the North King get hurt?" Wang Qingxi naturally did not believe that Lu Chun was truly frightened by the thunder and hid in his room all afternoon. She suspected that the Northern King was planning something. Hearing that Lu Chun was scared by the thunder, she knew it was just an excuse to divert attention. At this moment, Yu said, "We don't know about that." Wang Qingxi replied calmly, "I'll go to the Northern King's residence tonight to find out more." Hearing this, Yu was a bit worried and said, "Your Highness, you go to the Northern King's residence every night. It's easy for Chu Yuqin to notice. Before the Blood Moon Tower's people arrive, I think it's better for you to stay away for now." Wang Qingxi said, "You don't need to worry about that. I usually don't go near the inner courtyard, so Chu Yuqin won't notice." Then, Wang Qingxi stood up, ready to change clothes and head to the Northern King's residence. Late at night, when it was quiet, a dark figure appeared again in the inner courtyard of the Northern King's residence. Chu Yuqin was still patrolling the courtyard. Because of the incident with the small device during the day, she was worried spies might come to gather information, so she was especially careful tonight. When she saw a black figure confidently walking into the main courtyard of the residence, she was about to act, but then she heard the woman in black say with a gentle smile, "Servant greets Lady Chu." "Good evening, Lady Chu." Hearing Wang Qingxi's voice, Chu Yuqin snorted and said, "Take off your veil." Wang Qingxi quickly removed her veil. After confirming her identity, Chu Yuqin turned and left without saying a word. Watching Chu Yuqin's back as she left, Wang Qingxi's lips curled slightly, and she muttered to herself, "It seems Lady Chu really doesn't like me." After speaking, Wang Qingxi headed toward Lu Chen's room. Inside the room, she initially wanted to ask if anything had happened at the Northern King's residence during the day, but before she could speak, she was silenced. She felt a bit speechless. Although her opinion of the Northern King had improved a lot, she also realized that the rumors about him being lecherous were true. The Northern King was no longer just lecherous. He was practically a hungry ghost of desire. Wang Qingxi didn't know why Lu Chun was so anxious. Lu Chun needed only 30 experience points to reach the second level of the qi refining technique. Naturally, he was very eager. He couldn't wait to become a 9th-rank martial artist. As he and Wang Qingxi completed their emotional connection, the system notification finally sounded. The host and Wang Qingxi have developed a relationship. Experience points for the qi refining technique increase by 20. A critical emotional hit triggers an additional 40 experience points. The qi refining technique advances to the second level. The rejuvenation technique gains 10 experience points. Congratulations, the host's realm has risen to the 9th grade. After hearing the system message, Lu Chen finally calmed down. Then he felt a powerful force surge into his body. Instantly, his body became lighter, and he felt as if he had endless strength. Moreover, he noticed his eyes became clearer, and his mind was especially sharp. Enjoying the strange sensation brought by the realm upgrade, Lu Chen couldn't help but think, is this what a 9th-grade martial artist feels like? He never thought he could become a 9th-grade martial artist someday. When he was in the capital city, he always believed he would live a normal life, an ordinary person, because he had no talent for martial arts and couldn't endure the hardships of training. But unexpectedly, after obtaining the system, he broke through to 9th grade in less than half a year. That's great. With his strength improved, he now has some self-protection ability. In the future, he can go out more freely and plan the development of Beijing. A few days later, Baihua Tower. Today, many customers arrived at the entrance of Baihua Tower, only to find the big door closed. A sign was placed outside, stating that Baihua Tower was temporarily closed for renovations in preparation for the Flower Queen contest in half a month. This wasn't unusual. The reason Baihua Tower became the busiest place in Yinqing was because it kept upgrading and offering new, exciting things to guests. Every time it was renovated, many beautiful girls would come. This time's renovation also made the customers look forward to it. Of course, this renovation wasn't a real one, but was due to the arrival of guests from Blood Moon Tower. At this moment, on the tower of Baihua Tower, a man wearing a straw hat was gazing toward the direction of the Northern King's residence. Wang Qingxi sat on a beautiful bed, her long, slender legs crossed, her hips slightly denting the mattress. Lu Yuan then spoke. "Thank you, Miss Wang, for giving me the chance to avenge myself personally." In Lu Yuan's view, if Yinyu Pavilion wanted to attack the Northern King, they could have killed him without the mysterious master present. However, they did not act and only started planning the assassination after the Blood Moon Tower arrived, giving the Blood Moon Tower a chance to strike. Wang Qingxi smiled and said, "Lu Lord, I didn't wait for today just for you. I want to make sure this assassination is foolproof." Lu Yuan replied, "No matter what Miss Wang thinks, objectively, you still gave me an opportunity." At this moment, Lu Yuan was eager to rush into the Northern King's residence and personally cut off his head. His brother, Lu Tong, might have been killed by the mysterious master from the Northern King's residence, but he still held the grudge against the king. The reason is simple. First, Lu Tong might not have been able to fight the mysterious master. Second, Lu Tong died because of the attempt to assassinate the king, which is related to the king. The mysterious master couldn't be found or defeated, so the only option was to kill the king to vent anger. He initially thought the task of killing the useless prince, the Northern King, was easy, so he sent his brother. But when he saw Lu Tong again, his body was already burned to ashes. If the Northern King hadn't died at his hands, he would never have been able to let go of his hatred. Wang Qingxi then asked, "Lu Lord, do you plan to act tonight?" Lu Yuan said, "Yes, I can't wait to cut off the Northern King's head and honor my brother's spirit in heaven." Wang Qingxi replied, "All right, tonight Yinyu Pavilion will fully cooperate with Blood Moon Tower. If you need anything, just let me know." Lu Yuan asked, "Miss Wang, just to be safe, I want to ask again. Are you sure the mysterious master who followed the Northern King to the residence has already left?" Wang Qingxi smiled and said, "I have visited the residence many times to find out. Based on the information I gathered, the mysterious master has indeed left the residence and returned to the Chu family." Lu Yuan said, "If that's true, then that's for the best." Wang Qingxi smiled and said, "Lu Lord, even if the information we collected about Yinyu Pavilion is false, you don't need to worry too much. Even if the mysterious master returns to the Northern King's residence, with your strength, you should be able to hold him back. While you hold him back, we can completely deal with the Northern King." Lu Yuan thought for a moment and agreed that Wang Qingxi's plan made sense. After all, this time they had 5 ninth-rank fighters and 1 half-step grandmaster. If they exclude the mysterious grandmaster, the Northern King's residence only has Chu Yuqin, a 9th-rank fighter. 1 9th-rank fighter can't control 6 others. So, tonight, the Northern King is definitely going to die? Even if the mysterious grandmaster shows up, it won't help. At this moment, Wang Qingxi took out a map of the Northern King's residence. This is the map. During the operation tonight, our Yinyu Pavilion members will go straight to the backyard to block the Northern King's escape route. As for the front yard, that will be handled by the Blood Moon Tower. What do you think, Lu Luzhu? If you have other ideas, you can also suggest them." Lu Yuan thought for a moment and then said, "All right, let's do as Lady Wang suggested. However, if Chu Yuqin comes to stop me, could you please ask Lady Wang to hold her back for a moment, so I can go and take the Northern King's head? Chu Yuqin is a tough person to deal with. If she comes out to stop him from killing Lu Chan, he might need some time to get rid of her." Although he could send other 9th-rank fighters to do it, Lu Yuan preferred to do it himself. Wang Qingxi replied, "That's no problem." Then she said, "All right, let's each prepare ourselves." Meanwhile, at the Northern King's residence, when the Blood Moon Tower arrived at Baihua Tower, Lu Chun received a message from Wang Qingxi. He quickly started deploying troops, preparing an ambush at the residence. This time, he distributed 20 hand grenades to the soldiers, which was more than enough to deal with Lu Yuan and his group. They didn't throw the grenades immediately. Once the Blood Moon Tower members entered their prepared trap, the soldiers would first shoot arrows. With the ambush in place, even the lowest level attackers among Lu Yuan's group, who are at least 3rd or 4th rank, would mostly be shot dead. The hand grenades were mainly for the 5 ninth-rank fighters and the deputy leader of the Blood Moon Tower. To prevent Mu Zixuan and her 2 pregnant companions from being frightened, Lu Chun had moved them into the secret passages of the residence in advance. All preparations were complete, and they just waited for nightfall. The cold wind blew loudly at night. There was no moon or stars tonight. Thick, dark clouds gathered overhead, as if the sky was about to fall. At this moment, the entire North King's residence was eerily quiet, except for the sound of the wind. After an unknown amount of time, a group of people dressed in black suddenly stormed into the main gate. When Lu Yuan and his team entered the residence, they found no one at the gate, not even a guard patrolling. This made Lu Yuan feel uneasy immediately. The North King's residence was very large. It was impossible that there were no guards at all. Perhaps the North King had already learned of their arrival and escaped. Lu Yuan didn't think about the possibility that the residents might have set an ambush for them. After all, they had many skilled fighters this time, and they didn't see the North King's residence as a threat. In Lu Yuan's view, even if the North King knew they were coming, he would only be scared and run away. There was no way he would set an ambush for them. Only someone with a broken mind would do such a thing. At this moment, Lu Yuan's face darkened. If the North King really had escaped, it would take some time to find and kill him. But the capital couldn't wait, and Lu Yuan didn't want to waste time. Then Lu Yuan ordered his men, search everywhere. Dig 3 feet deep if you must, but find the North King for me. Following Lu Yuan's command, the members of Blood Moon Tower immediately rushed into the North King's residence. When they reached the training ground, countless arrows flew from the sky. Someone shouted loudly, "Master, we've been tricked." Seeing the rain of arrows, Lu Yuan remained calm. He only snorted coldly and said, "Just a desperate struggle." A 9th-grade martial artist couldn't be killed just by arrows, especially since he himself was a half-step grandmaster capable of releasing internal energy outward. The arrows couldn't hit him, and even if they did, they wouldn't cause him any harm. To him, this kind of ambush and sneak attack was just a small trick. Lu Yuan then ordered, "Close in on me at once." Hearing this, the members of Blood Moon Tower quickly turned their backs to each other, then waved their swords continuously to block the incoming arrows. Seeing this scene, Lu Chun was stunned. Wow, is this the world of martial arts? The last time he visited Beijing, he was inside a carriage and didn't see his guards fighting off arrows. Today's scene was very shocking to him. Without using shields, he saw that a sword in hand could block a rain of arrows. Some arrows still got through and hit people, but most of the Blood Moon Tower's people survived. This scene also made Lu Chun realize how important the system's fragment grenades were. Without grenades, their small group wouldn't be able to stop the Blood Moon Tower's assassins. Lu Chun felt a bit lucky that the system's beginner gift included modern weapons like grenades. As the soldiers in the palace prepared their arrows and shot, Lu Yuan looked at the distant roof and mocked. Just these few arrows? Do they think they can kill us? Isn't the North King a bit too naive? Lu Chun didn't want to waste time arguing with Lu Yuan. He told Li Feng and the others, "Ignore them. Throw the grenades directly. Remove the safety pin and hold your breath for 3 seconds." Hearing this, Li Feng and the others quickly took out their grenades. Holding the grenades, their hands trembled a little because they knew how powerful these weapons could be. They were afraid they might accidentally drop the grenades. If they didn't throw them, they might be the ones to get hurt. Seeing how nervous the soldiers were, Lu Chun said, "Don't worry, I won't let it hurt you." As soon as Lu Chun finished speaking, Li Feng pulled the safety pin from his grenade. In less than 2 seconds, he threw the grenade forcefully into the crowd at Blood Moon Tower. Although Li Feng was a 7th-rank martial artist, he was just as nervous when using such deadly weapons. Lu Chun had wanted them to throw the grenades carefully, but no one knew if the martial artists might kick the grenades back. If that happened, they would be in trouble. Fortunately, after Li Feng threw the grenade into the crowd, Lu Yuan and the others didn't think much of it. They thought it was just a stone thrown by the North King's palace, and easily dodged the grenade Li Feng threw. However, as Lu Yuan finished speaking, a loud explosion suddenly erupted among the crowd. Boom! A cloud of white smoke rose, and the people around either died or were injured, causing chaos and screams at the scene. Seeing this, the members of the Blood Moon Tower were stunned and took a moment to react. It wasn't until a second grenade exploded among the crowd that the warriors from Blood Moon Tower started to run in all directions like crazy. Oh my, it's a thunderstrike. Run. Someone from the Northern King's mansion is summoning lightning. Immortal. There's an immortal inside the Northern King's mansion. Seeing everyone fleeing in all directions, Lu Yuan clenched his large sword tightly and roared with all his strength. Everyone stop. Anyone who tries to run, I will kill. Before Lu Yuan finished speaking, a soldier from the palace threw a grenade toward his position. Lu Yuan was not foolish. He understood that this was what caused the explosion. Although he didn't know why this thing had such a huge destructive power, he knew it was very dangerous. He quickly pushed off with his legs, stepping back 10 paces. However, when the grenade exploded, a piece of shrapnel grazed past his leg, causing blood to flow from his wound. Lu Yuan was lucky. The closest 9-rank warrior to him was directly hit by the grenade and was instantly torn apart, with dozens of blood holes appearing on his body. Seeing this, Lu Yuan's body couldn't help but tremble. Without a doubt, he was scared. He had never seen such a strange weapon before. It looked like just a stone, but after exploding, it could instantly kill a 9-rank warrior. This completely overturned his understanding. He had never heard of such a weapon. How could such a weapon exist in this world? If that imperial dynasty had such a deadly weapon, they would have unified the world long ago. Meanwhile, in the backyard of the palace, when Wang Qingxi and the people from Baiwa Tower arrived at the palace backyard, they also heard the loud, booming explosions. Hearing those sounds, Wang Qingxi paused in surprise. At this moment, Chen Yu, standing beside her, said, "Saintess, it looks like it's going to rain soon. That can help cover our movements." Chen Yu initially thought the loud rumbling was thunder, but Wang Qingxi clearly did not agree. Although the clouds were indeed thick tonight, the sound clearly did not come from the sky and had a strong echo. It must be something happening in the front yard. It seems that the Northern Prince has many secrets. At this moment, one of the assassins from the Rain and Mist Pavilion suddenly warned, "Saintess, someone is here." As soon as the words were spoken, everyone in the 100 Flowers Tower became alert. They entered the manor through the back door mainly to block the Northern Prince's escape route. Since someone appeared at the back door, it meant the Northern Prince and his people were planning to run away. Just as the members of the Rain and Mist Pavilion thought they would see the Northern Prince's servants fleeing, they saw a beautiful woman in a blue cloud-patterned dress, with her hair in a cloud bun, slowly walking to the backyard gate. Everyone immediately recognized her. This woman was Chu Yuqin, a 9th-rank expert from the Northern Prince's estate. Seeing Chu Yuqin appear in the backyard, Chen Yu and the other assassins from the Rain and Mist Pavilion were stunned. A 9th-rank expert like Chu Yuqin was not with the Northern Prince to protect him. Why was she here at this moment? A bad feeling suddenly arose in everyone's hearts. Chu Yuqin coldly asked, "It's so late. Where are you planning to go, Miss Wang?" Wang Qingxi smiled and replied, "I came to the Northern Prince's estate to serve the prince." Chu Yuqin snorted coldly and said, "Does it take so many people to serve Chun?" At this moment, Chen Yu stepped forward. She quickly moved in front of Wang Qingxi and said, "Saintess, you should go to the front yard and check the situation. I feel something is wrong. I will hold them off." Before she finished speaking, she felt a cold sensation on her back, followed by intense pain spreading through her body. Chen Yu lowered her head slightly, unable to believe the sword wound on her chest. When she looked back, she saw that the one who had hurt her was actually Wang Qingxi. "Saintess, you." Wang Qingxi then drew her sword. Before Chen Yu could finish her words, she collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness. Seeing this scene, the assassins from the Rain and Mist Pavilion were stunned. They never imagined that their saintess would turn against her own people at this moment. At this moment, Wang Qingxi said to Chu Yuqin, "Madam Chu, please help me clear out these people so they won't escape." Hearing this, the assassins from the Yinyu Pavilion realized that Wang Qingxi was betraying the 8th prince. One of them shouted loudly, "Everyone run! We must spread the news of the Holy Maiden's betrayal." Then, the assassins fled in several directions. Chu Yuqin only glanced coldly. Soon, more than 10 bodies appeared at the back gate of the Wang residence. After dealing with the assassins from Yinyu Pavilion, Chu Yuqin and Wang Qingxi went to the martial arts training ground. Wang Qingxi was curious why Chu Yuqin dared to leave the Northern King at this time. She knew the Northern King might be powerful, but Blood Moon Tower had sent many ninth-rank fighters and even a half-step grandmaster. Did Chu Yuqin really not worry about her son Chen being killed? Or did she believe that Chun had the ability to handle the assassins from Blood Moon Tower? The strength of the Northern King's residence was already so great. While Wang Qingxi was full of questions, they arrived at the training ground. Seeing the surrounded Blood Moon Tower members, Wang Qingxi was stunned. The ground was full of bodies, but they all belonged to the Blood Moon Tower assassins. Currently, only 2 ninth-rank fighters and Lu Yuan, the deputy leader of Blood Moon Tower, were alive. Their situation was very bad. All 3 were covered in blood, and the 2 surviving ninth-rank fighters were seriously injured. If not treated soon, they might die soon. It hadn't been long. The soldiers of the Northern King's residence had already captured all the assassins sent by Blood Moon Tower. Wang Qingxi felt like she was dreaming. She knew the Northern King's residence might be strong, but she never expected them to eliminate Blood Moon Tower's assassins so quickly. There were 5 ninth-rank fighters and a half-step grandmaster. Even if the Northern King's residence truly had a grandmaster-level expert, it seemed impossible to defeat so many people in less than 15 minutes. How did the Northern King's residence do it? Wang Qingxi turned her head to look at Lu Chun, who was walking toward the training ground from afar. To understand how the Northern King's residence achieved this, perhaps only the Northern King himself can explain later. At this moment, Lu Yuan had his sword stuck in the ground, supporting his injured body. When he saw the Northern King slowly step out from the crowd, he clenched his teeth and sneered, saying, "Northern King, I didn't expect you to be the one hiding the deepest. It seems everyone in the world has been fooled by you." Lu Yuan no longer had his previous sharpness. In just a short time, most of the people he brought had been killed, leaving only 3 seriously injured. The kind of weapon the Northern King's residence just showed, not to mention a half-step grandmaster, might not even be fully blocked by a true grandmaster. He never imagined that one day he would fall into the hands of a useless prince. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Lu Qin calmly said, "Lu Lord, do you have any last words? When I eventually destroy Blood Moon Tower, I might pass your last words to your lord." Lu Yuan laughed loudly. "You young fool, since you want to kill me, I will take you with me." With that, Lu Yuan suddenly drew his sword from the ground and charged straight at Lu Chun. Lu Yuan's face showed a fierce and proud smile. If it had been earlier, without the Northern King appearing, he probably wouldn't have been able to kill the Northern King. But it was a terrible mistake for the Northern King to come out and mock him at this moment. So close, and he was a half-step grandmaster. Although badly injured, killing a useless person was still easy. Seeing this, Wang Qingxi's face changed drastically, and he shouted, "Not good." Just as Wang Qingxi thought Lu Chun was in danger, he realized that no one around was moving. The soldiers of the residence and Chu Yuqin just stood there quietly, watching this scene as if they didn't see Lu Yuan trying to take Lu Chen's life. Wang Qingxi was stunned. He didn't understand why the soldiers and Chu Yuqin remained so calm. Lu Yuan was a half-step grandmaster. Even badly injured, it wouldn't be hard to drag down a 9th-rank expert before dying. But the people of the residence showed no reaction at all. Soon, Wang Qingxi understood why they were so indifferent to what was happening. At this moment, Lu Chen took out a black stick-like weapon and aimed it at Lu Yuan, who was rushing toward him. Lu Yuan saw the stick in Lu Chen's hand and laughed loudly, saying, "A useless prince, daring to fight me one-on-one. Do you think I am so badly injured that I can't kill you?" Seeing that no one around moved and noticing Lu Chun holding a stick, Lu Yuan thought Lu Chun was foolish and wanted to end his life himself. While speaking, Lu Yuan had already reached Lu Chen's front. "Die for me." As Lu Yuan's sword was about to strike Lu Chun, Wang Qingxi's heart was in her throat. But what she feared did not happen. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out, and Lu Chen's body took a step back. Bang! At the moment the gunshot sounded, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Brother, times have changed." Next, Lu Yuan's body was instantly thrown backward, and a large blood hole appeared on his back. Seeing this, Wang Qingxi was completely stunned. What just happened? What was that loud noise? She only saw Lu Yuan swing his sword toward the Northern King, and the Northern King holding a stick aimed at Lu Yuan. Then Lu Yuan was thrown out, with a huge blood hole in his back. The Northern King didn't move at all, yet Lu Yuan was dead? Wang Qingxi wasn't foolish. She quickly realized that Lu Yuan was killed by the black stick-like object in Lu Chen's hand. Her mind was a bit confused. A half-step grandmaster. And he died just like that? What kind of weapon did the Northern King have? Why was it so terrifying? Does such a weapon that can instantly kill a half-step grandmaster really exist in this world? Wang Qingxi's mind instantly connected all the recent events. She finally understood why the first assassination attempt on Blood Moon Tower failed. And she finally understood why the Northern King was not afraid of Blood Moon Tower's assassination. At the same time, she also understood why the soldiers at the Northern King's residence, including Chu Yuqin herself, showed no concern when the Northern King was in danger. Where was the danger? It was Lu Yuan who was in danger. A half-step grandmaster, just by glancing at the Northern King, instantly had a huge blood hole appear in his body. Holding such a weapon, the Northern King is not afraid of any half-step grandmaster. Not even a grandmaster could resist that mysterious weapon. Seeing the black staff in Lu Chen's hand again, Wang Qingxi's white forehead was covered with cold sweat. The black staff seemed to emit a strong blood aura, making Wang Qingxi's delicate body tremble unconsciously. In fact, not only Wang Qingxi, but even Li Feng and others who had seen Lu Chun use a powerful weapon to kill an 8th-rank martial artist before, were also deeply shocked by this scene. Last time, when the Blood Moon Tower tried to assassinate the Northern King, he only killed an 8th-rank martial artist. But this time, the person who died at the hands of the Northern King was a half-step grandmaster. A half-step grandmaster. This is an existence that even the court seeks to win over. Moreover, even the previous grenade did not kill this half-step grandmaster from Blood Moon Tower. But in front of the Northern King, with his mysterious weapon, killing this half-step grandmaster was just a moment's work. Seeing the huge blood hole in Lu Yuan's back, almost everyone felt a chill down their spines. Suddenly, the entire training ground fell silent like a graveyard at night, until the 2 9th-rank martial artists from Blood Moon Tower begged for mercy, bringing everyone back to their senses. The 2 9th-rank martial artists from Blood Moon Tower, who were still alive, completely lost their will to resist after seeing Lu Yuan instantly killed by the Northern King with a mysterious weapon. One half-step grandmaster was killed like a chicken by the Northern King, so what resistance could the 2 9th-rank martial artists have? That was a half-step grandmaster. A half-step grandmaster just one step away from becoming a grandmaster. Not to mention grandmasters. Even great grandmasters would find it difficult to kill a half-step grandmaster quickly. Yet, the Northern King, a prince rumored to be useless, did it instantly. Your Highness, spare my life. I was threatened by Lu Yuan and had no intention of opposing you. Your Highness, please spare me. I know the location of Blood Moon Tower's hideout. If you want to wipe out Blood Moon Tower, I can lead you there. The 2 9th-rank martial artists from Blood Moon Tower cowed out while speaking, their blood-soaked hair sticking to their heads. Seeing this scene, Wang Qingxi felt a complex mix of emotions inside. She once thought that a 9th-rank martial artist was very powerful, especially after she became one. She believed that someday she could rely on her strength to leave the Smoke Rain Pavilion and the Wang family behind. But now she sees that being 9th rank is not so impressive. Not only that, even the status of a half-step grandmaster might decline significantly in the future. Thinking of this, Wang Qingxi glanced again at Lu Chen's black staff. With that mysterious weapon in hand, any half-step grandmaster was no different from an ordinary person. If the Northern King's residence could mass-produce the same weapon, it might overturn the entire martial world. At this moment, Wang Qingxi seemed to see the collapse of the martial world and the scene of the Northern King unifying the continent. Then, Li Feng said to Lu Chen, Your Highness, should we keep these two? Maybe they can help us find the Blood Moon Tower. Lu Chen thought for a moment, then asked, General Li, can you guarantee that these 2 9th-rank martial artists won't run away? Li Feng replied, Your Highness, we can use hooks to lock their collarbones, preventing them from using their power. Lu Chen smiled and said, General Li, I'm asking if you can guarantee that these 2 9th-rank martial artists won't escape. This. Li Feng fell silent. Of course, he couldn't guarantee that. Even if hooks were used to hold their collarbones, these two might still find ways to escape. After all, they are ninth-rank martial artists. Seeing Li Feng silent, Lu Chun was pretty sure that Li Feng couldn't guarantee absolute safety. Although he had a ninth-rank martial artist and a half-step grandmaster with him, one was Wang Qingzi and the other was Chu Yuqin. He couldn't just leave them to watch over the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower. If Li Feng and the others watched the two assassins, Li Feng was only 7th rank, and the remaining soldiers were 3rd or 4th rank. If the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower really broke free, these soldiers might not be able to stop them. So, to be safe, it was better to eliminate these two. Thinking of this, Lu Chen didn't hesitate. He casually pulled out a Desert Eagle from his sleeve and aimed it at the two 9th-rank martial artists, firing 2 shots. The last 2 assassins sent by the Blood Moon Tower also fell to the ground. With that, all the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower were defeated, and once again, the plan of the 8th prince failed. Seeing the 2 top-tier experts fall to the ground, the soldiers couldn't help but swallow hard. In the past, one expert of this level could easily defeat 50 soldiers. Under normal circumstances, these 2 top experts could have killed all of their 100-plus soldiers. But now, their prince had easily executed both of them. The prince's weapon was truly terrifying. They couldn't imagine what would happen if someone else used such a weapon on them in the future. At this moment, Li Feng and the others felt very lucky. They were glad they had been smart and decided to stay in Northern County. If they had chosen to return to the capital, they might not have been able to leave Yin City. Even if they had gone back, once the Northern King rose to power, they would probably have to face the mysterious weapons in his hands. Thinking about the explosion caused by the grenade earlier, the soldiers' bodies trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, Wang Qingzi stared tightly at Lu Chen's Desert Eagle. She had thought the Northern King only carried that long black weapon, but now she saw he also had a mysterious weapon capable of easily killing experts of the 9th rank. How could the Northern King have such a terrifying weapon? Where did these weapons come from? Wang Qingzi was sure that such terrifying weapons didn't exist in this world. Otherwise, the martial world would have already fallen into chaos. Just then, Lu Chun turned to look at Wang Qingzi. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and her mind froze. Just by being looked at by Lu Chun, Wang Qingzi felt a wave of fear. To her, the Northern King was now like a god of death, a mysterious figure. Lu Chun smiled and asked, "Qingzi, what are you planning to do with the people from Yinyu Pavilion?" Lu Chun had only subdued Wang Qingzi, so he didn't plan to keep anyone from Yinyu Pavilion. Since he couldn't fully control them, it was better to eliminate them all. He wasn't yet strong enough to oppose the entire world, so he had to be cautious. Hearing Lu Chen's question, Wang Qingzi quickly replied, "Rest assured, Your Highness. Lady Chu and I have already taken care of all of them." Hearing her answer, Lu Chun was a bit surprised. Honestly, he didn't expect Wang Qingzi to be willing to do that, especially since she was the saintess of Yinyu Pavilion and had grown up there. At this moment, Chu Yuqin asked, "Chun, what do you plan to do next?" They had just failed another assassination attempt by Blood Moon Tower, but Chu Yuqin didn't think Blood Moon Tower would give up easily. This time, their deputy leader died at the Northern King's residence, and Blood Moon Tower is known for being vengeful. They will surely come back for revenge. The future situation at the palace still looked difficult. Lu Chen thought for a moment and then said, "Let's release the news that today's events. We'll say that the mysterious master of the palace never left, and with the help of the palace's master, we stopped Blood Moon Tower's attack again." Lu Chen didn't want many people to know about his Desert Eagle and battery, so for now, he only used the mysterious master to scare those who had bad intentions toward the palace. Chu Yuqin thought for a moment and agreed that Lu Chen's plan was good. "Chun, go check on Zixuan and the others. We will handle things here." Mu Zixuan and the others were still inside the tunnel. They probably heard the noise from above and were very worried. Chu Yuqin wanted Lu Chen to go see them first. Since Mu Zixuan and the other 2 women were pregnant, they couldn't afford to be too anxious. Lu Chen simply said, "Okay," and then turned to leave. Meanwhile, inside the palace tunnel, Mu Zixuan and the Zhou sisters were anxiously watching above. Zhou Xiaoxiao asked Mu Zixuan, "Sister Mu, do you think the prince is okay?" Having experienced the destruction of their family, Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yu were very sensitive to such things. They didn't want to go back to that life again. To them, The Northern King was like their sky. If he was hurt, their world would fall apart. Mu Zishuan comforted her. Don't worry, the prince will be fine. Although Mu Zishuan hadn't seen Lu Chen use a mysterious weapon to kill a ninth-rank martial artist herself, she had heard about it from her guards afterward. She believed that the man she married was extraordinary. The assassination by Blood Moon Tower would be easy for him. They just needed to wait here. At that moment, a tall, strong man entered the tunnel. Seeing it was Lu Chun, Zhou Xiaoxiao, and Zhou Yu immediately rushed forward and hugged him tightly. Great! The prince is safe, they exclaimed. Sniff, I was so scared, Zhou Xiaoxiao said, trembling. Lu Chun patted Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiaoxiao on the back, smiling and saying, It's okay now, everything's fine. Early in the morning, the army from Beijun sealed off Yanqing. On the streets, almost every road was filled with soldiers coming and going. Seeing this, the common people were frightened and hurried back to their homes. At the same time, a group of soldiers surrounded the gate of the county government office. Li Rue had not yet gotten up when he heard his wife rush into the room, shouting loudly, Master, something's wrong. Something has happened. Hearing his wife's voice, Li Rue got out of bed, groggy, and asked, Madam, what happened? Mrs. Li quickly said, A group of soldiers came to the door, saying they are here to search the county office. Hearing this, Li Rue's eyes widened suddenly, and he snapped awake. He immediately got out of bed. What's going on? Why are soldiers searching the county office? Mrs. Li replied, I don't know what's happening either. Master, you should go see for yourself. They are about to break in. Li Rue hurried toward the gate of the county office, not even having time to change his clothes. At this moment, Li Rue felt extremely nervous. He suspected that the Northern King might be targeting him as the county magistrate. But then he thought, he had already handed over his military power and was diligently working for the Northern King. Surely, the Northern King wouldn't attack him? Now that he was also considered part of the Northern King's people, no duke or prince would attack their own. If he lost his position as county magistrate, it would be even harder for the Northern King to control the various factions in Beijing. Soon, Li Rue appeared at the gate of the county office. Seeing that the squad leader bringing soldiers was someone he knew, Li Rue relaxed a little. He asked, Captain Wu, what are you doing? Wu Hong smiled and said, Lord Li, please forgive us. Last night, the prince was attacked by assassins from Blood Moon Tower. It said that a few assassins escaped. The prince ordered us to search the entire city, and no one's residence is to be spared. Hearing this, Li Rue's face changed. He quickly asked, Is the prince all right? Wu Hong replied, Lord Li, rest assured. Thanks to the mysterious master at the prince's residence, the prince was only frightened and is fine. Hearing this, Li Rue relaxed a little. If the North King was killed, he, as the governor, might also be involved. Then Li Rue said, All right, you can search now. Wu Hong cupped his hands and said, We'll take our leave then. Wu Hong led his soldiers into the governor's residence, conducted a quick search, and then left for the next house. Soon, news of the North King's assassination spread throughout Yin City. Almost everyone in Yin City knew that the Blood Moon Tower had sent people to kill the North King, but they were thwarted by a mysterious master from the North King's residence. Although the North King was a useless ruler, he was still a prince, and an assassination of a prince was a big event. This news quickly reached the capital. At the 8th prince's residence, when Lu Shuyan saw Wang Qingxi's message via carrier pigeon, he became furious. He raised his arm and swept everything off the desk onto the floor, then flipped the table over. Next, the sound of clattering and crashing filled the study as Lu Shuyun smashed everything he could. Good-for-nothings. Useless. A bunch of good-for-nothings, 6 ninth-rank fighters and a half-step grandmaster. Yet not a single one could kill a useless person. What are you good for? Hearing Lu Shuyun's voice, the maids in the room trembled and dared not make a sound. Lu Shuyun couldn't believe this operation had failed. Even if the mysterious master was still in the North King's residence, and there was a half-step grandmaster from the Blood Moon Tower, they should have been able to hold him off for a while, giving other ninth-rank fighters a chance to kill Lu Chun. But the Blood Moon Tower had failed. Not only did the Blood Moon Tower's people fail, but the people sent by the Yinyu Pavilion were almost all dead, leaving only Wang Qingxi to escape, reportedly badly injured, and hiding in Yin City to survive. Lu Shuyun felt his chest tighten with anger. He had always thought that eliminating Lu Xun, this useless person, would be easy, but he had failed twice in a row. With these failures, it would be much harder to attack the North King's residence in the future. Other forces weren't fools. Even the Blood Moon Tower, which specialized in assassinations, had failed. Most likely, other assassin groups wouldn't take his orders anymore. While Lu Shuyun was angrily smashing things to vent his frustration, a servant hurriedly rushed in. "Your Highness, something terrible has happened." Lu Shuyun was already angry, and hearing the servant's frantic words made him even more upset. He immediately kicked the servant, knocking him against the wall. Fortunately, he didn't kick too hard and didn't seriously hurt the servant. The servant spat out some blood and quickly got up, saying, "Your Highness, now the whole capital is talking about how you sent assassins from Blood Moon Tower to kill the North Prince. The goal was to make the southern noble families support you in the struggle for the throne." Hearing this, Lu Shuyun froze in place, stunned. Soon, he reacted and his face turned dark. "My so-called good brothers really don't miss any chance. In politics, actions are often hidden, and words can be dangerous. Doing something secretly is different from openly talking about it. Although it's common for royal brothers to fight each other, such conflicts are forbidden in any dynasty. People naturally knew that the 8th prince wanted to eliminate the 9th prince the most. Their mothers came from southern noble families, which could only support one prince in the fight for the throne. But such matters should only be kept secret. If they got out, it would be a scandal of royal brothers fighting each other. Since this is a taboo in the royal family, why are there rumors in the capital that he sent people to assassinate the 9th prince? Clearly, someone else among the princes was behind it, aiming to make him lose his chance to become crown prince. Lu Shuyun had just been thinking about how to get rid of Lu Xun. But now, after hearing the rumors, he couldn't harm Lu Xun anymore. In politics, words are often safer than actions. Since the rumors are out, if he still sends someone to kill Lu Xun and Lu Xun dies, it would be seen as his doing. Even if Lu Xun wasn't killed by him, officials supporting other princes would accuse him, and the people would also believe he was responsible for the 9th prince's death. At that point, he would completely lose his chance to become crown prince. Lu Shuyun clenched his fists, feeling very unwilling. Could he really just let that useless person go? His first and second attempts at assassination were mainly for his political goals. But now, Lu Shuyun was so angry that he no longer cared about politics. All he wanted was to get rid of Lu Xun. Of course, this was just a temporary personal emotion, and soon Lu Shuyun calmed down. Anyway, for the next period, it was not safe to move Lu Xun. At this moment, Lu Shuyun turned his head to look at the bookshelf in the study and said, "Immediately send a message to Wang Qingzi, telling her to recover from her injuries and continue to hide in Beijing. For now, do not take any action." As soon as Lu Shuyun finished speaking, a shadow leapt out of the window and left the study. In the capital city, the Imperial Palace, the Imperial Garden, Emperor Xia, dressed in a yellow dragon robe, sat in a pavilion, slowly sipping fragrant tea. Suddenly, a soldier in armor appeared behind him. "Your Majesty, I have confirmed that the news of the 8th prince sending people to assassinate the 9th prince was spread by the 1st prince." Hearing this, Emperor Xia's teacup instantly shattered. He snorted coldly and said, "My children are really getting more restless. Do they all hope I will die sooner? Are they so eager for the throne?" Seeing the emperor angry, the royal advisor Situ Su, sitting opposite him, quickly said, "Your Majesty, calm down. The throne is still uncertain, and it's not strange for brothers to accuse each other. If you can establish the crown prince soon, it might ease some of the prince's worries." Hearing this, Emperor Xia chuckled and then said, "Royal advisor, only you dare to say such things to me. If anyone else suggested I name the crown prince early, I would have them beaten in 100 battles." With that, Emperor Xia stood up from the stone bench, clasped his hands behind his back, and looked at the lotus pond in the imperial garden. "Honestly, compared to what's happening in the city, I'm more curious about how Xiaozhou managed to survive." Emperor Xia's thoughts were similar to Lu Shuyun's. Even if the Chu family really sent a mysterious master to protect Lu Xun, the Blood Moon Tower's assassination attempt was likely to succeed this time. According to intelligence from the Shadow Guards, Blood Moon Tower sent a half-step master and 5 ninth-rank fighters to Beijing. Plus, Lu Shuyan had placed some pawns in Beijing. If they all worked together, even with a master present, it was unlikely that the Northern King would survive. But the Northern King did survive. This made Emperor Xia suspicious. Could the mysterious master around the Northern King really be just a master? Certus said at this moment, His Royal Highness the Ninth may have survived because his fate was not meant to end, and it was luck. Emperor Xia replied calmly, Enough. The farce should end now. Since the Chu family hasn't sent anyone to contact the Ninth in Beijing recently, let him do as he pleases there. I no longer plan to interfere in his affairs. Recently, the emperor had people investigate the Chu family. They found that after initially sending Chu Yuqin and a mysterious master to protect Lu Chun in Beijing, the Chu family had made no further moves. They also hadn't contacted Lu Chun, which seemed like they had given up on him. The emperor even heard that inside the Chu family, there was dissatisfaction with the head, Chu Xiong, and they were talking about replacing him. Chu Xiong was already in trouble himself and had no time to worry about Lu Chun in Beijing, which was normal. Then, the emperor spoke to a red-robed nearby. Send my order. The eldest prince is spreading rumors that damage the royal dignity. He is to be confined for 3 months. As for the 8th prince, the emperor paused briefly, then continued, Gong Lu, go and tell the 8th prince to stop this behavior. Hearing this, the red-robed immediately replied, Yes, your majesty. Soon after, Gong Lu left the palace to deliver the message to the eldest and 8th princes. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan, Sufeng City, at the Chu family estate, an elderly man with white hair sat in the courtyard, repeatedly reading a letter in his hand. At this moment, a middle-aged man dressed in blue brocade entered the courtyard. Father, didn't you say not to interfere with the Northern King's residence for now? Why are you still not letting Qiner come back? And you secretly sent a master to protect the Northern King. The man's name was Chu Hongfei, Chu Xiong's son, and Lu Chen's uncle. Chu Hongfei was upset upon learning about the mysterious master in the Northern King's residence. Although Lu Chun was his nephew, they didn't have much interaction, and he didn't feel much affection. Moreover, the woman he liked was always with the Northern King, which made Chu Hongfei even more annoyed. As for who he liked, it was naturally Chu Yuqin. Faced with his son's question, Chu Xiong was silent for a moment, then asked back, Hongfei, do you really think the master in the Northern King's residence is someone I sent? Hearing Chu Xiong's words, Chu Hongfei was momentarily stunned. Then he said, Besides you, who else would send a master to protect a useless prince? In Chu Hongfei's view, Chu Xiong probably thought Lu Chun was his grandson, so he was worried about him getting hurt. That's why he sent a master to protect him. At this moment, Chu Xiong sighed and said, I did consider sending a master to protect the Northern King, but when I thought about the recent actions in the capital, I finally gave up that idea. I don't know where that mysterious master comes from. And Yuqin chose to follow the Northern King to the Northern Prefecture willingly. Now, she no longer listens to the Chu family. At this point, a hint of suspicion appeared on Chu Hongfei's face. He then asked, Father, are you lying to me? If it weren't for your orders, how could Qiner follow a lazy, useless person? I don't believe it, Chu Xiong said with frustration. Now, Emperor Xia is taking action constantly. The leaders of the Imperial Guards keep changing. Even the Prince Zhou's family was wiped out. Mu Changtian is imprisoned in the capital. Clearly, Emperor Xia plans to strike at the noble families. At this time, I dare not have too much contact with the Northern King. Do you think I am confused? Do you think I fear the Emperor Xia's sword isn't sharp enough? As for Yuqin, I advise you to give up soon. Although her husband died on her wedding day, she is still considered a member of the royal family. Hearing Chu Xiong's words, Chu Hongfei looked thoughtful and said, Father, if the master sent to the Northern Prefecture wasn't really from you, then no master would be protecting the Northern King, right? Chu Xiong stroked his graying beard and said, At first, I was also confused when I saw this news. But just now, I received a message from the capital. This matter might be related to the Crown Prince. He then handed a letter to Chu Hongfei. Chu Hongfei took the letter and glanced at it, his expression changing repeatedly. Then he said, Father, do you think the Crown Prince sent a master to protect the Northern King? Is he trying to use this to win us over? Chu Xiong replied calmly, Not to win over the Chu family, but to win me over. The letter in Chu Hongfei's hand was sent by a Chu family spy in the capital. The spy found out that the crown prince had spread several messages related to the northern king, including the recent news in the capital that the 8th prince sent people to assassinate the northern king. It seems like the crown prince is just pretending to protect the north king. But Chu Xiong is not stupid. It's clear that the crown prince is just showing this to him. As for whether the master around the north king is the crown prince's subordinate, that's hard to say. Since the crown prince is the most likely candidate to become the heir, he must have masters under him, no doubt about that. But masters are not common vegetables. Even the crown prince needs protection from masters. If he sends masters to protect the north king, who will protect him in the capital? Unless he has more than one master around him. At this moment, Chu Hongfei places a letter on the stone table and says, "I don't care. No matter what, Qiner must come back." What is she doing following a useless prince in Beijing? The environment there is so harsh. She will only suffer. Hearing this, Chu Xiong gets very angry and scolds. All you think about is women. That's all you're good for. Now the Chu family is in big trouble, and you're still thinking about women. Chu Hongfei dismissively replies, "Whether the Chu family faces trouble or not has nothing to do with me. When the time comes, I will take Qiner to the great martial kingdom." Hearing this, Chu Xiong almost can't breathe from anger. "Get out. Hurry up and get out of here," Chu Xiong shouts loudly. Seeing Chu Xiong angry, Chu Hongfei quickly leaves the yard. After Chu Hongfei leaves, Chu Xiong looks at the empty yard and sighs deeply, saying, "You error, I'm sorry. I didn't protect you well back then. Now I don't even dare to send someone to protect your child." Time passes day by day, and the 3 girls of Mu Zixuan's belly are getting bigger. Soon, the day of delivery arrives. Since news spread that the North King was attacked by Blood Moon Tower and then rescued by a mysterious master, the situation in Beijing has become much calmer. This made some forces realize that the mysterious master around the North King might always be with him, protecting him. Although the North King is useless, the mysterious master around him is not to be underestimated. Also, the 8th prince, after being warned by Emperor Xia, stopped sending people to assassinate Lu Chun. Instead, Wang Qingxi was ordered to continue monitoring Lu Chun in Beijing. As soon as he found any contact between the North King and the Chu family, he would report immediately. In the past few months, Lu Chun hasn't been busy handling affairs in Beijing. The territory is still governed by Li Rue, the county magistrate. However, Lu Chun had someone measure the land of the royal residence, then ordered the common people to clear the land and planted all 10,000 jin of cultivated potatoes. There's a lot of wasteland in the northern district, and not many people pay attention to Lu Chun's land measurement and land reclamation efforts. These days, Lu Chun has been staying at the royal residence with Mu Zixuan and the other 2 women. Since they are all close to giving birth, he takes extra care of them, worried something might happen. At this moment, Lu Chun gently touches Mu Zixuan's growing belly and smiles, saying, "Dear wife, for now, you can leave the management of the royal estate to Aunt Chu. Just focus on resting and preparing for the birth. You don't need to worry about those things for now." Over the past few months, Mu Zixuan has expanded the soap and perfume industries by over 100 times. Now, in the entire Great Xia dynasty, both officials and common people use the perfumes and soaps produced by their royal residents. Although these products are quite profitable, because they belong to the northern king and are overseen by Mu Changtian in the capital, no one dares to target these industries for now. What surprised Lu Chun most was that Mu Zixuan seemed to have a very good business mind. She even combined perfume and soap to create a new product, scented soap. Of course, this wasn't just a simple combination. The soap was improved so it could be used for bathing. With these industries, the royal residence earns hundreds of thousands of taels of silver each month. Mu Zixuan is also actively expanding her business, planning to sell these products to other countries. Unfortunately, as her belly grows bigger each day, her energy declines. She feels sleepy all the time and can no longer manage the royal industries. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan replied, "Yes, I've already handed over the royal account books to Aunt Chu. She's been familiarizing herself with the industries these days. Although Chu Yuqin isn't officially part of the Northern King's household yet, everyone trusts her and knows she will eventually become Lu Chen's woman. Handing over the industries to her makes everyone feel assured that nothing will go wrong." Just then, The maid Xiao Rou entered the room quietly and said, "Prince, General Li is looking for you. He says it's urgent." Hearing this, Lu Qin gently strokes Mu Zixuan's face and says, "Dear wife, I have something to attend to. You rest well." Mu Zixuan smiled and said, "Yes, Prince, you should go busy yourself." Lu Qin immediately stood up and headed toward the training ground. Seeing Li Feng, he didn't wait for Li Feng to bow before asking, "General Li, what brings you here?" Li Feng quickly replied, "Your Highness, good news. The crops you asked us to plant." "The crops?" He paused for a moment, then quickly added, "Oh, right, potatoes. Those potatoes are ready to be harvested." Hearing this, Lu Qin's eyes lit up. Potatoes are the best crop to solve the food shortage in Northern County, and Lu Qin values this crop very much. He immediately said, "Let's go see." With that, Lu Qin headed toward the main gate of the prince's residence. He was eager to find out how much they could harvest from the potatoes they planted in Northern County. He wasn't an expert in farming, so he was unsure about the results, relying only on the common farming methods of this world. Soon, Lu Qin arrived at a field where potatoes were being grown in the northern prince's estate. There were already many soldiers and nearby villagers waiting there. The villagers were very interested in the new crops planted by the northern prince. Although the estate never told them what was being grown, the daily patrols by soldiers made it clear that these crops were very important to the estate. Seeing so many villagers nearby, Li Feng asked, "Your Highness, should we chase all these villagers away? Since potatoes are a secret of the estate, revealing too much could lead to others coveting the crop." Lu Qin shook his head and said, "If we chase them away, how can we promote potato planting among the people in Northern County in the future?" He planned for the villagers to grow potatoes. If they couldn't see how much yield they could get per acre, they wouldn't be willing to plant them. Forcing villagers to grow unfamiliar crops might cause public dissatisfaction. At this moment, the villagers saw the prince himself come and started talking among themselves. "Look, isn't that the prince?" "Yes, I saw him when he came to Yin City before." "What is grown in this land?" "Even the northern king came personally. I heard it's edible grain." "Really? I've never heard of grain buried underground before. Let's wait and see. They probably plan to dig it up soon. When they start digging, we'll know for sure." Luo Chun ignored the villagers' chatter. He glanced at the crowd and then said to the soldier holding dig up 1 acre of land and see how much yield we get." At Luo Chen's command, the soldiers began to dig. Soon, some irregularly shaped, oval potatoes appeared before everyone. Seeing so many potatoes under a single plant, the villagers around were stunned. "Are these really edible? Oh my! So many potatoes under just one plant. If all of these are edible, then there will never be a famine in the northern county again. But will the northern king give out seeds of this plant to us villagers?" Time passed quickly. Soon, the potatoes from 1 acre of land were all dug up. Seeing the pile of potatoes like a small mountain, both the soldiers and villagers stared in amazement. After weighing, they found that the yield from 1 acre was nearly 2,000 kilograms. When Li Feng saw this number, he couldn't believe it. 1 acre of potatoes could produce almost 2,000 kilograms. In this era, even 200 kilograms of wheat from 1 acre was rare. Although he found it hard to believe, it all happened right before his eyes, so Li Feng had no choice but to accept it. Li Feng then went to Luo Chun to report the weight. Luo Chun directly said to Li Feng, "General Li, loudly tell the villagers how much yield we got from 1 acre of land." Li Feng immediately understood Luo Chen's meaning. He raised his voice and said, "Your Highness, after weighing, the yield from 1 acre of potatoes is 2,000 kilograms." Hearing this, the villagers around erupted in excitement. "Oh my, 2,000 kilograms. If we have this much food, we will never be hungry again. Good fortune. This is a sign of good luck." Seeing the excited villagers, Lu Qin smiled slightly. He believed that after seeing the potato harvest, these people would start thinking about planting potatoes themselves. Compared to potatoes, wheat yields are very low. At this moment, Lu Qin spoke to the villagers nearby, saying, "Everyone, be quiet." As soon as the northern king spoke, the villagers instantly quieted down. They stared intently at Lu Qin, like hungry wolves eyeing meat. They were eager to know whether the northern king would distribute the seeds of this plant to them. Once the crowd was silent, Lu Qin continued, "What you see is called a potato. It can be used as a main food source. As for the yield, you have seen it yourself. I have decided to give some potatoes to the villagers to try planting. Those who try planting potatoes will not have to pay agricultural taxes for 2 years. Hearing this, the villagers became even more excited. They didn't expect the Northern King to actually plan to give them this amazing food to try, and to waive their taxes for 2 years. Some villagers couldn't help but kneel down and bow repeatedly to Lu Chun. Seeing their excitement, Lu Chun knew that promoting potatoes wouldn't be a big problem. In a few years, if there are no natural disasters or plagues in the Northern Territory, the food crisis there might not be as severe as it is now. Just as Lu Chun was about to say something, a system notification suddenly sounded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first child. Rewards: 5,000 Imperial Guards, 2 Grandmaster-level commanders, plus a bonus of weapon forging technology. The more children the host has, the more valuable the rewards in the future, including but not limited to modern technology, factories, and even industrial production lines. Hearing this sudden system message, Lu Chun was stunned. He didn't expect that just after leaving the palace, he would already have a child, but he could guess that it was probably Mu Zixuan who gave birth. At this moment, he was about to rush back to the palace when a palace guard, riding a horse, excitedly shouted loudly, "Prince, Prince! The princess is about to give birth. Madame Chu asked you to hurry back." Upon hearing this, Lu Chun immediately said to Li Feng, "General Li, I leave the next matters to you. I need to go back and see the princess." Li Feng naturally understood the importance of the princess having a child. Having an heir meant that the North Prince's residence would have a bloodline to pass on. He quickly replied, "Rest assured, Your Highness. I will have the soldiers dig out the potatoes as soon as possible." Lu Chun didn't say anything more and then got into the carriage. Meanwhile, in a tavern in Yin City, Beijing, the tavern owner was standing at the counter, busy counting with an abacus. Suddenly, he froze, and a wave of information flooded into his mind. His face showed shock as he turned to look toward the North Prince's residence, with disbelief written all over his face. He muttered to himself, "Is it really him? No wonder, no wonder. It looks like I will have work to do in the future." With that, he put down his abacus and started changing clothes. Almost at the same time, in the capital city, the 8th Prince's favorite restaurant, which was also owned by a restaurant owner. He was about to personally welcome a distinguished guest when he suddenly froze in place, a look of disbelief on his face. Then he mumbled to himself, "If it's His Highness, I think my task is coming soon. I need to prepare in advance." On the way back to the prince's residence, Lu Chun opened the system and looked at the reward he had just received. "System, where are these 5,000 Jin Yiwei now? How strong are they?" Lu Chun didn't expect that the reward for having a child would be a group of people. He thought the system would reward him with modern weapons. At this moment, the system's notification sounded. These 5,000 Jin Yiwei are now distributed across various counties of the Daxia dynasty. Their strength is at least level 5, while the leaders of the 4 major agencies and the 5 chief guards of Jin Yiwei are all at level 9. Additionally, the host's subordinates' loyalty is 100%, and they have the identity embedded in this world. Hearing the system's message, Lu Chun asked curiously, "How do those people know they are part of Jin Yiwei?" This is the power of the system. The host can understand that the system has implanted a part of special memory into them, keeping the entire Jin Yiwei organization running until their true master appears. Upon hearing the system's alert, Lu Chun couldn't help but admire the system's strength. All members of Jin Yiwei have received your personal information. Currently, there are 300 Jin Yiwei soldiers in Northern County, 1 per household, 1 commander, 1 marshal, the head of the criminal department, the head of the investigation department, and 2 captains from the external and internal workshops, all in Yin City, Northern County. They will rush to the palace immediately to report to you. Does the host want to recall Jin Yiwei outside Northern County? Seeing the system's prompt, Lu Chun asked, "Can I communicate with them remotely?" "No, but the host has 1 recall permission." Lu Chun understood the system's meaning. If he recalled all Jin Yiwei, they would receive the message from the system. That is the system's ability. But why would he want to recall all of them? Jin Yiwei's role is to monitor officials and gather intelligence. If they are recalled, what kind of Jin Yiwei would that be? Thinking of this, Lu Chun said, "No need. Keep them on standby where they are. The system responded, Jean Yiwei outside Northern County has received the order to stay on standby. After returning to the palace, Lu Qin hurried to Mu Zixuan's delivery room. Mu Zixuan's face was pale, and she was sweating all over, looking very weak. When she saw Lu Qin return, Mu Zixuan struggled to get up from the bed. Lu Qin quickly went to support her and said, Consort, please rest and lie down. At this moment, the midwife carried the baby to Lu Qin and said, Congratulations, Your Majesty. The consort has given birth to a son for you. Hearing this, Lu Qin immediately looked at the baby in the midwife's arms and nervously took him into his own hands. The newborn was very small and quite ugly, but Lu Qin didn't dislike him. After all, he was his own child. At this time, Chu Yuqin beside them reminded, Chun'er, you haven't named the baby yet. Why not give him a name now? Lu Qin thought for a moment and said, Let's call him Lu Changfeng. Changfeng can be understood as an unceasing wind, symbolizing strength, vitality, and hope. Lu Qin hopes that his first child will grow up happily and achieve great success in the future. After spending some time with Mu Zixuan in the delivery room, Lu Qin left to meet the upcoming commander of the Jean Yiwei. As soon as he stepped out of the delivery room, Chu Yuqin asked, Chun, where did you go just now? Mu Zixuan was about to give birth, yet Lu Qin was not in the palace. This means he must have been busy with something important. Lu Qin replied, The potatoes are ripe. I just want to check on General Li and the others digging potatoes. Hearing this, Chu Yuqin's eyes lit up, and she asked, Are those the potatoes you gave us last time? The women in the palace courtyard, including Chu Yuqin, had seen and tasted potatoes before. When Chu Yuqin first learned about potatoes from Lu Qin, she realized how important they could be for Beijing. Lu Qin nodded at this moment. Chu Yuqin continued, How much do those potatoes produce? Lu Qin answered, 2,000 kilograms per mu. Hearing this, Chu Yuqin was stunned. Although Lu Qin had told her the potatoes would have a high yield, she didn't expect it to be so much. If potatoes could be widely grown, the people of Beijing might never go hungry again, and the reputation of the Northern King would rise quickly. Seeing Chu Yuqin look surprised by the yield, Lu Qin said mysteriously, Aunt Chu, are you surprised? There's more amazing news coming your way later. Just as Lu Qin finished speaking, a palace guard hurried over and said, Your Highness, Lady Chu, something bad has happened. A group of warriors dressed in strange clothes has come outside the palace. Hearing the guard's report, Chu Yuqin frowned. Strange-clothed warriors? Who dares to cause trouble at the Northern King's palace? Since the failed assassination at Blood Moon Tower last time, no one in Beijing has dared to provoke the Northern King's residence. People know the Northern King has a master, so they wouldn't be so foolish. Today, someone actually came here? Chu Yuqin then said to Lu Qin, Chun, I'll go see what's going on first. Lu Qin replied, Aunt Chu, I'll go with you. Chu Yuqin was about to speak, but when she thought of the mysterious weapon on Lu Qin and the fact that Lu Qin was now a martial artist, she decided not to stop him. They then arrived at the gate of the royal residence. As soon as they saw the gate, they noticed guards dressed in strange clothes standing in neat rows, all very respectful and not showing any signs of trouble. Lu Qin looked at these guards, who wore flying fish uniforms and cloaks, but he didn't step forward immediately. Chu Yuqin was stunned when she saw this. She had thought these people might cause trouble, but from their appearance, they didn't seem like troublemakers at all. Their clothing was uniform, like soldiers from a certain government agency. However, she had never heard of any organization in the Great Xia dynasty that wore such clothes. Feeling the strength of these people, Chu Yuqin frowned and became alert. The man at the front, judging by his aura, was definitely more powerful than her. The 5 people behind him were all 9th-rank martial artists, and the remaining 200 or so warriors were mostly 5th rank or higher. Last time, the Blood Moon Tower sent people to assassinate Lu Qin, but they didn't bring so many 5th-rank martial artists. Who exactly are these people? What do they want at the royal residence? What worried Chu Yuqin most was the man at the front. She felt a huge threat from him and even suspected he might be a master. Just as Chu Yuqin was about to ask who they were, the leader stepped forward and knelt before Lu Qin, saying, Jinhui Commander Qin Yushan greets the prince. I failed to report to the prince immediately. Please forgive me. After kneeling, Qin Yushan's guards also knelt down in unison. Seeing this, Chu Yuqin was shocked. She couldn't understand when Lu Chun had gained such powerful subordinates. Remember, Li Feng, who followed Lu Chun to Beijing, was only an 8th-rank martial artist. But now, Lu Chun had 5 9th-rank martial artists, over 100 5th-rank fighters, and even a master who might be more than half a step into the realm of grandmasters. Lu Chun then looked at Qin Yushan and checked his personal information. Name: Qin Yushan. Identity: Commander of the Imperial Guard, owner of the Yueli Tavern in Beijing. Upon learning that you are his master, he immediately gathered the Imperial Guards from Yinqing to report to you. Strength: Grandmaster. Loyalty: 100. After reading Qin Yushan's profile, Lu Chun glanced at the other Imperial Guards and found that their loyalty levels were all indeed 100, just as the system indicated. The system is truly powerful, able to cultivate so many loyal subordinates with perfect loyalty in advance. Lu Chun then said, "Commander Qin, get up. Don't stand at the gate of the mansion. Come inside." He turned and walked toward the mansion. Occasionally, common people passed by the gate. Seeing so many warriors there, they might spread rumors everywhere. It's better to discuss matters inside the mansion. Qin Yushan led hundreds of his subordinates into the mansion. When they arrived at the training ground, Chu Yuqin, curious, asked beside Lu Chun, "Chun, when did you train so many experts? Why didn't any know?" If it was just one expert, it would be understandable, but seeing these Imperial Guards dressed in the same clothes, Chu Yuqin immediately realized this was an organization. Lu Chun had already established an organization under the mansion's control, yet Chu Yuqin hadn't heard a single word about it. She was puzzled. Lu Chun smiled and said, "Auntie Chu, there are many things you don't know about me." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin rolled her eyes at Lu Chun, but thinking that Lu Chun was someone with celestial luck, she felt reassured. At this moment, Lu Chun stopped and turned to Qin Yushan. "Commander Qin, please give an update on the current situation of the Imperial Guards." "Yes, Your Highness. The Imperial Guard currently has 5,000 people distributed across various counties of the Daxia Kingdom. All are above the 5th rank in strength. There are 11 martial artists above the 9th rank, including 2 grandmasters, namely, my subordinate and Commander Liang Zhong." Hearing Qin Yushan's report, Chu Yuqin was stunned. 5,000 martial artists above the 5th rank. All of them are Imperial Guards? And there are 9 martial artists above the 9th rank, including 2 grandmasters. Chen has secretly built such a huge force. If this power exists, then why did he pretend to be a useless fool when he was in the capital? Even though the princes in the capital have various backing, they don't control a powerful force like Lu Chun does. With such a large support, Lu Chun doesn't need to fear those princes. Plus, with the backing of the Chu family and the Jiangnan aristocrats, Lu Chun's position as crown prince is almost secure. For a moment, Chu Yuqin was confused. She couldn't understand why Lu Chun pretended to be weak in the first place. Of course, she didn't know that Lu Chun had just gained the Jin Yi Wei, so it was normal she didn't understand. Lu Chun asked Qin Yushan to introduce the Jin Yi Wei, mainly for Chu Yuqin to hear. Now that the introduction was over, it was time to discuss important matters. "Commander Qin, recently, the Jin Yi Wei has collected some intelligence. Please show it to me." As soon as Lu Chun finished speaking, the soldiers of the Jin Yi Wei behind Qin Yushan carried several large boxes to Lu Chun. "Your Highness, these are the intelligence reports collected by the Jin Yi Wei about the Daxia Empire this year. Please review them." Seeing the boxes of reports, Lu Chun was momentarily stunned. He knew he wouldn't finish reading them today. Then he told Qin Yushan, "Later, move these reports to my study." "Commander Qin, tell me if anything significant has happened in the capital recently." When Lu Chun asked about the capital, Qin Yushan immediately replied, "Your Highness, I received a message from my colleagues in the capital yesterday. Something big has happened there." Hearing this, both Lu Chun and Chu Yuqin looked serious. Qin Yushan continued, "The remnants of the Chun family failed in their assassination attempt on His Majesty and fled the capital. Although His Majesty has sent people to search the entire city, no trace of the assassins has been found. In the end, His Majesty's shadow guards discovered that the Mu family sent the assassins out of the city. Now, the entire Mu family has been imprisoned and is awaiting trial." After hearing Qin Yushan's report, Lu Chun was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect his father-in-law to get into trouble so soon again. During the rebellion of the Zhou family, the Mu family was involved once before. Mu Changtian used his life-saving iron scroll to barely save the family. It's been just over a year, and now the Mu family is in trouble again. Lu Chen couldn't help but wonder if his father-in-law was really that foolish. Even if he truly has a rebellious spirit, it's unlikely he would quickly team up again with the remnants of the Qin country. He's not stupid. Now, the Summer Emperor is in his prime, and his cultivation has reached the Grandmaster level. Living over 100 years is definitely possible. Trying to assassinate the Summer Emperor and overthrow the Great Summer Dynasty is not an easy task. At this moment, Chu Yuqing quickly said to Lu Chun, "Chener, Zixuan just had a baby. We must not let her find out about this." Although this era doesn't mention postpartum depression, people here know that women can be very sensitive after giving birth. If Mu Zixuan finds out that her whole family has been imprisoned, it might affect her recovery. Lu Chen replied, "Yes, I understand." Then, he looked at Qin Yushan and asked, "Commander Qin, did my father get hurt?" Qin Yushan answered, "No, your majesty was not injured." It's said that when the remnants of Qin country tried to assassinate the emperor, the Grand Master was present. Hearing this, Lu Chen chuckled softly. He then said, "Are these remnants of Qin country really that foolish? They dared to try to kill a Grand Master right in front of one." Although Situsu never said he was a Grand Master, it's well known that he is one. After all, he is a pillar of the Great Summer Dynasty. Without the strength of a Grand Master, how could he be called a pillar of the nation? Did the remnants of Qin country really do no homework before trying to assassinate the Summer Emperor? Lu Chun continued to ask, "How many assassins did the remnants of Qin country send to kill my father? How strong were they?" Qin Yushan replied, "Based on intelligence collected by officials in the capital, the remnants of Qin country sent 30 assassins into the palace. Most of them are around the 6th rank in strength, with the strongest being 2 half-step Grand Masters." Hearing Qin Yushan's report, Lu Chen didn't know how to respond. 30 assassins, 2 half-step Grand Masters, trying to attack a Grand Master in a heavily guarded palace. And they didn't bother to find out if there were any powerful people around the emperor. These assassins are really lacking in brains. Lu Chen even suspects that these remnants of Qin country might not really be from Qin country at all. Lu Ken immediately asked, "Has the secret police investigated these remnants of the Qin kingdom? Are they truly remnants of the Qin kingdom?" Qin Yushan replied, "Your Highness, Commander Liang sent people to investigate. It has been confirmed that some remnants of the Qin kingdom entered the palace. However, based on Commander Liang's investigation, the escape of these remnants from the capital probably has nothing to do with the Mu family estate." Qin Yushan also understood what Lu Ken wanted to know, so he directly shared Liang Zong's findings. After hearing Qin Yushan, Lu Ken fell into silence. Emperor Xia first used the Zhou family's rebellion as an excuse, took away the Mu family's death-proof scroll, then removed Mu Changtian's military power, and finally disbanded the Tiger Guard army, dispersing its soldiers to other camps. Now, he is using the remnants of the Qin kingdom to imprison the Mu family's entire household. It seems his father, the emperor, plans to betray and abandon them. Even if Lu Ken was inexperienced in politics, he could roughly understand what Emperor Xia was planning. Mu Changtian and Zhou Wantian, who rebelled over a year ago, were known as the 2 great kings of the Great Xia dynasty. Zhou Wantian has already been defeated, and Mu Changtian is likely to fall soon. With the fall of these 2 kings, Emperor Xia's control over the Great Xia dynasty has reached an unprecedented height. He has taken all military power into his own hands. What is he planning to do? Seeing that Lu Ken remained silent for a long time, Chu Yuqin sighed and said, "Young Master Chun, your father, the emperor, is probably planning to take action against the noble families." Hearing this, Lu Ken realized what was happening. His father was trying every means to regain military power, which meant he must have a purpose. Otherwise, risking the stability of the country just to reclaim military control wouldn't make sense. If he really intends to move against the noble families, he must have soldiers in hand. Lu Ken never expected his father to have such boldness. Throughout history, few emperors dared to attack noble families casually. It is often said, a noble family lasts 1,000 years, a dynasty lasts 100. Even if a dynasty is overthrown, those noble families still remain. The dominance of noble families over the court has become a common sight. Liu Ken admired his father's ambition, but he also felt a bit awkward about his own situation. First, his maternal family comes from the largest Chu family in Jiangnan. Second, his wife is the daughter of Mu Chantian. Liu Chun then looked at Qin Yushan and asked, "Has the court decided what to do with my wife?" Qin Yushan replied, "This issue has been debated several times in the court. The 8th Prince's faction believes she should be taken back to the capital and dealt with there, while the Crown Prince thinks she is already the wife of the prince and should no longer be considered part of the Duke Mu's family." Liu Chen smiled and said, "I didn't expect anyone in the capital to speak up for me, the useless prince." At this moment, a soldier from the prince's residence entered the training ground. "Prince, there is a martial artist claiming to be from the Brocade Guard who wants to see you." The soldier looked at the Brocade Guard members in the training ground and continued, "He is dressed the same as them." Liu Chen directly said, "Let him in." "Yes, Your Highness." The soldier then led the visitor, who was later identified as a Brocade Guard, into the training ground. When the Brocade Guard saw Liu Chen, he immediately knelt and said, "Greetings, Prince." Liu Chen said, "Stand up." He initially thought this guard had just arrived from a distant place, but after the guard stood up, he took a bamboo tube from his waist and handed it to Liu Chen. "Prince, there is a letter from the capital. The Duke Mu's family is suspected of colluding with remnants of the Qin country and has been exiled to the northwest by His Majesty." Liu Chen was a bit surprised. He had just taken over the Brocade Guard, and their intelligence network was already active. He took the bamboo tube from the guard and pulled out a piece of intelligence, carefully reading it. From the content, Liu Chen quickly understood that this was a routine intelligence exchange among the Brocade Guard. Not that the guards in the capital knew in advance that he, the Northern King, was their master. Seeing Liu Chen's serious expression, Chu Yuqin asked, "Chun, what's wrong?" Liu Chen replied, "Commander Liang's report says that when the Duke Mu was exiled to the northwest, he would face many assassination attempts by various forces. Now that the Duke's power has been stripped, he is just an ordinary person. It is very likely that his entire family will not reach the northwest. The exiled official has lost his power. Usually, the people who offended him are no longer afraid. These enemies might try to kill the exiled official as revenge. Moreover, political rivals in the court also don't want these exiled people to return. They will try their best to eliminate the exiled official. Furthermore, Mu Chantian was once a famous general in the Tiger Guard army. In the past, Mu Chantian helped Emperor Xia fight for the throne, which made many enemies. These enemies want to kill Mu Chantian. Now, Mu Chantian is like a tiger that has lost its teeth. His enemies won't miss this chance. Liu Ken is thinking about whether to save his father-in-law. With his current strength, saving him might still be possible, especially since he already has the Imperial Guard. Also, Mu Chantian is his wife's father. Not helping him now would be wrong. After a while, Liu Ken asked, "If he is exiled to the northwest, is it not far from Beijing?" Qin Yushan replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Liu Ken looked at the intelligence he had and said, "This information was sent 4 days ago. Mu's family is probably already on the way to exile. If I want to save them, I don't know if I can make it in time." Hearing this, Qin Yushan quickly said, "Rest assured, Your Highness. I believe that Commander Liang Zong, after learning you are the master, will know what to do." If Liang Zong didn't know that his master was the North King, he wouldn't have tried to save Mu's family. But since he already knows that the master of the Imperial Guard is the North King, and Mu's father-in-law is the North King's father-in-law, he will definitely act first to save Mu's family, and then wait for the North King's next orders. Liu Ken thought for a moment. He could only hope that the commander of the Imperial Guard, whom he hadn't met, would understand what to do. Then he told Qin Yushan, "Send a message to Commander Liang. After he saves Mu's family, ask him to pretend they are all dead. Then find a way to send them to Beijing." At this moment, Liu Chen glanced at the leaders of the 4 main agencies of the Imperial Guard and then said, "The Imperial Guard cannot appear openly for now. What you were doing before, continue doing now." Although the Imperial Guard is not as powerful as the Shadow Guards of the Great Xia Dynasty, as a prince and a border prince, having such a large and complete intelligence agency will surely attract suspicion. A prince sending people to secretly monitor officials across the empire and gather intelligence. What is he trying to do? It's obvious he's planning a rebellion. Liu Chen isn't that naive. The Imperial Guard should stay hidden in the shadows. Meanwhile, in the capital city, in the prison, a tall, strong middle-aged man dressed in prison clothes is tightly bound to a rack. He has messy hair and looks very tired. When he learned he was about to be exiled, Mu Chantian couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, how ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Lu Xingqiu, oh Lu Xingqiu, I risked my life to save you once, leading 100 men deep into enemy territory to bring you out. I supported you with everything I had when you fought for the throne. And now, look where it has brought me. Ancient rulers are cold-hearted. Today, I see it clearly. Next to him, in another cell, the family members of the Duke of Mu's household are held. After Mu Chantian finished speaking, a young man in prison clothes asked, "Father, can we survive and reach the northwest?" This young man is Mu Xingping, Mu Changtian's second son, and also Mu Zishuan's second brother. He grew up in the Mu household and is quite aware of politics, so he knows that their exile to the northwest is just an excuse. The Emperor Xia would never let them arrive safely. Even if the Emperor doesn't kill them, their enemies from the Mu family's past will not let them live peacefully. Now, all the men in their family have lost their martial power and are ordinary people. If they encounter assassins on the way, they won't be able to resist. Hearing his second son's words, Mu Chantian fell silent. He knew that the Emperor Xia wouldn't want him to reach the northwest alive, and his enemies wouldn't let him survive either. He and his family would all die on the way to exile. The Summer Emperor did not kill them directly. Instead, he chose to exile their entire family. He was only afraid that others would say he murdered a loyal official, and he feared people might expose his secrets. At this moment, Mu Changtian's eldest son, Mu Jingwu, asked, "Father, my younger sister probably won't be involved, right? These people are already doomed. There's no doubt about that." Mu Jingwu is only worried that his sister, who is married to the Northern King, might also be affected. Hearing this, Mu Chantian sighed, but said nothing. The Northern King is just a lazy, useless man, and he is also quite weak and timid. He heard that after the Northern King went to the Northern Province, he kept many women in his palace, enjoying himself every day. The entire palace was managed by his daughters. From the Northern King's personality, even if the court didn't punish his daughters, he might be afraid of punishment himself and could kick his daughters out of the palace or even divorce them. Once the Mu family members are all dead, Mu Zishuan will have no support, and the Northern King won't need to worry about anyone causing trouble for him. Thinking about his daughter's future situation, Mu Chantian felt deep anger. He was truly blind back then to support Lu Xingqiu, a traitor, to ascend the throne. At this moment, a jailer opened the door to Mu Changtian's separate cell. A man entered and said to the jailer nearby, "You go out first. I have a few words to tell Mu Guogong." "Okay, jailer." The jailer then left the cell, leaving only the man inside with Mu Changtian. Next door, the Mu family members saw someone enter Mu Changtian's cell, and all looked over. Mu Changtian sized up the man and sneered, "Did Lu Xingqiu send you?" As he was about to die, Mu Chantian no longer respected the Summer Emperor much and directly called him by his name. Hearing this, the man just smiled. Then he walked up to Mu Chantian and unlocked all the iron chains binding him. Seeing this, the Mu family members were confused, not understanding why the jailer was doing this. At this moment, the jailer spoke, "Duke Mu, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Hong, and I am someone from the prince's side." Hearing this, Mu Chantian was filled with doubt. The prince? That prince? Is there still a prince brave enough to send someone to contact him? He is already about to be exiled, and he does not believe that those princes do not understand what exile means. If a prince contacts him at this time, it will surely anger Emperor Xia. Then, he might not only be restricted from leaving, but could also lose his throne. After Mu Changtian's chains were unlocked, he moved his body and was about to ask Zhao Hong which prince he was, but Zhao Hong took out 3 small bottles and said, "These are 3 great revival pills. Taking them will restore 90% of your strength." Hearing this, Mu Chantian was stunned. As a former master martial artist, Mu Chantian definitely knew what a great revival pill was, but he had only heard of it before and had never seen one. Rumors say that the great revival pill can bring someone back to life and fully restore their strength. Although these stories might be exaggerated, restoring strength is definitely possible. The palace even has such pills. Mu Chantian looked at the 3 small porcelain bottles in Zhao Hong's hand with some disbelief. After a moment of silence, Mu Chantian sneered and said, I didn't expect some people to be so impatient. We haven't even left the capital, and they are already planning to attack me. At this point, how could anyone come to save them, let alone give them such miraculous pills? Clearly, someone plans to attack them early and poison him. What nonsense about great revival pills? It's obviously poison. Mu Chantian then asked, Tell me, who sent you? If it's Lu Xingqiu, I would rather die on the road than take the poison he gives me. Seeing that Mu Chantian seemed to misunderstand him, Zhao Hong smiled and said, Duke Mu, you misunderstood. Those who want to kill you won't let you die in the heavenly prison. The great revival pill in my hand is real. As for which prince gave it to you, you'll find out soon. If you want to see your daughter again, you'd better take the pill immediately and try to restore all your strength before the exile. If Zhao Hong now claims that the great revival pill was given by the Northern King, Mu Chantian probably wouldn't believe it, since the image of the useless Northern King is well known. Hearing Zhao Hong mention his daughter, Mu Chantian paused for a moment. At this moment, Mu Jingwu from the neighboring cell said, Father, give me some too. I'll take it first. Even if it's poison, I accept it. Anyway, we won't live many more days. Mu Chantian looked again at the small porcelain bottle in Zhao Hong's hand. After thinking for a moment, he finally snatched the bottle from Zhao Hong and opened one. He threw the pill inside into his mouth. Just as Mu Chantian was preparing to face death, he suddenly felt his internal energy start to recover. He immediately felt very comfortable in his body. Soon, he sensed his skills returning. Although not fully restored, he now had the strength of a 9th-rank martial artist. Mu Chantian looked at the 2 small porcelain bottles left in his hand with disbelief. Could these really be the legendary Great Rejuvenation Pills? How is that possible? The Great Rejuvenation Pill is only found in the palace. Such a pill that can restore internal energy is extremely valuable. Not even grandmasters would not covet it. One pill alone is incredibly precious, and now the prison guard actually gave him 3. If people knew there were 3 Great Rejuvenation Pills in the common world, the entire capital might go into chaos. Such a rare medicine, and it was given by a prince? Wait, Mu Chantian seemed to have an idea. The prison guard in front of him only said that the pills were given by a certain prince, but he didn't say that this prince was the son of Emperor Xia. There are quite a few princes in the Xia dynasty, and not only the current crown prince can be titled prince. There could also be a prince from a vassal state. Could it be that a vassal prince is planning to rebel and is trying to win him over? Thinking of this, Mu Chantian quickly confirmed his suspicion. It must be so. Otherwise, why would the other person be willing to give 3 Great Rejuvenation Pills to help him and his 2 sons restore their skills? But then again, even if that prince is planning a rebellion, he doesn't care. Lu Xingqiu is just a treacherous person. If he rebels, so what? Thinking of this, Mu Chantian immediately said to Zhao Hong, Thank you. Go back and tell your prince that whatever he wants me to do, I, Mu Chantian, will do my best. With that, Mu Chantian threw the 2 small porcelain bottles to Mu Jingwu and Mu Xingping in the neighboring cell. Mu Jingwu and Mu Xingping took the bottles without hesitation and immediately drank the pills inside. When they both felt their internal strength returning, they showed expressions of disbelief. It was not poison, but a real great restorative pill. In that case, their father had also regained his strength. If so, they might have a chance to resist a little on the way, instead of being slaughtered by others. Whether they could survive and reach the northwest depended only on fate. Zhao Hong said, All right, Duke Mu, I will pass your message to the prince. I won't bother you any longer. Then Zhao Hong turned and left the cell. After the door was closed again, Mu Xingping immediately asked, Father, which prince dares to send us medicine at this time? Especially a legendary great restorative pill? Mu Chantian was silent for a moment, then said, It seems a prince can't stay still. He wants to take advantage of Lu Xingqiu handling the noble families to join them and rebel. The noble families already knew that Lu Xingqiu might turn against them, so they wouldn't just wait to be slaughtered. The most likely scenario was that they would support a certain prince and overthrow Lu Xingqiu's rule, choosing a new emperor, just like how the noble families helped Lu Xingqiu ascend the throne back then. Hearing Mu Changtian's words, Mu Jingwu asked, Father, what should we do? Mu Chantian chuckled and said, "What to do? I was the one who helped Lu Xingqiu become emperor. Since he turned his back on us, don't blame me for bringing him down." Mu Chantian had already made up his mind. If anyone truly opposed Lu Xingqiu, he would support that person. Clearly, these 3 great restorative pills were a sign of goodwill from the other side. Otherwise, they wouldn't give such precious medicine. But who was that prince? There aren't many princes in Daxia capable of rebellion. Although the emperor granted some princes great power, Lu Xingqiu liked to interfere in those promising territories. If control became impossible, they would have the shadow guards act directly to eliminate potential threats early. Lu Xingqiu had done this before. Mu Chantian knew that one prince had been killed by Lu Xingqiu's shadow guards. After the prince was killed, the court blamed the chief steward of the prince's territory, accusing him of imprisoning the prince and plotting rebellion. After thinking for a moment, Mu Chantian did not expect that the prince would try to win him over. He had no choice but to give up, since once he left, he would find out who was trying to pull him to their side. Meanwhile, Xinyu Palace. Inside a light silk tent, smoke swirled around. A woman dressed in plain white clothes sat at a guqin, carefully playing the instrument. The woman was tall and graceful, with a charming figure. A gentle breeze lifted the light silk curtain in front of her, revealing her beautiful face. Her flawless, snow-white face looked cool and distant, like a goddess from the heavens, a fairy descended to the mortal world. At this moment, a beautiful woman in a purple cloud-patterned dress, looking noble and elegant, entered the room. The soft music stopped as she arrived. The woman asked, "Aunt Lin, is there something you need?" Her voice was clear and cold, but also gentle. The noble woman asked, "Palace Master, are you really planning to go to North County?" Hearing this, Chen Wanrong stood up and slowly stepped out of the silk tent. Her pure face appeared before the noble woman. Chen Wanrong softly said, "Only by using the blood of the Summer Emperor's child can we make the dragon subjugation curse. The North King is the easiest prince to approach." Hearing this, the noble woman looked worried. "But I heard the North King is a lecher. He keeps many maids in his residence, always seeking pleasure. If he takes a liking to you." She didn't finish her sentence. Chen Wanrong looked calmly at the distant green mountains and said lightly, "Desire is human. I will plan a love spell on him and control him, so he will help us complete the dragon subjugation curse." The noble woman sighed, and then said, "He is Chu Yu's son. If possible, I hope the palace master can spare his life in the end." Chen Wanrong didn't reply. She just looked quietly into the distance. The breeze blew her dress, making it sway gently. Lu Chun had no idea he was already being watched by remnants of the Qin country. With the arrival of the Jin Yi, he became very busy. The Jin Yi brought him a lot of information. Over the past few days, he had been busy in his study reviewing all the accumulated intelligence. It must be said, the Jin Yi's skills were truly impressive. Without his supervision, the secret agents managed to uncover many old secrets of the Great Xia dynasty. For example, how his mother died and how the Summer Emperor, supported by powerful families, gradually turned against them. At this moment, Lu Chun was looking through the agent's files. As he read, his brow furrowed more and more. According to the records, the Summer Emperor's favorite woman was killed by his mother. The emperor hated his mother very much, and he also hated Lu Chun, to the point that when Lu Chun was born, the emperor even wanted to eliminate him. As for why her mother killed the emperor's beloved woman, it was mainly because of palace disputes, like conflicts over the throne. Lu Chun wasn't interested in these palace intrigues. What he cared about now was how to return to the capital. From the emperor's attitude towards him, it seemed that his only chance to go back was through rebellion. Any prince could participate in the fight for the throne, but as the northern king, Lu Chun had no chance to do so normally. The emperor would never allow him to return to the capital. If he wanted to go back, it might only be by dying. At this moment, a charming voice came from outside the door. "Prince, are you there? I have an important matter to report." Hearing it was Wang Qingxi's voice, Lu Chun put down the information. Forget it. There were too many things to deal with, and he couldn't solve everything quickly. He decided to take his time. He still had plenty of time, so he might as well relax first. "Come in." As soon as he spoke, Wang Qingxi, dressed in a red light silk, entered the study with a gentle step. Now, Wang Qingxi had completely submitted to Lu Chun. Perhaps because they often spent time together, she had become even more charming and alluring, almost to the point of being enchanting. Her small, delicate nose, soft red lips, slender waist, and pure white body, combined with her gentle fragrance, made anyone passing by want to do something to her. If Lu Chun hadn't already been a ninth-rank martial artist, he might have lost control because of the effects of the Dragon Tiger pill and rushed to her upon seeing her. Of course, although Lu Chun could now control himself, he wouldn't give up developing feelings for Wang Qingzi just because he could. During the time Mu Zixuan and the others were pregnant, Wang Qingzi mostly took care of them, and she came to the palace almost every day. Compared to Mu Zixuan and the others, Lu Chun felt a stronger desire for Wang Qingzi. Maybe because Wang Qingzi was a courtesan, just thinking of her as a woman who was highly admired by many, but was actually his personal servant, made Lu Chun very excited. Sometimes, a person's status can add to their attractiveness. When Wang Qingzi entered the study, she softly said, "Greetings, Prince." Lu Chun glanced at Wang Qingzi, then suddenly reached out and took her delicate hand, pulling her forcefully into his arms. Wang Qingzi did not resist and sat down comfortably in Lu Chun's embrace. In front of this man, she had no power to fight back, nor did she need to. She was his servant girl, and he could do whatever he wanted with her. Lu Chun asked, "What do you want to tell me?" Wang Qingzi replied, "Prince, the 8th prince sent me a letter. He plans to come to Beijing himself and asked me to gather information about recent events at the palace, especially about the mysterious master of Blood Moon Tower." Huh? Hearing this, Lu Chun was momentarily stunned. Does his 8th brother still not give up? He had been in Beijing for a long time now. Logically, he should know that the Chu family hadn't sent anyone to contact him. Why would he still come looking for trouble? As Lu Chun stroked Wang Qingzi's body, he asked, "The master of Blood Moon Tower should be a master-level martial artist, right? Is he here to assassinate me?" Wang Qingzi answered, "The 8th prince didn't tell me that. He only asked me to report what the palace has been doing lately and whether there are any movements from that mysterious master." Lu Chun thought to himself that his 8th brother probably didn't know that their father had already decided to take action against the Jiangnan family. Even now, he still wanted to get support from the Chu family. If he and the Chu family end up being overthrown, it would be a big problem. At this moment, Wang Qingzi suddenly remembered something and continued, "By the way, Prince, I also heard something else." Lu Chun asked, "What is it?" Wang Qingzi said, "I heard that the entire family of Duke Mu has been exiled to the northwest. The intelligence agency of Yinyu Pavilion was quite strong, so news from the capital spread quickly, and Wang Qingzi was able to learn about it soon. After learning about the affairs of the Duke of Mu's residence, she thought that the princess was also the daughter of the Duke of Mu. Lu Chun should care more about this matter, so she took the initiative to bring it up. However, upon hearing this, Lu Chun immediately said, "I already know about this." Wang Qingzi then said, "Then I have nothing more to say." At this point, Wang Qingzi slightly moved her body, feeling a bit uncomfortable sitting. Just then, Lu Chun smiled and said, "No, you still have one more thing. Since I was a little tired earlier, I want to relax." Hearing this, Wang Qingzi cast a resentful look at Lu Chun, understanding his meaning, and stood up to lean on the table, organizing the scattered information. The host and Wang Qingzi have bonded once. The experience points for the Qi refining technique increase by 20, and the rejuvenation hand increases by 20. Congratulations, the rejuvenation hand has broken through to the 2nd level. After hearing the prompt, Lu Chun glanced at Wang Qingzi, who was lying exhausted, feeling a bit confused. He knew that it was difficult for martial artists to get pregnant. But since Mu Zixuan and others had become pregnant, Wang Qingzi came to the residence almost every day to build their relationship, yet she still had no children. Although Wang Qingzi was a 9th-rank martial artist, was pregnancy really that hard? It had been almost a year. Could it be that Wang Qingzi's body had a problem? Lu Chun didn't think it was his own body. After all, he had taken the Dragon Tiger pill and drunk the Dragon Phoenix tea. It could only be that Wang Qingzi's body was not right. Lu Chun thought for a moment, then used the rejuvenation hand to check Wang Qingzi's body. Since the rejuvenation hand had already broken through to the 2nd level, it was very easy for him to check if someone had internal injuries or diseases. When he placed his hand on Wang Qingzi's stomach, His mind instantly visualized her internal condition. Wang Qingxi's body was perfectly fine, just like a normal woman. This was a bit strange. Her body was fine, yet pregnancy was so difficult. Could it really be because she was a ninth-rank martial artist? Does that mean it will be even harder for him to make a beautiful woman pregnant in the future? At this moment, Wang Qingxi suddenly spoke. Your Highness, when do you plan to eat your Aunt Chu? She has recently become more jealous and dislikes me more and more. Hearing this, Lu Qin's face froze for a moment. Then he smiled and said, What do you mean? Do you think I would do something disrespectful to her? Wang Qingxi replied. When the prince hears the name Aunt Chu, he becomes even more fierce. Do I need to think about anything else? Lu Chun snorted softly and then said, It seems you still don't understand what it means to be a female servant. How dare you interfere in my affairs? Today, I must teach you a good lesson. Ah, Your Highness, I was wrong. Yes, good brother. When Wang Qingxi left Lu Chen's study, she was dressed in disarray, her hair loose, and her face flushed. She staggered as she walked. Just as she stepped out of the main courtyard, she bumped into Patrol Officer Chu Yuqin. Seeing Wang Qingxi's state, Chu Yuqin immediately guessed that this charming girl had probably gone to flirt with her brother. Chu Yuqin said sarcastically, Miss Wang, I heard that your flower pavilion does very good business. As the owner of the flower pavilion, why aren't you watching over it, but instead coming to the prince's residence every day? Seeing Chu Yuqin's jealousy, Wang Qingxi smiled knowingly. She clearly understood why Chu Yuqin didn't like her, because she was always serving the North Prince and making her feel envious. Then Wang Qingxi said, Madam Chu, the princess and several other ladies are all pregnant. Only I can serve the prince. You also know how much pressure the prince is under. If I don't come to serve him, should Madam Chu help him relax? If Madam Chu plans to help the prince release his stress every day, then I won't come tomorrow. Hearing this, Chu Yuqin's face changed dramatically. Suddenly, a gust of wind seemed to out from her body, causing her dress to flutter wildly. Wang Qingxi, you are just the prince's female servant. I advise you not to talk nonsense. Otherwise, even if I kill you, I believe the prince wouldn't say anything. Wang Qingxi smiled sweetly and said, Madam Chu, if you really want to kill me, without me serving the prince, you might have to serve him yourself every day. Hearing this, Chu Yuqin's face turned red with anger and shame. Seeing Wang Qingxi was not afraid of herself at all, Chu Yuqin was too lazy to continue arguing. She turned and walked toward the other side of the palace, saying as she went, It's just a tool for Chun'er to release evil thoughts. I don't care about a tool. Hearing this, Wang Qingxi was not angry. She was indeed just a tool, but as long as this tool could make the North King like her, that was enough. Looking at Chu Yuqin's curvy figure, Wang Qingxi's lips curled slightly. She whispered, Madam Chu, the prince's patience is limited. It won't be long before you'll be in his bed. Although Chu Yuqin had been trying to keep her distance from Lu Qin for the past 6 months, she was still the leader of the inner guards and responsible for protecting Lu Qin's safety. So, Chu Yuqin often saw scenes where Lu Chun grabbed Wang Qingxi and caused trouble. Wang Qingxi knew very well that every time Lu Qin saw Chu Yuqin or mentioned her, his anger grew even more, as if he turned into a different person, becoming extremely crazy. She also felt unlucky. Clearly, Lu Qin's desire for Chu Yuqin was growing day by day. He could still suppress his feelings now, but that might not last forever. One day, if they accidentally bumped into each other, Chu Yuqin might not escape and could be completely consumed. After Chu Yuqin's figure disappeared from view, Wang Qingxi turned to leave the courtyard. But just as she turned, she saw Mu Zixuan. After giving birth, Mu Zixuan had rested for a while and was now mostly recovered, able to get out of bed and walk. Unlike when facing Chu Yuqin, Wang Qingxi showed great respect to Queen Mu Zixuan. Seeing her, Wang Qingxi immediately said, Greetings, Queen. Mu Zixuan smiled slightly and nodded. She said, Miss Wang, please get up. Mu Zixuan knew that Wang Qingxi was Lu Qin's plaything, so she didn't care much about her often running into the inner courtyard. That's just how things were in this era. Most women didn't mind if their husbands had concubines or female servants. Mu Zixuan felt the same. Then Mu Zixuan asked, Is the prince inside? Wang Qingxi replied, The prince is in the study. Mu Zixuan said, All right, Miss Wang, do whatever you need to. I will go see the prince. Mu Zixuan now has more of the grace of a princess, and her words and actions show a sense of authority. Wang Qingci was about to leave when she suddenly remembered something. She quickly said, "By the way, princess, I have something to trouble you with. I wonder if you would be willing to listen." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan asked curiously, "What is it?" "Please, go ahead." Wang Qingci looked at Lu Chen's study and then said, "Princess, should the Lord consider taking a concubine? I hope I am not overstepping." Since Lu Chen's wife and concubines became pregnant, Wang Qingci has been taking care of Lu Chen every day. Even though she is a 9th-grade martial artist, she can't handle it anymore. Now that Mu Zixuan has given birth, she can't possibly serve Lu Chen. So, does that mean her role as a maid should continue to serve him? Although she is just a maid, and such matters shouldn't be her concern, she simply can't hold back anymore. She believes Mu Zixuan is a generous person and probably won't oppose Lu Chen taking a concubine. Besides, the current wives of the North King are not enough to serve him. As princess, Mu Zixuan wouldn't refuse Lu Chen if he wanted more. Hearing Wang Qingci's words, Mu Zixuan immediately understood. She knew she couldn't be sure, but she suspected Wang Qingci was overwhelmed. Mu Zixuan thought to herself that even a 9th-grade martial artist couldn't handle it, so her husband's physique must be very strong. When she married Lu Chen in the capital, she thought he was a young man worn out by wine and pleasure, probably very weak. But now it seems. Mu Zixuan sighed and then said, "Wang girl, I will bring up the matter of the Lord taking a concubine. You can go back and rest assured." Wang Qingci immediately thanked her. "Thank you, Your Highness. Your servant will take her leave." Then Wang Qingci turned and left the courtyard. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, who had just come out of the study, saw Chu Yuqin with a face flushed with redness. He immediately called out to her, "Aunt Chu, wait a moment. I have a question to ask you." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin stopped and turned to look at Lu Chen, asking with curiosity, "Young Master Lu, what do you want to ask me?" Lu Chen asked, "Aunt Chu, I remember that the higher a martial artist's level, the harder it is to get pregnant, right?" Chu Yuqin replied, "That's correct. Why do you ask?" Chu Yuqin felt a little nervous. Why did Chen suddenly ask about this? Is he still interested in me? After all, inside the palace, she seemed to be the only woman close to Lu Chen. Lu Chen then said, "I have been with Wang Qingci many times, but she still hasn't gotten pregnant. Yet, her body is perfectly fine. Even if a martial artist of a higher level finds it harder to conceive, it shouldn't be that after half a year, she shows no signs at all, right?" Hearing Lu Chen mention Wang Qingci, Chu Yuqin finally relaxed. So he was talking about Wang Qingci. She had thought he was still interested in her. Chu Yuqin smiled gently and replied, "Chun, don't you know that martial artists above the 5th rank can use their inner strength to remove impurities from their bodies? Many martial artists who have been poisoned can use their inner strength to detoxify, as long as the poison isn't too strong." Hearing Chu Yuqin's explanation, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. So that's how it is? He had wondered why Wang Qingci's body was fine, yet after half a year, she showed no signs of pregnancy. Great. This servant girl actually dared to use her inner strength to remove her feelings she conveyed to him? Next time he saw her, he would have to teach her a lesson and show her who is in charge. She had kept this secret from him for half a year. He even started to doubt if there was something wrong with his own body, only to find out it was her problem. At this moment, Chu Yuqin reminded him, "Chun, although Wang Qingci is a 9th-rank martial artist, her official status is the top courtesan of the 100 Flowers Tower. If it's just for fun, that's fine, but if you want to take her as a concubine, it might affect your reputation." Chu Yuqin did have some prejudice against Wang Qingci, but her warning was not without reason. In this era, status is very important. Even if a top courtesan has reformed or been bought by a wealthy family, most cannot become a concubine. Moreover, Lu Chen is a prince. If a prince takes a top courtesan as a concubine, it would be laughed at. Hearing Chu Yuqin's advice, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Aunt Chu, don't you think that taking her as a concubine could give me more time to grow?" Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yuqin was momentarily stunned, then asked, "Do you mean you want to continue to belittle yourself and deceive the court, making them think you are still that useless prince?" Lu Chen replied, "These are turbulent times. Although Beijun is not directly in the court's focus, Many people are watching it. Every move I make is very important. Chu Yuqin thought for a moment and sighed softly, saying, Chun, you are grown up now and have your own ideas. Do what you want. If you encounter any trouble, you can talk to Annie. I will persuade your grandfather to help you. Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and said, Auntie Chu, I have indeed recently encountered a problem. Chu Yuqin asked with concern, What kind of problem? Lu Chen answered, Lately, when I practice martial arts, I feel a strange energy swirling inside my body, around my dantian. It makes me uncomfortable. Could you help me check what's wrong? Hearing this, Chu Yuqin was momentarily stunned. When Lu Chun was young, she often checked his health, but now he is grown up and has his own wife. It feels inappropriate for her to check him now. After all, he is an adult, and there are boundaries between men and women. Chu Yuqin thought for a moment and then said, Chun, you are now an adult. It's not suitable for me to check your body. I will ask General Li to help you later. He should be able to see what's wrong, Lu Chen said. Auntie Chu, General Li is just an 8th rank martial artist, and he only recently broke through to 8th rank. He doesn't have your experience. Chu Yuqin then added, You still have the Genie Wei. Commander Qin should still be in Yin City. He is a grandmaster. Let him check. Chu Yuqin had no intention of personally examining Lu Chen's body, worried that it might lead to some intimate contact again. After hearing Chu Yuqin's words, Lu Chen sighed deeply and said, Sigh, I understand. Auntie Chu is avoiding me. Chu Yuqin immediately said, Chun, how can you say that? I am your aunt. How could I dislike you? Lu Chen said, When I was young, you often checked my health. Now that I am grown up, you refuse to check me. Isn't that because you dislike me? Hearing this, Chu Yuqin's face turned slightly red, and the blush spread from her cheeks to her neck. Just as Chu Yuqin was about to speak, Lu Chun turned around and said, Aunt Chu, if you don't want to help me check, that's fine. If something really happens and I die, so be it. Anyway, you don't care about me anymore. Hearing this, Chu Yuqin was momentarily stunned. Then she angrily said, Chun'er, how can you casually talk about life and death like that? After speaking, Chu Yuqin raised her hand and grabbed Lu Chen's wrist. Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, but he was turned away from Chu Yuqin, so she couldn't see it. Lu Chen had already noticed that recently, Chu Yuqin had been trying to avoid him in every way. Of course, he understood why. Chu Yuqin was afraid that they might get too close and end up becoming more than just friends. After all, she was a traditional woman and wasn't ready to accept such things yet. When Chu Yuqin held Lu Chen's wrist, she sighed and said, Let's go to the room. Auntie will help you check and also help you adjust your inner strength. Chu Yuqin had actually wanted to see how Lu Chen's body was doing for a while. Although Lu Chen had a special fate, practicing martial arts was a personal matter, and no one knew if something might go wrong. But thinking about what had happened before, and knowing that Lu Chen was a mischievous little guy who had always been interested in her, she had to suppress her feelings and never took the initiative to offer to check on him. Seeing that Chu Yuqin agreed, Lu Chen immediately said, Then thank you, Aunt Chu. They then went to the study. When Chu Yuqin smelled a strange odor in the study, her face showed a strange expression. What is that smell? Why does it smell so bad? Although Chu Yuqin was nearly 29, she hadn't experienced certain things before, so she didn't understand everything. Lu Chen calmly said, It's a new perfume developed by the palace. Chu Yuqin was a bit surprised and said, Perfume? No one would buy a perfume with that kind of smell, right? She then sniffed the air and continued, Could it be that because you came into contact with this perfume, your body had some issues when practicing martial arts? Sometimes, practicing martial arts can go wrong, often because of the environment. Chu Yuqin suspects that the strong smell might be too harsh, causing her son Chun to have some health issues while training. Lu Chen said, I don't know either. Maybe that's part of the reason. At this moment, Chu Yuqin glanced at Lu Chen and blushed, saying, Take off your upper clothes first, so I can check your condition. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Chen skillfully took off his shirt. Seeing this, Chu Yuqin's face grew even warmer, as if she had a fever, and her ears turned red. With his shirt removed, Lu Chen's strong body was revealed to Chu Yuqin. Seeing his well-defined 8-pack abs, Chu Yuqin was momentarily stunned. When Lu Chen married Mu Zixuan, Chu Yuqin had checked his body once. Back then, he didn't have obvious muscles, just a small belly. Now, Lu Chun had such prominent muscles, which surprised Chu Yuqing. Although she knew Lu Chun was a martial artist, she had never seen him train. Someone who didn't train much still had such strong muscles. Honestly, it was quite astonishing. Lu Chun's muscles were clear but not overly exaggerated, unlike modern bodybuilders. His muscles were perfectly shaped. Seeing his physique, Chu Yuqing felt a bit confused. She forced herself to ask, "Chun, even though you're a martial artist, I haven't seen you train. Why are you so fit?" Lu Chun smiled and replied, "Andy Chu, who said I don't train? I've been practicing every day these days." Hearing this, Chu Yuqing asked suspiciously, "Then why haven't I seen you?" Lu Chun said, "I usually train in my room, and I need Wang Qingxi to help. It's normal that you haven't seen it." Hearing this, Chu Yuqing immediately understood what Lu Chun meant. She rolled her eyes and said, "You little rascal, is that training?" Lu Chun, with a sheepish smile, said, "Andy Chu, you don't understand. There are many ways to practice martial arts." Chu Yuqing snorted softly and didn't continue this topic. "Chun, tell me where you're feeling uncomfortable." As soon as she spoke, Chu Yuqing carefully looked at Lu Chun's abs. At this moment, Lu Chun grabbed Chu Yuqing's hand and placed it on his chest. "Sometimes I feel pain here, especially when I practice martial arts. The pain is so bad I can't move." Seeing Lu Chun hold her hand, Chu Yuqing instinctively wanted to pull away. But after hearing Lu Chun's words, she didn't mind anymore. She carefully sensed Lu Chun's condition. Now she could send her internal energy into someone else's body and easily find any symptoms. After a while, Chu Yuqing muttered to herself, "Strange, it seems fine." Hearing this, Lu Chun said, "Aunt Chu, maybe you're mistaken. How could there be no problem?" Then, Lu Chun suddenly seemed to remember something and looked surprised. "Huh, that's strange. Aunt Chu, I don't know why, but after your hand touched my dantian, I no longer feel that burning pain." Hearing this, Chu Yuqing looked at Lu Chun with suspicion. "Really?" Lu Chun replied. "How could I lie to you?" At this moment, Lu Chun looked at his chest and said, "Aunt Chu, look, there's something strange on my chest." Hearing this, Chu Yuqing's eyes shifted from Lu Chun's face to his chest. When she looked, she saw a green light emanating from his chest. "What is that?" Chu Yuqing had never seen anything like this before. Then Lu Chun continued, "It's amazing, Aunt Chu. The gases in my dantian are gradually disappearing, and it seems like my internal energy is flowing again." Chu Yuqing looked confused and asked, "Really? But I didn't do anything." She only placed her hand on Lu Chun's chest and checked his body. She didn't help him regulate his internal energy, yet Lu Chun's body healed itself? Is such a miracle possible? Chu Yuqing couldn't understand what was happening now. Lu Chun then said confidently, "Aunt Chu, I understand what's going on now." Hearing this, Chu Yuqing hurriedly asked, "What is it?" Road Chun continued, "Among the special techniques I inherited, there is one that allows women who share my feelings to help me practice. Surely, Aunt Chu, you touched my body, so we have a chance for mutual cultivation. That's why the chaotic energy inside me has calmed, and my internal strength has become smoother." Chu Yuqing looked at Road Chun with suspicion. "Chun, are you lying to Auntie? I feel like the technique you're talking about is similar to the enchantment technique of the evil sect," she said. Road Chun asked seriously, "Auntie Chu, have you ever wondered how the enchantment technique of the evil sect came about? The evil sect's enchantment technique is harmful to people, but the technique I inherited from the immortals benefits both sides. As you saw, just touching my body helped stabilize my internal energy, and you weren't hurt at all." At this point, Road Chun looked deeply into Chu Yuqing's beautiful eyes. "I suspect that the enchantment technique is somewhat similar to my cultivation method, but it's incomplete, which is why it's harmful. Since the technique I have is complete, it doesn't harm either of us. Maybe someone stole an incomplete version of an immortal's technique long ago, which led to the creation of the evil sect's enchantment technique." Hearing Road Chun's strange explanation, Chu Yuqing thought carefully and found it somewhat convincing. "What should we do now?" she asked, blushing. Her hand was still on Road Chun's chest, and because she was so close, she felt extremely restless. The masculine aura from Road Chun kept stimulating her, impacting her inner feelings. If this continued, something similar to what happened before might happen again. At this moment, Road Chun said, "Auntie Chu, since touching me helps stabilize my internal energy, Just stay close to me for a while longer. Chu Yuqin thought for a moment. She only pressed her hand against Chen's chest, and as long as she didn't move closer intentionally, it should be fine. With this in mind, Chu Yuqin sighed and said, "All right, if you're feeling better, just let me know." But suddenly, Road Chun let out a loud cry of pain, and with a sudden force, he tightly pressed Chu Yuqin's hand against his chest. Seeing this, Chu Yuqin was panicked and asked, "Chun, what's wrong?" As soon as the words fell, Chu Yuqin instinctively moved in front of Lu Chun, quickly supporting him with her other hand. Lu Chun looked pained and said, "Aunt Chu, maybe it's because I have too many impurities built up inside from practicing martial arts, and I can't clear them out right now." Chu Yuqin's face, which was rosy, suddenly turned pale. "What should we do now?" Lu Chun replied, "Aunt Chu, if you hold me, maybe you can use my special training method to help ease my pain." Hearing Lu Chun's words, Chu Yuqin hesitated. After all, Lu Chun was now grown up, no longer a child. It wouldn't be proper for them to be so close. But seeing how much he was suffering, Chu Yuqin couldn't bear to leave him. She bit her lip and said, "Chun, if you start feeling better, just tell me." At this point, Chu Yuqin voluntarily hugged Lu Chun. Lu Chun quickly controlled his internal energy to steady his mind. Even as a ninth-rank martial artist, he almost lost control. No wonder this woman was rated so highly. They held each other like this for a while. Then Chu Yuqin felt something was wrong. Her body was getting hotter and more restless. She clenched her teeth, silently reminding herself, "This is Sister Yu's child. I must not have improper thoughts." But the more she thought this way, the more anxious she became. Gradually, Chu Yuqin's body softened. Originally, she was holding Lu Chun, but now it was Lu Chun who was holding her. Seeing her like this, Lu Chun knew the Dragon Phoenix tea was working. He thought to himself, "My dear Aunt Chu, you've been avoiding me for over half a year. Today, you can't escape anymore." Just as he was thinking this, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Your Highness, are you inside?" Hearing Mu Zixuan's voice, Chu Yuqin, who was already confused and overwhelmed, suddenly snapped back to her senses. She hurriedly pushed Lu Chun away, anxious, and said, "Chun, let go of Annie quickly. Zixuan is coming in." Lu Chun felt like crying, but had no tears. "My dear princess, why do you come at this moment?" "Why now?" Reluctantly, Lu Chun had no choice but to release Chu Yuqin. However, Chu Yuqin did not run away immediately. She looked at Lu Chun and asked with concern, "Chun, are you feeling better now?" Lu Chun nodded and said, "Yes, much better. It seems that what I did really helped. Aunt Chu, from now on, you should help me take care of my health regularly." Chu Yuqin replied, "Can't Zixuan and the others help you?" Lu Chun said, "Zixuan and the others are not martial artists and lack internal strength, so they can't. Also, Qingzi doesn't seem to have feelings for me, and we can't practice dual cultivation." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin felt her mind almost go blank. She quickly said, "All right, if you're not feeling well in the future, come find me. I'll go now." With that, Chu Yuqin immediately headed toward the door. When Mu Zixuan saw Chu Yuqin open the door, she froze for a moment. Chu Yuqin quickly explained, "I checked Chen's body. You all can chat. I'll leave first." As she finished speaking, Chu Yuqin hurriedly left. Seeing Chu Yuqin's flustered back and her face flushed, Mu Zixuan instantly realized what had just happened. She turned to Lu Chun and apologized. "Your Highness, it's all my fault. I disturbed your good time. I will be more careful in the future." Hearing this, Lu Chun smiled slightly and said, "It's nothing. Aunt Chu and I just talked. We didn't do anything inappropriate. By the way, beloved, is there something you came to see me about?" Mu Zixuan immediately entered the study and replied, "Your Highness." Just as Mu Zixuan was about to speak, she suddenly sniffed a strong, irritating smell. As Lu Chun's wife, she knew exactly what that smell was. Mu Zixuan looked at Lu Chun with some helplessness. She thought, they said they didn't do anything inappropriate, but the room's smell was so strong. Seeing Mu Zixuan suddenly silent and showing a strange expression, Lu Chun knew she must have misunderstood. He quickly added, "Oh, by the way, Qingzi came earlier." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan finally realized that the smell in the room was caused by Qingzi. Lu Chun continued, "Beloved, if you have something to say, just tell me." Mu Zixuan immediately said, "Your Highness, I took over the palace's business today and found that our sales of soap and perfume in the capital have dropped significantly. I don't know why this is happening. Lu Chun was momentarily stunned. He quickly approached Mu Zixuan and embraced her, saying, "Beloved wife, you just had a baby. Why aren't you resting properly? You're already handling palace affairs so soon." Mu Zixuan replied, "Your Highness, I have nothing to do with the palace, and Feng'er is being taken care of by someone else." In ancient noble families, when a wife had a baby, they usually hired a wet nurse. The same was true for the palace. After Mu Zixuan gave birth, she mostly took care of the baby herself, but most of the time, the palace's wet nurses and maids looked after the child. She felt more relaxed that way. Mu Zixuan was a restless person. She had been in the palace for a long time during her pregnancy and was getting bored. So, right after giving birth, she resumed handling the palace's business. She continued, "Your Highness, I heard you formed an organization to gather intelligence. Do you know what's happening in the capital?" Although the Genie Wei, imperial bodyguards, hadn't appeared publicly, Mu Zixuan had seen some of them reporting intelligence to Lu Chun at the palace recently. She knew about the Genie Wei and that Lu Chun had set up an intelligence agency. Since Mu Zixuan just had a baby, Lu Chun definitely wouldn't tell her about the affairs of the Mu Marquis estate. At this moment, Lu Chun said, "Recently, the capital has been quite unstable. I heard the commanders of the Imperial Guard keep changing. The decline in palace business might also be related to the current situation." Mu Zixuan looked thoughtful and then said, "I see. That explains why the palace's business has been dropping so fast." Lu Chun already suspected the reason behind the decline in palace business. It wasn't just because of the political unrest. Soap, perfume, and other new products were selling very well in the capital and making good money. No one would be jealous if they weren't interested. In the past, the Mu Marquis estate kept watch over these products, so no one dared to target the North Prince's shops. But now, the Mu Marquis family was about to be exiled. Who would still fear them? Moreover, the North Prince was far away in the northern county and couldn't control what happened in the capital. The shops of the North Prince's residence in the capital were probably either robbed or vandalized. It was likely that someone had started to covet the secrets of making soap and perfume. In the future, the management approach of the royal residence must change. It would be best to find local merchants or officials to cooperate with and share some benefits, otherwise they will always keep an eye on us. Thinking of this, Lu Chun said to Mu Zixuan, "Beloved wife, from now on, our business should not only be in the capital, but also expand to other territories. When doing business, try to give gifts to the princes of those territories, especially shares in shops, so others won't always be watching us." Hearing Lu Chun's reminder, Mu Zixuan immediately understood his meaning. Doing business requires understanding relationships and social skills. Sometimes, you have to give up some profits. Mu Zixuan then said, "I will remember the prince's advice." Suddenly, Mu Zixuan thought of something and then said, "Your Highness, there is something I am not sure if I should say." Lu Chun smiled slightly and gently tapped her delicate nose. "There's nothing we can't talk about between husband and wife. Just say it." "What is it?" Mu Zixuan said. "Your Highness, I just gave birth recently, and Xiao Xiao and her sisters are also pregnant. So, only Miss Wang is attending to you. Your health has been improving, but it seems Miss Wang is having a hard time. Maybe you should take a concubine." Hearing Mu Zixuan mention Wang Qingzi, Lu Chun felt a bit annoyed. Of course, he wasn't angry at Mu Zixuan, but at Wang Qingzi for apparently pushing her feelings aside. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chun said, "Since you've said so, I will find a time to take a concubine. However, Northern County doesn't seem to have many beautiful women. You know, I am quite fond of beauty, but I only like truly stunning women. I'm not interested in ordinary ones." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan thought for a moment and then said, "Your Highness, how about this? We issue a formal call for concubines, openly inviting families from the Great Xia dynasty. At that time, many families will send their daughters to the Northern Prince's residence to choose a concubine. With enough options, there's bound to be someone who will catch your interest." When Mu Zixuan proposed this, Lu Chun's eyes lit up. He thought this was a good idea. Initially, his focus was only on Northern County because his strength was not yet enough, and he didn't want to attract too much attention. At that time, he had just arrived in North County and was still very poor. Even if he announced a selection for a concubine, the beautiful girls from other territories might not come to North County. Now, the North Prince's household products like soap and perfume are widely known throughout the Great Xia dynasty. Many people know that the North Prince's household is wealthy. If he announces a new selection for a concubine now, many noble families would be tempted to send their beautiful daughters to the North Prince's household. With enough candidates, there will surely be some with scores over 90. After a moment of silence, Lu Chun said to Mu Zixuan, "All right, let's do as the beloved consort suggests." Seeing that Lu Chun agreed, Mu Zixuan immediately asked, "Your Highness, can I handle the selection of the concubine?" Lu Chun embraced Mu Zixuan and gently stroked her hair, saying, "You just had a baby recently. You should rest and take care of yourself." Although Lu Chun was a scoundrel, he wasn't completely heartless. He wouldn't make his wife work so hard right after giving birth, nor would he ask her to help select a concubine. What kind of person would that be? Mu Zixuan said, "I want to share the burden with your Highness. Please leave this matter to me." Looking into Mu Zixuan's bright eyes, she stared intently at Lu Chun. Seeing her gaze, Lu Chun felt a bit moved and couldn't bear to refuse. He had to say, "All right, I'll leave the matter of choosing a concubine to you. But on the day of the selection, I want to be present myself." When Mu Zixuan heard Lu Chun agreed to let her handle the matter, she was very happy. She immediately said, "Rest assured, Your Highness. During the selection, I will make sure you personally choose." A few days later, the North Prince's household issued a public announcement for the selection of a concubine, aimed at the entire Great Xia dynasty. As soon as the announcement was made, Lu Chun was heavily criticized by the common people of the Great Xia dynasty. Most of the people in North County didn't think much of it. Since the North Prince arrived, he hadn't done anything to trouble the locals. Moreover, recently, the North Prince's household seemed to have cultivated a new type of grain seed that could produce 1,000 gene per mu. They had already begun trial planting in various parts of North County. If this new grain, called potatoes, became popular, North County would no longer face food shortages. The local people were tolerant of Lu Chun's actions. Of course, the most important point is that the people of Beijun are within Lu Chun's territory. Lu Chun is the king of Beijun, and no one dares to insult their king on his land, unless they want to die. Things are different in other territories. Most people in the Great Xia dynasty believe that the northern king indulges in excess and is foolish and incapable. They have long heard that the northern king keeps many beautiful women in his palace, enjoying himself day and night, in a place of endless pleasure. The northern king already has so many beauties, yet he still wants to take concubines, and he plans to do so across all the territories of the Great Xia dynasty. Could it be that the northern king has already exhausted all the pretty girls in Beijun and is bored, so he wants to cause trouble for other princes' territories? Thinking of this, some upper-class scholars and poets become very angry. If the northern king takes all the beautiful girls to his palace, how can others take concubines? For a while, scholars and literati from various places wrote articles criticizing the northern king. At the same time, there were also voices in the court calling for the impeachment of the northern king. The officials who spoke against the northern king did not do so because they were worried he would steal their women. Usually, conflicts in court are driven by political reasons. Most of those calling for impeachment are officials loyal to the 8th prince, Lu Shuyun. Their main goal is to belittle Lu Chun. Although the Chu family has mostly cut ties with the northern king, as long as that blood relation exists, officials like Lu Shuyun won't miss any chance to slander the northern king. They don't think that impeaching Lu Chun will necessarily him of his throne. The princes of the Great Xia dynasty are not so easily dethroned unless they rebel or commit treason against the dynasty. For example, the northern king, who stays quietly in his territory, enjoying himself, and doesn't cause trouble, the court doesn't bother him. The emperor of Xia even hopes that all princes are like Lu Chun. If all princes were like Lu Chun, the emperor could control the entire Great Xia more easily. The emperor of Xia paid no attention to the officials' accusations against Lu Chun. The recent events in the capital were more important. As long as the northern king doesn't rebel, what he does in Beijun doesn't concern the court much. After leaving court, the emperor went to the imperial garden. He didn't care about the chaos in court. After court, he focused on handling important matters. At this moment, the Grand Master C2 Su was waiting inside the pavilion. Unlike the officials in the court, the Grand Master does not have to attend court sessions. This is a special privilege. When Emperor Xia appeared at the pavilion, a shadow guard dressed in black armor stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I have investigated. The remnants of the Qin kingdom did not enter the palace to assassinate you, but to find something. Since the remnants of the Qin kingdom entered the palace, Emperor Xia had sent people to investigate their purpose. He didn't believe that the Qin remnants would be so foolish as to enter the palace to kill him with only 2.5 realm masters. That would be like inviting death." Hearing the shadow guard's words, Emperor Xia's eyes slightly narrowed. As he suspected, the Qin remnants were not there to kill him, but had other plans. At this moment, Emperor Xia asked Si-Tu Su inside the pavilion, "Grand Master, do you think the Qin remnants entered the palace to find something?" Si-Tu Su replied, "The only thing that could make the Qin remnants risk so much to enter the palace is probably the imperial seal of the Qin kingdom. It is said that the imperial seal of Qin is the key to opening the royal treasury. When the Daxia dynasty conquered Qin, they never found where the treasury was. However, I believe the royal remnants of Qin definitely know. To restore their kingdom, they need money and soldiers. So, they probably want to open the treasury and take out the gold, silver, and treasures inside." After hearing Si-Tu Su's words, Emperor Xia snorted coldly and said, "Even I don't know where the Qin seal is, yet they still want to come to the palace to find it. That's simply ridiculous." At this moment, the shadow guard continued, "Your Majesty, I have also found out something else." Emperor Xia replied calmly, "Speak." The leader of the shadow guards immediately said, "I found out that the remnants of the Qin kingdom seem to be connected to the Moonlight Palace. After they disappeared, the last place they appeared was where a disciple of the Moonlight Palace was seen." Hearing the words, "Moonlight Palace," Emperor Xia's face suddenly darkened, as if those words touched on some memories he preferred not to recall. Emperor Xia then said, "I understand." Then he quickly asked, "How is Xiao Jiu doing?" The Shadow Guard commander replied, "Since His Highness Ninth went to Beijing, he has been enjoying himself at the palace every day, with no unusual signs. Also, a few days ago, His Highness's wife gave birth to a son." After hearing the report, Emperor Xia said calmly, "All right, you may leave now." "Yes, Your Majesty. I will take my leave." Once the Shadow Guard commander left, Emperor Xia stood with his hands behind his back, watching the fish swimming in the lotus pond. He said, "Grand Master, I feel that the master around Little Nine isn't sent by Chu Xiong's faction, but seems to be placed there by the Xianyu Palace. Lu Qin's mother, Chu Yu, was once a member of Xianyu Palace and even its goddess." At first, Emperor Xia didn't think much about Xianyu Palace until the Shadow Guard commander mentioned it just now. Only then did he realize that Lu Qin had a special identity. According to the rules of Xianyu Palace, the daughter of a goddess there is a divine child. So, Lu Qin is the divine child of Xianyu Palace. Thinking of this, Emperor Xia's expression flickered with uncertainty. He now somewhat regrets sending Lu Qin away to be a vassal. This is a very unstable factor, especially since it involves the sects within Daxia. Xianyu Palace might use the Northern King to target the capital. Now, Xianyu Palace is suspected of colluding with remnants of the Qin kingdom. Who knows what they are planning? Thinking of this, Emperor Xia sneered coldly and said, "The noble families haven't resolved their issues, and now the sects are jumping out again. I can't have a peaceful day." Hearing this, Si-Tu Su suggested, "Your Majesty, if you're worried about the Northern King colluding with Xianyu Palace, why not send a shadow guard to watch him closely?" After considering this, Emperor Xia nodded and said, "Indeed, someone should be watching him." Then he turned to the person behind him and said, "Captain Bai, I leave this matter to you. Go to Beijing yourself. I want to see which master is so kind to Little Nine, always staying by his side to protect him." At this moment, it seemed no one was behind Emperor Xia. But as he finished speaking, a figure in white gradually appeared. The woman was graceful, with a curvy figure, a cold face, and no expression. She bowed and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Emperor Xia continued, "All right, you may go now. I will take my leave." As soon as the woman's voice fell, her body disappeared again, as if she had become invisible. Seeing that Emperor Xia personally sent the deputy leader of the Shadow Guards to North County, Si-Tu Su felt a bit surprised. He then asked, "Your Majesty, Is it really necessary to send Commander Bai to investigate this matter? Might it be overreacting? Emperor Xia replied calmly. Anything related to the Moon Palace is not a small matter. Since the Emperor said so, Situ Su decided not to speak further. He understood clearly that Emperor Xia was very wary of the Moon Palace, which was closely connected to Chuyu. At this moment, Situ Su asked, Your Majesty, Mu Changtian should be leaving the capital soon, right? Hearing Mu Changtian's name, Emperor Xia's face slightly changed, turning grim. What? The Grand Master plans to plead for Mu Changtian. Hearing the cold tone in the Emperor's voice, Situ Su knew that arguing was useless. Emperor Xia was determined to act alone and wanted to eliminate Mu Changtian's family. Since reasoning wouldn't work, Situ Su decided not to waste more time. He quickly said, That's not it. I just want to advise Your Majesty. If you plan to attack the southern families, you need to have trusted allies around you. Originally, Mu Changtian was a sword for Emperor Xia to use against the southern families. But now, the Emperor was afraid of his military power and wanted to get rid of him. Now, there are fewer and fewer trusted people around Emperor Xia. In the future, he might truly become a lonely ruler. However, Situ Su didn't plan to interfere too much. As long as the great Xia dynasty still bore the surname Liu, it had nothing to do with him, the Grand Master. In response to Situ Su's warning, Emperor Xia nonchalantly said, The Grand Master's advice will be remembered. At the residence of the 8th prince, Lu Shuyan looked at the gathered intelligence and sneered, My 9th brother is really lucky. His soap and perfume businesses are making so much money. The struggle for the throne among princes also required money to buy people's loyalty. So, Lu Shuyan had always been focused on making silver. For example, the experts in his residence were recruited with silver. Without money, he couldn't have gathered so many skilled people. Seeing Lu Chun enjoying himself every day at the royal residence, doing nothing and leaving all the business to a woman to manage, earning hundreds of thousands of silver coins, how could Lu Shuyan not feel jealous? He has many businesses, but he can't earn that much in a month. Yet, Lu Chun, this useless prince, can. This makes Lu Shuyan feel very unfair. After hearing Lu Shuyan's words, a nearby guest officer whispered, Your Highness, why don't we think of a plan to steal the soap and perfume recipes from the North Prince's residence, then sell soap and perfume ourselves? Lu Shuyan replied calmly, No need. The owner of Blood Moon Tower has already gone to the northern county. It won't be long before he brings back the soap and perfume recipes. Hearing this, the guest officer's face changed suddenly, and he quickly said, Your Highness, at this critical time, we must not act against the 9th prince. If something happens to him, many officials in the court will say you ordered his assassination. That would be very bad for your claim to the throne. Now is a crucial period. We must be very careful. Ignoring the guest officer's advice, Lu Shuyan said dismissively, The situation in the capital is chaotic. Few people care about that useless prince in the north. Moreover, the barbarian tribes will soon attack from the south. No one will know that Blood Moon Tower is behind this. The officials' focus will be on the barbarians. Hearing this, the guest officer's expression froze. Clearly, Lu Shuyan's words carried a lot of weight, and the guest officer was momentarily stunned. A few days later, at the city gate, several prison carts passed through, but the common people did not throw stones or rotten eggs at the prisoners as they usually did. Everyone knew today was the day the family of Duke Mu was exiled, and the prisoners inside the carts were members of Duke Mu's family. People still remembered who Duke Mu was. He was one of the 2 great kings of the Great Xia dynasty, the one who supported Emperor Xia's rise to power. Although he had fallen so low now, the people still held him in respect. At this moment, on the city tower, a man in silver armor looked at the slow-moving prison carts and asked the person beside him, Is everything ready? The soldier next to him immediately said, Don't worry, General. We will make sure everything goes smoothly. The man nodded happily, looking at Mu Changtian inside the carriage, then muttered to himself, Teacher, rest in peace. The convoy from the Mu family had traveled for 2 days without any danger. The people from Mu's family even thought they might be safe now. But Mu Changtian was not foolish. Over these 2 days, everything they ate and used was carefully checked. Although the soldiers escorting them probably wouldn't harm them, it was wise to stay cautious. He also didn't believe that Emperor Xia would let his family go easily. He was one of the 2 great kings of Xia. even if his martial arts skills had been taken away. To the emperor, letting him go was like releasing a tiger back into the mountains. That night, 2 days later, Mu's convoy arrived at an inn. The inn was in a remote place, far from any village or shop, with no one around for miles. Seeing it was so late, the soldiers escorting Mu's family said, "Duke Mu, maybe we should rest here tonight." Although the Mu family had been exiled, the soldiers still showed respect to them. Mu Chantian smiled slightly and said, "All right, let's rest here for the night." As soon as Mu Chantian finished speaking, the soldiers took out the keys to the carriage, opened the doors, and released everyone from the Mu family. Since they were escorting the Mu family, the soldiers weren't too strict. Usually, when they reached a resting place, they would open the carriage doors and let the family rest. At this moment, a soldier entered the inn and asked the innkeeper, "Boss, we need a place to stay tonight. How many rooms do you have?" The innkeeper smiled and said, "Sir, we are fully booked. You should try somewhere else." Hearing this, the soldier was unhappy and said, "What? Fully booked? Are you joking? This place is so remote. How could you have so many guests?" The innkeeper replied, "Exactly because we are in such a remote spot. Travelers passing through this road can only stay at our inn." Upon hearing this, the officer had no choice but to say, "All right, do you have a spacious open area here where we can rest for the night?" The innkeeper replied, "Our backyard is quite large. Would you like to stay there overnight, sir?" The officer thought for a moment and was about to speak when the innkeeper quickly added, "If you stay at our inn tonight, the food and drinks will be free." "How does that sound, sir?" Hearing this, the officer immediately agreed. "All right, please find someone to help us with the horses." The innkeeper responded promptly, "Certainly, I will arrange for someone to feed the horses right away." Then, the officer turned and left the inn, approaching Mu Chantian and saying with a hint of apology, "Duke Mu, I'm sorry, but this inn is full. You might have to rest outside tonight." Mu Chantian replied calmly, "No problem. You all go ahead with your work." The officer then said, "All right, I'll have the innkeeper send some food to you later." After speaking, the officer walked away. At that moment, brothers Mu Jingwu and Mu Xingping approached. Mu Xingping asked, "Father, it's been 2 days, and no one has attacked us. Do you think the emperor has decided to let us go?" Mu Chantian chuckled softly and said, "Don't worry so much. They are coming right now." Hearing this, Mu Xingping was startled and looked around nervously. Where are they? I don't see anyone." Mu Chantian looked at the inn and said, "They are waiting for us inside." Hearing this, Mu Xingping and Mu Jingwu both looked toward the inn, just then noticing a few people upstairs with half-open windows staring at them. When the Mu family members saw the people upstairs, those individuals quickly closed the windows. Seeing this, Mu Jingwu and Mu Xingping felt a shock in their hearts. They had thought the emperor might have decided to let them go, but it turned out it was just not the right time yet. Likely, those people would attack tonight. Mu Jingwu then asked, "Father, what should we do now?" Mu Chantian said, "Let's wait until tonight. I want to see who exactly is coming." He knew many skilled fighters and had conflicts with quite a few of them. Soon, the sun in the sky began to set. Mu Chantian and his group also became very alert. At this moment, a whistling sound came from the yard. Following the whistle, a group of people dressed in black and wearing masks appeared in the yard. Seeing this, the guards escorting the Duke of Mu's estate immediately understood what was happening. They quickly stood up and ran away. The black-clad people did not stop the guards from fleeing, because their target was not the guards. Instead, they drew their bows and aimed all at the people of the Duke's estate. The men from the estate immediately stepped forward, surrounding the men. The women and children inside the estate were so frightened they trembled and dared not move. Then, the black-clad group gradually dispersed. A man stepped out from the crowd, removing his mask to reveal a face with a scar. Seeing his true face, Mu Chantian sneered and said, "I was thinking about all the possible people who might come to deliver me, but I never expected it to be you." Hearing this, the scarred man smiled and said, "Master, if I hadn't come personally to deliver you, how could His Majesty trust me to take over the newly formed Dragon Guard army?" The scarred man's name was Chenpingi. Mu Chantian had personally promoted him, and he was considered Mu's mentor. Usually, Chenpingi was very loyal to Mu Chantian and treated the Mu estate well. Even a year ago, when the Mu estate was involved in the Zhou family's rebellion, Chun Pingyi personally pleaded with Emperor Xia. The emperor then used a special decree to spare Mu's estate from punishment. But Mu Chantian never expected that this very person was actually trying to kill him. He sighed and said, "People are hard to read. It seems that your plea to the emperor was to make the Mu family give up the special decree. That was probably what the emperor wanted you to do." Chun Pingyi replied calmly, "Master, at this point, there's no point in talking about the past." He then asked, "Why not tell me what unfinished wishes you have? Maybe I can help you fulfill them." Upon hearing this, Mu Chantian laughed loudly and said, "Haha, Chinpingi. Today, I was abandoned by Lu Xingqiu. Have you ever thought that one day you might also be abandoned by him? When that happens, I fear your fate will be even worse than mine." Chinpingi replied indifferently, "There's no need for the teacher to worry about that. I will never follow the same path as you. All right, since the teacher has nothing more to say, I wish you a good journey." At this point, Chun Pingyi waved his hand and coldly ordered, "Release the arrows." Suddenly, countless arrows shot down from the roof of the inn. The people brought by Chun Pingyi were too slow to react and were struck by the arrows. Seeing this, Chun Pingyi's face darkened. "Who are you? How dare you interfere in His Majesty's affairs?" As he finished speaking, some people dressed in red jumped down from the building. These were all martial artists of the 5th rank. Seeing these people, Mu Chantian was momentarily stunned. He had guessed that the mysterious prince who gave them the great rejuvenation pill would send someone to rescue them, but he didn't expect that the rescuers would all be martial artists above the 5th rank. It seemed that the prince valued the Mu family estate quite highly. At this moment, Chun Pingyi coldly said, "Since you dare to interfere in His Majesty's affairs, you should be prepared to die." Then he loudly declared, "Come out, everyone. Don't hide anymore." As soon as Chun Pingyi finished speaking, 2 grandmasters and several martial artists appeared behind him. Seeing these people, Mu Chantian smiled and said, "His Majesty really does value me. To kill a useless person like me, he even sent 3 grandmasters." Seeing the martial artists appear behind him, Chun Pingyi looked at Mu Chantian in the distance and said, "Teacher, I never expected that even at this point, someone would still come to save you. Looks like the teacher isn't as loyal to the emperor and country as he appears. If the teacher truly loved the emperor and country, he should now end his own life." As he finished speaking, Chun Pingyi kicked off with his legs, rushing straight toward Mu Chantian. In the blink of an eye, he reached Mu Chantian's front. Then he swung his sword. A white light flashed past Mu Chantian. Just when Chun Pingyi thought Mu Chantian was surely going to die, suddenly a powerful force burst out from Mu Chantian's body. Then, his body was wrapped in a cloud of energy. Next moment, Mu Chantian raised his hand and caught Chun Pingyi's sword with his bare hand. Seeing this, Chun Pingyi was stunned. The 2 grandmasters behind him and the warriors coming to attack him also froze in shock. They had heard that His Majesty had given Mu Guogong's family a special pill that made men lose their internal energy. Now, the men in Mu Guogong's family only had stronger bodies and more strength than ordinary people, but no internal power. However, from Mu Chantian's aura, it was clear he still had internal energy. He was definitely still a grandmaster. There is a big difference between grandmasters. Many grandmasters exist in the Great Summer Dynasty, but why could Mu Chantian become the so-called King of Heaven? It was not just because he supported the emperor's rise to power. Within the same grandmaster level, few could match Mu Chantian. That's why he became the King of Heaven. Chun Pingyi was a bit shocked and said, How is it possible that you haven't lost your internal energy?" His voice trembled. As Mu Changtian's student, he had fought in many battles with him. He knew Mu Changtian's strength very well. He originally thought that defeating Mu Changtian would be very easy and would earn the emperor's trust. But he didn't expect Mu Changtian to still have his internal energy. What a joke! Mu Chantian was a war god, known as unbeatable among grandmasters. When they captured Mu Guogong's family in the capital, even the Grandmaster C2 Su personally appeared. Otherwise, how could the Great Summer Dynasty easily catch Mu Chantian? Now they told him Mu Chantian still had his internal energy? Wasn't that risking his own life? Chun Pingyi's face showed panic. He knew he was no match for Mu Chantian. If Mu Chantian still had his internal energy, he had almost no chance to win. But at that moment, A grandmaster behind Chun Pingyi spoke up. No, that's not right. Mu Changtian hasn't fully regained his strength. His protective energy is unstable, and he can only display the power of a half-step grandmaster at most. After all, they were all grandmasters. They could tell immediately whether Mu Changtian's strength had fully recovered. Mu Changtian's strength had not fully recovered. Although the Great Rejuvenation Pill could help him regain his power, he only needed some time to return to his peak. However, there wasn't enough time. There wasn't much time left for Mu Changtian to recover, and being able to display half-step Grandmaster strength was already impressive. When he heard the words from the Grandmaster behind him, Chun Pingyi's panic instantly disappeared, replaced by a reckless smile. Teacher, you really gave your disciple a scare. Since you haven't lost your strength, I want to see just how powerful you are. As he spoke, Chun Pingyi suddenly used force, pulling the sword out of Mu Changtian's hand, then slashed at him again. A sharp sword wind swept toward Mu Changtian. This time, Mu Changtian didn't resist but dodged away. At the same time, two other grandmasters behind Chun Pingyi also joined the fight. Although Mu Changtian was already at his limit, they wouldn't let their guard down until he was dead. Mu Changtian was the heavenly king of the Great Xia dynasty. In the past, to kill King Zhou Tian, the dynasty even sent out grandmasters. Now, although Mu Changtian's power had fallen, he was still not easy to deal with. Seeing Mu Changtian surrounded by three grandmasters, Mu Jingwu and Mu Xingping quickly rushed over to help him. They only had the strength of at most 8th-rank warriors, so they weren't a match for grandmasters, but they could help ease the pressure on Mu Changtian caused by the other two grandmasters. As Mu Xingping and Mu Jingwu joined the fight, the warriors Chun Pingyi brought also started attacking. Soon, the backyard of the inn was filled with the sounds of clashing swords and fighting. Fortunately, the mysterious warriors in red protected Mu's family members. Even though Mu Changtian and the others were pressed by the three grandmasters, Chun Pingyi's men couldn't get close to Mu's family. However, since Chun Pingyi and his allies were three grandmasters, and the enemy had several 9th-rank experts, the red-clad warriors quickly became overwhelmed. At this moment, Mu Changtian was hit by one of the grandmasters due to a careless mistake, stumbling back more than 10 steps until he hit the courtyard wall and stopped. Seeing Mu Changtian injured, Chun Pingyi sneered and said, "Teacher, it seems you're getting old." Upon hearing this, Mu Changtian snorted coldly and then said, "Chun Pingyi, even if I die today, I will make sure to take you down with me." As he spoke, Mu Changtian's aura suddenly surged. Chun Pingyi's face changed, and he quickly said, "Oh no, he's going to use the bloodfire technique. Stop him quickly." Puff. Just as Chun Pingyi tried to have the two masters nearby stop Mu Changtian from using the bloodfire technique, a sword suddenly pierced through Chun Pingyi's body. He didn't even have time to activate his protective energy. Chun Pingyi struggled to turn his head, wanting to see who had stabbed him. Before he could, the attacker struck him again from behind. Everyone present was stunned by what they saw. One of the masters on Chun Pingyi's side immediately shouted angrily, "Wei Chao, what are you doing?" At this moment, Mu Changtian was also confused. He was ready to fight to the death with Chun Pingyi using the bloodfire technique. But suddenly a 9th-rank martial artist from the enemy's group appeared and stabbed Chun Pingyi in the back. What is going on? Why didn't he understand what was happening? At this time, another master on Chun Pingyi's side quickly stabbed his sword at Wei Chao, who had stabbed Chun Pingyi. Wei Chao was very skilled in lightness skills. He quickly used the sword of the master to jump onto his shoulder, then leapt onto the roof. Wei Chao smiled and said to Mu Changtian, "Duke Mu, you can't use the bloodfire technique recklessly. If the prince sees you badly injured, we might be punished." Hearing Wei Chao's words, Mu Changtian suddenly realized that this 9th-rank martial artist was also someone loyal to that mysterious prince. Who exactly is this mysterious prince, to be able to place such an important person beside Chun Pingyi? Wei Chao's appearance deepened Mu Changtian's curiosity about that mysterious prince. After the division of the Tiger Guard Army, Emperor Xia established the Dragon Guard Army, which was personally commanded by Emperor Xia. Chun Pingyi was only acting as a temporary commander. In theory, the Dragon Guard Army was a very selective force, making it difficult for other factions to place spies within it. But it had only been formed for a short time, and already a 9th-rank spy appeared around Chun Pingyi. And this 9th-grade spy was actually someone from that mysterious prince's group. This made Mu Changtian curious about how much control that mysterious prince had over the Great Xia dynasty. After Chun Pingyi fell to the ground, he stared tightly at Wei Chao on the ceiling. He couldn't believe that Wei Chao was the one who betrayed him. Chun Pingyi's eyes widened as bloodshot veins appeared in his eyes. He used all his strength to shout unwillingly, "Wei Chao!" As he finished speaking, Chun Pingyi couldn't breathe and passed away. At this moment, the master on Chun Pingyi's side looked at Wei Chao and said, "Wei Chao, do you know what you're doing? Disrupting the emperor's plan will cost you and your family dearly." Wei Chao just smiled without replying. Suddenly, the air seemed to freeze, and everything around became very quiet. The sounds of swords clashing in the yard also quieted down. It wasn't because Chun Pingyi's people had all died, but because everyone suddenly felt a heavy pressure, as if something was wrong. Then, everyone heard a man's voice at the gate. "The shadow guards are almost here. The chaos should end now." Feeling something was off, a master immediately asked in the direction of the voice, "Who are you?" As soon as he finished speaking, a cold light shot toward him. Before he could react, his head was instantly severed and flew into the air. At this moment, another master reacted quickly and attacked the figure. But in the next second, another cold light flashed, and his head also flew into the air. One slash, one master dead. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned in place. When the bodies of the two masters brought by Chun Pingyi slowly fell, Mu Changtian finally saw who the attacker was. The person was dressed in red, holding a long sword. After killing the two, his sword was completely clean, no blood on it. The man simply sheathed his sword. Mu Xingping couldn't help but say, "Great. Great Master." Mu Jingwu beside him said, "No, not the Great Master. The Great Master's aura is even stronger, but his strength is probably close to the Great Master now." Before Mu Jingwu finished speaking, the man turned to the air behind him and said, "Everyone, it's time to clear the area." As soon as the words fell, several 9th-rank warriors appeared behind him. These warriors were very strong and quickly defeated all the fighters brought by Chun Pingyi. Mu Changtian stood still, feeling very surprised, because he recognized the person who came. This person was actually the owner of the Yuelai restaurant in the capital. Mu Changtian liked the food at Yuelai restaurant. Before his daughter married the 9th prince, he often went there to drink. So he knew the owner of the restaurant. Mu Changtian always thought that Yuelai restaurant belonged to the 8th prince, Lu Shiyun. That's why he stopped going there after Mu Zixuan married the 9th prince. But today, the person who came to save them was actually the owner of Yuelai restaurant, and he didn't even know before that the owner was so powerful he could kill 2 grandmasters instantly. Not to mention that he is now unable to restore his strength. Even at his peak, he couldn't kill 2 grandmasters in a moment. This shows how skilled the owner's swordsmanship is. No, it's not just swordsmanship. His sword is also extraordinary. After killing those people, not a single drop of blood was spilled. Mu Changtian had never heard of a sword that could do that. Realizing this, Mu Changtian smiled and said, "I didn't expect that the subordinate of the 8th prince would have such a powerful person. Boss Liang, you really are hiding your strength. Looks like the prince you mentioned is the 8th prince." Although it was hard to believe, Liang Zong was already here, and he was indeed the owner of the 8th prince's restaurant. So he must be the 8th prince's person. But Mu Changtian couldn't understand even more why the 8th prince would send someone to save him. The 8th prince was in the capital. He risked so much to save Mu Changtian. Even if he saved him, what good would it do? The 8th prince didn't seem to have any military power, right? The 8th prince was a prince without a fief. In the capital, he only had about 1,000 personal guards. At first, Mu Changtian thought that the prince wanted to rebel, so he tried to protect himself and then joined the rebellion. But it turned out he was the son of Emperor Xia. Honestly, this made Mu Changtian feel a bit uncomfortable, because the other person was the 8th prince and related by blood to Emperor Xia. Having been betrayed once by the other, he didn't trust his son so easily. Hearing Mu Changtian's words, Liang Zong smiled and said, "8th prince? No. The 8th prince is not yet qualified for me to serve him." Huh? Liang Zong's words immediately stunned Mu Changtian. Not the 8th prince? Liang Zong, who owns the restaurant under the 8th prince's name, is actually not related to the 8th prince? Mu Changtian then curiously asked, Then who exactly is the prince you mentioned? Since it's already this late, I suppose you can tell us. Liang Zong replied. Marquis Mu, don't worry. You will see him very soon. Mu Changtian smiled and said, Your prince is really quite mysterious. Although he knew Liang Zong's strength was definitely below that of a grandmaster, his power was nearly at that level. The mysterious prince was willing to let such a strong person act as a spy, which shows he must have many skilled fighters under his command. Mu Changtian now wished he could open Liang Zong's head to see which prince had so many experts and had planned so many schemes. At this moment, Liang Zong said, Marquis Mu, from today on, the Mu family will no longer exist. Then he turned to the guards behind and said, Marquis Mu was attacked by bandits on the way to exile. In a critical moment, he used the bloodfire technique and perished alongside 3 Grand Masters. Looking at Mu Changtian, Liang Zong asked, Marquis Mu, what do you think of this result? Mu Changtian knew very well that Liang Zong's plan was to make them change their appearance and live under new identities, avoiding detection by Emperor Xia. He replied, Then I will leave it to Lord Liang. Liang Zong said, Marquis Mu, you're too polite. This is what I should do. Soon, the guards began to act, quickly reconstructing the crime scene. When the shadow guards arrived at the inn, the entire place was already engulfed in flames, with only a few soldiers brought by Chun Pungi, badly injured, lying outside the fire. The caravan was very quiet, with only the sound of hooves and wheels on the road. After a long night of traveling, everyone in the Mu family was tired. Most of the women had already closed their eyes and fallen asleep. But the men of the Mu family couldn't sleep for a long time, especially Mu Changtian and his 2 sons. They sat in the carriage, looking at the distant mountains, lost in thought. Suddenly, Mu Changtian spoke, This is the road to Beijun. Hearing this, Mu Jingwu and Mu Xingping, who were already a bit tired, immediately perked up. Mu Xingping asked quickly, Father, are you sure about that? Mu Changtian looked at the distant green mountains and replied, I've been to Beijun many times to fight off the barbarians. I wouldn't mistake this. This is definitely the road to Beijun. At this, Mu Changtian frowned. Last night, Liang Zong didn't tell them where they were going. After they got on the carriage, Liang Zong's people took the lead. Because it was very dark, Mu Changtian didn't see clearly which direction they were heading. When morning came, Mu Changtian finally recognized many of the mountain peaks. These peaks were familiar from when he led troops to defend Beijun against the barbarians before. He knew Beijun very well, and some of its roads were already stored in his memory. Hearing Mu Changtian, Mu Xingping guessed, Father, do you think the prince they mentioned is the 9th prince? Mu Jingwu's voice trembled a little. He clearly couldn't believe what he was saying. Who is the 9th prince? They all knew very well. Although the 9th prince was now married to Mu Zixuan, everyone in the Mu family still thought of him as a lazy, pleasure-seeking waste of a prince. As soon as Mu Xingping finished speaking, Mu Jingwu said, Xingping, what are you thinking? It can't be the 9th prince. You should know what kind of person he is. Mu Xingping was silent for a moment before replying, That's true. So why would they take us to Beijun? Beijun is the 9th prince's territory. The prince of Beijun can only be the 9th prince, Mu Xingping said. Hearing this, Mu Jingwu didn't say anything. He just looked at his father, hoping he might know something. At this moment, Mu Changtian's eyebrows were tightly knit, and his expression was serious. He thought for a long time before speaking. It definitely isn't the 9th prince, but I suspect that the prince went to Beijun, probably to discuss something with me there. Of course, there is also another possibility. At this point, Mu Changtian paused and did not continue. His face grew even more serious. Seeing his grim expression, Mu Jingwu immediately asked, Father, is there another possibility? Mu Changtian thought for a moment and said, It might not be the prince from Daxia who is helping us, but rather the barbarians. When Mu Changtian said this, Mu Jingwu and Mu Xingping both froze in place. He continued, The barbarians are in the north. They want us to go to their territory, so we have to pass through Beijun. And they have good reasons for doing this. I know Daxia well. If they can win my support, it will make it easier for them to attack Daxia in the future. After hearing this, Mu Jingwu quickly asked, Father, if it really is the barbarians, then wouldn't we be betraying Daxia by trusting them? Mu Jingwu had a clear sense of right and wrong. He had no problem betraying the emperor of Daxia. especially since the emperor had abandoned them and even wanted to harm them. But if it meant betraying all of Daxia and its people, then becoming tools for the barbarians to kill Daxia's citizens, Mu Jingwu couldn't do it. He didn't want to become a traitor to his people. Hearing his son's words, Mu Changtian fell silent and didn't speak for a long time. Inside, he shared Mu Jingwu's feelings. If he was asked to support a certain prince of Daxia, he would do so without hesitation. But supporting the barbarians, he was utterly unwilling. Years ago, when the barbarians invaded Daxia, they killed many civilians. Many of his soldiers had also fallen in the fight against the barbarians. If he were to betray Daxia now and become a puppet of the barbarians, it would be better for him to die. After thinking for a while, Mu Changtian said, "All right, there's no point in thinking about it anymore. When we reach Beijun, we will know who the mysterious prince really is. Get some rest now. You haven't slept all night. Close your eyes and sleep a bit. It will take several more days to reach Beijun." Daxia, the capital city. Imperial Palace Garden. After hearing the report from the Shadow Guard commander, Emperor Xia felt that his intelligence always seemed a bit strange. His face looked very bad. At this moment, the entire Imperial Garden was very quiet. Only the sound of fish jumping out of the lotus pond could be heard. After a while, Emperor Xia finally spoke, saying, "Three masters, facing someone whose skills are completely gone, they ended up pulling each other down together." Haha, his voice was very cold, and it created a huge pressure on everyone in the garden. Clearly, Emperor Xia was in a very bad mood right now. Although the Great Xia Empire had many masters, masters are not easy to train. Killing a dying person cost the lives of 3 masters, which made Emperor Xia very unhappy. At this moment, Emperor Xia asked, "I am curious, why was Mu Changtian still able to perform the blood-burning technique at the end? Shouldn't his skills have been completely gone?" Then, Emperor Xia turned to look at the Grand Master Situ Su inside the pavilion. "Grand Master, are you sure you sensed that Mu Changtian's skills had disappeared?" Hearing this, Situ Su knew that Emperor Xia was doubting him. He asked, "Your Majesty, do you think I didn't give him the dispersing skill pill?" Emperor Xia replied calmly, "I just want to know why the dispersing skill pill had no effect on him." Emperor Xia was quite suspicious. Plus, he knew that Situ Su wanted to protect Mu Changtian, which made him suspect that Situ Su might have used some secret tricks. Situ Su then said, "I did sense that Mu Changtian's skills had disappeared. As for why he could still use the blood-burning technique, I think someone in the prison gave him a small restorative pill, allowing him to regain some of his skills." Hearing this, Emperor Xia remembered that although there weren't many pills that could restore skills in this world, they did exist. Especially among the sects, they studied pills that could restore skills quite well. At this moment, Emperor Xia immediately ordered the Shadow Guard commander, "Investigate. Find out immediately. I want to see who dares to oppose me." "Yes, Your Majesty." Subordinate takes my leave. The Shadow Guard commander then turned and left. Watching his back, Emperor Xia muttered to himself, "Mu Changtian is indeed a good subject of mine. Even in death, he helped me solve a problem." The trouble mentioned by Emperor Xia clearly refers to Mu Changtian's student, Chunpingyi. At first, Emperor Xia promoted Chunpingyi mainly to deal with Mu Changtian. Now that Mu Changtian is gone, Chunpingyi has lost his usefulness. He had planned to find an excuse to eliminate Chunpingyi once he returned. But now, Mu Changtian and Chunpingyi have both perished together. This means that the military power of Great Xia is now fully in his hands. With control of the army, he can do whatever he wants. Mu Changtian was assassinated while being exiled. Before dying, he used a blood-burning technique to pull 3 grandmasters down with him. This news quickly spread throughout Great Xia. With Mu Changtian's death, Emperor Xia completely took control of the army, now commanding millions of soldiers. Most of these generals were personally promoted by Emperor Xia, and the majority are very loyal to him. Having so many soldiers in his hands, what does the emperor want to do? What will he do? The major noble families in Great Xia are not fools. Suddenly, the number of merchant caravans increased sharply, especially in the territories of the various princes, doubling in number. Of course, this does not include the northern county. Merchant caravans are just a cover for the noble families. They use these caravans to secretly connect with different forces. Emperor Xia has already sharpened his sword. The noble families cannot ignore this. All the major noble families share the same idea. Since Emperor Xia is not behaving honestly and is disobedient, they want to replace him with a new emperor. Throughout history, some emperors have tried to eliminate noble families. Some used civil service exams to weaken their foundations, others restricted noble land holdings, and some suppressed noble families through commerce. But these methods had limited effects. Emperor Xia's move to eliminate the two great kings and fully control the army shows he has lost patience with the noble families. He plans to physically destroy the existing noble clans. His actions are very swift and highly targeted, which naturally drew the attention of the noble families, especially the great families in Jiangnan. Since Chu Yu's mysterious death, Chu Xiong has been on alert in the capital, sending many spies there. He knows everything happening in the city. Since learning that Mu Changtian has died and that military power is now in the hands of the Summer Emperor, Chu Xiong has been feeling restless and worried, sensing that a big disaster is approaching the Chu family. In the courtyard of the Chu family, Chu Xiong sits inside a pavilion, looking at the intelligence from the capital with a worried expression. At this moment, two elderly men with white hair arrive at the pavilion. One of them says, "Brother, you saw what the Summer Emperor did. Shouldn't our Chu family also prepare for something?" Hearing his second brother Chu Liang's words, Chu Xiong remains silent for a moment, then replies, "I have already sent someone to contact Prince Qi. I believe we will have an answer soon." Hearing this, Chu Liang is dissatisfied and says, "Big brother, what good is Prince Qi? He's just a lazy drunkard. Do you really expect him to rebel?" Chu Xiong's idea is to use the vassal kings to limit the Summer Emperor, forcing him to give up attacking the noble families, or to incite a rebellion among the vassal kings. So the Summer Emperor has no energy left to deal with the noble families. Of course, if any vassal king can defeat the Summer Emperor, that would be even better. Prince Qi is the vassal king most dissatisfied with the Summer Emperor. Since the Summer Emperor ascended the throne, he has targeted Prince Qi multiple times. So Chu Xiong's first plan to incite rebellion is to focus on Prince Qi. However, it's clear that second brother Chu Liang has his own ideas. Chu Liang then says, "If you ask me, we should just find someone to assassinate the Summer Emperor. Once he's dead, all problems are solved." Third brother Chu Song asks at this moment, "If the Summer Emperor dies, who should we support to take the throne?" Chu Liang naturally replies, "No need to think about it. Of course, we support the 8th prince. If we don't support him, do you want to support that useless fellow from Beijing who spends his days indulging in pleasures?" Moreover, the 8th prince's mother comes from the noble Wang family in Jiangnan. He probably won't be as reckless as his father and try to attack us noble families. Our Chu family also has a good relationship with the Wang family. After the 8th prince ascends the throne, we can send some family girls to his side. If our Chu family's girls can quickly have his children, competing for the position of empress might not be impossible. After hearing Chu Liang's words, Chu Song says, "Second brother, I feel like the 9th prince might be better. If he's just indulging in pleasures in the palace, it might be easier for us to control him. Plus, we can influence who he marries as empress." Chu Liang snorted coldly and said, "You think I haven't thought about this? He's a useless person who can't be helped. If we really choose him, do you think he can balance the interests of the major families? There will be even more resistance in the court. The officials won't agree. Among the princes, anyone has a chance, but he doesn't. Don't forget, he's Chu Yu's child, and he has a special connection with the Xianyu Palace. If he really takes the throne, do you think we can control him?" Chu Song said, "Second brother, you have some points." At this moment, Chu Xiong, with a dark face, said, "Second brother, you're going too far. Chu Yu is still my daughter. No matter how you look at it, she is first my daughter, then the goddess of Xianyu Palace. How can her son have no right to sit on that throne? Also, you don't really think Emperor Xia is so easy to assassinate, do you? Starting to discuss who should become emperor now is a bit premature. Emperor Xia has a grandmaster by his side, and besides Sidu Su, we don't know if there are other grandmasters secretly protecting him. Successfully assassinating him might be harder than reaching the sky." Chu Liang sneered and said, "Big brother, I think you're getting old and not as sharp. Do you know why I just mentioned supporting the 8th prince? The 8th prince is in the capital now. He can fully help us carry out the plan to assassinate Emperor Xia. Chu Xiong immediately frowned and said, "No, we absolutely cannot assassinate Emperor Xia now. If it fails, he will use it as an excuse to attack the major families immediately. Our preparations are not enough. We can't take this risk." Now, everyone in the court knew that Emperor Xia planned to attack the major families. The families also knew that Emperor Xia would target them. But even if Emperor Xia wanted to eliminate the families, he would need a seemingly legitimate reason. Originally, Emperor Xia hadn't found a suitable excuse yet. If the families suddenly sent people to assassinate him, it would give Emperor Xia a perfect reason. Seeing Chu Xiong's fearfulness, Chu Liang snorted and said, "Big brother, your courage is getting smaller. Emperor Xia's sword is about to fall, and you're still worried about this and that. I think you're just waiting for Emperor Xia's army of 1,000,000 to arrive at Sufing City, so you can be happy." With that, Chu Liang turned and left directly. Seeing Chu Liang leave, Chu Song quickly followed and said, second brother, let's talk nicely. Big brother is only thinking of the family. Don't be angry." Seeing the two of them talking back and forth, Chu Xiong's face looked very unhappy. He wasn't stupid. He knew exactly what Chu Liang and Chu Song were thinking. Chu Song seemed to be talking to the ninth prince, but actually, he was just making conversation with Chu Liang. Chu Song's sons all married women from the Wang family, and even his concubines were from the Wang family. His position was clear. As for Chu Liang, it was obvious he had wanted to be the head of the family for a long time. Now, the Chu family was facing many problems inside and out. Thinking about his son, who was lazy and always thinking about women, Chu Xiong felt even more tired. Chu Xiong rubbed his forehead and then said to the woman behind him, who had been quiet and unnoticed, "Qingli, your sister is in Beijun. You should go to Beijun too. If the Chu family ever faces disaster, you won't need to come back." Hearing this, the woman in a green dress behind him replied, "Yes, family head." Her voice was cold and emotionless, as if she was just a tool for killing. As they got closer to Beijun, the Mu family grew more nervous. The women of the Mu family were excited because they finally might see Mu Zixuan, especially Mu Shi, who had always wanted to know how her daughter was doing at the North King's residence. The men of the Mu family were worried that they might just be passing through Beijun and heading further north. If they were just passing through, they would be going into barbarian territory. They couldn't betray the great Xia dynasty. Soon, Mu Changtian and the others noticed that after arriving in Beijun, the caravan didn't stop. They kept heading north. This made Mu Changtian very anxious. Could it be that these people were spies for the barbarians? Then Mu Changtian peeked out from the carriage and asked the riding guards, "Young brother, where are we going?" The guard immediately answered, "Duke Mu, our destination is Yinqing. It will take a few more days to get there." Hearing the soldier from the Jin Yiwei mention the specific destination, Mu Changtian finally relaxed a little. It was confirmed they were headed to Yin City. Then Mu Changtian pulled his head back into the carriage. At this moment, Mu Xingping asked, "Father, I remember the Northern King is in Yin City. Could the mysterious prince they mentioned really be the Northern King?" Mu Changtian shook his head and replied, "No, it can't be him. Yin City is the busiest city in Northern County. It's not strange that the mysterious prince would meet us there." Mu Changtian didn't think Lu Qin's powerful influence was so great. Everyone knew what kind of prince Lu Qin was. A few days later, Northern County, Yin City. The Mu family caravan, disguised as merchants, slowly entered Yin City. Once inside, everyone in the carriage opened their curtains and looked around at everything outside. Mu Changtian was resting with his eyes closed. Mu Jingwu reminded him, "Father, we've arrived in Yin City." Hearing this, Mu Changtian opened his eyes and looked out the window. Although Yin City was the most prosperous city in Northern County, it was easy to see the difference compared to other cities in Daxia. Most common people on the street wore patched clothes, many with lots of patches. Many had no shoes and walked barefoot. If there was anything to praise about Northern County, it was that the people's eyes shone with energy, looking very spirited and full of hope for the future. At this moment, Mu Xingping said, "I didn't expect Yin City, the most prosperous city in Northern County, to be so poor. It seems developing Northern County won't be easy. I wonder how my little sister is doing at the Northern King's residence." Mu Jingwu replied, "Don't worry. Although Northern County is poor, the Northern King's residence isn't. I heard they sell perfume and soap, earning hundreds of thousands of silver taels each month. Right now, Mu Changtian's mind wasn't in the carriage. He only wanted to meet the mysterious prince. He was already planning what to do if the prince was from the barbarian tribes. Meanwhile, Northern King's residence. Lu Chun had just finished exercising with Wang Qingzi. Now he was in a pavilion, choosing portraits of women who might become his concubines. Although Mu Zixuan had already chosen once, since Lu Chun was going to take concubines, he still needed to see the options. However, Lu Chun didn't care much about portraits. Portraits are more exaggerated than modern photos. Photos are edited, but portraits are simply the artist's subjective brushstrokes. Still, Lu Chun reluctantly selected some pictures of beautiful women. After all, this was just the preliminary selection. The real choice of concubines would require him to see them in person. Without seeing them face to face, he wouldn't know how highly they were rated. At this moment, a guard in bright armor entered the courtyard. "Prince, the Mu family has arrived." Hearing this, Lu Chun immediately stood up from the stone bench. Their family finally arrived, which was probably a surprise for Mu Zixuan. Then Lu Chun said, "Arrange for us to meet them right away." "Yes, Your Highness." The guard finished reporting and turned to leave. The Mu family's carriage finally stopped at the Uli restaurant in Yin City. Inside the restaurant, a tall, very strong middle-aged man approached Mu Changtian. Seeing this man, Mu Changtian was momentarily stunned. Another master. How terrifying is the power behind that mysterious prince? They had only just met two masters in such a short time. Qin Yushan then spoke. "Duke Mu, please come with me." Qin Yushan was referring to Mu Changtian and his two sons. Hearing this, Mu Changtian and his sons understood that they were probably going to meet that mysterious prince next. Thinking of this, they all felt very excited. Soon, Mu Changtian and his family separated from the women of the Mu household. The women went to the back courtyard of the restaurant, while Mu Changtian and his sons followed Qin Yushan to the second floor. However, when they reached the private room on the second floor, they did not see the mysterious prince. Qin Yushan then said, "Duke Mu, please wait a moment. Our prince will be here soon." Mu Changtian didn't think much and decided to wait patiently. Time passed, and after about 3/4 of an hour, the door to the room was opened. Hearing the noise, Mu Changtian and his sons immediately stood up from their seats. They fixed their eyes on the door, eager to see who was coming out. However, when the door slowly opened, a familiar face appeared before the three people. Seeing the visitor, Mu Changtian was immediately stunned. He muttered to himself, North King?" Not only was Mu Changtian stunned, but his two sons also stood frozen in place. Who was the North King? They certainly knew. Mu Changtian remembered that when the North King left the capital, he had seen him once. At that time, the North King was still very young and unaware of political taboos. Such a person, who was lazy and had no political sense, was actually holding such a large power? Mu Changtian couldn't help but wonder if the North King had been hiding his true abilities, pretending to be useless so that people would think he knew nothing. If that was true, then the North King was very clever. He not only tricked them, but also deceived all the common people of the Great Xia dynasty. Until they entered North County, they didn't believe that the mysterious prince was the North King. But in the end, they saw the North King himself. With such deep plans and such a large force, there was no need to guess what he wanted to do. Seeing Mu Changtian and the others looking at him with disbelief, Lu Chun smiled and asked, "Father-in-law, do you look surprised to see me?" Hearing this, Mu Changtian and his sons finally came back to themselves. They quickly bowed and said, "Greetings, North King." After bowing, Mu Changtian felt a bit awkward and said, "Your Majesty, I didn't expect that the person who ultimately saved the Mu family was you." On their way to North County, Mu Changtian and his family had wondered if the mysterious prince spoken of by Liang Zong was the North King, since North County was the North King's territory. But the idea that the mysterious prince is the North King only flashed through their minds briefly, and they quickly dismissed it. However, in the end, the person standing before them was the North King himself. This was incredibly shocking. They couldn't believe that the North King, rumored to be lazy and indulgent, was actually so deep in hiding. Just from the fact that the North King could produce the Great Rejuvenation Pill and held such a large force, If he had participated in the power struggle, the crown prince would definitely not be his match. At this moment, Mu Chantian and his two sons all wondered why the Northern King, who had such great power, still chose to hide his true strength. If he had participated in the struggle for the throne, with his own forces and support from the Jiangnan family, he could very likely have taken the position in the capital. Now that the Northern King has been pushed to Beijing, if he still wants that position in the capital, he will have to start a military campaign. However, Mu Chantian and the others saw the situation in Beijing. Starting a war there would be difficult against the elite soldiers of Daxia. Even if he won, Daxia would suffer great destruction, leaving the Northern King with a mess to clean up. At this time, Lu Chun said, "Everyone sit down. Don't stand around." He then entered the private room, and the guards at the door closed the door behind him. After Lu Chun entered, Mu Chantian asked directly, "Your Highness, with such a large force under your control, why did you hide your strength in the capital before?" Lu Chun replied calmly, "A tree that stands out is easily broken by the wind. Now my father is still young. If he knew I had such a big force, what do you think my father-in-law would do?" Hearing this, Mu Chantian and his sons immediately understood. As a prince, the Northern King had such a large force, and he had his own people in the army. If Emperor Xia found out, he would definitely be suspicious. You, a prince, while your father is still young, are secretly building your power and recruiting soldiers. What are you trying to do? However, Mu Chantian still didn't fully understand. Even if the Northern King had a large force, there was no need to pretend to be weak. He just needed to keep his cards hidden. Although he was confused, Mu Chantian decided not to ask further. After learning that the Northern King was a very clever and strategic person, Mu Chantian no longer saw him as an inexperienced politician. He now believed that the Northern King's actions were well thought out. The Northern King must have even bigger plans. Although the Northern King was also a descendant of Emperor Xia, because he had saved the Mu family and Mu Zixuan was his wife, Mu Chantian had no ill feelings toward Lu Chun. Mu Chantian then said, "The Northern King saved our Mu family. If you ever need my help in the future, I, Mu Chantian, will do my best to serve you wholeheartedly." Mu Chantian's words were basically a direct declaration of loyalty to Lu Chun. Hearing this, Mu Xingping and Mu Jingwu quickly bowed and said, "We swear to follow the Northern King forever." Lu Chun smiled and said, "We are all family, so there's no need for such words." Then, Lu Chun looked at Mu Chantian and asked, "Father-in-law, I have a question that has been bothering me. I couldn't find anyone to ask, but now that you're here, I want to seek your advice." When talking to his own people, Lu Chun never called himself, "Your Majesty," but used "I" to feel closer to them. However, Mu Chantian was a conservative man. Although Lu Chun was his son-in-law, he was still a prince. In Mu Chantian's eyes, Lu Chun's identity as a prince was more important than his role as a son-in-law. He respectfully replied, "Please, Your Highness, go ahead." Lu Chun then asked, "Normally, if my father wanted to eliminate the noble families, he would need a sharp sword. Without a doubt, you, father-in-law, are the most suitable. But why?" Lu Chun didn't finish his sentence, as it involved Mu Chantian's painful past. Mu Chantian immediately understood what Lu Chun was asking and sighed before answering. "Your Highness, His Majesty has never fully trusted me. Or rather, in his eyes, I am not that sword. Even if I am a sword, I am only the sword of the noble families." He had wanted to say the name of Emperor Xia directly, but since the Northern King was the son of Emperor Xia, it didn't seem appropriate to call him by name in front of him. So he still referred to Emperor Xia as His Majesty. Then, Mu Chantian thought of something and continued, "Moreover, I suspect that His Majesty already has an even sharper sword in his hand." Hearing this, Lu Chun fell into deep thought. After a moment, Lu Chun said, "Mu House is gone. I have prepared a new residence for you. But from now on, you might need to change your family name." Mu Chantian immediately replied, "Thank you, Northern King. Just surviving was good enough." As for changing their family name, Mu Chantian didn't mind much. Once Emperor Xia died, they could change it back. At this moment, Mu Chantian tentatively asked, "Your Highness, since you came to Beijing, do you have any plans?" To Mu Chantian, with such a powerful force in the hands of the Northern King, it was unlikely he would be content to be a wandering prince in Beijing. Mu Chantian wanted to seize this opportunity. As long as the Northern King ascends the throne and becomes the new Summer Emperor, the Mu family can return to their former glory. Although the Mu family fell into decline because of the Summer Emperor, Mu Chantian does not hold much hatred toward Lu Chun, the son of the Summer Emperor. This is because political struggles often involve different interests for sons and fathers. Throughout history, it was common for old emperors to exile loyal officials, and for new emperors to bring back those exiled officials as a way to show kindness. When these officials returned to the court, they usually did not resent the new emperor. Instead, they often felt grateful. Hearing Mu Changtian's question, Lu Qin slightly smiled. I don't have any plans for now. Mu Changtian was momentarily stunned. He didn't believe Lu Qin's words. The Northern King had hidden his strength in the capital for many years and had accumulated a powerful force. If he had no plans, no one would believe it. Knowing Mu Changtian didn't believe him, Lu Qin continued, the time isn't right yet. Trying hard now would be pointless. Mu Changtian suddenly understood. The Northern King was waiting for the right moment. He had suspected that such a clever person wouldn't stay hidden forever. Mu Changtian then said, Your Highness, if you ever need my help in the future, I, Mu Changtian, am willing to risk everything. Lu Qin replied, No need to wait until then. I need your help now. Mu Changtian immediately said, Please, Your Highness, tell me what I can do. Lu Qin said, I plan to train a cavalry in Northern County. I don't have a suitable commander. Do you have any ideas? Hearing this, Mu Changtian felt excited. He hadn't expected to be able to contribute so soon after arriving in Northern County. He quickly stood up, bowed to Lu Qin, and said, I will train this cavalry as soon as possible. I won't let Your Highness down. Lu Qin nodded and then stood up. All right, that's all for today. Later, I will have the princess visit your new home. With that, Lu Qin headed toward the door. Mu Changtian and his son bowed again and said, We wish the prince safe travels. After Lu Qin left, Mu Changtian and the others immediately relaxed, as if a great burden had been lifted from their shoulders. They still found it hard to believe what had just happened. He is the Northern King, the irresponsible, indulgent Northern King. He is actually the mysterious prince who saved the Mu family. Mu Changtian chuckled at himself and said, Haha, I didn't expect there would be times I was mistaken. Mu Jingwu beside him said, Father, I still don't understand why the Northern King chose to hide his strength in the capital. With his power and the support of the Chu family, he should have had a good chance to become the crown prince. The Northern King once said, A tree that stands out will be broken by the wind, but that doesn't fully explain why he hides his strength. Hearing his son's question, Mu Changtian thought for a moment, then stroked his beard and said, The Northern King's thoughts are beyond our understanding. But from what he has done, it seems he never intended to rely on powerful noble families. Otherwise, after arriving in the northern province, his first action would have been to send people to the Chu family for help in governing. But as far as I know, the Chu family and the Northern King's residents haven't had contact for a long time. So I suspect that the Northern King's attitude toward noble families is similar to that of Emperor Xia. Hearing this, Mu Jingwu and Mu Xingping were both stunned. Mu Xingping suddenly seemed to understand something and quickly said, Could it be that the Northern King is deliberately withdrawing from the capital to help the emperor eliminate the noble families? Then, once the various forces in the capital are exhausted from fighting for the throne, he will return to claim his rightful place. Mu Changtian replied, That's very likely. The chaos among the noble families has been going on for a long time. As a patient prince, the Northern King must have bigger ambitions. His sights are not just on becoming crown prince. I suspect he is thinking further ahead, about the matters he will need to handle after becoming emperor. If Emperor Xia can resolve the noble family conflicts, then after the Northern King ascends the throne, he will have full control over the great Xia. There's another big advantage for him. If someone criticizes the royal family's harsh rule, they will only be talking about Emperor Xia now, not the Northern King. Hearing Mu Changtian's analysis, the two Mu brothers were both stunned. They hadn't expected that the Northern King, once called useless, actually harbored such grand plans inside. If the Northern King waits to ascend the throne and become the new emperor of Great Xia, his ambitions probably won't stop at just controlling the country. According to his current plan, by the time he becomes emperor, Most of the noble families in Great Xia will likely have been eliminated by the Emperor of Xia. At that point, only the Northern King will be in charge. This talented and strategic man, once he controls all of Great Xia, will want to do something big. It would be a shame if he didn't, after planning for so long. The Mu brothers no longer dare to guess what direction the Northern King will take the country after he becomes emperor. They wonder if the Northern King really plans to destroy all the other kingdoms and dominate the world. Is his current plan just the beginning? Thinking of this, the Mu brothers gasp in shock. So, this is the true thought of the Northern King. Is this really who he is? On the carriage back to the Northern King's residence, Lu Chen keeps sneezing. He begins to wonder if he has caught a cold. He is a 9th-grade martial artist, so he shouldn't get sick so easily, right? Soon, Lu Chen arrives at the residence. The moment he enters, he immediately goes to find Mu Zixuan. Mu Zixuan is inside the room, taking care of the child. When she sees Lu Chen, she quickly puts down Lu Changfeng. Greetings, Prince. Lu Chen walks over to Mu Zixuan, puts his arm around her waist, gently scratches her nose, and says, "My dear wife, how many times do I have to tell you? You are my wife. No need to bow to me every day." Mu Zixuan smiles and replies, "Your Highness is always your Highness. It is proper for me to bow." Seeing her still insist, Lu Chen decides not to continue the topic. Instead, he says, "My dear wife, I have prepared a surprise for you. Are you interested?" Hearing this, Mu Zixuan asks curiously, "A surprise? What kind of surprise?" Lu Chen smiles and says, "If I tell you what the surprise is, it wouldn't be a surprise anymore. I will take you somewhere, and you'll find out soon." Mu Zixuan quickly responds, "Your Highness, Fenger hasn't slept yet." Lu Chen glances at Lu Changfeng on the bed and then says, "Let Xiao Rou and the nurse take care of him first. You go to that place now." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan becomes even more curious. What kind of surprise could it be? During her time married to the prince's residence, the North Prince never prepared any so-called surprises for her. However, in fact, the North Prince himself was already a surprise to her. When she first married into the North Prince's household, she thought her life would be very miserable. But unexpectedly, besides being flirtatious, the North Prince had almost no other faults. Moreover, the North Prince was always very kind and caring toward her, trusted her deeply, and even entrusted her with managing the household's affairs. For a woman from a family of disgraced officials, it was already rare to marry such a good man. Mu Zixuan didn't dare to ask for any surprises. Mu Zixuan then said, "All right, I will go see the surprise the prince has prepared for me." Seeing her agree, Lu Chen immediately took Mu Zixuan and left the room. Then, Lu Chen arranged for the secret guards to take Mu Zixuan to the residence he had prepared for her at Mu's house. On the way to the new Mu residence, Mu Zixuan couldn't help feeling curious. She lifted the curtain and asked the secret guard, "What kind of surprise has the prince prepared for me? Do you know?" Hearing her question, the secret guard quickly replied, "Madam, the prince told us not to tell you in advance. You will find out when you arrive." Mu Zixuan pouted her lips, wondering what the surprise could be that was so secretive. Soon, Mu Zixuan arrived at the gate of Mu's house. Because of the sensitivity of the Mu's surname, there was no sign with the family name on the gate, just a large door. At this moment, a secret guard said to Mu Zixuan inside the carriage, "Madam, we've arrived." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan immediately got out of the carriage. Seeing the gate, she felt even more confused. What did the prince want her to do here? A secret guard then approached the gate and told the servant at the door, "Go in and inform your master that the princess has arrived." The servant quickly ran into the house. Mu Zixuan arrived at the gate of Mu's house. When the household staff saw her, they immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, princess." Mu Zixuan replied calmly, "Stand up." She was a bit distracted, only wanting to know what surprise Lu Chen had prepared for her. Just then, a familiar woman's voice came from not far away. Zixuan. Upon hearing the voice, Mu Zixuan immediately looked toward the source. When she saw it, Mu Zixuan froze in place. She never thought she would see her mother again in this life. Since she married Lu Chen, she had prepared herself to never return to the capital or see her family again. But unexpectedly, after just over a year, she was able to see her mother once more. Mu Zixuan felt deeply moved. So this was the surprise the prince had mentioned. This truly was a big surprise for her. Tears started to flow uncontrollably from her eyes. When she saw her daughter, Mu's mother was also very excited. She quickly ran over to Mu Zixuan. Mother and daughter immediately embraced each other tightly. Mu Zixuan cried, and Mu's mother also started crying. Mu Zixuan cried because she finally saw her family again, and Mu's mother cried because the Mu family had gone through a life-and-death crisis. She had thought she would never see her daughter again. After a while, Mu Zixuan wiped her tears and was about to comfort her mother when she suddenly noticed Mu Changtian and others standing not far away. Mu Zixuan realized that not only had her mother come to Beijun, but her father was also here, along with her two brothers. Even some servants from the Mu household were present. What was going on? Even if Mu Zixuan was not very smart, she could tell that something had happened to the Mu family. Mu Changtian was a duke and a man with military power. Although his military authority had been taken away, the emperor would not allow him to leave the capital. Now, their family was in Beijun, which clearly indicated that something had happened to the Mu family. Mu Zixuan immediately asked, "Mother, what's going on? Why are you all here in Beijun?" Mu Changtian sighed, and then said, "Zixuan, come inside first. We'll tell you everything about the capital slowly." Mu Zixuan nodded and followed them to the Mu family reception hall. Later, Mu Changtian explained everything that had happened in the capital and during their exile journey. Only then did Mu Zixuan understand what had truly happened to the Mu family. At this moment, Mu Zixuan did not blame Lu Chun for not telling her about this matter. She understood why Lu Chun kept it secret. When the Mu family had trouble, she had just given birth and was weak. If she had known about the Mu family's situation back then, she would have been very upset. Mu Zixuan felt even more grateful to Lu Chun now. She never thought that one day, it would be the Northern King who saved their entire family. At the same time, Mu Zixuan felt very lucky. If she hadn't married the Northern King, she and the Mu family might have already been gone. After staying at the Mu residence for about 2 hours, Mu Zixuan returned to the prince's mansion. At this time, Lu Chun was in the study, looking at reports from the secret guards. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the study was knocked on. "Your Highness, may I come in?" Lu Chun put down the report and stood up, saying, "Come in." As Mu Zixuan pushed open the door, Lu Chun smiled and asked, "My dear wife, how do you like the surprise I prepared for you?" As soon as Lu Chun finished speaking, Mu Zixuan threw herself into his arms. Feeling the warmth and softness in his arms, Lu Chun gently patted Mu Zixuan's back to comfort her. Tearfully, Mu Zixuan said, "Sniff, sniff. Your Highness, thank you for saving our family." Lu Chun smiled slightly. "You are my beloved wife. I don't want to see you sad after losing your loved ones. It's what I should do." While speaking, Lu Chun continued to pat Mu Zixuan's back. All right, don't cry. The Mu family is all safe and sound. Besides, they've come to Beijun. If you want to see your relatives in the future, it will be easier." He then gently pushed Mu Zixuan away and used his finger to wipe away her tears. Mu Zixuan's face was flushed, her eyes shining with tears, looking delicate and charming, which made her even more lovable. She looked at Lu Chun with deep gratitude in her heart, not knowing how to express it. She gazed into his eyes, full of affection. Seeing her like this, Lu Chun couldn't hold back any longer and kissed her directly. Mu Zixuan did not resist. Since she was pregnant, she hadn't been close to Lu Chun for a long time. Plus, because of the Mu family's situation, her gratitude towards Lu Chun overflowed, making her long for his deep love. Originally, Lu Chun did not like to develop feelings with his wife and concubines in the study, since it was his workplace. Occasionally, he would just discipline Wang Qingxi, the female servant. However, since the atmosphere had already been set, there was nothing more to say. The host has developed feelings with Mu Zixuan once, gaining 20 experience points in the Qi refining technique and 20 in the rejuvenation technique. Congratulations! The host has fathered another child. Rewards: 200 122mm artillery guns, 1,000 shells, plus cement manufacturing technology. The more children you have, the greater the rewards. Keep up the good work and continue to expand your family. Hearing the system prompt, Lu Chun was momentarily stunned. He was still happily with his beloved wife, not expecting his concubine to give birth at this time. Seeing Lu Chun freeze, Mu Zixuan, with a gentle look in her eyes, turned to ask, "Husband, what's wrong?" Mu Zixuan only called Lu Chen husband at such times. She had also called him brother and husband before. Lu Chen gently brushed the sweat from Mu Zixuan's smooth forehead and replied, "Xiao Xiao should have given birth." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan immediately became alert. She quickly said, "Your Highness, let's go see her right now." Mu Zixuan was not the type to ignore important matters. At this moment, it was clearly not the time for indulgence. Lu Chen nodded and said, "Yes, let's get ready and go." The two quickly tidied up and headed to Zhou Xiaoxiao's northern courtyard. The northern courtyard was already busy. Zhou Xiaoxiao had finished giving birth. She lay weakly on the bed, her face pale and covered in sweat. Lu Chen sat beside her bed and took her delicate hand, saying, "Xiaoxiao, you've had the baby. Why didn't you send someone to tell me?" If not for the system prompt, he wouldn't have known Zhou Xiaoxiao had already given birth. Zhou Xiaoxiao managed a faint smile and said, "Your Highness has been very busy lately. I didn't want to bother you." Mu Zixuan said from beside, "Sister, the prince wouldn't mind." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Xiaoxiao, from now on, remember to tell me when you have a baby, understood?" Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned. She had just given birth, and the prince was already talking about having another child. At this moment, a faint blush appeared on her pale face. Seeing her weakness, Lu Chen immediately used his spiritual energy and healing techniques to treat Zhou Xiaoxiao. In the next moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao felt extremely comfortable all over her body. The pain and exhaustion disappeared instantly. When Mu Zixuan and Chu Yuqin saw the faint green light emanating from Zhou Xiaoxiao, they were all stunned. Chu Yuqin had heard from Lu Chen long ago that he had a special connection to the immortals, so it was not surprising that Lu Chen could use immortal magic. But knowing about it was different from seeing it with her own eyes. At this time, lying on the bed, Zhou Xiaoxiao let out a soft sound. After a moment, her beautiful eyes looked intently at Lu Chen and asked, "Prince, what did you just do? Why do I feel so comfortable? All the pain is gone." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan suddenly remembered her own childbirth experience. At that time, her body did not emit any green light, but when she touched Lu Chen's body, she felt very comfortable all over. Within a few days, her body had recovered to its state before giving birth. At first, she thought it was because her constitution was good, but now she suspected that Lu Chen had used a special method to treat her. Lu Chen did not answer Zhou Xiaoxiao immediately. Instead, after her face regained its color, he said, "This is a special healing method of mine, which helps you recover quickly." As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, Chu Yuqin turned her head and told the midwives and maids in the room, "No one is allowed to spread what happened today." Seeing Chu Yuqin's serious expression and firm tone, the midwives and maids quickly lowered their heads and replied, "Yes, Madam Chu." They had never seen such a healing method before. Clearly, this was not an ordinary human technique, but a legendary immortal art. Thinking about how their prince possessed immortal magic, the midwives and maids felt very excited. They had only heard of the existence of immortals before, but now they had seen someone who could perform immortal magic with their own eyes, especially their prince, whom they served. How could they not be thrilled? This was serving an immortal, not an ordinary person with a special connection to the heavens. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao sat up from the bed, and Lu Chen quickly helped her. She had recovered to her condition before giving birth, and then she held her nearby child, carefully examining her. "Prince, I only gave birth to a daughter for you." A hint of regret appeared on Zhou Xiaoxiao's face. Lu Chen's love for Lu Changfeng was clear to her. She always thought Lu Chen liked boys, so after having a daughter, she felt a little disappointed. In this era, a woman's status depended on her children. Only if she had a son would her position improve. Lu Chen looked at his daughter in Zhou Xiaoxiao's arms and said with a smile, "Xiaoxiao, to me, sons and daughters are the same. In my mansion, daughters will have the same things as sons. Although they might not get as much, I will never treat any of my children unfairly. You don't need to worry." Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxiao finally relaxed. At this moment, Mu Zixuan, standing nearby, reminded him, "Prince, the baby doesn't have a name yet. Please choose one for her." Lu Chen thought for a moment and then said, "Let's call her Lu Huanhuan. I hope she grows up happily." Zhou Xiaoxiao muttered, "Huanhuan. Huan, Prince, I like this name. Just then, a maid's voice suddenly came from outside. Prince, Commander Qin is looking for you. He said it's very important and hopes you hurry to the study. Zhou Xiaoxiao had just given birth, and Lu Chun was supposed to stay with her at this time. The maids in the mansion were sensible. Unless it was something very urgent, they wouldn't disturb him now. Seeing Lu Chen's face turn serious, Chu Yuqin immediately said, Chun, since Commander Qin is looking for you, it must be important. You should go first. We'll stay here with Xiao Xiao. Lu Chen replied, All right, I'll go now. After speaking, Lu Chen turned and left Zhou Xiaoxiao's room, heading to his study. When Lu Chen arrived, Qin Yushan was already waiting for him. He opened the door and asked, Commander Qin, what happened? Qin Yushan quickly took out the bamboo tube in his hand, pulled out the rolled-up sheepskin inside, opened it, and handed it to Lu Chen. My lord, the northern tribes are showing signs of unrest. Hearing this, Lu Chen's brows furrowed tightly. Since coming to the northern commandery, Lu Chen had never feared the assassins from the capital or the powerful local families. What he worried about most were the tribes beyond the northern border. The news of their movements instantly made him tense. If the tribes marched south, the northern commandery would be the first to suffer, and its cities would surely face devastation. The reason the region had remained poor and undeveloped was because of the tribe's repeated raids over the years. Lu Chen looked over the sheepskin scroll in Qin Yushan's hand, then fell silent for a long time. The report stated only that the tribes had begun to gather their forces, but had not yet formed a full army. It would take at least 2 more months before they were ready to move. After a while, seeing that Lu Chen still said nothing, Qin Yushan spoke again. My lord, our people have learned that this time, the tribes are not just coming to plunder food, they intend to take the northern commandery for themselves. Their royal court plans to found a new nation, with Yinqing as their capital. Hearing this, Lu Chen gave a cold laugh. They want to take my land and build a kingdom here? How bold of them. Lu Chen was the prince of the northern commandery. If he lost his territory, what kind of prince would he be? Qin Yushan then reminded him, My lord, judging from the royal court's orders, the tribes will likely send at least 300,000 cavalry against us. The northern commandery has only 30,000 soldiers, most of them stationed in Yinqing. We can't possibly stop such a massive army. We must prepare early. Lu Chen fell silent again. A large-scale war was nothing like a few assassins sneaking into the palace. If assassins came, a few grenades could easily deal with them. But if 300,000 cavalry came charging, the sky itself would darken under their numbers. The reason the Great Summer Dynasty has struggled to deal with the barbarian tribes is mainly because most of them are cavalry. When the cavalry attack, they advance very quickly, and the Great Summer Army hasn't yet set up defenses, so they are caught off guard. Once the army arrives to support, they are about to counterattack, but the barbarian cavalry retreat like a wave, making it hard to catch them. For many years, the Great Summer Dynasty has mainly relied on defense to deal with the barbarians. However, this time, the barbarians aim to take over Beijing. They probably won't retreat as they did before when they saw the large army coming. But if Beijing is only defended but still destroyed, it will be a terrible disaster, with many lives lost and widespread suffering. If the people of Beijing are all killed by the barbarians, wouldn't the Lord be left with nothing but an empty title? Lu Chen looked at the sheepskin scroll in his hand and didn't speak for about 15 minutes. This was the real crisis he faced in Beijing. In fact, if he can't withstand the barbarian attack and simply abandons his territory to return to the capital, he might only face some punishment, but he wouldn't die. But if he voluntarily leaves his land and escapes alone, his reputation as a lord will fall completely, and it will be very hard to recover. A lord who abandons his people and territory will be remembered as a shameful figure in history. However, if he doesn't leave, he faces a very real problem. 3,000 soldiers against 30,000 barbarians. How can they fight? And it's infantry versus cavalry. Beijing has 13 counties and exactly 13 cities, so 3,000 soldiers can't defend them all. Plus, he doesn't even know which direction the barbarians will attack from. Seeing that Lu Chen remained silent, Qin Yushan also stopped speaking and just stood quietly beside him. The room was so silent it was almost frightening. Even the sound of mosquitoes seemed loud. At this moment, Liu Qin thought of the 122mm howitzers. 200 of them could be quite effective. Since no one in this world has seen such terrifying weapons before, they could catch the enemy off guard. But the key problem is that the cavalry are scattered and highly mobile. If the enemy sees that he has such deadly weapons, and then turns around and runs, what should he do? Thinking of this, Liu Chun was momentarily stunned. Wait, wasn't he worried about how to defend Beijing? Why is he now worried that the barbarian tribes might escape? Thinking of this, a sly smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of Liu Chen's mouth. If he could gather all 30,000 cavalry in one place, perhaps defeating 300,000 with 30,000 isn't impossible? But would the barbarian tribes listen so obediently? If they suddenly dispatched so many cavalry, they would surely split into groups. It's unlikely they would attack a city with all 30,000 at once, unless there was a place or something that could attract them to attack together with all their forces. After thinking for a while, Liu Chen felt that he was not cut out for war. Such matters should be left to professionals. He was here alone, thinking for a long time, but unlikely to come up with a good plan. He had no battlefield experience in his past life, nor in this one. Daydreaming here was useless. No matter how much he thought, it was just empty talk. Thinking of this, Liu Chun said to Qin Yushan, "Tomorrow morning, gather the important generals and the county magistrate of Beijing at the royal palace." Qin Yushan immediately understood Liu Chen's meaning. Clearly, Liu Chen planned to gather them first, discuss strategies, and then make a decision. Meanwhile, at the 100 Flowers Tower, in a fragrant room, a graceful figure was faintly visible. Wang Qingxi was bathing in a tub when a maid behind the curtain said, "The people from Blood Moon Tower have arrived." Hearing this, Wang Qingxi immediately got out of the tub. Water droplets clung to her pure white body, sliding down continuously. She looked like a lotus emerging from water. After dressing, Wang Qingxi went to the third-floor pavilion of the 100 Flowers Tower. At this moment, a young man in white was standing by the railing, gazing toward the direction of the Northern King's residence. This scene reminded Wang Qingxi of someone, the former deputy leader of Blood Moon Tower, who also seemed to enjoy standing there, gazing toward the palace. After entering the pavilion, Wang Qingxi immediately said, "Master Zhou, you finally arrived. I've been eager to leave this ghost town of Yin City for a long time." Zhou Hanwen is different from the leader of the Blood Moon Tower. He wears white clothes and looks like a gentle young gentleman, like a delicate scholar. But he is not weak at all. He is a true master. At this moment, Zhou Hanwen asked, "Miss Wang, I heard that the Northern King's residence is planning to take a concubine. Is that true?" Wang Qingxi replied, "Yes, that's true. But why do you ask, Zhou Tower Master? Are you planning to send a female assassin to sneak into the palace and attack the Northern King?" Hearing this, Wang Qingxi showed a faint smile and pretended to be reluctant to recall something, saying, "Zhou Tower Master, if you want to do that, I suggest you reconsider. Chu Yuqin is already a half-step master, and she follows the Northern King every day. Even when he is with his wife and concubines, she listens outside. If you just send a female assassin to approach the Northern King, she will likely be discovered by Chu Yuqin before she even gets close. Our assassins from the 100 Flowers Tower were all wiped out by Chu Yuqin. I suspect she might become a master within a few years." Hearing Wang Qingxi's words, Zhou Hanwen frowned slightly. "I did consider sending a female assassin to approach the Northern King earlier, but after hearing what Miss Wang said, it seems that to succeed in the assassination, we will need to lure the Northern King out. It's best if we can separate him from that mysterious master." At this point, Zhou Hanwen's brow relaxed again, and he looked at Wang Qingxi with a full smile. "Miss Wang, I've heard that the Northern King is quite lustful. Do you think he's interested in you?" Wang Qingxi replied, "The Northern King has indeed been thinking about me. For the mission, I've been keeping him interested. If Zhou Tower Master needs me, just say so," Zhou Hanwen said. "Then please, Miss Wang, lure the Northern King to the 100 Flowers Tower. That will increase our chances of success." Wang Qingxi said, "That's no problem. But even if I bring him to the tower alone, I'm afraid the mysterious master and Chu Yuqin will still follow him." Zhou Hanwen smiled and said, "If we can lure those two out of the palace, it will be even better for us at Blood Moon Tower. I want to give the Northern King a surprise." Zhou Hanwen was not the type to be stubborn. His goal was to retaliate against the Northern King, but he didn't need to kill him immediately. If they can lure those two mysterious masters and Chu Yuqin out of the royal residence, the Blood Moon Tower will be able to enter and cause chaos. He wants the North King to see the bodies of his wives and concubines with his own eyes. This time, the Blood Moon Tower's main goal in North County is to obtain soap perfume and the method to make soap. As long as they can lure out that mysterious master, they will have enough time to steal the soap perfume recipe from the North King's residence. At this moment, Zhou Hanwen thinks that the North King's residence only has one master who is slightly stronger. Without that master, the residence is like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Wang Qingxi's lips curl into a slight smile, forming a gentle arc. She says softly, "In that case, I will have the North King come to the 100 Flowers Tower tonight." Hearing Wang Qingxi's words, Zhou Hanwen politely replies, "Then I will trouble Miss Wang." Wang Qingxi responds, "Master Zhou, you don't need to be so polite. It's what I should do." Night falls. Lu Qin stays in his study, repeatedly examining the map of Daxia, especially the terrain of North County. Although the map is hand-drawn by soldiers, it still has some value for reference. Lu Qin is thinking that to maximize the effectiveness of the mortar cannons, the best plan is to lure all 30,000 barbarian cavalry into narrow terrain. Then, they can trap them like a pocket, making it impossible for the barbarian cavalry to escape. Of course, his plan is just on paper now. The actual execution would be very difficult. For example, whether the barbarians will fall for the trap or follow their thinking depends on their commanders. At this moment, there is a knock at the door of the study. "Chen'er, can I come in?" Hearing that it's Chu Yuqin's voice, Lu Chun absent-mindedly replies, "Yes, come in." Chu Yuqin enters the study and sees Lu Chun staring at the map on the desk. Since Lu Chun has been locking himself in the study after meeting Qin Yushan, Chu Yuqin knows that a major crisis is coming. She worries and asks, "Chen'er, what has happened?" Chu Yuqin is not an outsider, and Lu Chun has no intention of hiding anything from her. So he replied, "The barbarian king's court has issued a summons, planning to gather 300,000 troops to march south, take over Beijing, establish a country there, and make Yin City their capital." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin's mind went blank for a moment. In this world, large-scale wars are not something a master or a few strong fighters can control. If the 300,000 cavalry really march south, the people of Beijing definitely cannot defend against them. No wonder Lu Chun hasn't eaten or slept well tonight and has been staying in his study. Chu Yuqin then asked, "Chun, is this news accurate?" Lu Chun nodded. This information was sent back by the Imperial Guard from the grasslands. Chu Yuqin fell into silence. When the Blood Moon Tower sent people to attack Lu Chun, she couldn't protect him, let alone guard the palace against 300,000 cavalry. She also understood that this kind of matter was not something she could interfere with. At this moment, Lu Chun said, "Aunt Chu, I plan to move Zixuan and the others to Omping City. Then I will lead 30,000 troops to fight the barbarian cavalry at Yin City." Omping City is also in Beijing, but it is further south. If Beijing truly falls, Mu Zixuan and the others can leave Beijing immediately and return to the capital. Hearing this, Chu Yuqin was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, "Chun, absolutely not. That's 300,000 cavalry. Beijing's 30,000 soldiers cannot possibly stand against barbarian cavalry." Although Chu Yuqin has never been on a battlefield, she knows that the barbarian cavalry of 300,000 is truly 300,000 soldiers. Usually, when the Great Xia dynasty or other dynasties go to war, they claim to have tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of troops. But these so-called hundreds of thousands or millions are often exaggerated. Most of the army's logistics are accounted for, and the actual fighting soldiers might be less than half. But barbarian soldiers are different. Every one of their cavalry can fight. If they claim to have 300,000 cavalry, it means they truly have 300,000 combat-ready soldiers. Chu Yuqin simply cannot imagine how Lu Chun would defend Beijing with only 30,000 soldiers if 300,000 barbarian cavalry were approaching. Seeing Chu Yuqin so panicked, Lu Chun showed a confident smile and said, "Aunt Chu, have you forgotten that I have a special connection to the immortals?" Chu Yuqin didn't feel relieved just because of his words. She continued, "Chun, I know you have that special connection, but with your current strength, you can't stop an army of 300,000. Plus, There are definitely many masters among the barbarian army, even grandmasters, Lu Chen calmly replied. What I mean is that I have even more powerful weapons. Hearing this, Chu Yuqin suddenly remembered the mysterious weapons Lu Chen used before. If Lu Chen has many of those kinds of weapons, or if the royal palace can make similar ones, then defeating 30,000 soldiers against 300,000 might be possible. Curious, Chu Yuqin asked, Chun, do you really think these weapons can stop the barbarian cavalry's charge? Lu Chen looked at the map, but didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, Aunt Chu, do you know what I worry about the most right now? Chu Yuqin looked down at the map, but said nothing. Since Lu Chen said he would lead 30,000 soldiers to face the 300,000 barbarian cavalry, he must not be worried about the enemy reaching the city. If Lu Chen isn't worried about the barbarians coming, Chu Yuqin couldn't think of anything else he might be concerned about. Lu Chen then continued, I'm worried that the barbarian cavalry might run away, and we won't be able to keep all 30,000 of them. Chu Yuqin. Hearing this, Chu Yuqin suddenly felt her mind struggling to keep up. Not only does she need to stop the 300,000 barbarian cavalry from advancing south, but she also wants to defeat them completely and keep all of them there. If anyone heard this, they might think that King Bei has lost his mind after hearing about the barbarian army heading south. That's a huge army, 300,000 cavalry. And whether they can defeat such a force is another question, but keeping all of them would be like a dream. At this moment, Chu Yuqin sighed and said, Chun, I am just a woman. I don't know much about war. I only hope you stay safe. At this moment, Lu Chen looked up at Lu Mei's furrowed brow and the anxious face of Chu Yuqin. He smiled and said, Aunt Chu, don't worry. If we really can't defeat the barbarian tribe, I will find a way to escape. For me, escaping from the barbarian encirclement isn't too hard. Chu Yuqin asked, When do you plan to send Zixuan and the others to Wamping City? Lu Chen replied, The sooner, the better. I need to prepare in advance. Then, he looked into Chu Yuqin's eyes and continued, Aunt Chu, I hope you can leave with Zixuan and the others when the time comes, to help protect them. Chu Yuqin didn't refuse Lu Chen's request this time because she knew she couldn't do much in such a large-scale war. All right, if the northern county falls, I will take Zixuan and the others back to the capital. You just focus on fighting the barbarians in Yinqing. Seeing Chu Yuqin agree, Lu Chen felt a little less worried. At that moment, a maid's voice came from the door. Prince, urgent letter from the Imperial Guard, Lu Chen said. Come in. The maid entered the study and handed him the letter. Lu Chen glanced at it and muttered to himself, It seems I need to deal with a small problem before facing the barbarian army advancing south. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yuqin immediately asked, Chun, what happened? Lu Chen answered, The leader of the Blood Moon Tower personally came to Yinqing. He wants Qingxi to lure me to the 100 Flowers Tower. If my so-called mysterious master is with me, the Blood Moon Tower people will come straight to the palace and attack it. If my master isn't with me, they plan to kill me at the 100 Flowers Tower first, and then use me to lure out that mysterious master. Hearing this, Chu Yuqin's eyebrows furrowed, and she snorted coldly. The Blood Moon Tower is really bold, trying to assassinate a prince again and again. Then she looked at Lu Chen and asked, What do you plan to do, Chen? Lu Chen replied calmly, It's time to deal with the Blood Moon Tower. Killing me is fine, but if they want to hurt my wife and children, they will all have to meet their end. His words were very calm, but his tone was filled with killing intent. This time, he was truly angry. His system had decided that his women were his weakness. If anyone tried to hurt them, they would not survive. Lu Ken continued, Eliminating the Blood Moon Tower is just the beginning. The person behind the scenes is still out there. Even without the Blood Moon Tower, other assassin groups might come. It's time to send a warning to the hidden enemies. Hearing this, Chu Yuqin immediately understood Lu Chen's plan. Lu Ken intended to target a prince in the capital. Chu Yuqin naturally wouldn't stop him. After all, that prince had repeatedly sent assassins to attack Lu Ken. No one could tolerate that. However, Chu Yuqin warned, Chun, with the barbarians advancing south, if you plan to attack someone in the capital, you must do it carefully. Otherwise, if your father finds out, he might not send support. Lu Ken replied, Don't worry, Aunt Chu. I understand the risks and benefits. Then, Lu Ken called out to the maid outside the study, Xiao Shui, go and call Commander Qin. The maid responded, Yes, Prince. After she left, Lu Ken smiled and said to Chu Yuqin, Aunt Chu, I might need you to go to the 100 Flowers Pavilion later. Chu Yuqin immediately understood what Lu Ken was planning. She suspected he wanted the people from the Blood Moon Tower to think she and the master followed him to the pavilion, then lure the Blood Moon assassins to attack the palace. She said, All right, Chun, be careful. Although she knew Lu Chen's strength had greatly improved, Chu Yuqin still worried about him. After all, he was someone she had watched grow up. Now that the Imperial Guards were involved, the palace's actions became much faster. Not long after Qin Yushan arrived at the palace, he arranged for the guards to set up an ambush. If the Blood Moon Tower's assassins dared to come, they would never return. Although the Blood Moon Tower had a master, Qin Yushan was also a master. And he was no ordinary master. Dealing with a small master from the Blood Moon Tower was not a big problem. To appear more convincing, Lu Ken sent someone to the Mu residence, telling Mu Chantian that something very important required his presence at the palace. When Mu Chantian heard that the North Prince had a task for him so quickly, he was very pleased. Upon arriving at the Northern County, he had tasks to do. This showed that the Northern King valued him highly. Now, he was worried that the king might ignore him for a long time. A general who is not trusted by the ruler has no value. It's time for him to show his worth. Next, Mu Chantian carefully dressed up as per Lu Chen's instructions. He looked like a martial hero from the rivers and lakes, wearing a straw hat that covered his face, so no one could see who he was. When Mu Chantian, full of enthusiasm, arrived at the royal residence, he thought Lu Chen would give him an important task. But Lu Chen said to him, Father-in-law, please go to the 100 Flowers Tower and pretend to be a mysterious master of the palace. Help me distract the assassins from Blood Moon Tower, making them think the palace's mysterious master has left. This way, they will be lured to attack the palace. Hearing this, Mu Chantian was stunned. Distract the assassins? Is this really an important task? Lu Chen even told the servants it was very important, but this was all. Although a bit disappointed, Mu Chantian still obeyed and said, Yes, Your Highness. Then, curious, Mu Chantian asked, Your Highness, how many assassins did Blood Moon Tower send to kill you this time? Do you need my help? He still wanted to try. Even though he knew Lu Chen had many strong fighters under his command, he was a master himself, and masters could play a bigger role. Lu Chen smiled faintly and replied, Not many assassins. It will be over quickly. You don't need to help for now. Seeing that, Mu Chantian didn't insist further. He followed the fake prince to the 100 Flowers Tower, as instructed. On the way there, Mu Chantian asked curiously, Madam Chu, how many experts did Blood Moon Tower send this time? Chu Yuqin answered, I don't know exactly, but I heard their leader personally came. This. Hearing Chu Yuqin's words, Mu Chantian was momentarily stunned. The leader of Blood Moon Tower had come, yet the Northern King still seemed so relaxed. Soon, Mu Chantian calmed himself. With so many strong fighters under the Northern King, there was no need to fear Blood Moon Tower. The leader of Blood Moon Tower was just a master, but the Northern King's subordinates were definitely more than one master. Going after the Northern King was simply asking for death. Mu Chantian thought to himself, Forget it. After coming to Beijing, there are many chances to show my loyalty. There's no need to rush this moment. The King of the North said he would train cavalry, so that is a sign of his trust in me. Soon, the carriage from the royal residence arrived at the entrance of Baiwa Tower. Seeing a man wearing a straw hat and Chu Yuqin standing beside the carriage, Zhou Hanwen's lips curled into a slight smile. Miss Wang, it seems what you said is true. These two will always protect the King of the North closely. Next, I will trouble you, Miss Wang, to find a way to delay the King of the North. I need to go to the North King's residence. Wang Qingzi smiled and said, Master Zhou, take care. I will try to buy some time and wait for your return. As soon as Wang Qingzi finished speaking, Zhou Hanwen led the Blood Moon Tower members toward the North King's residence. It was late in the evening now. The sun had already set, and the fiery red sunset cast a glow on the people, turning their skin a bronze color. Zhou Hanwen and his team quickly ran through the streets, heading straight for the North King's residence. At this moment, the North King's residence was unusually quiet. It seemed there was no one inside. When Zhou Hanwen and his team jumped over the wall into the residence, they found no servants or guards. Zhou Hanwen frowned. He immediately sensed that something was wrong. Suddenly, Countless arrows shot toward them. Zhou Hanwen realized they had been tricked. But Zhou Hanwen remained confident. As a master, these arrows could not possibly hurt him. He, being a master, could sense that the man wearing a straw hat at Baiwa Tower was also a master. The mysterious master and Chu Yuqin were not in the North King's residence. Even if there were some guards, how could they stop him from sweeping through the residence? Zhou Hanwen then ordered the assassins from Blood Moon Tower, kill everyone in the residence. No one is allowed to escape. Following Zhou Hanwen's command, the Blood Moon Tower assassins charged directly toward the direction of the Imperial Guards, facing the arrow rain. Seeing this, Lu Chun was no longer surprised. When he dealt with the Deputy Master of Blood Moon Tower last time, those 9-rank experts also charged forward under arrow fire. It must be said that before gunpowder was invented, the status of martial artists was still hard to shake. Unfortunately, Lu Chun had arrived. Then Lu Chun distributed hand grenades to the soldiers of the Genie Way. The assassins who attacked the Blood Moon Tower last time only used about a dozen grenades, and Lu Chun still had many left. Lu Chun then said to the soldiers, "Throw the grenades in my way." After speaking, Lu Chun pulled the safety pin, held the grenade in his hand for a moment, and then threw it directly toward Zhou Hanwen. Lu Chun's system could recognize people. He immediately saw that the man in white was the owner of the Blood Moon Tower. Since Lu Chun was now a 9th-rank martial artist with great strength, he easily threw the grenade high into the air toward Zhou Hanwen. Zhou Hanwen had very strong perception. His eyes immediately locked onto the round object in the sky. Although he didn't know what it was, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. The round object looked like a stone, but Zhou Hanwen didn't think the people from the palace had run out of arrows and could only throw stones. It was clearly some special weapon. Zhou Hanwen quickly jumped back a few steps. Although he dodged, the other martial artists around him did not react in time. The grenade exploded in midair with a loud bang. Shrapnel flew everywhere, and several martial artists below the grenade were pierced in the head by the fragments. Faced with predictable arrows, these martial artists might have been able to resist a little, but with the fast-moving grenade fragments flying everywhere, they had almost no way to avoid them except to dodge. Seeing this scene, Zhou Hanwen's face instantly darkened. He guessed that this was a special weapon from the palace, but he never expected it to be so powerful. A 9th-rank martial artist had no chance of survival against this weapon. In just a moment, the Blood Moon Tower lost several 9th-rank martial artists. Originally, Zhou Hanwen thought that the palace only had a mysterious master, and that the Northern King was able to survive several assassinations by the Blood Moon Tower thanks to that master. But now it was clear they were completely wrong. Even if the Northern King's residence didn't have that mysterious master, just this secret weapon alone, even if the palace had no martial artists, it would still be very difficult for the assassins of the Blood Moon Tower to kill the Northern King. People say the Northern King is useless, but it seems that everyone in the world has been fooled. Having such a terrible weapon, yet not a single word about it leaked out. King Bei must be planning something. But none of that matters now. The important thing is how he can kill King Bei in this situation. I don't know if it's because Zhou Hanwen, the owner of Blood Moon Tower, personally led the team. Although the first grenade took out several 9th-rank warriors, the assassins from Blood Moon Tower still didn't lose their composure. This surprised Lu Chun, but Lu Chun didn't plan to give them time to react. In the next moment, he threw another grenade, and other soldiers holding grenades did the same, following Lu Chun's method. Then, a dozen grenades exploded above the heads of Blood Moon Tower's assassins. Poor assassins from Blood Moon Tower. Before they even saw King Bei himself, many were dead or injured, leaving only a few alive. At this moment, Zhou Hanwen panicked. He didn't expect that in such a short time, most of his people would be gone. These assassins are all elite fighters from Blood Moon Tower. In the past, these assassins could easily kill a prince or even the emperor of a small country. But today, they didn't even see King Bei, and most of their team was dead. The weapons of King Bei's residence are too terrifying. No, he must leave the residence quickly. The weapons in King Bei's residence have never been leaked. It must be because anyone who saw these weapons was killed. Otherwise, Da Xiao wouldn't have no information about them. These are powerful weapons that could change the entire martial arts world. If people find out that King Bei has such weapons, the whole martial arts world would tremble, and the status of warriors would plummet. Zhou Hanwen thought to himself that, although he might not be able to kill King Bei, as long as he escapes and spreads the news about these weapons, soon King Bei will be targeted and assassinated by all the martial arts experts. He didn't believe King Bei could still protect himself then. Thinking of this, Zhou Hanwen turned around, ready to run. But at that moment, he saw at the gate of the residence a man dressed in red, with a long sword at his waist, leaning against the doorframe. Seeing Qin Yushan, Zhou Hanwen's pupils shrank slightly. Another master. And this is no ordinary master. He had seen this man before. He is the assassin known as the Blood Demon Madblade, a famous killer. When this man was powerful in the martial world, the Blood Moon Tower did not yet exist. Back then, he only saw this man from afar once. Zhou Hanwen never expected to see this man again in this place. His only thought was to run away. Forget about the mysterious weapon of the prince's mansion. Just this Blood Demon Madblade is not something he can handle. Over 10 years ago, he was already a master. Even now, Qin Yushan is still a master, but he is nearly a grandmaster, a level far beyond him. He, a martial artist who just recently reached the master level, cannot fight such a person. Zhou Hanwen couldn't understand why the Blood Demon Madblade appeared at the North Prince's mansion, and he had become a subordinate of the North Prince. How did the North Prince manage this? Qin Yushan smiled and said, "The deadly scholar Zhou Hanwen, the leader of the Blood Moon Tower, I have long wanted to see your iron fan. It seems today I finally get my wish." Hearing Qin Yushan's words, Zhou Hanwen snapped back to his senses. Now is not the time to think about other things. Since he has learned how terrifying the North Prince's mansion is, the North Prince will never let him leave. If he wants to escape, he must first deal with Qin Yushan in front of him. Zhou Hanwen then took out a fan, opened it with a flick, and said, "Please, Senior, give me your guidance." As he spoke, Zhou Hanwen waved his fan, and several sharp needles shot toward Qin Yushan. Qin Yushan easily dodged the needles, then stepped forward like a cannonball, rushing toward Zhou Hanwen in an instant. The best way to deal with remote weapons like these hidden weapons in Zhou Hanwen's hand is to get close. But Zhou Hanwen's iron fan was not just for launching hidden weapons. He quickly clenched his wrist, closing the fan, and in the next moment, a blade appeared at the front of the fan. Zhou Hanwen's iron fan transformed into a sword. Then, the two began a close-range fight. Sparks flew as blades and fans clashed, and both of their protective auras were fully unleashed. The ground around them was shattered, with tiles flying everywhere. While Qin Yushan and Zhou Hanwen fought, several ninth-grade martial artists from the Imperial Guard were not idle. With the help of hand grenades, they quickly took down all the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower. Now, only Zhou Hanwen remains as the leader of the Blood Moon Tower. Lu Chun jumped down from the roof and walked to the flower bed in the training ground, where he sat and watched the fight between Zhou Hanwen and Qin Yushan. At this moment, a military officer in fine clothes approached Lu Chun and asked, "Prince, should we make a move?" Lu Chun immediately waved his hand and said, "No need. I want to see how a master fights." Lu Chun had never seen a master fight before, so he didn't know how strong they really were. Watching a master fight in person would help him better understand their strength and decide if modern weapons could easily defeat a master. He knew that among the barbarian cavalry, there were definitely warriors at the master level, probably more than one. Knowing their fighting power in advance would help him prepare. Meanwhile, Qin Yushan pressed his sword down on Zhou Hanwen, forcing him to dodge, but unable to fight back. Zhou Hanwen felt his arms trembling constantly. The Blood Demon Crazy Blade, which once shook the martial world, was indeed powerful. Any small mistake could cost him his life. At this moment, Zhou Hanwen saw Lu Chun in the distance. He had never seen Lu Chun before, but from the respectful attitude of the surrounding soldiers, he guessed Lu Chun's identity. Finally, Zhou Hanwen realized the truth. The person who entered the 100 Flowers Tower earlier was not the North King. The handsome young man nearby was the real North King. They had been tricked from the start by the Blood Moon Tower. Thinking of this, Zhou Hanwen's heart burned with anger, but he couldn't do anything now. He was being pressed by Qin Yushan and couldn't even escape, let alone kill the North King in this state. Could he really fall today to this young brat? This thought made Zhou Hanwen feel frustrated. Since taking over as the leader of Blood Moon Tower, he rarely failed in assassination missions, especially those he personally participated in, which were always successful. He never expected that today he would be set up by a so-called useless prince. The more Zhou Hanwen thought about it, the angrier he became. Suddenly, his internal energy started to surge wildly, and faintly, a red blood aura appeared around his body. Seeing this scene, Qin Yushan frowned. At this moment, Zhou Hanwen waved his fan, and countless flying needles shot out from it. Qin Yushan quickly stepped back a few paces and used his sword to block the needles. However, Zhou Hanwen had no intention of escaping. The moment all the needles flew out, he charged straight toward Lu Chen nearby. Seeing this, Qin Yushan's face changed dramatically. "Quick, Prince, dodge," Zhou Hanwen roared. "Kid, if you want to kill me, then come and bury with me." Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled slightly and did not dodge. This was the best moment to test the firearm. He was a master, using a blood-burning technique and protected by energy. He wanted to see if Barrett's bullets could pierce his body. Thinking of this, Lu Chen casually raised his hand, and a long Barrett rifle appeared. The dark barrel was aimed directly at Zhou Hanwen's chest. Seeing the suddenly appearing weapon in Lu Chen's hand, Zhou Hanwen froze. The weapon in Lu Chen's hand appeared out of nowhere, shocking everyone who saw it. Even Qin Yushan and the other guards were stunned by this scene. Is this magic trick? Where did such a long weapon come from? Although Zhou Hanwen was momentarily stunned by Lu Chen's action, his body did not stop. As Zhou Hanwen approached Lu Chen, he sneered, "Just a stick to stop me? How much do you think of yourself?" While speaking, Zhou Hanwen prepared to end Lu Chen's life. But what he imagined did not happen. In the next moment, a loud bang sounded. Energy. Lu Chen's shoulder back slightly. Even though he was now a 9th-rank martial artist, holding a Barrett for sniping, the recoil was still strong. Fortunately, his aim was precise, and with the close distance, even a blind person could hit the target with eyes closed. The bullets were very fast, so even a master like Zhou Hanwen couldn't dodge. But there was a difference between a master and an ordinary martial artist. At the moment the bullet was fired, Zhou Hanwen clearly saw a black dot fly out from the top of that strange stick. Zhou Hanwen thought it was a hidden weapon and planned to block it with a fan. However, when Zhou Hanwen swung his fan, a Barrett bullet instantly pierced through his iron fan, then through his protective energy, passing directly through his chest. At the moment the bullet went through Zhou Hanwen's body, he lost all feeling of pain, but he could sense that something had penetrated his body. Zhou Hanwen hesitated, slightly lowering his head. When he saw the blood hole in his chest, his pupils shrank slightly, and he looked terrified and unable to believe what had happened. He couldn't understand how, as a master and with protective energy, any hidden weapon could his body. And his iron fan didn't stop it either. Soon, Zhou Hanwen's consciousness began to fade, and his body collapsed. Seeing the blood hole in Zhou Hanwen's chest, Qin Yushan from afar took a deep breath and sighed. It seems the era of warriors is coming to an end. Qin Yushan had become a member of the Imperial Guard for certain reasons, but he didn't know that Lu Chen possessed such powerful weapons. He only knew that Lu Chen was their master they had to follow. After seeing the damage caused by the Barrett in Lu Chen's hand, he gradually understood why Lu Chen was the master of the Imperial Guard. Because this young man would surely stand at the top of the world and look down on everything. Meanwhile, Mu Chantian learned from Wang Qingzi that the assassins from Blood Moon Tower had gone to the prince's residence, and he immediately returned there with Chu Yuqing. On the way, Mu Chantian noticed that Chu Yuqing looked completely unworried. Curious, he asked, "Madam Chu, aren't you worried that the Northern King might be in danger?" Chu Yuqing replied, "Does General Mu want to see the prince in trouble?" Mu Chantian quickly said, "No, that's not it. I'm just worried that the assassins from Blood Moon Tower might hurt the prince." Since Mu Chantian had just arrived in Northern County, if anything happened to the Northern King, their family would have a hard time. So now, he was the most worried about Lu Chen being in danger. Seeing how calm Chu Yuqing was, Mu Chantian felt a bit curious. Was the Northern Prince's residence really so powerful that, even facing a master and an all-out attack from Blood Moon Tower, they remained completely unfazed? Soon, Mu Chantian and Chu Yuqing returned to the prince's residence. Mu Chantian quickly entered the royal residence, intending to help defend against the assassins from Blood Moon Tower. As soon as he entered, he saw the ground covered with the bodies of assassins dressed in black. This Seeing Mu Changtian and Chu Yuqin return, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Father-in-law, Aunt Chu, you've worked hard." Chu Yuqin didn't speak. She hurried over to Lu Chun and asked with concern, "Chun, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Although she didn't seem worried about the situation at the residence on her way back, she was still very worried about Lu Chen's condition. Lu Chen wanted to say he was fine, but suddenly remembered something. He immediately covered his chest and forced himself to look strong, saying, "Aunt Chu, I'm fine. I just have a small injury." Seeing Lu Chun like this, Chu Yuqin became very nervous. "Chun, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere now?" Lu Chen replied, "No, I don't feel uncomfortable anywhere. I just feel like something is blocked in my dantian, and I'm a bit short of breath." Hearing this, Mu Changtian also became worried. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Chen said, "Commander Qin, please help handle the bodies at the residence. I'm not feeling well, so I'll go back and rest first." At this point, Lu Chen took Chu Yuqin's jade hand and walked away, saying as he went, "Aunt Chu, please help me adjust my body. I feel my energy isn't flowing smoothly anymore." Seeing this, Mu Changtian was stunned. After Lu Chun and Chu Yuqin left, Mu Changtian curiously asked Qin Yushan, "Commander Qin, is the North King all right?" Mu Changtian didn't understand what was happening. He really thought Lu Chun was badly injured and needed Chu Yuqin to treat him. Hearing Mu Changtian's question, Qin Yushan smiled and said, "The North King is definitely fine." This, Mu Changtian asked suspiciously, "Why do you say he's fine when he's supposed to be hurt?" Qin Yushan asked back, "General Mu, can't you tell that the North King only acts like he's hurt in front of Madame Chu?" Mu Changtian wasn't stupid. After hearing Qin Yushan's reminder, he suddenly understood. It's just an excuse for being injured. So, does this mean the North King has other feelings for Chu Yuqin? Mu Changtian quickly stopped himself from thinking further. This was not something he should worry about. Men, after all, often have thoughts about beautiful women, and it was normal. The North King was also a man, so it was not surprising. Then Mu Changtian focused on the bodies of the assassins scattered on the ground. He noticed that besides the assassins' bodies, there were no other bodies around. There were no bodies of any soldiers from the prince's mansion. This means that when the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower attacked the mansion, the soldiers must have defeated all of them without losing a single person. How is this possible? Mu Changtian then looked at Qin Yushan and asked, "Commander Qin, why didn't I see any bodies of the soldiers from the mansion?" Qin Yushan replied, "General Mu, no soldiers from the mansion died. That's why there are no bodies." Hearing this, Mu Changtian was stunned. The mansion really had not lost a single soldier, yet all the assassins from Blood Moon Tower had been defeated. Is this the true strength of the North Prince's mansion? At this moment, Qin Yushan said, "General Mu, you should go back and rest well today. Tomorrow morning, the prince has summoned us for an important matter. You should come too." Mu Changtian nodded and said, "All right, I will go back now." Then Mu Changtian turned and left the mansion. Meanwhile, Lu Chun and Chu Yuqin arrived at the study. Lu Chun pretended to look very uncomfortable. Seeing Lu Chun like this, Chu Yuqin looked worried and said, "Chun, don't scare Auntie." "What's wrong with you?" Lu Chun said. "Sigh, I accidentally took a hit from an assassin earlier. Commander Qin checked me and said I'm fine, but I still feel uncomfortable in my chest." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin no longer cared about propriety and said directly, "Take off your clothes quickly. Annie will check for you." Lu Chun didn't hesitate. He took off his upper clothes and exposed his chest. Chu Yuqin immediately raised her delicate hands and gently touched Lu Chen's chest. She used her internal energy to help check him. After a careful examination, she found no problems. She muttered to herself, "Strange, I didn't find anything unusual either." When she reached this point, Chu Yuqin looked up and gazed into Lu Chen's eyes with her beautiful eyes, saying, "Chun, do you think it's the same as last time? Did something go wrong while you were practicing martial arts, causing your internal energy to flow poorly?" Lu Chen replied, "That might be the case. I think the thief slap earlier brought out the hidden injuries I accumulated from practicing martial arts recently, which is why my energy flow feels unsteady." At this moment, Chu Yuqin suddenly remembered something and said, "I recall you know healing magic, right? Why don't you try using your magic to heal yourself?" Lu Chen sighed. "Ah, Aunt Chu, it's hard for a healer to heal themselves. My magic can only heal others, not myself. Chu Yuqin looked worried and asked, then what should we do? Lu Chen smiled and asked, Aunt Chu, don't you remember the method I used last time to help me recover? Chu Yuqin hesitated for a moment. Of course, she hadn't forgotten how she helped Lu Chen last time, but she always felt that method wasn't very proper. Moreover, she almost made a mistake last time. If she did the same again, what if she couldn't control herself this time? Thinking about what happened last time, a faint blush appeared on Chu Yuqin's elegant face. She then said, Chun, do you really think that method is good for your health? Lu Chen answered, didn't we already try it last time? It must be effective. Chu Yuqin hesitated briefly and then said, all right, let's try again. But don't get too close with your legs. At this point, Chu Yuqin's face turned even redder, looking shy like a gentle, beautiful woman. It's okay if he gets a little closer to her upper body, but not too close with his lower body. She knew Lu Chen had feelings for her and worried he might not be able to control himself. Seeing that Chu Yuqin agreed, Lu Chen said, yes, I understand. Then Lu Chen raised his hands and directly embraced Chu Yuqin's slender waist from the front. Chu Yuqin's hips rested on the desk, slightly sunken. At this moment, Lu Chen whispered in Chu Yuqin's ear, Aunt Chu, with the barbarian tribe attacking, I don't know if I will see you all again in the future. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yuqin quickly said, Chun, don't say such unlucky things. I believe you can defeat the barbarian tribe because you have a special connection with the immortals and are protected by them. Lu Chen replied in a low, sad voice, I'm more afraid of the worst happening than of anything else. At this moment, Lu Chen tightly hugged the soft jade in his arms, holding it close, and their bodies pressed together. Chu Yuqin slightly shifted her hips, trying to avoid Lu Chen's warmth, but she found she couldn't move. She could only let him hold her. At this time, the man's unique scent filled Chu Yuqin's nose, making her feel suddenly hot all over. Chu Yuqin felt nervous inside. It was the same as last time. Chu Yuqin wanted to use her energy to calm her body and quiet her restless heart. But like before, she had no internal power now, just like an ordinary person. She felt a little nervous every time she touched Lu Chen. If this kept happening, she worried she might make a mistake someday. Fortunately, Lu Chen didn't do anything inappropriate at this moment. He held Chu Yuqin tightly, resting his head on her fragrant shoulder, and whispered in her ear, if one day something happens to me, you must take care of Zixuan and the others. Please, I trust you. Hearing Lu Chen speak as if he was passing on his last words, Chu Yuqin quickly said, Chun, if you keep saying things like that, I will get angry. To Chu Yuqin, Lu Chen's words sounded very unlucky. If something really happened because of his words, she would feel guilty. Seeing her serious tone, Lu Chen smiled and said, all right, I won't say it anymore. Feeling Chu Yuqin's soft body, Lu Chen's mind wandered to other thoughts. His body and blood surged, and he felt a bit restless. A special, faint fragrance disturbed Lu Chen's nose, constantly stimulating him, as if teasing him. At this moment, Chu Yuqin also sensed something unusual. She slightly shifted her hips, trying to move her bottom away from Lu Chen. But Lu Chen didn't let her go as she wished. His large hand moved slightly downward, holding her hips firmly, preventing her from moving. Chu Yuqin's heart was in chaos. She didn't expect Lu Chen to be so bold. She quickly pushed her upper body slightly away from Lu Chen and looked at him with eyes full of hope, asking, Chen, are you feeling better? If you're feeling better, then let me go, Lu Chen replied. Chu Yuqin's tone carried a hint of pleading. If this continued, something serious might happen. Lu Chen said, I'm still feeling uncomfortable. Let's stay a little longer. Maybe the hidden injuries have accumulated too much, and I need some time to recover. Chu Yuqin blushed and softly said, can you please keep your hands still? Don't touch everywhere. If you keep doing that, I might really get angry. Lu Chen looked innocent and said, touch everywhere? No, my hands have been just like this all along. Chu Yuqin pursed her lips but didn't say much. She found it hard to speak. Time passed second by second. Chu Yuqin couldn't hold back her inner restlessness anymore. Her whole body softened, and she had to lean on Lu Chen to stand. At this moment, Lu Chen looked into Chu Yuqin's beautiful eyes and said, I feel like this method of healing isn't working very well anymore. We need to take a step further. Hearing this, Chu Yuqin's mind became hazy, but she suddenly snapped out of it. take a step further? Their bodies were already close together. If they went further, what would happen? Chu Yuqin didn't dare to think about it. She quickly said, "No, we can't do that." Seeing Chu Yuqin's excited expression, Lu Chen smiled and said, "You misunderstood me. That's not what I meant." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin relaxed a little. Then she asked softly, "Chun, when you say take a step further, do you mean?" Before she finished her words, Lu Chen leaned in and kissed her lips. Chu Yuqin's mind went completely blank. She didn't expect Lu Chen to do such a thing. His move was so sudden that she didn't even have time to dodge. At this moment, Lu Chen glanced at Chu Yuqin's feelings. Previously, her favorability score had been at 98, always 2 points short of reaching 100. But with this kiss, Chu Yuqin's favorability didn't decrease. Instead, it increased by 1 point, reaching 99. Lu Ken felt a bit surprised. Usually, when he did such things, he was prepared for Chu Yuqin to feel less fond of him. This is easy to understand. Chu Yuqin already had feelings for him inside her heart. Plus, the ongoing influence of the dragon and phoenix tea had made her heart belong to him long ago. However, because of some traditional morals in this world, which acted like chains, she was afraid to take their relationship further. But today, Lu Ken broke the awkward silence first. This shattered the chains in Chu Yuqin's heart, and her feelings for him started to grow. When Chu Yuqin finally came back to herself, she quickly raised her hand and pushed against Lu Chen's chest, trying to push him away. Chu Yuqin protested while pushing him, but Lu Ken paid no attention. This was the best chance to become more comfortable with each other. If they didn't take a step forward now, their relationship might stay stuck like this forever. Lu Ken didn't plan to win her over today, but he wanted Chu Yuqin to get used to being close to him. Only then could she accept him more easily in the future. Chu Yuqin struggled for a moment, but realized she couldn't push him away. So, she gave up and passively let him kiss her. After a while, Chu Yuqin felt Lu Chen's hands becoming more daring. Her mind suddenly cleared. If this kept going, she might become his partner. No, she couldn't let it go that far. He was the child of Sister Yu. She couldn't make a mistake. Suddenly, she found some strength and pushed him away. This time, she managed to push Lu Ken back. After pushing him away, Chu Yuqin, feeling shy and angry, with tears in her eyes, said, "Chun, you've gone too far. How could you treat me like this? I'm your aunt." Seeing Chu Yuqin's pitiful and touching look, Lu Ken felt a bit guilty. He quickly said, "I didn't know what was happening just now. I suddenly lost control. It might be related to the fairy technique I'm practicing. I was wrong. Please don't be angry." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yuqin calmed down a little. She wiped her tears with her sleeve and asked, "How is your body now?" Lu Chen replied, "It's gotten better, much improved from before." Hearing his answer, Chu Yuqin said, "I can help you recover, but from now on, you must not act out with me." Lu Chen looked disappointed and said, "I understand." Seeing Lu Chen like that, Chu Yuqin realized she had been too harsh. She felt guilty and then took the initiative to lean closer, resting her head on Lu Chen's broad chest. Seeing this, Lu Chen was stunned. He didn't expect Chu Yuqin to come closer on her own. Chu Yuqin then said, "Don't move. I'll just hold you." Hearing this, Lu Chen agreed. All right. After a moment, Chu Yuqin noticed something unusual about Lu Chen. She blushed and scolded him playfully. "Chun, you little rascal, why are you always so naughty?" When Chu Yuqin spoke, Lu Chen naturally understood what she meant. He then said with a helpless smile, "Aunt Chu, I am a man. Any strong young man would feel something when holding a beautiful lady like you." Hearing Lu Chen call her a beautiful lady, Chu Yuqin felt even more flustered. Although she had just forced herself to stay calm, for some reason, she started to feel restless again. Chu Yuqin emphasized, "I'm your aunt. You must not have improper thoughts about me." Lu Chen replied calmly, "Aunt Chu, we are not related by blood. Besides, you're only about 11 years older than me." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin was momentarily stunned. Lu Chen was telling the truth. They had no blood relation. She was only related to Lu Chen's mother through a close friendship. And although 11 years is a big difference, some men marry women much older or younger. Some men in their 70s or 80s marry teenagers, so this age gap isn't really a problem. Thinking this way, it seemed that perhaps they weren't so unsuitable after all. At this moment, Chu Yuqin's mind froze. and she quickly stopped herself from overthinking. How could she have such thoughts? She was a woman who had been married. She is now a widow. And Chinner is a prince. How can a prince marry a widow? Thinking of this, Chu Yuqin immediately said, Chinner, I don't care what you say. You absolutely cannot have any thoughts about Annie. If Sister Yu finds out I lied about her son's body, how can I face her after I die? Hearing Chu Yuqin's words, Lu Qin smiled and said, Then let me lie about your body. Chu Yuqin snorted softly and said, Don't even think about it. Lu Qin smiled slightly at her words. Although Chu Yuqin was so firm in words, he could tell her defenses were softening. With a few more close moments, she would fully fall. After some time, Chu Yuqin asked gently, Chinner, are you feeling better? Lu Qin replied, Yes, my dantian feels better. I don't have that blocked airflow sensation anymore, but other parts of my body are still uncomfortable. Hearing this, Chu Yuqin immediately understood what Lu Qin meant. She spat and cursed, You little rascal. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. Go find Mu Zixuan to fix the other problems with your body. Then, Chu Yuqin slowly pushed Lu Qin away, took a few steps back, and kept some distance. Chinner, since you're fine, I'll go now. Lu Qin nodded and said, All right. He felt that things were about right now. Such matters should be taken step by step, not rushed. Then Chu Yuqin turned and headed toward the door. Seeing her charming figure, Lu Qin felt he couldn't control himself anymore. He immediately went to Mu Zixuan's courtyard, picked her up, and went to the next room to deepen their relationship. The next morning, early in the morning, before Lu Qin got up, important officials from Beijing arrived at the palace. Governor Li Rue saw the armored generals and officers on the training ground and felt confused. What was the palace calling them for now? Since the North King came to Beijing, he had not managed any affairs here. Every time he came to report, the North King would find an excuse to dismiss him. This seemed to be the first time the North King summoned them to the palace. Could it be that the North King plans to take over the affairs of Beijing? Thinking of this, Li Rue felt a bit nervous. He wasn't sure if the Northern King would make major policy changes. If the king really pushed for reforms, his workload as the county governor might increase a lot. But that wasn't what worried Li Rue the most. His biggest concern was that the Northern King might find someone to help with the reforms and then replace him as the county governor with someone close to the king. Thinking of this, Li Rue quickly went to Li Feng and whispered, General Li, do you know why the prince called us here? Li Feng shook his head and said, I just received the prince's message. I don't know what he wants. Hearing this, Li Rue became even more worried. If even an important general like Li Feng didn't know the reason, it must be a big matter. At that moment, a middle-aged man in armor, accompanied by two young men, entered the training ground. Seeing the man, Li Feng and the soldiers who had come with Lu Qin to the northern county frozen place. Li Feng then walked toward the man. When he reached him, he was about to bow, but the man raised his arm to stop him. Li Feng looked at Mu Changtian and asked with a confused face, General Mu, why are you here in Northern County? Hearing this, Mu Changtian smiled and corrected him. General Li, you have the wrong person. My surname is Mo, not Mu. Hearing this, Li Feng immediately realized that something must have happened in the capital. As Mu Changtian's subordinate, he would definitely recognize Mu Changtian and his two sons. Li Feng finally understood why Mu Changtian had sent them to follow the Northern King. It seemed that the Tiger Guard army had already been disbanded and reorganized. He then asked, General Mo, what happened in the capital? Mu Changtian replied, The Duke of Mu's estate was suspected of colluding with remnants of the Qin kingdom and was exiled by His Majesty. Our Mo family was also affected. During the exile, we were attacked by bandits, but luckily, the prince sent people to rescue us and brought us to Northern County. Hearing this, Li Feng's mind went blank for a moment. He had also noticed changes in the prince's residence recently. There were many new 9th rank experts, and there was even someone who seemed to be a master-level martial artist. Li Feng had long realized that the Northern King was not an ordinary person. So, it was not surprising that the Northern King could send someone to rescue Mu Changtian. However, Li Feng found it hard to believe that the Northern King had such boldness. There is a difference between being able to save someone and daring to do so. Some people have the ability to help others, but lack the courage to do it. The Duke of Mu's residence was destroyed because of a conflict with the Emperor. Yet, the Northern King still dared to rescue the Mu family, showing how brave he was. If it had been another prince, they would probably be afraid of getting involved and would not dare to help the Mu family. Li Feng wondered if the Northern King had called them today because of General Mu. Just as Li Feng was thinking this, a maid from a royal residence approached and said, "The prince has asked you to wait in his study." Hearing this, everyone immediately headed to Lu Chen's study. After waking up, Lu Chen had a simple breakfast and then went to his study. Inside, everyone was still guessing why the Northern King had summoned them. Suddenly, the Northern King's figure appeared at the door. Everyone quickly bowed and said, "Greetings, Your Highness." Lu Chen waved his hand to signal them to stop bowing. He then walked straight to his desk and opened a map on it. Li Rue was the first to ask, "Your Highness, do you know why you called us today?" Hearing Li Rue's question, Lu Chen did not answer directly. He looked at Qin Yushan in the crowd and said, "Commander Qin, please tell us." Hearing this, everyone's eyes turned to Qin Yushan. Li Rue and the others were curious. What is a commander? When did the prince's residence have such a position? Qin Yushan stepped out of the crowd and approached Lu Chen's desk. He saluted and said, "Yes, Your Highness." Then, Qin Yushan told everyone, "Our people intercepted a barbarian summons on the grasslands. The barbarians are gathering 30,000 cavalry to march south, aiming to conquer Beijing, establish a country there, and make Yin City its capital." When everyone heard this, their faces changed instantly. The barbarians had always been the biggest threat to Beijing. The region was so poor because the barbarians often raided from the south. I didn't expect the barbarians not to come for raiding this time. Instead, they are occupying the northern county and even planning to establish a nation there. Everyone in the study felt very anxious, especially Li Rue. He became the county governor because the previous ones were killed by the barbarians. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been appointed. He thought he could have a few peaceful days, but in just over a year, the barbarians have once again moved south. And this isn't just simple looting. If it were only about stealing grain, Li Rue wouldn't be so worried. The barbarians usually raid the northern cities of Yin City, rarely coming to the more southern city of Yin City. When he realized this, Li Rue quickly asked, Commander Qin, is your information accurate? The barbarians moving south is a big event. The fact that 300,000 cavalry are heading south to attack Northern County must be reported to the court immediately. Everyone believed that with only 30,000 soldiers, Northern County couldn't stand against 300,000 cavalry. They needed the court's army to fight the barbarians. In fact, every time Northern County fights off barbarian invasions, they rely on the court's army. The 30,000 soldiers are just for small threats. At this moment, Qin Yushan said, "Our intelligence has been verified. Our people have infiltrated the barbarian king's court and personally received this news from a barbarian king's mouth." Hearing Qin Yushan's words, everyone looked surprised and unable to believe it. Who exactly is Commander Qin, who is close to the prince? How could someone from the prince's side infiltrate the barbarian king's court? At this moment, Li Rue suddenly realized. He had always thought that Lu Chun was a lazy prince who did nothing. Now he understood that all of that was just a show made by the Northern Prince. The Northern Prince secretly had his own power, which had already spread throughout Northern County and even infiltrated the barbarians. Thinking of this, Li Rue's forehead broke out in cold sweat. Luckily, when the Northern Prince came to Northern County, he didn't cause trouble for him. Otherwise, he might not even be alive now. At this time, Mu Changtian asked, "Prince, what do you plan to do? Will you ask the court for help? 30,000 soldiers against 300,000. There's no chance of winning. The court must send a large army, or North County will be lost." Lu Ken said, "I plan to send someone to inform the court soon. However, it takes at least 3 months for the court to gather a big army. The barbarian tribes can do the same in about 2 months. North County still needs us to defend for a while." Although Lu Ken is confident that 30,000 soldiers can hold North County and defeat the 300,000 barbarian cavalry, it is necessary to notify the court. After all, North County is officially part of the Great Xia Empire. If enemies invade without informing the court, whether we win or lose, the court will think we are rebelling because we didn't report such an important matter. But gathering the Great Xia army won't be as quick as the barbarians. It will take at least 2 or 3 months to mobilize the troops. There's a saying, Before the soldiers move, the supplies must be prepared. The Great Xia army certainly won't be as fast as the barbarian cavalry. Moreover, this is in North County, where roads are terrible. Moving a large army here will take even more time. Hearing Lu Ken, Li Rui's face turned even paler. If the barbarians march south, they could take over all of North County in less than a month. But it takes so long to gather the Great Xia army. By the time they arrive, those 30,000 soldiers might already be dead. At that point, what will happen to Yinqing? It's hard to even imagine. Lu Ken continued, I plan to evacuate all the civilians north of Yinqing to the south, then concentrate all our forces in Yinqing to hold back the barbarians' 300,000 army. General Mo, you've fought the barbarians before. What do you think of this idea? Hearing this, Mu Chantian paused for a second and frowned slightly. Then he looked at the map and asked, laying waste to the land is fine, but if we evacuate all civilians north of Yinqing, the barbarians will march straight in and reach Yinqing. 30,000 soldiers will find it hard to defend. Mu Chantian knew well the strength of the barbarian cavalry. Most of their cavalry are elite. It's unlikely that 30,000 soldiers can hold back 300,000 cavalry. Lu Ken continued, what if I had a weapon that could instantly break through the cavalry formation? Hearing this, Li Feng and others' eyes lit up immediately. They have been following Lord Bei from the very beginning, and they are well aware that Lord Bei possesses some mysterious weapons, such as explosive stones and a black staff capable of killing 9th-rank warriors instantly. Now, there are rumors in the army that Lord Bei has inherited some kind of immortal's legacy. Whether or not he truly has an immortal's inheritance doesn't matter. As long as Lord Bei has weapons capable of destroying the barbarian tribes, or weapons that can be mass-produced, that is enough. Mu Chantian was about to ask Lu Chun what kind of weapon he had. Lu Chun looked at the map and continued to ask, General Mo, I plan to lure the barbarian cavalry into Wanning River Valley and set an ambush on the high ground there. Do you think this plan will work? Since Mu Chantian had fought the barbarians several times, he knew their situation very well. So, Lu Chun wanted to hear his opinion. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. After hearing Lu Chun, Mu Chantian looked seriously at the map on the table, but did not answer immediately. After a moment, Mu Chantian finally spoke. If the prince is in Yin City, it wouldn't be difficult to lure the barbarian cavalry into Wanning River Valley. The terrain there is relatively flat, making it easier for the barbarians to march south toward Yin City. But, Your Highness, if you set an ambush in Wanning River Valley with only 30,000 soldiers, it might not be enough to stop the barbarian iron cavalry's charge. Wanning River Valley has high ground on both sides, and the front is a flat plain. Even if the barbarian cavalry are ambushed in Wanning River Valley, others can simply speed up and pass through quickly. Wanning River Valley isn't very long, and to withstand the barbarian cavalry's charge at the front, they would need at least 100,000 soldiers, which seems unlikely. Moreover, the 30,000 soldiers from Beijing would also need to set up ambushes on the high ground on both sides. By then, the soldiers facing the enemy directly might not even number 30,000. After hearing Mu Chantian, Lu Chun looked at the map again and fell into deep thought. This is indeed a problem. Wanning River Valley isn't long, and it wouldn't be difficult for the barbarian cavalry to pass through quickly. If they use artillery shells, the barbarian cavalry would definitely be thrown into chaos. They would either charge forward or retreat backward. Whether the barbarian cavalry charge ahead or withdraw, they would need a large number of soldiers to resist the cavalry. Of course, if their only goal is to push back the barbarian soldiers, they just need to defend the front of Wanning River Valley. However, Lu Chun's ambitions were very big. He didn't just want to push back the barbarian cavalry. If he only pushed back the barbarian cavalry, those barbarians wouldn't be able to take Yin City, but they might attack other towns instead. His main goal in this battle was to eliminate the barbarian fighters so they couldn't gather forces to attack from the south for a long time. Therefore, the 30,000 soldiers must not be sent back. If they are sent back, once the barbarian soldiers recover, they will likely come south again to raid. Lu Chun doesn't believe that artillery alone can scare them away completely. Lu Chun had heard about the situation in the north. In winter, many people in the northern region starve to death, not to mention the barbarians on the plains. Lu Chun wasn't feeling sorry for the barbarians. In his view, when people are close to starving, they will do anything. The barbarians wouldn't hesitate to attack south just because there are artillery guns in the northern region. He sighed and said, "We need to recruit soldiers quickly." Hearing this, Mu Chantian still looked worried and said, "Your Highness, in such a short time, it will be very difficult to train new soldiers to fight against the barbarians." Mu Changtian's words were cautious. It was impossible to train soldiers to fight the barbarians within 2 months. Lu Chen understood this too. He then said, "I plan to create an artillery battalion. The new recruits won't participate in frontline combat. When the time comes, all 30,000 soldiers from the northern region can join the main battlefield." Artillery battalion? What is that? Hearing this new term from Lu Chen, everyone was confused. They had never heard of an artillery battalion before. Lu Chen looked at Li Rue and said, "Governor Li, I'll leave this to you. Please cooperate with General Li and others to recruit 10,000 new soldiers as soon as possible." Hearing this, Li Rue immediately replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Li Rue sighed inwardly. He had wanted to persuade the Northern King to retreat south, but from the tone of the Northern King, it was clear that he had no intention of retreating. If he suggested retreating south now, he might offend the Northern King. Li Rue couldn't help but think, what's the use of recruiting 10,000 soldiers? Not to mention 10,000, even 100,000 new soldiers wouldn't be enough to stop the barbarian cavalry. Although he thought this in his mind, Li Rue didn't dare to say it directly, since the Northern King was a prince, and he was the true ruler of Northern County. At this moment, Lu Chen looked at the map on the table and said, "Once the artillery unit is formed, I will show you the new weapons of the Northern King's residence." Hearing this, everyone became even more curious. The Northern King seemed very confident about these new weapons. They wondered what kind of new weapons they were, and why the Northern King was brave enough to fight a big battle against the barbarian army in Yin City. Although they were curious, no one asked more questions. Since the Northern King had already promised to show them, their main task now was to quickly recruit soldiers and form a new army. In the northern land, at the barbarian king's court, on the endless grassland, there were many felt tents, similar to yurts. The tents in the middle were larger, and the biggest one was where one of the barbarian kings lived. The barbarians are spread out across the grassland. There are 7 kings in total. The one directly north of Northern County is the king of the Howling Wolves, who plans to attack Northern County and establish a kingdom there. At this moment, a woman dressed in animal skins rode her horse into the middle of the tent cluster. She has fair skin and a beautiful, delicate face, looking nothing like someone who lives on the grassland. After getting off her horse, she immediately asked her, "Has Wu Yuan returned?" They, who was holding her horse and had characters carved on his face, quickly answered, "Yes, Your Highness." Hearing this, the woman was very excited. She hurried to a smaller yurt next to the big one. After lifting the curtain, she saw that the man she had been talking about earlier had indeed returned. At this moment, the man named Wu Yuan was kneeling on the ground, reporting some information to a stunningly beautiful woman. Inside the yurt, a gorgeous woman was lying half on the bed, showing her long, white legs. She wore a luxurious fur dress, decorated with shining gold jewelry all over her body. She looked charming and very alluring. She was the most important woman in the Howling Wolves branch of the barbarian tribe, and also the widow of the previous Howling Wolves king. According to barbarian customs, after the previous king died, she was to marry the current king. Because of certain reasons, she is not married yet, but she has promised to the current wolf king. If he can conquer Beijun and establish a country there, she will marry him and become his queen. At this moment, a woman entering the tent bowed and said, "Greetings, queen." Although the beautiful woman before us has not yet married the current wolf king, everyone recognizes her as the queen. Yelu Nanyan looked at Xiao Wenyao and then softly said, "Get up." Yelu Nanyan's voice was very gentle, making people feel like they were bathed in spring breeze. Xiao Wenyao, the woman who entered the tent, is the daughter of the current wolf king Xiao Hongba. Originally, they had no family name. But to learn about Daxia, everyone in the wolf clan now took a family name, and the wolf king's family name is Xiao. Xiao Wenyao's name was also given to her recently by Queen Yelu Nanyan. Yelu Nanyan's attention returned to the man in front of her. She asked, "I heard that the Marquis of Beijun is a lecherous man who spends his days in pleasure at the palace. Since he went to Beijun, he has never interfered in its affairs. Is that true? Wu Yuan replied. Yes, your majesty, that is true. Hearing his answer, Yelu Nanyan smiled slightly. So, with the great king's southern campaign, Beijun is within easy reach. Wu Yuan warned. Queen, although the Beijun king is just a useless man, the Daxia army will not sit idly by. Once the great king sends troops, Daxia will definitely send a large army north. Yelu Nanyan said calmly. By the time Daxia's army arrives, the great king will have established a firm foothold in Beijun, and Daxia will be in chaos. The summer emperor won't have the energy to bother with us. At this moment, Xiao Wenyao interrupted and said, Queen, if we take Beijun and manage to capture the Beijun king, can I have him? I've heard he is very handsome, and I want him to be my servant. Hearing Xiao Wenyao's words, Yelu Nanyan smiled slightly, and then said, Yao Yao, I'm afraid that's not possible. He is still a prince of Daxia. If we catch him, we can use him to negotiate some deals with Daxia. He still has some use to us. Xiao Wenyao curled her lips and said nothing more, as Yelu Nanyan was the princess and held great influence within the Wolf King clan. Thanks to the princess's leadership, the Wolf King clan has grown to its current size and possesses advanced weapons. She actively learned from the Daxia Empire and secretly bought many people from the Daxia dynasty. Using these people, she maintained trade with Daxia. The man kneeling before her, Wu Yuan, was one of them. Under her leadership, the Wolf clan is no longer weaker than other barbarian tribes and is even becoming stronger. The idea of establishing a country in the northern county was also proposed by Yelu Nanyan. She noticed that the northern region was getting colder each year, and the population of barbarian tribes was increasing rapidly. The grasslands could no longer support so many tribes. Additionally, Northern County was becoming poorer. Even if they raided grain there, it wouldn't last long for their people. The best solution was to learn from the Daxia Empire by planting crops to support more people. She also heard that a type of grain crop had appeared in Northern County, capable of producing 1,000 gene per mu. If the Wolf King could conquer Northern County and establish a new territory, their branch wouldn't need to move around for water and grass anymore, and life would improve. The strength and size of the Wolf King clan today are thanks to Yelu Nanyan's policies. She is irreplaceable within the clan, and even the current Wolf King, Xiao Hongba, respects her greatly. Of course, Yelu Nanyan's position wasn't gained overnight. When she married the previous Wolf King, she was only a teenager. However, the former king was already an old man, bedridden and unable to manage the clan. Yelu Nanyan helped him govern, and over time, she gained significant power. After the Wolf King's death, he had no heirs. With Yelu Nanyan's mediation, the clan elected Xiao Hongba as the new Wolf King. The current king was chosen with Yelu Nanyan's help, further strengthening her control. Yelu Nanyan is a very clever woman. She gives the current king enough face and lets him make major decisions himself, which makes it seem like she has relinquished all her power. Even when the king of the wolves said he wanted to marry her, she did not refuse. Instead, she set a goal for him. If he achieved it, she would marry him. Yelu Nanyan married the previous king of the wolves when she was only a teenager. She is still and does not want to remain single for life just because the man she loved has passed away. So, she will marry someone else. Now, the current king of the wolves, Xiao Hongba, believes that Yelu Nanyan is already his woman. He trusts her very much. As for taking over Beijun and then marrying her, Xiao Hongba considers Beijun a gift for her. At this moment, Yelu Nanyan looked at Wu Yuan kneeling in front of her and said, Wu Yuan, thank you for going to Daxia to gather information. Rest well now. Wu Yuan immediately replied, Thank you, princess. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Yuan stood up and left Yelu Nanyan's tent. Seeing Wu Yuan leave, Xiao Wenyao quickly said, Princess, I will go now too. Then, Xiao Wenyao turned and left the tent. After Xiao Wenyao left, she hurriedly called to Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan, wait a moment. Wu Yuan stopped and turned to look at Xiao Wenyao, respectfully asking, Your Highness, is there something you need from me? Xiao Wenyao asked directly, Did you bring the perfume soap I asked for? Wu Yuan smiled and said, Since it's your order, I will do as you say. The items are still on the carriage. I will bring them to you right away. Xiao Wenyao said, No need. I will go with you. Tell me about Daxia. Perhaps influenced by Yelu Nanyin, Xiao Wenyao was very interested in all aspects of Daxia. Wu Yuan is from Daxia. Every time he returns, Xiao Wenyao asks him about Daxia's recent events. For example, she asks about fun things happening in Daxia or gossip about the prince. Basically, anything she finds interesting, she asks Wu Yuan to tell her. Hearing her, Wu Yuan said, "Yes, Your Highness. If you want to know anything, just ask me." Then Xiao Wenyao said as she walked, "Everyone says the northern king of Daxia is very handsome. Is that true? Can you describe how handsome he is? How exactly does he look?" This. Upon hearing Xiao Wenyao's first question, Wu Yuan was stunned. Wu Yuan thought for a moment and did not answer immediately. Seeing Wu Yuan didn't reply, Xiao Wenyao turned to look at him, confused, and asked, "What's wrong? Why aren't you talking?" Wu Yuan thought for a moment and said, "Your Highness, I really don't know how to describe the Northern King. If you look at him from the perspective of a woman from Great Xia, the Northern King is indeed very handsome. But if you judge by the standards of women from the grasslands choosing a husband, the Northern King might seem a bit too slim. He doesn't practice martial arts, and his body isn't very strong." Hearing Wu Yuan's answer, Xiao Wenyao's eyes lit up. Then she said, "I don't like men who are too muscular. Men from the grasslands are almost all chubby and look ugly. There's nothing good about that." Seeing that Xiao Wenyao seemed very interested in the Northern King, Wu Yuan continued, "Your Highness, you should also know that the Northern King really likes beautiful women. If he sees you, he probably won't be able to walk straight. If you are interested in the Northern King, this southern attack by the king might be a good opportunity for you." Hearing Wu Yuan's words, Xiao Wenyao sighed. "You heard it too. The princess said that the Northern King is useful. Even if they catch the Northern King during this southern attack, she won't give him to me." Wu Yuan smiled faintly. He had initially planned to persuade Xiao Wenyao to go directly to the northern county, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. These are critical times, and doing unnecessary things might cause suspicion, which would be more harmful than helpful. Then Wu Yuan said, "Your Highness, don't worry. You will have a chance to be alone with the Northern King." Xiao Wenyao said, "Forget it. Let's not talk about this. By the way, do you know how to make perfume and soap? Every time I run out, I have to wait for you to buy more from Great Xia. It's too troublesome. We should make them ourselves." Wu Yuan replied, "Sorry, Your Highness, but the methods for making perfume and soap are only known at the Northern King's residence. They only sell finished products and haven't shared how to make soap or perfume. Not only that, this time I also brought the princess something called soap, which is made by the Northern Prince's residence. Soap is better to use than regular soap, and I guarantee the princess will like it once she tries it." After hearing Wu Yuan's words, Xiao Wenyang became even more interested in the Northern King. Recently, because her father was planning to attack the Northern County, she often heard rumors about the Northern King. This is one reason why Xiao Wenyang suddenly became curious about him. On one hand, she had been hearing the words, Northern King, quite often, and on the other hand, she wanted a refined servant, a handsome young man. She also thought her servant's status shouldn't be too low. A servant who is too lowly wouldn't give her a sense of achievement. Since the Northern King is a useless prince, this gave her an idea. At first, she thought the Northern King was just a prince who only knew how to enjoy life at home. But after hearing Wu Yuan's words, Xiao Wenyang suddenly realized that the Northern King might actually be useful. She especially liked the perfumes and soap from the Northern King's residence. The perfume could cover the smell of fur, and the soap could clean her body thoroughly. Now, she couldn't live without these two things. When she heard that both were created by the Northern King, her desire to capture him and turn him into her servant grew even stronger. Xiao Wenyang then said, "The Northern King isn't completely useless." Curious, she asked, "By the way, what exactly is soap?" Wu Yuan explained, "Soap is used for bathing. After washing, a person will leave a pleasant scent that lasts a long time." Xiao Wenyang asked, "Isn't that just like perfume?" Wu Yuan replied, "Your Highness, perfume can be applied anytime, but it can't clean the body. Soap, on the other hand, can remove dirt from the body." Xiao Wenyang seemed to understand but was a bit unsure, saying, "So it's the same as regular soap." Wu Yuan was a little speechless and said, "Your Highness, actually, regular soap is used for cleaning clothes, not for bathing." Xiao Wenyang didn't pay attention to Wu Yuan's words and simply said, "Who cares?" as long as it can clean the dirt off my body. Seeing that Xiao Wenyo said so, Wu Yuan didn't bother to correct her anymore. As long as she liked it, that was enough. While walking, the two of them arrived in front of Wu Yuan's caravan. At this moment, Wu Yuan's caravan wagon was filled with various goods brought from Daxia. Since Yelu Nanyan bought Daxia merchants, some Daxia caravans often traded with the barbarian tribes. At first, they only traded salt and tea. Gradually, as trading became more frequent, the barbarians started buying iron from Daxia. Later, they also traded weapons and armor. The Wolf King tribe became so strong because of these Daxia merchants. Wu Yuan immediately went to a couple of wagons, rummaged inside, and then took out a bar of soap to Xiao Wenyo. Your Highness, this is a soap for bathing. From now on, you must not use soap to wash. Soap is bad for your body and can hurt your skin. Hearing Wu Yuan's words, Xiao Wenyo curiously took the soap from his hand. Before she could bring the soap to her nose, she smelled a pleasant scent. She quickly put the soap under her nose and sniffed, then happily said, "It really has a nice smell. It seems the Northern King cares a lot about women's things. If I can make him my, maybe he will create more useful items for women in the future." Wu Yuan actually wanted to say that this item could be used by both men and women, but he didn't say much. As long as the princess was happy, that was enough. At this moment, a man came to Xiao Wenyo. "Your Highness, the great king wants to see you." Hearing this, Xiao Wenyo paused for a moment, then asked, "What does my father want with me?" The man replied, "I don't know either. You'll find out when you go." Xiao Wenyo then handed the soap to Wu Yuan. "Wu Yuan, take these things to my place." Wu Yuan respectfully replied, "Yes, Your Highness." As Wu Yuan finished speaking, Xiao Wenyo happily went to the king's tent, which was the largest Mongolian yurt of the wolf tribe. Inside the yurt, Xiao Wenyo saw many people sitting quietly, whom she had never seen before. Seated in the center was a tall, strong middle-aged man with a prominent bald spot on his head. He was Xiao Wenyang's father, the current king of the wolves, Xiao Hongba. When Xiao Wenyang entered, Xiao Hongba was about to speak, but she immediately asked, "Father, is there something you want to tell me?" Seeing her take the initiative to ask, Xiao Hongba didn't waste words. He simply said, "Yao Yao, you have grown up now, and it's time for you to get married." His words hit her like a thunderbolt, and Xiao Wenyang stood there in shock. After a moment, she finally reacted and quickly said, "Father, I am still young. I don't want to leave you. I want to stay with you." Although Xiao Wenyang was a bit naive, she wasn't foolish. Usually, girls like her would marry into other tribes to form alliances. Looking at the queen, you could see she married an old man who had to be cared for daily, but Yelu Nanyan was considered better because she held significant power. Other women were different. Xiao Wenyang remembered a few women who married the previous wolf king. They were often mistreated and died. If Yelu Nanyan had married the previous wolf king when he was healthy, she might not have fared much better. Xiao Wenyang was very afraid of marriage. Seeing her resistance, Xiao Hongba quickly said, "Yao Yao, women on the plains usually marry when they reach your age. Even though you are my daughter, you can't be an exception." Hearing his firm tone, Xiao Wenyang realized she probably couldn't change his mind. She could only accept her fate and said, "Father, I understand." The seriousness on Xiao Hongba's face suddenly disappeared, and he smiled. "Since you agree, after I lead the army south and take North County, you will marry the king of Beisien and become his queen." Hearing this, Xiao Wenyang's face turned pale instantly. The king of Beisien was a tribal leader from a recently relocated barbarian tribe in the northern lands. Now, without a single ruler, the barbarian tribes had split into 7 groups, each with its own king and court. Of course, each tribe still hoped to reunite the entire barbarian people, just like in the old days. Xiao Hongba was no different. He plans to conquer the northern county, establish a new kingdom, then marry the northern Xian king to form an alliance, and declare himself the great Chanyu, making the tribes submit to him. Xiao Hongba is a very ambitious barbarian king. At this moment, Xiao Wenyo suddenly knelt on the ground and said, "Father, I don't want to marry the northern Xian king." Xiao Wenyo had heard about the northern Xian king. His tribe was different from theirs. Because they often traded with the Great Xia, many of their customs had become similar to those of the Great Xia. Not to mention how poor the northern Xian king's tribe was, they even still practiced cannibalism. and the king himself was very cruel. Xiao Wenyo couldn't imagine what kind of inhumane treatment she would suffer if she married the Northern Xian king. Although Xiao Wenyo was a princess in the Tianlang tribe and held a high status, marrying into the Northern Xian tribe was a different matter. In barbarian tribes, women generally have a lower status. Xiao Wenyo's high status in the Tianlang tribe was mainly because her father was the barbarian king. Queen Yelu Nanyan's current position didn't come overnight. She gained power gradually after the previous Tianlang king became ill. Thinking about how she might be tortured if she married into the Northern Xian tribe, Xiao Wenyo's delicate body trembled uncontrollably. She continued to cry and said, "Father, I heard that the former wife of the Northern Xian king died under mysterious circumstances. I am still young and don't want to die so soon." Hearing this, Xiao Hongba was furious. "Nonsense. The Northern Xian king is at least a barbarian king. He fully deserves you. What are you dissatisfied with? It's decided. After I conquer the northern county, you will marry him. There's no room for discussion." Seeing that her father had made up his mind, Xiao Wenyo immediately got up from the ground and ran out crying. She ran wildly across the grassland, not knowing how long it took before she finally calmed down. At this moment, Wu Yuan came over and asked, "Your Highness, what's wrong?" Wu Yuan was helping with unloading when he suddenly saw Xiao Wenyao run out of Wang's tent, crying as she ran. He guessed she had received some new news, so he quickly pretended to comfort her and moved closer. Xiao Wenyao wiped her tears and said, "Father wants me to marry the king of Beixian, but I don't want to marry that monster." This. Wu Yuan's mind froze. The king of Beixian? Could it be that both the attack on Beijun by the Sky Wolf King and the Beixian king will happen at the same time? Wu Yuan thought for a moment. If it was just the Sky Wolf King's tribe, it wouldn't be easy to gather 300,000 soldiers. Only two barbarian kings working together could have such a large army. The Sky Wolf King asked the Beixian king to help attack Beijun, so he would likely give the Beixian king some benefits. Xiao Wenyao might be one of those benefits. Seeing Wu Yuan silent, Xiao Wenyao turned to look at him and said, "Wu Yuan, can you help me escape to Daxia? I absolutely cannot marry the Beixian king. I don't want to die." Your Highness, I'm afraid no one dares to promise you that." Wu Yuan was actually worried too. He was just a scout and didn't know what decisions the northern side or the northern king might make. If he took a daughter of a barbarian king to Beijun or Daxia without permission, it might cause the barbarians to attack early, which would be very bad for Beijun's plans. Thinking of this, Wu Yuan said, "Your Highness, I know a friend who might help you, but I need to ask his opinion first. I might only be able to give you an answer when I return next time." Hearing this, Xiao Wenyao's hope instantly renewed. "Wu Yuan, is what you said true? Can your friend really help me?" Wu Yuan replied, "Yes, as long as he's willing, he can definitely help you." Xiao Wenyao then said, "Thank you. When will you leave for Daxia?" Wu Yuan answered, "Your Highness, I just got back today. I need at least 2 days to rest." Xiao Wenyao said, "Okay, then next time you come back, be sure to tell me your friend's answer immediately." Wu Yuan said, "Yes, Your Highness." While they were talking, a rough voice came from behind them. "Yao Yao, are you all right?" Upon hearing this, Wu Yuan and Xiao Wenyao both turned around and saw Xiao Pingtian. Wu Yuan immediately said, "Your Highness, I will take my leave now. You all can talk." After saying this, Wu Yuan turned back to his carriage to continue unloading goods. Xiao Pingtian is Wenyao's uncle, the brother of Xiao Hongba's first wife. Originally, Xiao Pingtian shouldn't have the surname Xiao, because Yelu Nanyan ordered that the Xiao surname belonged to the royal family. However, to gain Xiao Pingtian's support, Xiao Hongba granted him the surname Xiao. Seeing her uncle, Wenyao asked, "Uncle, what do you want to talk to me about?" Xiao Pingtian sighed and said, "Yao Yao, I have already heard about your situation." Wenyao was momentarily stunned. Xiao Pingtian continued, "Xiao Hongba is getting more and more unreasonable. First, he caused my sister's death, and now he wants to marry you off to a tribe that is not yet civilized." Hearing this, Wenyao immediately caught the key words. She looked at Xiao Pingtian and asked, "Uncle, what did you just say? Did my father really cause my mother's death?" Xiao Pingtian, full of righteous anger, said, "Who else could it be? Your mother was always healthy. How could she suddenly die? It was all Xiao Hongba's fault for wanting to marry a princess and killing your mother." Hearing this, Wen Yao felt as if her worldview was collapsing. She couldn't believe her father could do such a thing. At this moment, Wen Yao still held onto a small hope. She continued, "Uncle, these are just your guesses." Seeing that Wen Yao couldn't believe it, Xiao Pingtian sighed again. "Yao Yao, you're still young and don't understand these things. Your father has become just like the emperors of the Central Plains dynasty. For power, they are willing to sacrifice anything, even their wives and daughters. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Don't worry, Yao Yao. I will try my best to persuade your father not to marry you off to the North Xian king. If he refuses, I will think of other ways." Wen Yao was moved and said, "Thank you, uncle." Half a month later, Great Xia, the capital city, Xianzheng Palace. In the court, officials were discussing some unimportant matters when suddenly, a loud shout came from outside the hall. "Urgent report from the north. Barbarian tribes are in turmoil." Upon hearing this, the ministers in the main hall, who had been arguing about customs and etiquette, suddenly fell silent. Soon after, a soldier carrying 3 red flags entered the hall and half kneeled, raising a bamboo tube high above his head, saying, "Your Majesty, the barbarian tribes are moving, and the northern region is in danger." They quickly took the bamboo tube from the soldier and then approached Emperor Xia. He opened the tube and handed the information inside to the emperor. Emperor Xia took the rolled parchment and carefully read the words on it. This was intelligence written personally by Lu Chun. At this moment, the Xianzheng Hall was very quiet. All the ministers were watching the emperor, and the atmosphere in the hall was very heavy. The barbarian tribes had always been a serious threat to the Great Xia. The empire had fought many battles against them, but most of the time, they lost. Even when the empire won, the barbarians could quickly retreat using their cavalry advantage. So, no matter how many times they fought, the Great Xia could not completely eliminate the barbarians. Seeing that the letter mentioned 300,000 barbarian cavalry heading south, Emperor Xia's face darkened instantly. The barbarians had not come early or late, but just when he was about to deal with the noble families, they moved south. Emperor Xia was not foolish. When he saw Lu Chen's letter mentioning the barbarians heading south, he immediately realized that this was definitely connected to the noble families, and perhaps some of his own sons were involved. As an experienced politician, he had previously used external enemies to his advantage, so he was not unfamiliar with such tactics. The ministers in the Xianzheng Hall saw the emperor's face turn so dark and were so frightened that they dared not breathe loudly. This was the first time in a year that they had seen Emperor Xia look so upset. After a moment, Emperor Xia sneered and said, "The barbarians really know how to choose their timing." The tall, thin man standing at the front left of the hall asked, "Your Majesty, do you know what is happening in the northern region?" As soon as the man finished speaking, Emperor Xia replied, "The northern king has sent a letter saying that his men intercepted a barbarian summons on the plains. The barbarians plan to gather 300,000 cavalry to march south, take over the founding of the northern region, and establish Yinqing as their capital." Hearing this, the ministers in the hall immediately began discussing among themselves. 300,000? Oh my! How can there be so many? If the barbarians establish a country in the northern county, wouldn't our Great Xia always be under their iron cavalry? We must prevent the barbarians from moving south. The barbarians are truly ambitious. This time, Great Xia must not let them go easily. Hearing the ministers' discussions, Emperor Xia remained silent for a long time. After a while, the 8th prince, Lu Shuyun, stepped forward and said, "Father Emperor, I believe the northern king might be lying about the military situation. From what I know, after the northern king arrived in Northern County, he stayed at his residence enjoying himself and did not manage the area at all. How does he know the barbarians are moving south? Furthermore, the barbarians are even further north. Even if they issued a summons, how could his people intercept it unless they had already infiltrated the barbarian territory?" Hearing this, the ministers quickly realized the point. Yes, the northern king is just a lazy, useless prince. Since he went to Northern County, he hasn't managed anything. How could he have sent people to infiltrate the barbarian lands and intercept their summons? He doesn't seem capable of doing such things. Could it be that the northern king is really lying about the military situation? At this moment, Prime Minister Lin Gaoyuan asked, 8th prince, besides judging by the northern king's actions, Do you have any other evidence that he is lying about the military situation? Hearing this, Lu Shuyun paused briefly. Then he continued, Prime Minister Lin, is that not enough? Do you really think the northern king sent people to the barbarian lands? Lin Gaoyuan replied calmly, I do not know whether the northern king sent people to the barbarian north. I only know that the northern king sent a red ribbon messenger with a message. In the Great Xia dynasty, a red ribbon messenger represented urgent military news. They are not sent out all the time. In Lin Gaoyuan's view, even if the northern king is foolish, he wouldn't ignore the importance of the red ribbon messenger. As for lying about military intelligence, the northern king couldn't bear the punishment for such lies. If the northern king truly is a useless prince, a man who spends all his time enjoying himself at home, would he dare to lie about military matters? Would he not fear losing his throne from Emperor Xia? Therefore, Lin Gaoyuan believes it is highly likely that the barbarians are indeed acting abnormally. As for whether there are 30,000 troops, that is hard to say. It is also possible that the northern king exaggerated the number of barbarian cavalry to gain support from the court. In short, the barbarians will indeed move south, but the number of their soldiers may not be 30,000, which is Lin Gaoyuan's guess. As soon as Lin Gaoyuan finished speaking, the Crown Prince Lu Yi said, Father, I am willing to lead troops north to defend against the barbarians. Before the Crown Prince finished, the second prince spoke sarcastically, Big brother, are you rushing too much? Whether the barbarians will move south is not certain yet. You want to lead troops north now. If you do, are you sure it's just to defend against the barbarians? Even during times of barbarian invasions, there was always internal fighting among officials. Now, with no invasion yet, the situation is even more complicated. If a prince leads troops north and gains fame in the army, it could help him in the struggle for the throne. So, every prince wants to have this chance, and also hopes others won't lead troops north. Hearing the second prince, the first prince sneered, What does second brother mean? Defending against the barbarians is the duty of our royal family. Do you think I have other motives? Just as the second prince was about to speak again, Emperor Xia, sitting on the throne, interrupted, Enough. When the emperor spoke, the noisy court, which was like a marketplace, suddenly became quiet. The question of whether the barbarians will really move south will be confirmed by my shadow guard. What you should discuss now is how to respond if they do. Seeing that the emperor had spoken, everyone stopped debating whether the threat was real or not. At this moment, Lu Shuyun looked unhappy. He had thought that the barbarians moving south would catch the northern king off guard or hide the fact that the northern king had been attacked by assassins from the Blood Moon Tower. He didn't expect the northern king to have already sensed the barbarians' move. But it doesn't matter now. The northern king probably doesn't have many days left. The Blood Moon Tower should have already reached Yin City. He believed that with a master from the Blood Moon Tower leading, even if the northern king had that mysterious master, he couldn't protect him. Now, he should focus on how to gain the authority to lead troops north. If he could lead the army north, according to his agreement with the barbarians, he could get some concessions from them. Then, he could build his reputation in the army, increasing his chances of winning the throne. As for giving the northern region to the barbarian tribes, Lu Shuyun didn't care at all. He only cared about his position as crown prince. The northern region was just a poor place. Since the barbarians wanted it, he thought it should be given to them. At this moment, the eldest prince spoke again, saying, Father, I believe we should gather the army and move north immediately. Since King Bei used the red ribbon messenger, it shows that the barbarians are coming south very soon. If the court delays sending troops, with only 30,000 soldiers in the northern region, they won't be able to stop the barbarians' 300,000 cavalry. As soon as the eldest prince finished speaking, the fourth prince agreed, saying, Father, I also think we should send troops north right away. None of the princes wanted to miss this chance to lead troops. The Great Summer had not had such an opportunity in many years. It was a chance for them to gain fame in the military. No one wanted to miss it. However, at this moment, Lu Shuyun spoke again, saying, Father, I believe the northern region is the territory of King Bei. Defending against the barbarians should naturally be his responsibility. If every time enemies invade the border, the court has to send troops, then what is the role of the princes? After Lu Shuyun finished, a man sitting on the right side of the officials spoke, Your Majesty, I agree with the eighth prince. The border princes are responsible for defending against external enemies. They shouldn't rely on the court to send troops every time. Hearing the right Chancellor Zhao Wenhan, the left Chancellor Lin Gaoyuan chuckled and said, "Border princes do have the duty to defend against invasions. But with only 30,000 soldiers in northern region, does Zhao Xian think King Bei can use these troops to stop the barbarians?" Zhao Wenhan quickly replied, "I didn't say that." Then he looked up at Emperor Xia on the throne and continued, "Your Majesty, the northern region is the first line of defense against the barbarians. The usual 30,000 soldiers are no longer enough to stop an invasion. Therefore, I believe it's time to issue an order to expand the army in the northern region." When Zhao Wenhan finished speaking, there was instant discussion among the officials. Since Emperor Xia ascended the throne, to prevent the princes from rebelling, a limit on the number of soldiers in each prince's territory was established based on land size. The maximum number of troops in Beijun is 50,000. That is why Lu Qin only wanted to recruit 10,000 soldiers when he proposed expanding the army. Zhao Wenhan's statement seemed reasonable. After all, Beijun is on the front line against the barbarian tribes, so it makes sense to give the northern king more soldiers. However, once this precedent is set, other border princes will also use the same excuse to expand their armies. Defending against the barbarians is about resisting external enemies. The Great Xia dynasty has several other borders. Although there haven't been wars for many years, no one can be sure if a war will break out someday. If Beijun expands its army, other border princes will likely demand the same. This could cause a chain reaction. Moreover, if Beijun increases its forces, other dynasties might suddenly attack Great Xia. Not all princes are loyal. Some might secretly collude with external enemies and use it as leverage to demand military expansion from the court. The Emperor of Xia is not foolish. He understands the consequences of ordering Beijun to expand its army. Yet, at this moment, the Emperor spoke. "I hereby decree that Beijun, being on the front line against the barbarian invasion, currently has insufficient troops. Starting today, the troop limit in Beijun is raised to 150,000. Also, the northern king, as the prince of Beijun's territory, must not abandon his post under any circumstances and must defend Beijun firmly." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenhan immediately bowed and said, "Your Majesty is wise." The emperor looked coldly at Zhao Wenhan, then continued, "Minister Wang, Minister Chu, Minister Lin, and Minister Zhao, stay behind. The court is adjourned." After speaking, the emperor rose from the throne, waved his long sleeve, and turned to leave. Clearly, the expansion of Beijun's army made the emperor uncomfortable, but he had no choice. Currently, internal tensions within Great Xia are rising. The dynasty cannot send hundreds of thousands of troops north to fight the barbarians. If they did, it would threaten the foundation of the nation. The emperor also realized that this invasion was likely connected to the noble families. Whether a prince was involved remains unknown. Now is not the time to worry about these details. Behind war, politics always lurk. If what the northern king wrote is true, that the barbarians intend to establish a state in Beijun, that must be prevented at all costs. North County is the gateway to the Great Xia. If North County falls to the barbarians, their troops will soon march straight to the capital. The Emperor of Xia knows that to solve this crisis, he must compromise not only with the barbarians, but also with the noble families. This makes the emperor feel very frustrated. Since ascending the throne, this is the most upsetting situation he has faced. The main reason is that he just reorganized the army of Xia, and the barbarians' southward invasion was too sudden, leaving no time for him to prepare. If he had waited another year, after the army was fully reorganized, he could have sent troops northward. Then, the barbarian cavalry would not be a big problem. But unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. The most urgent matter now is to discuss how to handle the crisis in North County. The Emperor of Xia called the 4 people he summoned earlier into the study and carefully discussed the barbarian invasion. In the end, they agreed that peace talks should be the priority. Sending troops is certain, but they won't send hundreds of thousands of soldiers north. Losing all of North County is impossible, but they are open to negotiations. They could give some land in North County to the barbarians. After all, North County is the fief of the northern king, who is just a useless prince and doesn't control much land. Once they finished discussing what to do, Lin Gaoyuan left the emperor's study directly. His face looked very unhappy, clearly dissatisfied with the results of their discussion. The emperor of Xia had summoned 4 people. One was the minister of revenue, who was from a noble family. Another was the minister of war, also from a noble family. And the third was the right chancellor, a treacherous official known for fighting for power. What good ideas could these 3 come up with? Most likely, it was just a plan to give up land to save face. When Lin Gaoyuan returned home, he was very upset and silent for a long time. At this moment, a man in armor entered the hall. The man asked immediately after entering, "Father, I heard that 30,000 barbarian soldiers are marching south. Is that true? The barbarian invasion is a major event." After the ministers left court, they couldn't help but talk about it everywhere. Soon, Lin Xiaoming, who was in the army, also heard about it. Lin Xiaoming is now the commander of the Qilin army. He cares a lot about war and military matters. Hearing his son's question, Lin Gaoyuan came back to himself, sighed, and said, "It's not certain yet whether it's true or not. But the northern king has sent a red silk messenger, so it's likely true." Lin Xiaoming continued to ask, "What are His Majesty's plans?" Hearing this, Lin Gaoyuan chuckled. "Plans? Huh. He wants you to lead 70,000 elite soldiers north to help the northern king and the barbarian tribes fight a force of 300,000. What? Hearing his father's words, Lin Xiaoming froze in surprise. Leading 70,000 elite soldiers to fight against 300,000 barbarian troops? What kind of joke is this? Since they said elite soldiers, they must be combat-ready troops. But 70,000 soldiers plus the 30,000 from Beijing total only about 100,000 soldiers. Can 100,000 soldiers really stop 300,000 barbarian cavalry? Lin Xiaoming frowned. Currently, the Daxia dynasty could mobilize about 500,000 soldiers. Why send only 70,000 north? He then asked, "Father, after the army is reorganized, isn't there about 500,000 soldiers available?" Hearing his son's innocent question, Lin Gaoyuan chuckled again and said, 500,000? Does His Majesty dare to mobilize all of them? If he does, the whole Daxiao might fall into chaos. Lin Gaoyuan didn't go into deeper reasons. He simply told Lin Xiaoming, "I don't want to say much more. Once the emperor's decree is issued, you must immediately lead your troops to join the northern king in Beijing. When fighting, try to hold off the barbarian cavalry as much as possible. There's no need to fight them to the death. The real battlefield isn't in Beijing, but in the court." Hearing Lin Gaoyuan's advice, Lin Xiaoming seemed to understand something and replied, "All right, father. I understand what you mean. Beijing, Yin City." A woman dressed in a long black robe, holding a long sword, slowly walks through the streets of Yin City. Her face is cold as ice but stunningly beautiful, like a goddess untouched by mortal life. At this moment, a fast-moving carriage passes by her. The wind blows open the curtains of the carriage window, revealing a stunning woman in white. The black-robed woman's gaze briefly crosses with the white-robed woman's. But it's only for a moment. The carriage continues forward, leaving the black-robed woman standing there, coldly watching the departing carriage's shadow. After Chun Wanrong thought about the woman in black she had just seen, she immediately said to the beautiful woman in purple cloud robes beside her, "Aunt Lin, did you see that woman just now?" Lin Wanyan quickly replied, "Yes, I saw her." Chen Wanrong looked expressionless and said, "If I am not mistaken, that person should be someone close to Emperor Xia." A few years ago, Chen Wanrong had secretly entered the palace for a long time, so she knew about Emperor Xia's shadow guards. She could tell at a glance that the woman in black had fought her before. Lin Wanyan thought for a moment and then said, "I saw this woman at Chu Yu's palace. She might be one of Emperor Xia's shadow guards." Chen Wanrong continued, "From her aura, she has at least the strength of a master. It's strange that Emperor Xia would send a master to protect a useless prince. Aunt Lin, don't you think that's odd?" Hearing this, Lin Wanyan didn't answer immediately. She also found it strange, but couldn't understand why Emperor Xia would send a master to protect a prince who was considered useless. After a moment, Lin Wanyan said, "So, the so-called mysterious master at the prince's residence is that woman?" Chen Wanrong fell silent. She had thought she could easily take control of the northern king and then use the dragon curse to deal with Emperor Xia in the future. But now, She had unexpectedly encountered someone close to Emperor Xia. If that was the case, their plan would not be so easy to carry out. Although she didn't know why Emperor Xia sent someone to protect the useless prince, since he did it, there must be a reason. 1 hour later, Northern King's residence. Chu Yuqin was patrolling the inner courtyard when suddenly a female guard entered and said, "Madam Chu, someone from the Moon Palace has come." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin was stunned for a moment and didn't respond right away. After a while, she regained her composure, looked at the female guard, and asked, "Moon Palace? What are they here for?" The female guard replied, "I don't know exactly. One of the women said she knew you and wanted to see you." Hearing this, a figure of a woman flashed through Chu Yuqin's mind. Then Chu Yuqin said, "I understand. I'll go see her now." Immediately afterward, Chu Yuqin followed the female guard to the gate of the royal residence. At this moment, a carriage was parked outside the North Prince's mansion, but no one had stepped out yet. When Chu Yuqin arrived at the gate, the curtain of the carriage was finally drawn open, and a beautiful woman dressed in purple cloud robes stepped down. Seeing that the visitor was Lin Wanyun, Chu Yuqin froze for a moment, then asked in surprise, "Sister Lin, what brings you to North County?" As she spoke, Chu Yuqin approached Lin Wanyun. Lin Wanyun did not answer immediately, but smiled gently and said, "Qiner, we haven't seen each other for many years." Chu Yuqin recalled, "Yes, since you went to Xianyu Palace, we haven't met again." She glanced at the carriage and asked again, "Sister Lin, are you here for North County?" Lin Wanyun replied, "The palace master and I passed through North County. I heard you are here too, so I wanted to come see you." Hearing Lin Wanyun's words, Chu Yuqin was quite surprised. Then she looked at the carriage and asked, "Is the palace master of Xianyu Palace inside?" Lin Wanyun nodded, "Yes. The palace master of Xianyu Palace usually doesn't wander around casually. She only leaves when there's a big matter." Chu Yuqin didn't expect to meet the palace master of Xianyu Palace in North County. At this moment, Chu Yuqin quickly said, "Sister Lin, wait a moment. I'll go tell Chun'er that you are here." She was about to turn around to find Lu Chun. Although Chu Yuqin knew she held a high, invisible status in the royal residence and Lu Chun respected her, she wouldn't make decisions to let people into the palace without Lu Chun's permission. Any matter of bringing someone into the palace should be either reported to the princess or told to Lord Lu Chun. Just as Chu Yuqin was about to turn, Lu Chun happened to come out of the main gate. "Aunt Chu, I heard there are guests." The guards at the gate had just informed Chu Yuqin and also told Lu Chun that someone had arrived at the palace. Lu Chun, upon hearing this, was curious. He wondered what kind of guests the North Prince's mansion could have, and he went to the gate to take a look. Seeing Chu Yuqin talking to a beautiful woman, Lu Chun's eyes lit up. This beautiful woman is dressed in a purple cloud-patterned gown, with her hair styled high and flowing over her shoulders, resting on her chest. She looks elegant and noble, poised and graceful, with beauty matching that of Chu Yuqin. Luo Chun immediately used the system to identify her. Name, Lin Wanyun. Identity, daughter of Lin Gaoyuan, the left chancellor of Daxia, who later left the Lin family to join Xianyu Palace. She is a half-step grandmaster, 31 years old. She followed Xianyu Palace's leader, Chun Wanrong, to Beijun, planning to use the blood of the Northern King to refine the dragon suppression curse to deal with the Summer Emperor. Score, 95, favorability, 60, because she is the friend of your mother. Seeing this prompt, Luo Chun was a bit surprised. He didn't expect such a highly rated woman to come to him, especially as she was a friend of his mother. No wonder she seemed so familiar with Chu Yuqin. However, although her favorability towards him was decent, she probably didn't come with good intentions this time. Luo Chun didn't know what the dragon suppression curse was, but the system indicated it involved using his blood to refine it, and it was meant to target his father. Clearly, Xianyu Palace and the Daxia dynasty were enemies. At this moment, Luo Chun's gaze shifted to the carriage. Since Lin Wanyun was following Xianyu Palace's leader, the palace master must be inside the carriage. From the system's earlier description, it seemed the palace master was also a woman. Just then, Chu Yuqin's voice brought Luo Chun back to his senses. "Chun, just in time. Let me introduce you. This is your mother's sworn sister. Her name is Lin Wanyun, a senior elder of Xianyu Palace. She went to Xianyu Palace shortly after you were born, so you haven't met her before." Hearing this, Luo Chen quickly stepped in front of them. Seeing Luo Chen, Lin Wanyun immediately bowed and said, "Your Highness, I greet you." Luo Chen smiled slightly and said, "No need to be so formal. Since you are my mother's sworn sister, I should call you Aunt Lin." Hearing this, Lin Wanyun's favorability increased by 5 points. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen couldn't help but think, is it so easy to raise her favorability? It seems it might be quite simple to win her over. A woman with a score of 95 points came to him willingly, and Lu Chen certainly wouldn't be polite. At that moment, the curtain of the carriage slowly opened, and a beautiful figure dressed in white stepped down. Seeing the woman get off the carriage, Lu Chen froze in place. The woman's delicate face was cold as ice. Her white clothes looked pure and snowy. Her skin was smooth and tender, her hair was styled in a cloud bun, and there seemed to be a plum blossom mark on her forehead. She had a graceful figure and radiated a holy light, like a fairy descending from heaven. Lu Chen immediately forgot to use the system to identify her information. It was only when she spoke that he snapped back to himself. "Your servant greets the prince." Although Chun Wanrong was the head of the Moon Palace, officially the Moon Palace still belonged to the Great Summer. So, when she saw the Great Summer Prince, she still had to bow. Chun Wanrong's voice was clear and quiet, with a special charm that made people feel a little restless inside when they heard it. Lu Chen came back to himself and stammered, No need to bow." Then, Lu Chen quickly used the system to check her details. Name: Chun Wanrong. Identity: Chun family survivor, Princess of Chun, Palace Master of Moon Palace, 21 years old, Grandmaster Realm. She came to Beijun mainly to get close to the Northern King, use love poison to control him, then use his blood to refine the dragon suppression curse to fight against Emperor Xia and avenge the Qin country. Score: 98. Favorability: 10. Seeing the score of 98, Lu Chen finally realized, 98 points. Such beauty, even a perfect score of 100 wouldn't be unreasonable. Remember, Chu Yuqin only has a score of 97. Thinking this way, every point above 95 meant her appearance improved by several levels. Of course, Lu Chen didn't think Chen Wanrong was much more beautiful than Chu Yuqin. The key was the aura she exuded, as if she were a fairy. That was what truly moved Lu Chen. After feeling excited, Lu Chen quickly calmed down. Then he smiled and said to Chen Wanrong, "It's my honor to have Palace Master Chen visit my residence. Aunt Lin, Palace Master Chen, please come inside." Seeing Lu Chen staring intently at Chen Wanrong, Lin Wanyun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She knew that the Northern King was interested in Chen Wanrong's beauty. "I'm afraid that in a few days, Chen Wanrong will use a love potion on the Northern King, and then he will be completely controlled by her, eventually becoming just a tool for making the dragon suppression curse." As the sworn sister of Chu Yu, Lin Wanyun felt a bit sad to see Lu Chen get into trouble, but since they had to deal with Emperor Xia, they had no choice but to use the dragon suppression curse. Soon after, Lu Chen took Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyun into the palace. Once inside the main courtyard of the palace, Lu Chen immediately asked a maid to brew a pot of dragon and phoenix tea. When the tea was ready, Lu Chen personally poured a cup for Lin Wanyun and Chen Wanrong, then said, "Aunt Lin, Palace Master Chen, you've had a long journey. This is a special tea from the palace that can refresh your mind and relieve fatigue. Please try it." Hearing this, Lin Wanyun immediately picked up her tea cup, took a sip, and then used her internal energy to check if anything had been added to the tea. After the check, Lin Wanyun took another sip. Her movements were subtle, so most people wouldn't notice, but Chen Wanrong could see that after the second sip, Lin Wanyun was sure there was nothing in the tea. Although they were in the Northern King's palace, as the leader of the Xianyu Palace, Chen Wanrong remained cautious. Knowing the tea was safe, Chen Wanrong also lifted her jade hand, took a small sip of the tea, and felt a cool sensation flood her body, spreading throughout her, making her feel very comfortable. Chen Wanrong was a bit surprised. She didn't expect the tea from the Northern Palace to really have a refreshing effect. Seeing that Lin Wanyun and Chen Wanrong had both drunk the tea, Lu Chen's lips curved slightly upward, and he then asked, "Miss Chen, Aunt Lin, what is your purpose for coming to Northern County this time?" Hearing this question, Lin Wanyun replied, "We just happened to pass through Northern County." Lu Chen pretended to look regretful and said, So you're just passing through? It seems you'll be leaving Northern County soon. Lin Wanyan smiled and said, although we're just passing through, the palace master and I also plan to stay in Northern County for a while. Lu Chen replied calmly, that might not be possible. You will have to leave Northern County very soon. Curious, Lin Wanyan asked, why is that? Chu Yuqin said nearby, Sister Lin, the barbarian army will soon march south. Chen's wife and children will also leave Yin City and go to Lanping City. This is not a secret. The royal palace will soon announce it to the people of Beiju. Everyone in Beiju will know about the barbarians' southward march, so Chu Yuqin just said it directly. Hearing this, Lin Wanyan and Chen Wanrong were both slightly stunned. They didn't expect that their visit would be so untimely, and that the barbarians would attack south at this time. However, the barbarians' southward movement doesn't seem to greatly affect their plans. After all, the Northern King is probably a coward who fears death. When the barbarians march south, the Northern King will likely run away south too. They just need to follow the Northern King. At this moment, Lin Wanyan asked, will the king also go south with the common people? Lu Chen smiled slightly and said, Beiju is my territory. I am the king of Beiju. How could I leave Beiju? I will stay in Yin City and fight the barbarians to the death to protect Beiju. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyan were again surprised. They didn't expect the Northern King to have such courage. Isn't it rumored that the Northern King is a useless ruler who only seeks pleasure in the palace every day? How could a useless ruler have such resolve? Or perhaps, the barbarian southward attack doesn't involve many soldiers, just like usual, raiding and stealing grain. Maybe the Northern King isn't worried about the barbarian cavalry attacking Yin City, which is why he is so confident. At this moment, Chen Wanrong asked, My lord, do you know how many barbarian soldiers are involved in this southward attack? Lu Chen replied, based on the intelligence we've gathered, this invasion is to establish a new kingdom in Beiju. They have sent 300,000 cavalry. They plan to take over Beiju and make Yin City their capital. Upon hearing this, Chen Wanrong's eyebrows furrowed slightly. 300,000 troops. From the information I know, Beiju only has about 30,000 soldiers. The Northern King, in this situation, doesn't plan to run south, but instead wants to fight the barbarians in Yin City? 30,000 against 300,000. This is a battle with no chance of winning. Is this really the infamous useless ruler? Just in terms of courage, he already seems much better than those officials and nobles in the capital who only care about eating, drinking, and entertainment. After just meeting the North King, Chen Wanrong had a big change of opinion about Lu Chen. She thought there might be some mistake in the information from their moon palace. The North King definitely isn't the man who spends all his time seeking pleasure in the palace, as rumors suggest. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Lin Wanyan couldn't help but ask, Prince, I heard that there are only 30,000 soldiers in Beijun, but you said the barbarian tribes sent 300,000 troops south. Can the 30,000 soldiers in Beijun resist 300,000 enemies? Hearing this, Lu Chen showed a brave attitude. Even if we can't win, we must try. I am the king of Beijun. If I lose this land, am I still the king of Beijun? Am I still a prince of Daxiao? When that happens, what face will I have to return to the capital to see my father emperor? And what face will I have to face the people of Beijun? This. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyan found it hard to believe. It didn't seem like the North King they knew. At this moment, Chu Yuqin looked at Lu Chen with a resentful expression. She wasn't stupid. She immediately sensed that Lu Chen was putting on a show in front of Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyan. Although Lu Chen does have this kind of courage and plans to resist the barbarian invasion in Yin City, he usually wouldn't speak like this or act so exaggerated. His righteous and heroic appearance was clearly a performance for other young women. What does this mean? It means Lu Chen has fallen for the palace master of Moon Palace and wants to show off his manliness in front of her. In fact, Chu Yuqin missed one important point. Lu Chen isn't just acting in front of Chen Wanrong. He also has a strong interest in Lin Wanyan. At this moment, Chen Wanrong raised her eyebrows slightly and fell into thought. She originally thought they could easily carry out their plan in Beijun this time, but didn't expect so many unexpected events. First, they encountered the shadow guards around Emperor Xia when entering the city, and now they realized that the North King is not the person they imagined. It seems that using love potion on the North King won't be easy. At least, they should wait until they repel the barbarian invasion. But if the Northern King insists on fighting the barbarian tribes in Yen City, he is very likely to die in battle. Once the Northern King is dead, they won't be able to use his blood to make the Fulong curse. Should they give up on the Northern King? At this moment, Lu Chen smiled and said to Lin Wanyun, "Aunt Lin, in a few days, you and Aunt Chu will go south to Wamping City. After I drive back the barbarian invasion, if you want to travel around Beijing, you can come back then. I will definitely treat you well when you arrive." Lu Chun is very confident about Longfeng Ti. Under its influence, he believes Chun Wanrong and Lin Wanyun will return to Yen City. Moreover, they still need his blood to make that Fulong curse. They haven't achieved their goal yet, so they won't leave Beijing so easily. This made Lu Chen think of a phrase that came to mind when he took down Wang Qingzi. Hunters often appear as prey. Right now, he seems like prey, but once the barbarian crisis is over, he will immediately become a hunter. Lin Wanyun didn't respond to Lu Chen's words. She turned her head to Chun Wanrong, the head of the Moon Palace, who is the one to decide on this matter. Chun Wanrong, with a calm expression, said, "Okay. In this situation, it is indeed no longer suitable to stay in Yen City." Chun Wanrong was also considering whether to take advantage of the barbarian invasion to fake the Northern King's death and then have him kidnapped to the Moon Palace, where his blood could be used gradually to make the Fulong curse. But she quickly abandoned this idea. The Northern King is a prince, and even if he fakes his death, it might be noticed. If Emperor Xia finds out that the Moon Palace has kidnapped a prince, he might become suspicious. Of course, this isn't the most important issue. The key point is that this would cause conflicts between the Moon Palace and the Great Xia dynasty to erupt earlier. Before the Fulong curse is made, the Moon Palace cannot have direct conflict with Emperor Xia. They must at least maintain a surface peace. Unlike the noble families or officials of the Great Xia, the Moon Palace clearly knows what Emperor Xia's trump card is. Until they can break Emperor Xia's defenses, they will not risk directly opposing him. To others, Summer Emperor is just a master, but the Moon Palace knows how terrifying he is. Now, one of the sacred relics of the Moon Palace has fallen into the hands of the Summer Emperor because of Chu Yuluo. They are no match for him. All forces within the Daxia territory fear the Grand Minister, Situ Su, but only the Moon Palace considers the Summer Emperor a real rival. After hearing Chun Wanrong's words, Lu Chun stood up and said, "Aunt Chu, Aunt Lin, Miss Chun, take your time talking. I'll go now and won't disturb you." With that, Lu Chun turned and left the pavilion. After Lu Chun left, Lin Wanyun immediately took Chu Yuqin's hand and said, "Qiner, everyone outside says the Northern King is a lazy, lecherous man, but I don't think he's like that." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin smiled and said, "Since Chun'er came to Northern County, he has become more mature. Maybe seeing the suffering of the common people has awakened his sense of responsibility." As for him being lecherous, Chu Yuqin hesitated for a moment, then continued, "I don't think it's wrong for Chun'er to be a bit lecherous. If he weren't, how could he pass on his bloodline?" Hearing this, Lin Wanyun felt a bit suspicious. Did the Northern King really change only after arriving in Northern County? But they had also heard that after the Northern King arrived, he kept a bunch of beauties in his residence, indulging in pleasure and luxury, ignoring the lives and deaths of the people. However, now is not the time to dwell on these things. Chu Yuqin then looked at Chun Wanrong, who was sitting quietly nearby. Chun Wanrong's beauty blended with her surroundings. Just a glance was enough to lift one's spirits. Chu Yuqin couldn't help but admire. No wonder she's the palace master of the Moon Palace. No wonder that little troublemaker kept staring at others. But unfortunately, the palace master of the Moon Palace would never marry casually. That little troublemaker could only look but not touch. At this moment, Lin Wanyun smiled and said, "Qiner, can you tell me what has happened in the capital all these years? I haven't been back for a long time." Chu Yuqin replied, "Of course." Then, the two beautiful women held hands and began a heartfelt conversation. At dusk, a woman in black, holding a long sword, appeared at the gate of the Northern King's residence. Seeing someone holding a sword at the gate of the palace guards immediately surrounded her. "Who are you?" The woman didn't move. She spoke coldly, "I'm looking for Madame Chu." Hearing this, The soldiers looked at each other uncertainly. Then the leader said, "Miss, please wait. I will go report to Madame Chu right away." Since only 2 women had come to the palace during the day, the leader thought this woman might also be a guest, so he quickly entered the palace to inform Chu Yuqin. When Chu Yuqin heard another woman had arrived at the gate, she was very confused. What is going on today? Why are so many guests coming all at once? Chu Yuqin didn't know who this visitor was, but since someone had come, she definitely wanted to meet her. Soon, Chu Yuqin followed the palace guards to the gate. As she stepped outside the palace, she paused for a moment. Although the woman had changed a lot, becoming more beautiful and cold, Chu Yuqin recognized her at once. She said in disbelief, Little Bai." Bai Qingqing's face remained cold, as if frozen. Chu Yuqin didn't doubt her cold expression. Bai Qingqing had been like that since she was a child. The master who took her away years ago said she had a special constitution and would never develop feelings, making her a good candidate for martial arts training. Chu Yuqin thought she would never see Bai Qingqing again, so she was surprised to see her today at the Northern Palace. She immediately went to Bai Qingqing and said expressionlessly, "Aunt Chu, I was passing through Beijing, so I wanted to see you." Bai Qingqing's expression was very cold, but hearing her words, Chu Yuqin felt deeply touched inside. Bai Qingqing was a maid that Chu Yu had taken in years ago. Chu Yu had planned for her to be a servant for Lu Chun, but after learning about Bai Qingqing's talent for martial arts, she temporarily gave up that idea. After Chu Yu passed away, Bai Qingqing was taken away by the master who had once said she had martial talent. Bai Qingqing is only 3 or 4 years older than Lu Chun. When they were in the palace, because Chu Yu wanted her to be a servant girl for Lu Chun, they ate, lived, and slept together often. Over time, Chu Yuqin saw Bai Qingqing almost like her own sister. Seeing her long-lost sister again, Chu Yuqin couldn't help but feel excited. Suddenly, Chu Yuqin had an idea. She turned to a nearby soldier and said, "Go tell the prince immediately that Bai Qingqing has arrived." "Yes, Madam Chu." Although the soldier didn't recognize the woman in front of him, Chu Yuqin's excited mood suggested she was very important to the prince. After speaking, the soldier turned and went into the prince's residence to deliver the message. Chu Yuqin approached Bai Qingqing, took her hand gently, and asked with care, "Little Bai, where have you been all these years?" Bai Qingqing replied, "I have been practicing in the mountains with my master." Chu Yuqin said, "It must have been hard for you." Bai Qingqing replied calmly, "It wasn't hard." Chu Yuqin smiled slightly and continued, "If Chen knew you were here, he would be very happy. After you left, Chen thought about you every day. Many nights, he couldn't sleep well." Meanwhile, inside the prince's residence, Lu Chun was in his study, reviewing the intelligence collected by the secret guards. At that moment, a soldier came to the door and knocked, saying, "Prince, Madame Chu asked me to tell you that a woman named Bai Qingqing has come to the residence." Hearing this, Lu Chun paused for a moment. The name was quite old. He almost forgot it. But he still remembered the warm maid who used to sleep with him every night when he was a child. Bai Qingqing? Could she be the servant girl my mother arranged for me? Lu Chun had a deep impression of Bai Qingqing, though he wasn't very familiar with her name. He knew her last name was Bai. He also remembered that the servant girl always had a cold, expressionless face. He thought she was quite interesting. She wasn't afraid of him at all, the prince. When he had nothing to do, he would try to make her laugh in various ways. Sometimes, he would tease her in bed, but unfortunately, she had been by his side for so many years, and he had never managed to make her smile. Later, he heard his mother say that Bai Qingqing seemed to be born without feelings. That was when he realized why this cold girl had always kept a blank face. A woman with no emotions, it was not strange that she had no expression. After all, she didn't even know how to show happiness, anger, sadness, or joy. Lu Chun thought for a moment and then muttered to himself, "I remember she was following some master to practice martial arts. How did she end up in Beijing?" He then got up from his chair and asked, "Where is she now?" The soldier replied, "Your Highness, Madame Chu and that woman are still at the palace gate." Without saying another word, Lu Chun headed straight to the palace gate. When he arrived, he saw a cold and stunning woman who looked like an icy snow lotus. Her body seemed to emit a special aura, making people afraid to get close. It was as if approaching her would bring a chilling sensation. Bai Qingqing had changed a lot since she was a child. She had become more beautiful, with a curvy figure, and her icy face made Lu Chun feel a strong desire to conquer her. Lu Chun then used the system to identify her. Name: Bai Qingqing. Identity: Deputy Commander of the Shadow Guard of Daxia, 20 years old, Grandmaster Realm. She was sent by Emperor Xia to secretly observe Chu Yu since she was young. This time, she came to Beijun on Emperor Xia's orders. The Emperor suspects that someone from the Moon Shadow Palace is near the Northern King and wants to find out what they plan to do. Rating: 95, Favorability: 0, needs to use Dragon Phoenix Tea to restore her emotions. Seeing Bai Qingqing's profile, Lu Chun was stunned. Bai Qingqing was actually someone from his father's side. So, when his mother had an accident back then, perhaps his father had put in a lot of effort? He had always thought Bai Qingqing was just a cold maid with no feelings, but he never expected her identity to be so hidden. If he hadn't activated the multiple children system, he probably wouldn't even know Bai Qingqing was close to Emperor Xia, let alone that she was the deputy commander of the Shadow Guard. The Shadow Guard is a very important force around Emperor Xia. Being chosen as the deputy leader shows how impressive Bai Qingqing is. However, no matter who Bai Qingqing is or what her background is, as long as her score exceeds 90 and she comes to the palace, she is his Lu Chen's woman. Lu Chen thought to himself that his father, the emperor, was very kind. He knew it was hard to find women in Northern County with scores over 90, so he specially sent one to him, a woman at the master level. At this moment, Chu Yuqin, who was talking to Bai Qingqing, suddenly noticed Bai Qingqing staring behind her. She realized something and turned her head to see Lu Chen arriving. She immediately said to Lu Chun, "Chun'er, do you recognize her? She's Xiao Bai, the little maid who grew up with you." Hearing Chu Yuqin's words, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Of course I recognize her." Lu Chun then went to Bai Qingqing and said, "Xiao Bai, we haven't seen each other for many years. I've missed you a lot. Without you, I can't sleep well." Although Lu Chun is a prince, because he grew up with Bai Qingqing and has the soul of a traveler, he rarely shows his royal identity in front of her. When he was young, Lu Chun liked to tease Bai Qingqing with words, mainly to see if she would show any panic or fear. But after several years, he saw no change in her expression. At this moment, Bai Qingqing listened to Lu Chun and, just like when they were children, felt no emotional reaction. She didn't think it was strange, nor did she show any fear. Seeing this, Lu Chen thought to himself that she was truly a heartless woman. At this time, Bai Qingqing stepped forward to bow to Lu Chun and said, "Greetings, Prince." Although Lu Chun didn't flaunt his royal identity in front of her, he was still a prince and the Northern King. She still bowed to him. Lu Chun immediately supported Bai Qingqing's arm and looked into her eyes with a smile, saying, "Xiao Bai, you're getting distant. Why are you still bowing to me?" Seeing Lu Chun staring intently at Bai Qingqing, Chu Yuqin felt a strange feeling in her heart. She couldn't help but wonder if Chun'er also had feelings for Xiao Bai. Thinking of this, Chu Yuqin quickly stopped herself from continuing to think. She didn't know what was wrong with her today. When she saw Lu Chun talking to another woman, she felt a sour sensation in her heart, always feeling that Lu Chun was interested in them. Chu Yuqin tried to comfort herself, thinking that it was not strange if Chun was interested in others. She wondered why she was overthinking. At this moment, Lu Chun said to Bai Qingqing, "Xiao Bai, come in quickly. I want to hear about where you've been all these years and what you've experienced." He then took Bai Qingqing's hand and led her into the palace. Bai Qingqing didn't resist or try to pull away at all. Since they were young, they had been hugging and holding each other, even sleeping together. Bai Qingqing was used to close contact with Lu Chun, so she didn't mind when he held her hand. Soon, they arrived at the main courtyard. Lu Chun immediately asked a maid to brew a pot of Longfeng tea, which he poured for Bai Qingqing himself. According to the system's instructions, this tea was used to restore Bai Qingqing's emotions. Although she didn't know how she would react after her feelings were activated, the main purpose of the tea was to increase a woman's liking for herself, making her unable to leave him. So even if her feelings were restored, it probably wouldn't cause any bad reactions. After pouring the tea for Bai Qingqing, Lu Chun took her hand and said, "Xiao Bai, this is a special tea from the palace. It can help refresh your mind. Try it." Hearing this, Bai Qingqing didn't say anything. She simply picked up the teacup and took a gentle sip. As she drank, she found that the tea indeed had a refreshing effect. However, Because she lacked feelings, she didn't show any surprise. She then put down the cup and, with a blank expression, said to Lu Chun, "Thank you, Your Highness, for the tea." Lu Chun smiled slightly and then asked, "Where did you go to cultivate after leaving the capital? Why haven't you come back to see me?" Bai Qingqing replied, "I went to a deep mountain to cultivate. I don't know what place it was." She lied without blushing or feeling guilty, and others couldn't tell she was lying. If it weren't for the system, they might really believe she had gone to a deep mountain to cultivate. Lu Chun continued to ask, "Are you planning to go back?" White Qingqing replied calmly, "I'm not going back. I have completed my mission." Hearing her answer, Chu Yuqin immediately suggested, "Since you've finished your task, why not stay at the Northern Prince's residence? Stay with us?" White Qingqing didn't refuse and simply agreed. "All right, good." The main reason she came to the Northern Prince's residence was to watch over the prince. Since Chu Yuqin asked her to stay, it would make it easier to observe the prince's actions. Seeing that White Qingqing agreed, Chu Yuqin felt very happy. Unlike Chu Yuqin, Lu Qin knew White Qingqing would choose to stay voluntarily. So, when she agreed, he wasn't surprised. He was thinking that White Qingqing had come to the Northern Prince's residence just as the barbarian tribe was about to attack from the south. Some secrets of the residence might be exposed to her. For example, the secret military forces or the grenade launcher he planned to show the soldiers soon. If White Qingqing reported these things to his father, it could cause trouble for him. The best plan was to make White Qingqing fully his before she reported anything. That way, he could keep his secrets safe from his father. Thinking of this, Lu Qin smiled and said to White Qingqing, "Little Bai, this tea can help improve your cultivation. You should drink more." He then poured himself a cup of Dragon Phoenix tea and took a sip. When White Qingqing heard that the tea could help her improve her skills, she became interested. She had thought it was just a refreshing drink, but now she saw it had other benefits. She said, "Oh, okay." After speaking, she picked up her teacup again and took another sip. She felt that the tea indeed helped her improve her cultivation, making her internal energy flow more smoothly. Because she needed to gather information, she asked, "Prince, do you have more of this tea?" Lu Qin replied, "Yes, I have tea plants at my estate. If you want to drink tea in the future, you can pick the leaves and brew it yourself." Hearing his answer, White Qingqing was already preparing to report this information. The tea that can improve one's realm is something unheard of. As the deputy leader of the Shadow Guards, she would definitely tell Emperor Xiao about this. To gather more information, Bai Qingqing took the initiative to ask, "Prince, today I saw a woman in the city with a plum blossom mark on her forehead. Have you seen her before?" Chen Wanrong sensed that Bai Qingqing was extraordinary, and Bai Qingqing also sensed that Chen Wanrong was not ordinary. Both are masters, and they are very familiar with the aura that masters emit. Bai Qingqing suspected that the woman was the mysterious master rumored to be in the Northern Prince's residence. She planned to investigate her carefully to find out which forces were behind her. Hearing Bai Qingqing's question, Lu Chun didn't hide anything and directly said, "Are you talking about Miss Chun? She has a plum blossom mark on her forehead, and she is currently in the prince's residence. Do you need to see her? I can have her come here now." Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Bai Qingqing thought to herself that the woman was indeed the mysterious master of the Northern Prince's residence. Since the target was confirmed, the next task was simple. She just needed to find out what that woman was doing in the prince's residence. As Bai Qingqing was thinking this, her mind suddenly froze, and then a sharp pain shot through her. The next moment, Bai Qingqing looked dazed, her body swayed, and she felt as if countless images flashed through her mind, as if some memories that didn't belong to her were flooding into her. Seeing Bai Qingqing covering her head with her hand and wobbling, Lu Qin quickly supported her. Xiao Bai, what's wrong?" After Lu Qin steadied her, Bai Qingqing wanted to activate her energy to check if something was wrong with her body, but she suddenly found that her internal energy had completely disappeared. She was now as powerless as an ordinary person. Although she didn't know what had happened, Bai Qingqing knew it must be related to Lu Chun. Maybe it was because of the tea she just drank. But she couldn't understand why she still got affected, even though she checked the tea and found no medicinal ingredients inside. Gradually, Bai Qingqing's vision became more blurry, and she seemed to enter a strange world. In Daxia, there was a Bai residence. The master of the Bai house married a beautiful wife. Their relationship was usually very harmonious. Until one day, the lady of the house discovered that her husband was having an affair with a maid, who was even pregnant. From that day on, the wife and husband grew apart. Although life went on as usual, the wife often wanted to kill the maid to prevent her child from being born. But under the husband's protection, the maid still gave birth to the baby. However, from the moment the baby was born, she faced many unfair treatments. The mother of the baby, the maid, had hoped her child would be valued because of her, but it turned out to be a girl. This made her very angry. She once tried to kill the girl herself, but she failed because of the husband's intervention. As the girl grew older, the people in the house, including the lady, disliked her very much. They called her a wild child, often beat her, and wanted her to die. Since she was young, she had been covered in injuries. The master of the house also argued with the lady many times because of the girl, causing many problems in the house. The man who had once protected her grew to dislike her more and more, often shouting at her. In this way, the girl was disliked by everyone in the house, and even her own mother completely abandoned her when she was 5 years old. One day, a mysterious person came to the house. This mysterious person took out a bag of medicine and told the girl that if she put the medicine into the well, she would be completely free. The girl, whether confused or controlled, had no hesitation. That night, she put the medicine into the well as instructed. The next morning, hundreds of people in the house had died. Later, the girl was taken to a mysterious place by the stranger, where she learned various skills related to killing. Over time, she became colder and her memories of the past grew hazy. Soon, all the suffering she had endured was completely forgotten. One day, the mysterious person who originally took her away from the family appeared again and gave her a task. He asked her to pretend to be a poor beggar on the path of a noble person she would meet. At that time, the young girl had become just a tool for killing. She obediently followed the mysterious person's orders without hesitation. Later, she was taken to the palace by that noble person and was planned to become a maid for a prince. Everyone in the palace was very kind to her, especially the prince. Although the prince liked teasing her, he never used his royal status to bully her. She once wondered if she would live forever in this warm environment. Until one day, the mysterious person ordered her to find a special item at the place where the noble lived. That was when she realized she was just a tool. The girl quickly became cold and emotionless again, completing her mission and leaving the palace. Afterward, she carried out various assassination tasks. Later, she became the deputy leader of the shadow guards of the Great Xia. That person was Bai Qingqing. Now, Bai Qingqing kept replaying scenes from her life with Lu Chun in the palace, especially the nights when Lu Chun held her while sleeping and told her stories, making her feel as if those moments were happening again. As those scenes kept flashing through her mind, Bai Qingqing suddenly felt she could hear her own heartbeat. Thump, thump, once, twice, growing louder. Her previously cold face now showed a faint blush. At this moment, Chu Yuqin's voice sounded in her ear. Xiao Bai, what's wrong with you? Did you have trouble with your training? Hold on, I'll help you recover. Just then, Bai Qingqing felt a warm flow into her body. The frantic memories in her mind gradually stopped. She understood now that those memories were not someone else's, but her own. However, she didn't want to remember those memories, so they gradually became sealed and forgotten in her mind. This had nothing to do with the tea she drank just now. Of course, that's what she thought. At this moment, Lu Chun saw Bai Qingqing steady herself and immediately let go of her. Soon, Bai Qingqing felt her strength returning. With Chu Yuqin's internal energy adjustment, Bai Qingqing quickly recovered. She opened her eyes and said to Chu Yuqin, "Aunt Chu, I'm fine now. Thank you." After hearing Bai Qingqing's words, Chu Yuqin stopped sending her internal energy and asked seriously, "Xiao Bai, what happened to your body? Why did I feel your internal energy suddenly disappear just now?" Bai Qingqing didn't know what was going on either. She had to make an excuse, saying, "I've been practicing martial arts poorly lately. A good rest will fix it." Chu Yuqin immediately said, "Then go rest now. Your health is the most important." As Chu Yuqin finished speaking, Lu Chen spoke up, "Xiao Bai, I'll have someone arrange a room for you." Then Lu Chen turned around, and the maids in the yard immediately went to prepare a room. Watching Lu Chen's back, Bai Qingqing suddenly felt her mind become fuzzy again for some reason. He was like a star in the darkness, giving her a small light in the endless black night. At this moment, Lu Chun was still asking the maids to prepare by Qingqing's room when suddenly a system notification sounded in his ear. A text box appeared in front of him. Bai Qingqing's emotions have revived. Favorability 100. Seeing this message, Lu Chun was stunned for a moment. Bai Qingqing's feelings just revived, and her favorability shot up to 100 instantly. Lu Chun quickly recovered and turned to look at Bai Qingqing. He saw that she was staring at him. It seemed like her eyes had gained something new. As for what that was, Lu Chun couldn't quite say. Although she still looked cold and distant, her eyes seemed to emit a gentle glow. Lu Chun quickly arranged a room for her and had the maids help Bai Qingqing take a bath and rest. Just as Lu Chun was thinking about talking to Bai Qingqing tonight, Chu Yuqin suddenly found him. At this moment, Lu Chun was sitting in the study, still recalling Bai Qingqing's stunning, icy face. Thud, thud, thud. After hearing the knocking, Lu Chun snapped back to himself and quickly said, "The door isn't locked. Come in." Next, Chu Yuqin pushed the door open and entered. Today, Chu Yuqin wore a blue cloud pattern dress. Her full figure was tightly fitted, highlighting her curves. She had her hair in a traditional bun, looking like a mature woman who was already married. And indeed, she was married. Seeing her, Lu Chun smiled and asked, "Aunt Chu, is there something you want to talk to me about?" Chu Yuqin asked directly, "Chun, today Xiao Bai suddenly lost her power. Is it because of you?" She often experienced sudden loss of her abilities in front of Lu Chun, so she wanted to ask if it was caused by him. If it was, then it didn't matter much. But if Bai Qingqing had a health problem, she needed to pay close attention. That's why she came to ask Lu Chun. Lu Chun didn't hide anything and said directly, "Yes, it's because of me. I told you before, any woman who has feelings for me will lose her powers after touching my body." Hearing this, a strange look appeared on Chu Yuqin's face. She remembered those words clearly. At first, she thought this little troublemaker was joking with her. But now, knowing that only women who love him would lose their powers after contact, Chu Yuqin felt very conflicted inside. In a way, she also had feelings for Chun. But how could she develop romantic feelings for him? That was absolutely not allowed. Chu Yuqin quickly stopped herself from thinking further. Then she changed the subject and said, "Chun, I remember you have a magical skill that can heal the body. Did you use it today to help Xiao Bai? Do you know what's wrong with her?" Lu Chun replied, "Yes, I checked. Nothing serious, just a small mistake during practice. I've already helped her recover, and I'll check on her again later. It should be fine." Chu Yuqin relaxed a little. So it was just a training mistake. She had thought Bai Qingqing was seriously ill and wanted to be with them in her final moments, which was why she came to the North King's residence. She mumbled softly, "That's good to hear." When mentioning this, Chu Yuqin glanced at the information on the desk and then asked, "Chun, are there any new movements from the barbarian tribes?" Lu Chun replied, "Not yet, but this is a good chance for us to make arrangements. The day after tomorrow, you and Zixuan and the others should head south." Chu Yuqin reminded him, "Yo-Yo is about to give birth. Traveling at this time might not be good for her." Hearing Chu Yuqin's reminder, Lu Chun paused and realized he had forgotten about this. This is indeed a problem. Zhou Yuyu's belly is very big now and can't handle the strain of travel. Should we let Zhou Yuyu stay in Yin City too? Although we are confident in defeating the barbarians, Yin City will be the front line of the war. Lu Chun doesn't want to leave any worries behind. If Zhou Yuyu stays in Yin City, what if a powerful barbarian warrior finds out and comes to take her away? They might not follow the rules of war. Although this is unlikely, it's not impossible. Anything can happen on the battlefield. While Lu Chun was thinking about what to do, suddenly a maid's voice came from outside. "Prince, something's wrong. Big trouble." Hearing the frantic voice, Chu Yuqin immediately turned around and opened the door to the study. The maid rushed in, panting, and said, "Prince, Lady Zhou, something has happened." Hearing this, Lu Chun's face darkened. He stood up quickly and asked, "What happened?" The maid hurriedly explained, "Lady Zhou was resting in the pavilion earlier when she suddenly had stomach pains, and there was blood everywhere. Lady Zhou quickly sent someone to find you." Realizing that Zhou Yuyu might be in danger, Lu Chun didn't ask more. He headed straight to the courtyard where Zhou Yuyu was. Chu Yuqin quickly followed, ready to see if she could help in any way. Soon, the entire prince's residence was in chaos. Seeing the maids rushing back and forth, Lin Wanyun, sitting in the east courtyard pavilion, became curious. She immediately grabbed a maid and asked, "Little girl, what is happening at the prince's residence? Why do you all look so panicked?" The maid replied, "Lady Zhou's water broke. We are going to the north courtyard to help." Hearing this, Lin Wanyun was momentarily stunned. The Lady of Xiaozhou? Of course, she didn't know who the Lady of Xiaozhou was. After all, Xiaozhou and De Zhou were nicknames used by the servants of the palace to distinguish between Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao. But when she heard the maids call her Madam, Lin Wanyun guessed that it was probably a minor wife of the North King who was in trouble. Lin Wanyun no longer stopped the maid in front of her. "I see. You can go now." The maid bowed slightly, and then quickly walked around Lin Wanyun, heading toward the north courtyard. At this moment, Lin Wanyun went to the pavilion and said to Chun Wanrong, "Palace Master, I think this is a good opportunity. If we can help the North King save his minor wife, he will probably be very grateful to you." Chun Wanrong wanted to plan a love charm on Lu Chun, but first, she needed to make Lu Chun fall in love with her. Only then could the charm be successfully planted. Otherwise, even if she managed to cast the love charm, it would be hard to fully control Lu Chun. Chun Wanrong thought for a moment, her face cold, and said, "Aunt Lin, tell the maid to tell the North King that I can save his wife. If he needs help, he can speak to me." Seeing Chun Wanrong agree, Lin Wanyun turned around and went to the entrance of the courtyard. She caught a maid heading toward the north courtyard and asked her to deliver a message to Lu Chun. When the maid heard that someone could save Xiao Zhou's wife, she naturally didn't dare to delay. She hurriedly ran toward the north courtyard. At this time, Lin Wanyun returned to the courtyard and sat in the pavilion. "Palace Master, what should we do next? Should we follow the North King's wives south?" They originally thought they could carry out their plan easily, but now it seemed they would have to delay it. No one expected the barbarian tribes to attack from the south at this time, nor did they expect the North King to fight a deadly battle with the barbarians in Yin City. Chun Wanrong didn't answer immediately. Her gaze was fixed on the direction of the north courtyard. After a while, she spoke. "We've waited so many years, a little more time doesn't matter. If he dies in battle, we'll go to the capital and find another prince to work with." The throne was a huge temptation for any prince. Chun Wanrong believed some prince would agree to cooperate with their Xianhua palace. But compared to other princes, the North King was the most suitable choice. After all, he wasn't in the capital, making it more convenient for Xianhua Palace to operate. However, if there was truly no other option, they would have to work with other princes. North Palace. In the northern courtyard, in Zhou Yuyu's room, the midwife and maids moved back and forth, very busy. The midwife kept using hot water to wipe Zhou Yuyu's body and tried everything to help stop her bleeding. Clearly, Zhou Yuyu's situation was more serious than just her water breaking. If she couldn't stop the bleeding, her life would be in danger. In this era, losing 2 lives from one incident was very common. The atmosphere in the room was very heavy. Zhou Yuyu was in terrible pain, and her consciousness was gradually becoming blurry. Suddenly, a maid exclaimed, "The prince has arrived. The prince has arrived." Hearing this, everyone in the room quickly made way for Lu Chun. Some of the palace maids knew that Lu Chun had magical powers. To the midwife and maids, as long as the North Prince arrived quickly, they believed the mother could be saved. When they heard that the prince was here, Zhou Yuyu's blurry awareness slightly cleared. Lu Chun quickly walked to Zhou Yuyu's bedside, took her hand, and immediately used his healing magic to treat her. At this moment, Zhou Yuyu was sweating heavily. Her face was pale and colorless, looking almost like a dead person's face. Weakly, she said, "Prince, Yuyu might not make it. Please, you must let the baby live, from now on." She suddenly stopped speaking, unable to continue, because she felt her body suddenly become very light, and the pain seemed to disappear. Zhou Yuyu was stunned. Seeing the green glow emanating from Lu Chen's hand, Zhou Yuyu immediately understood that he was using his magic to heal her. Lu Chen looked into her eyes and asked with a smile, "What about from now on?" Zhou Yuyu smiled faintly and said, "From now on, Yuyu still wants to have more children for the prince." As soon as she finished speaking, the midwife said, "The bleeding has stopped. Prepare for delivery." Originally, her baby was not due for a while, but since her water broke, the baby had to be born early. This quickly solved a problem Lu Chun had been worried about earlier. Lu Chen was previously worried about Zhou Yuyu's large belly and the difficulty of traveling by carriage. Since they were heading south without her, he feared something might happen to her or the baby inside her. Now, the baby was born early. He could use his healing skills to help Zhou Yuyu recover quickly, so she wouldn't be in danger on the way. At this moment, a maid hurried into the room. Seeing Lu Chen treating Zhou Yuyu, the maid didn't disturb him directly. Instead, she quietly approached Madame Chu Yuqin and whispered, "Madame Chu, the guests from the East Courtyard say they can treat Madame Zhou. If you need anything, you can ask them." Madame Chu Yuqin whispered back, "Yes, I understand." She then glanced at Lu Chen and the now improving Zhou Yuyu on the bed. She thought that maybe she wouldn't need to ask the master of the Moon Palace for help after all. Lu Chen knew magic, and even the Moon Palace's master, no matter how powerful, probably wasn't better at healing than someone who knew magic. After a while, the room was filled with the crying of a baby. "Congratulations! You have gained a child. Rewards: 50,000 black cavalry, 2 master-level generals, and an additional 500,000 people." The midwife excitedly said to Lu Chen, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. It's a boy." She then brought the baby to Lu Chen. Because the baby was born early, he was in a fragile state. In this era, without modern medical care, premature babies had a high risk of death. Knowing Lu Chen had magic, the midwife carefully handed the baby over for him to treat. Lu Chen said, "Place the baby on the bed." "Yes, Your Majesty." The midwife bent down and gently laid the crying baby next to Zhou Yuyu. Thanks to the healing spell, Zhou Yuyu was now fine. She turned her head to look at her child, and her once delicate face now shone with maternal love. Lu Chen then raised his other hand and placed it on the baby, continuing to treat him. Gradually, the baby stopped crying and began moving his tiny hands and feet in the air. At this moment, Madame Chu Yuqin's gaze fell on Lu Chen's face. Seeing Lu Chen's face turn pale, Chu Yuqin's smile instantly disappeared. She quickly went to Lu Chen's side and asked with concern, "Chen, are you okay?" The healing technique consumes spiritual power, but the spiritual energy in this world is very weak. When Lu Chen was saving Zhou Yuyu, he used a lot of spiritual power, and his body couldn't get enough replenishment. This made him extremely tired. Lu Chen also felt this. Every time he healed someone, he felt very exhausted. Mostly, it's because his cultivation level isn't high enough, and he has very little spiritual power stored inside. Only when he reaches the Grandmaster level will his cultivation truly begin. After hearing Chu Yuqin's caring voice, Lu Chen softly said, "I'm fine." Zhou Yuyu also noticed that Lu Chen didn't look well. She guessed that he was probably exhausted from healing her, so her face was pale. She quickly said, "Your Highness, I am fine now. You don't need to use magic to heal me." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, I know my limits." Zhou Yuyu showed a worried expression but didn't say anything more. After a while, Lu Chen felt that Zhou Yuyu's body had mostly recovered to its state before pregnancy, so he stopped sending spiritual power to her. Just after finishing the treatment, Lu Chen felt dizzy and almost fell. Chu Yuqin quickly supported him from behind. "Chen, how are you?" Lu Chen immediately felt warmth and softness at the back of his head, and a gentle fragrance entered his nose. At this moment, all the women in the room came forward, looking at him with concern. After leaning in Chu Yuqin's arms for a while, Lu Chen said, "I just need to rest a bit." "You don't have to worry." Seeing Lu Chen say this, Mu Zixuan and the others finally relaxed a little. After a moment, Chu Yuqin held Lu Chen's head and gently brushed his cheek with her hand, saying, "Chen, let's give the baby a name." Lu Chen looked at the baby on the bed, thought for a moment, and then said, "Let's call him Lu Changsheng." This baby was a premature birth. Although Lu Chen had treated him, his body was not as good as his previous 2 children from the start. Lu Chen didn't expect him to achieve great things. He just hoped he could live well. North Prince's residence, East Courtyard. Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyun sat in the pavilion for an hour without seeing any maids or servants from the North Prince's residence come to call them for treatment of the prince's concubine. This made both of them feel a bit puzzled. Breaking the amniotic sac is very dangerous, and in this era, it's common for both mother and child to die in such situations. Why did the North Prince not let them go and help? They are both from the Xianyu Palace, and one of them is the palace master. Treating a woman with a broken amniotic sac should not be a problem. Does the North Prince not trust them? At this moment, Lin Wanyun saw the maid who had gone to help in the north courtyard return. She immediately stood up from the stone bench and walked over to ask, "Little girl, how is Madame Zhou?" The maid knew there were some things she couldn't say, so she simply replied, "Madame Zhou is out of danger and successfully gave birth to the prince's child." Hearing this, Lin Wanyun felt a bit surprised. It seems the palace still has capable people. Lin Wanyun then turned back into the pavilion and said, "Palace Master, it looks like we can only wait until the barbarian tribes retreat." When she mentioned opportunity, she meant the chance to appear before the North Prince. Chun Wanrong wanted to attract Lu Chen's affection, so she needed to show herself more in front of him. When they first came to Beijing, they thought it would be easy to win over the lecherous North Prince, especially since Chun Wanrong was among the most beautiful women in Daxia, even listed among the top beauties. That lecherous man was not immune to Chun Wanrong's charm. But after some exchanges with Lu Chun, they realized that simply using beauty to tempt the North Prince might not be so easy. Even if the North Prince is lecherous, he's smart. He might notice their ulterior motives. So, to get close to the North Prince, they couldn't just rely on beauty. They also needed to show their other qualities. Ideally, they would make the North Prince fall in love with their palace master without him realizing. To make the North Prince develop feelings for Chun Wanrong, they would need time to nurture those feelings. But now, with the barbarian tribes about to march south, there's not much time. It seems their only option now is to wait until the war ends. However, whether the Northern King can survive remains a big question. Thinking of this, Chun Wanrong felt a little lost. She remembered when the Daxiao attacked the Chun kingdom years ago. Her father, the emperor, had ordered his wife and children to leave the capital first, then fought bravely against the Daxiao army in the city, ultimately dying on the walls. Although she was still young then, she still remembered what happened clearly. She never thought that just a few years later, she would face a similar scene. But this time, it was not her father fighting the invaders, but the son of her father's killer. Chun Wanrong always felt this situation was a bit ironic. Lu Chen spent some time with Zhou Yuyu and her child in her room before going to his study. He was very concerned about the reward he received earlier. In his study, Lu Chen immediately asked the system, "Where are the 50,000 black cavalry now?" The barbarian tribe was about to march south. Lu Chen had been thinking about how to defeat their 300,000 cavalry, but no matter how he calculated on the map, he found it very difficult to take down such a large force. Although he had powerful weapons like the 122mm howitzers, the barbarian cavalry was highly mobile. Once they ran away, his troops couldn't keep up. North County only had 30,000 soldiers, and among them, only a few thousand were cavalry. These cavalry were mostly untrained. If the barbarian army was frightened and fled because of the artillery, it would be unrealistic for North County's small force to chase or block them. But now, things were different. He now had 50,000 cavalry. These cavalry could hide behind the Wanning River Valley. As long as the barbarian cavalry entered the valley, they could surround the 300,000 enemy soldiers. If the barbarian cavalry tried to escape, these 50,000 cavalry could pursue them. Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't help but praise the system. It really was very helpful. Whatever he needed, it provided. At this moment, the system prompted, "Currently, the 50,000 black cavalry are located south of Yan'an Mountain in North County. They have already received your summons." Seeing this message, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. He knew that the subordinates he obtained through the system were implanted with identities in this world, meaning they were natives of this world. When he heard that his 50,000 black cavalry were in the northeast of Beijing, Lu Chen felt a sudden jolt. He wondered if the identity implanted in his 50,000 black cavalry was that of barbarian soldiers. After all, the only people in the north were barbarians. Lu Chen then asked, "System, are the black cavalry and the 50,000 people all barbarians?" The implanted identity for the 50,000 black cavalry and the 50,000 people is that they are survivors of Du. They fled to the north to escape war 500 years ago and settled inside a large mountain. Now, their priests follow the will of heaven and recognize the Northern King as the chosen one. They will follow the Northern King to unify the world. Well, all right, this implanted identity is not too hard to accept. After all, Du has been gone for over 500 years. The Great Xia was built on the foundation of Diyu, and now the people of Great Xia can be considered descendants of Diyu's citizens. Lu Chun continued, when I issue the call to gather, how long will it take for the black cavalry to arrive? The fastest is half a month. Lu Chun muttered to himself, half a month, that's plenty of time. Northland, Yan'an Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there are continuous buildings. These structures are very similar to those in Great Xia, making it look as if they are within Great Xia's territory. But this place does not belong to Great Xia, nor to any country or dynasty. This is Diyu City. Right now, the streets of Diyu City are bustling with people and carriages, very lively. However, suddenly, all the pedestrians on the street stopped, as if their bodies had been frozen. The moving carriages also came to an abrupt halt. Everyone looked up simultaneously, gazing southward. At the same time, in the city lord's mansion of Diyu City, an old man stared intensely at a turtle shell in front of him and said to two burly men dressed in black armor nearby, the will of heaven is in the south. The human emperor has appeared. It's time for us to come into the world. Then, the two strong men summoned the black cavalry and rushed with all their might toward Great Xia's Beijun. Evening. Chu Yuqin finished her dinner and began patrolling the inner courtyard. Although the palace was lit with many lanterns at night, their light was not very bright, and the courtyard still looked quite dim. Suddenly, Chu Yuqin saw a shadow slipping into Bai Qingqing's courtyard. Chu Yuqin frowned, lightly kicked off the ground, and jumped onto the wall, then quickly followed. The other person was sneaky and looked like a bad person. Chu Yuqin was curious about who would come so late to break into the North King's inner courtyard. People who had previously tried to attack Lu Chun were now missing, and even their bodies couldn't be found. Despite this, someone was still lurking around the North King's residence, making trouble. After entering Bai Qingqing's courtyard, Chu Yuqin immediately hid behind a fake mountain, wanting to see what the shadow was planning to do. At that moment, the shadow quickly opened Bai Qingqing's door and slipped inside. Because the lantern's light was too dim, Chu Yuqin couldn't see what the person looked like clearly. She wondered why this person was going to Bai Qingqing's room. Could he be planning to do something harmful to Bai Qingqing? Bai Qingqing was a martial artist. During the day, she probably sensed Bai Qingqing's internal energy, and Bai Qingqing might already be a 9th-rank martial artist, possibly even stronger than her. If this assassin was coming to trouble Bai Qingqing, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Moreover, Bai Qingqing had just arrived at the palace. How could there be an assassin coming to bother her today? Or perhaps the assassin had entered the wrong room. Maybe he intended to go to Lu Chen's room, but mistakenly thought Bai Qingqing's was Lu Chen's? While Chu Yuqin was thinking this, a candlelight appeared inside the room. However, there was no sound of a fight. Chu Yuqin was momentarily stunned. What was going on? Why didn't Bai Qingqing fight the assassin? Could it be that they were working together? No. It should be that Bai Qingqing and that person were in cahoots. Bai Qingqing had been gone for so many years, and today she suddenly came back and said she wouldn't leave. That seemed suspicious. Chu Yuqin was always very sensitive about Lu Chen's safety. Even when Wang Qingzi came to visit Lu Chun to build a relationship, she remained cautious of Wang Qingzi. Chu Yuqin carefully approached the room, planning to see what was happening inside. Meanwhile, inside the room, after lighting a candle, Lu Chun looked at Bai Qingqing, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed. Bai Qingqing was confused when she saw Lu Chun come to find her so late. She asked, Your Highness, is there something you want from me? Lu Chun smiled and replied, Can I come to see you if I have nothing to do? As he spoke, he sat down on the bed with practiced ease, acting as if he didn't realize he was sitting on a young woman's bed. Suddenly, Lu Chun moved very close to her. Bai Qingqing's heart fluttered unexpectedly. She felt a strange, unfamiliar sensation. Lu Chun then asked, Xiao Bai, do you remember the times when I used to hold you and tell you stories when we were children? Hearing this, Bai Qingqing became even more confused. Why would the Prince of the North come to her room late at night just to talk about these things? She answered expressionlessly. I remember. Lu Chun reached out and took her delicate hand, continuing, You should also remember that I said I wanted you to be my woman when you grow up. Hearing this, Bai Qingqing finally understood why the North Prince had come to her room so late. She remembered that when she was a maid in the palace, the prince was not a modest person. Recently, intelligence gathered by the shadow guards also mentioned that the prince was a very lecherous man. He stayed awake late at night and came to her room. What could be his purpose, alone with a young woman? However, Bai Qingqing didn't react strongly. She looked like a wooden doll, not stopping him when he moved closer. She said with a blank face, "I am just the prince's maid. If the prince wants my body, he can have it any time." Seeing her cold, emotionless face, Lu Chun felt even more restless. The more Bai Qingqing appeared indifferent, the more Lu Chun wanted to see her beg for mercy, which fueled his desire to dominate. But Lu Chun didn't rush into the main point just yet. Bai Qingqing's feelings had just begun to awaken. Since she had been used to being close to herself since childhood, she didn't know how to resist. So, he planned to directly reveal Bai Qingqing's true identity, letting her understand that he already knew who she really was. When her identity was exposed, Bai Qingqing would surely react differently. Lu Chun didn't believe she could stay so calm later. Then, Lu Chun raised his hands and placed them on Bai Qingqing's fragrant shoulders. He slowly laid her down on the bed, then leaned over her soft body, just watching her. Bai Qingqing also looked into Lu Chun's eyes. She still didn't resist. At this moment, Lu Chun lifted her delicate arms over her head, then held her wrists with one hand. He whispered in her ear, "Deputy Commander Bai, to complete the task your father gave you, is it worth sacrificing your innocence?" Hearing Lu Chun's whisper, Bai Qingqing's pupils suddenly contracted. She didn't expect her true identity to be known by Lu Chun. With her feelings awakening, Bai Qingqing now felt more emotions, like nervousness and fear. She was no longer the fearless killer she used to be. She found it hard to believe that she had just arrived in North County, and wondered how the North King had discovered her identity. Moreover, the secret agent's intelligence said the North King was just a useless prince. Based on her childhood understanding of him, he was probably just a lecher. But now, this North King could see through her identity in one sentence? Although she felt nervous inside, Bai Qingqing, experienced in dealing with big scenes, quickly calmed down. She then said coldly, "Prince, what do you mean? I don't understand what you're saying." Lu Chun's restless hand slipped into Bai Qingqing's clothes, and he said while messing around, "Xiao Bai, it seems you've grown quite a bit over the years." He then blew softly into her ear, making Bai Qingqing suddenly feel her heart flutter. Next, a strange sensation flooded her body. For a moment, her body became a little hot, something she had never experienced before. Bai Qingqing was stunned again. For the first time since her feelings had just awakened, she experienced this kind of body sensation. She didn't know how to respond, but she also understood that this must be related to Lu Chun. Bai Qingqing slightly twisted her delicate body, trying to break free from under Lu Chun. However, her body was already fixed by Lu Chun and couldn't move at all. Seeing Bai Qingqing start to struggle, Lu Chun knew his words had worked. He continued whispering in her ear, "Little White, my father the king sent you to Beijing. He probably wants to see if there are people from the Xianyu Palace around me, right?" When Lu Chun revealed her mission, Bai Qingqing suddenly became alert. The Northern King clearly knew more than she had thought. This was troublesome. She had just arrived at the Northern King's residence, and her identity and mission had already been uncovered by the king. Even though Lu Chun had directly revealed her secret, Bai Qingqing still stubbornly said, "Your Highness, I came to Beijing on my own. It has nothing to do with His Majesty. I don't know why you think otherwise." Bai Qingqing truly couldn't understand how the Northern King could know her identity and mission. Even if the Northern King's intelligence network was very advanced and there were spies in the capital, the most he could find out was that she was a shadow guard. He definitely wouldn't know she was the deputy leader of the shadow guard. Even the leader of the shadow guard didn't know she was the deputy leader, yet the Northern King knew. Moreover, when Emperor Xia issued her orders, he did so in front of her, without involving anyone else. The chances of the information leaking seemed very low. Could it be that something went wrong with Emperor Xia's trusted people? The Grand Master. Bai Qingqing's mind immediately flashed with the image of Situ Su. On the day Emperor Xia gave her the order, Situ Su was also present. So, the person most likely to leak her identity and mission was probably the Grand Master, Situ Su. But Situ Su was a close confidant of Emperor Xia. He had no reason to betray him. Did Situ Su betray them? Seeing that Bai Qingqing was still denying, Lu Chun just smiled slightly and continued whispering in her ear, "You must be very curious about how I know all this." Hearing this, White Qingqing immediately struggled weakly. She really wanted to know how Lu Qin knew. However, at this moment, Lu Chun whispered softly in her ear, "Because your heart and mine are connected. I can hear your inner thoughts." Hearing this, Bai Qingqing knew that Lu Chun was teasing her. She felt that her task had failed and that there was no need to stay at the Northern Prince's residence anymore. Then, she prepared to use her inner strength to push Lu Chun away. She didn't dare use her power earlier because she was worried Lu Chun was an ordinary person and she might accidentally hurt him. But now that she had been exposed, she had to leave the prince's house, regardless of the consequences. If she didn't push Lu Chun away now, she might not be able to leave later. Just as Bai Qingqing was about to activate her inner strength, she suddenly froze. Her internal energy had disappeared. What was happening? Earlier in the day, she had experienced this before. She thought it was because she had a problem practicing martial arts. Maybe she had gone a bit crazy, which caused her energy to temporarily vanish. She didn't expect that at this critical moment, her energy would disappear again. Was there really a problem with her martial arts practice? Or was everything related to the Northern Prince on her body? Bai Qingqing kept her eyes fixed on Lu Chun, trying to see something in his gaze. Unfortunately, all she saw was his desire for her. She couldn't see anything else. Then, Bai Qingqing said, "Your Highness, I suddenly feel unwell today. I can only serve you another day." Her tone remained cold, and her expression was indifferent, as if she didn't care at all about being unable to escape from Lu Chun. Lu Chen's paw was still gently touching her, and he then said, "Xiao Bai, from now on, you will stay with me." Hearing this, Bai Qingqing immediately replied, "I am already your servant." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Xiao Bai, you know I don't mean that." At this moment, Bai Qingqing's heart suddenly thumped for the third time. For a moment, a faint blush appeared on her cold, beautiful face, like a red flower blooming on an icy mountain. Bai Qingqing also realized that her body was acting strangely. She tried to activate her energy again, but still, there was no response. Bai Qingqing has mostly confirmed that her situation is related to Lu Chun on her body. When Bai Tian was inside the pavilion, she felt her internal energy disappear. At that time, she was very close to Lu Chun. Throughout her journey to Beijing, she had never experienced this before, not even a sign. But after entering the Beiwang residence and meeting Beiwang, her energy suddenly vanished. Since Lu Chun already knew her identity, everything seemed to be connected to him. There seemed to be no other explanation. What should she do now? Without her internal energy, she was no different from an ordinary person. The only difference might be that she was slightly stronger than most young ladies. However, Bai Qingqing tried to use her original strength to push away Lu Chun. As a trained assassin, even without her internal energy, her normal strength was still much greater than an ordinary person's. But as soon as she exerted her arm, she realized that not only was her energy gone, but she also couldn't summon any strength from her body. Bai Qingqing finally understood that she was completely under Lu Chen's control and couldn't escape. She decided to accept her fate. She simply lay on the bed, waiting for Lu Chun to do what he wanted. Her identity was exposed, her energy sealed, and she couldn't move at all. What else could she do? She could only satisfy Lu Chen's desires and become his personal maid. Anyway, she had been close to Lu Chun since she was young. Although they weren't married, her innocence had long been given to him. In this era, an unmarried woman holding a man's hand was considered a serious disgrace. As a maid who often kept Lu Chun company, she had no claim to innocence. Thoughts of her childhood flashed quickly through her mind. From birth, her tragic fate was sealed. Now, everything happening was just part of her destiny. She was just a tool, whether to serve the Summer Emperor's rule or to be an outlet for Beiwang's frustrations, it all seemed the same. After all, she was just a tool. Seeing Bai Qingqing's eyes look to the side and lying there passively, as if she was letting him do whatever he wanted, Lu Chun was a bit confused. He had already revealed her identity. Although her affection for him was at 100, she should still try to resist a little, right? Are you just going to accept it so easily? At this moment, Lu Chun continued, "Xiao Bai, I can't change your past, but I can change your future. Quit the Shadow Guard and become my woman, okay?" Bai Qingqing still didn't respond. She looked completely indifferent, as if she didn't care at all. What could she say? Her own people were already pressed beneath Lu Chun. Their skin was only separated by a few layers of clothes, and Lu Chun could act at any moment. Seeing Bai Qingqing's expression, Lu Chun thought to himself that her feelings must have already awakened. She couldn't still be someone indifferent to love and relationships, right? Thinking this, Lu Chun looked up at Bai Qingqing, then slowly leaned in toward her pink lips. Bai Qingqing didn't dodge. Lu Chun simply moved closer. He didn't care anymore. Since he had already started, he decided to continue. Lu Chun then began to kiss Bai Qingqing. Meanwhile, at the door, Chu Yuqin was wide-eyed, peering through a small hole at what was happening inside the room. Although the candlelight inside was dim, Chu Yuqin could clearly see the faces of the two inside and what they were doing. She quickly used her energy to calm herself down. Then, a faint feeling arose in her heart. It was frustrating that Bai Qingqing had just come to the palace during the day, and now Lu Chun, that bad guy, was sneaking into her bed at night to be with her. Although Chu Yu had originally planned for Bai Qingqing to be Lu Chen's servant girl, she thought that since others had just arrived in Beijing, they should at least rest before doing anything. No one expected her to be served that very night. She had thought it was an assassin entering the palace, but it turned out to be this bad guy again. Chu Yuqin sighed and decided not to watch anymore. She turned and left the door. Bai Qingqing was Lu Chen's servant girl, so Chu Yuqin didn't want to interfere too much with what Lu Chen wanted to do. Even if they had a child, it was no big deal. Later, she could find a family for Bai Qingqing, arrange a godfather and godmother, and then marry her into the Northern King's palace as a concubine. After Chu Yuqin left, Lu Chun and Bai Qingqing continued their kiss. Bai Qingqing initially thought she didn't care anymore, since she had been close to Lu Chun since childhood and felt nothing from his touch. However, she soon realized something was wrong. Their intimate kiss made her body feel extremely restless, and a warm sensation seemed to flow through her entire body. For the first time in many years, she experienced this feeling. Bai Qingqing didn't understand what was happening to her. When she was in the palace, the female officials there had taught her some knowledge about relationships, since she was raised as Lu Chen's maid. But back then, her feelings had been shut off. Even when Lu Chun held her close and their skin touched, she felt nothing. Now, things were different. Her emotions had awakened, and after being closed off for over 10 years, her inner feelings suddenly burst out like a dam breaking. Lu Chun didn't stop her from holding his hand. Both of his hands were used for proper purposes. Instead, after releasing Bai Qingqing's hands, he didn't know where to put them. In the end, she couldn't help but place her hands around his neck, hugging him and kissing him. After a while, Bai Qingqing realized something was wrong. The clothes she was wearing had disappeared. Just then, Lu Chun slowly lifted his head, slightly parting their lips. He looked at Bai Qingqing, whose face was flushed but still kept a calm, cold expression. He couldn't help but gently touch her smooth, fair cheek. Suddenly, Lu Chun stopped the kiss. Bai Qingqing felt a bit uncomfortable, still holding onto his neck. At this moment, Lu Chun teased her softly, saying, "Little Bai, it seems you've learned some bad habits over the years." Hearing this, Bai Qingqing felt a wave of shame and embarrassment, making her feel utterly humiliated. For some reason, she didn't dare look directly at Lu Chun and instinctively turned her gaze aside. Seeing this cold, slightly shy, and proud woman, Lu Chun couldn't bear it anymore. Today, he was determined to make her change into a different person. Thinking of this, Lu Chun leaned down again and pressed his lips to hers once more. Bai Qingqing still thought that Lu Chun was just kissing her. She continued to respond instinctively to his kisses, just like before. However, Bai Qingqing soon realized that Lu Chun's actions went beyond just kissing. A deep sound came from Bai Qingqing's throat, causing the candlelight in the room to flicker. The host and Bai Qingqing have deepened their relationship. The experience points for the Qi refining technique increased by 40, the rejuvenation technique by 40, and the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang scripture by 20. The Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang scripture has been successfully unlocked. The host and Bai Qingqing's relationship has triggered a love boost. The experience points for the Qi refining technique increased by 80, the rejuvenation technique by 80, and the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang scripture by 40. The Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang practice has advanced to the first level. Although Lu Chun received many system notifications, he had no time to pay attention to them now. All he wanted was to make the cold, aloof lady in front of him completely his. At this moment, Lu Chen also felt a strange sensation. He sensed a warm flow moving between their bodies. It was as if they had formed a closed circuit. Although Lu Chen hadn't yet seen the effects of the dragon and phoenix yin-yang scripture he just obtained, he guessed its purpose. It seemed to be a cultivation method for practicing with a partner, similar to those used by certain sects for mutual harmony. But the dragon and phoenix yin-yang scripture was different from those practices. It wouldn't harm the other person. Meanwhile, Bai Qingqing, her mind hazy, gradually regained a bit of clarity. She also felt the energy flowing inside her. Her energy had disappeared before, but now it was back. Even more surprising, a different kind of internal power appeared within her, something she had never encountered before. It was clear that this internal power was being transferred to her by Lu Chen, and the method of transfer was through their emotional connection. Just as Bai Qingqing wanted to use her regained energy to push Lu Chen away, she found herself unable to move. It wasn't that she lacked strength. Rather, she had developed a deep dependence in her heart. Bai Qingqing suddenly understood. She was now destined to be Lu Chen's lifelong maid, serving the wicked prince. At this moment, Lu Chen also noticed a complex emotion flickering in Bai Qingqing's eyes. He smiled and said, "Little Bai, say master and see how it sounds." Bai Qingqing ignored Lu Chen. She turned her head again and looked to the side. Seeing that Bai Qingqing remained indifferent, Lu Chen sighed inwardly. It seemed he still hadn't pleased her, so he could only continue to try to build their relationship. Fortunately, with the help of the dragon and phoenix yin-yang technique, Bai Qingqing finally decided to surrender and admit defeat. "Little White, are you really not calling me master?" "Master. Master. Huh. Calling me master doesn't suit you. Call me good brother." "Good. Good brother." "Ah." The next morning, after a night of talking and sharing feelings with Bai Qingqing, she had completely softened. When Lu Chen got up, he looked at the person beside him. He just happened to see Bai Qingqing also looking at him. Their eyes met. For a moment, a faint blush appeared again on Bai Qingqing's usually cold face. Bai Qingqing quickly turned her head and returned to her icy expression from yesterday. Lu Chen then wrapped his arms around Bai Qingqing and softly asked in her ear, "Little White, do you really not want to be with me?" Bai Qingqing's body, with her back to Lu Chen, spoke in an emotionless tone. "I am simply a servant girl of the prince." She had said this yesterday, but Lu Chen could tell that although the words were the same, her meaning had changed when she said it again. Bai Qingqing knew she had no choice but to betray the Summer Emperor. Her identity had been uncovered by Lu Chen, and her body was now under his control. At this moment, she had no other option but to surrender to Lu Chen. Moreover, she had fully accepted Lu Chen in her heart. To her, being a tool for the Summer Emperor or for Lu Chen made no difference. She had never felt a sense of belonging to the Shadow Guards, and now that she was controlled by Lu Chen and became his person, that was quite normal. However, she was not yet used to being Lu Chen's woman. Before her feelings revived, even if Lu Chen hugged and kissed her, she wouldn't feel anything. But now it was different. When her skin touched Lu Chen's, she felt her body stir, heat up, and a strange feeling arose inside her that she couldn't understand. Especially after last night, she felt even more confused. She didn't know why she felt like she had become a different person. Not only did she shout loudly in front of Lu Chen, but she also called him master, big brother, and husband, among other things. She even wondered if there was another soul inside her body. Everything that happened yesterday seemed unrelated to her. It was caused by that other soul. At this moment, Lu Chen no longer cared about Bai Qingqing's verbal submission. Anyway, her heart already belonged to him. Lu Chen then rolled over, holding Bai Qingqing's delicate body, and looked down at her cold and beautiful face. Bai Qingqing felt that strange sensation from last night again. She tried to use her inner strength to stop her body from trembling, but she quickly found that her power had disappeared. Bai Qingqing realized that whenever she touched Lu Chen's body, her inner strength would vanish. However, there was an exception. When she and Lu Chen developed feelings for each other, her power would return because their internal energies would form a circle, circulating endlessly inside their bodies. In her current situation, she couldn't use her inner strength at all. Seeing the shy expression of the icy beauty, Lu Chen suddenly became playful and started to tease her. Bai Qingqing's body grew warmer and warmer. She bit her silver teeth and frowned slightly. The more Lu Chen looked at her, the more he wanted to tease her. At this moment, Bai Qingqing spoke first, saying, "Your Highness, it's time for you to get up." Lu Chen chuckled softly and replied, "You, a servant girl, dare to tell me, the prince, what to do? Looks like I need to teach you a lesson and make you understand the rules of the palace." As he finished speaking, Lu Chen leaned down. Bai Qingqing tried to turn her head to avoid him, but Lu Chen immediately raised his hand, pinched her delicate chin, and then kissed her. Meanwhile, inside the palace courtyard, early in the morning, Chu Yuqin began her daily patrol. At this moment, a maid came to her. "Madam Chu, something terrible has happened." Seeing the maid's panicked look, Chu Yuqin frowned and immediately asked, "What happened?" The maid hurriedly replied, "Commander Qin came to see the prince to discuss something, but I searched all the ladies' rooms and couldn't find the prince. It seems he has disappeared." Generally, Lu Chen would come out of his wife's room every morning, either because he woke up early and went to the study. Today, the maid first checked the study, then went to Mu Zixuan's courtyard, but didn't find Lu Chen anywhere. She thought he might be missing, so she hurried to find Chu Yuqin. Hearing this, Chu Yuqin pouted. She knew exactly where Lu Chen had gone. That mischievous guy secretly went out last night to indulge himself. Chu Yuqin then told the maid, "I know where he is. Don't worry, I'll find him. You can go do your work." Since Chu Yuqin said so, the maid finally relaxed and replied, "Yes, Madam Chu." Then Chu Yuqin went to Bai Qingqing's courtyard. She first looked at Bai Qingqing's door, thinking that it was already so late. Lu Chen should be waking up soon. Thinking this, Chu Yuqin approached Bai Qingqing's door, planning to remind Lu Chen to find Qin Yushan. But just then, they heard Bai Qingqing's clear and expressive voice from inside the room. Hearing this, Chu Yuqin knew something was happening, but she was very surprised at this moment. She wasn't surprised that Lu Chen had taken Bai Qingqing, but that Bai Qingqing was showing such a reaction. Bai Qingqing had grown up in the palace since she was young. Over the years, Chu Yuqin had never seen her show any other expression. Even when Bai Qingqing fell to the ground, she wouldn't cry out or make a sound. Later, a master said she was a person without feelings. But now, this emotionless person was making such sounds in front of Lu Chen. Is she really without feelings? Or does doing such things, even without feelings, still produce some sensations? While Chu Yuqin was thinking this, after Bai Qingqing's loud voice, Lu Chen's voice suddenly came from inside the room. "Aunt Chu, is there something you need from me?" Lu Chen's senses were now very sharp. He could easily detect someone at the door. Last night, he had actually noticed Chu Yuqin secretly watching from the door, but he didn't care at all. He also knew that Chu Yuqin had been sneaking a peek more than once or twice. Many times, he and Wang Qingzi would swing together in the courtyard. When Chu Yuqin was patrolling and happened to see them, she would quietly sneak a peek. Every time, Chu Yuqin would watch for a while before leaving. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yuqin at the door was momentarily stunned. Then she remembered that Lu Chen was no longer the same as before. He had improved greatly and now had a different level of skill. Since he practiced immortal techniques, which are different from ordinary methods, it was normal for him to sense people outside the room. However, thinking about how she was caught eavesdropping on the wall, Chu Yuqin's cheeks felt hot. She cleared her throat and said, "Chen, Commander Qin wants to see you. He is waiting for you in your study." Hearing this, Lu Chen immediately replied, "Oh, okay. I understand. I'll go right away." He then got up from the bed and gently touched Bai Qingqing's face, smiling. "Little Bai, it seems you've fully embraced your role as the maid." Bai Qingqing lay on the bed, feeling ashamed and motionless. She couldn't understand why she had become like this or why she felt that way. Could it be that she was always that kind of woman? Or had Lu Chen completely enslaved her? Not just her body, but her soul as well? Lu Chen then got dressed, saying as he did, "I'll come find you tonight. I have some things to do, so I'll leave now. Rest well." After dressing, Lu Chen left the room. Seeing his back as he left, Bai Qingqing's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Lu Chen didn't eat breakfast and went straight to the study. By then, Qin Yushan was already waiting inside. When he saw Lu Chen arrive, Qin Yushan immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, Prince." Lu Chen nodded slightly and asked, "Commander Qin, do you have any new information?" Qin Yushan came early in the morning to see him, so there must be important news. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come so early. Everyone knew he liked to sleep in with his wives and concubines, so they usually didn't bother him early in the day. Qin Yushan replied, "Your Highness, I received a letter from the capital. Commander Liang found out that the 8th Prince has been secretly working with the barbarian tribes. The 8th Prince has smuggled a lot of salt and iron to the Wolf King of the barbarians through trade caravans. This time, a 30,000-strong barbarian army is heading south. It's likely connected to the 8th Prince and the southern noble families." At this point, Qin Yushan took out a report that had just arrived this morning from inside his sleeve. Lu Qin took the report from Qin Yushan and carefully read it. Lu Qin's face gradually turned grim. He hadn't expected that the carefree 8th Prince, Lu Shuyun, would try to assassinate his brother, and now he was involved in treasonous activities. After reading the intelligence sent by the Imperial Guards, Lu Qin's face darkened completely. In his anger, he tore the report into pieces. Repeatedly trying to kill me is one thing, but now he's colluding with the barbarians, hoping to use their strength to seize the throne. This guy is really a beast. He has no bottom line at all. Seeing Lu Qin so angry, Qin Yushan cautiously asked, "Your Highness, what should we do now? Should we reveal the news that the 8th Prince is colluding with the barbarians?" Hearing Qin Yushan's suggestion, Lu Qin calmed down. He didn't answer immediately, but fell into thought. If he revealed that Lu Shuyun was working with the barbarians, it would definitely hurt him. But there's no solid evidence, and he can't prove Lu Shuyun's guilt. Moreover, Lu Shuyun's treason isn't something a single prince can decide. It depends on the court's decision, mainly his father's opinion. If his father says Lu Shuyun has betrayed the country, then Lu Shuyun is a traitor. If his father says Lu Shuyun is innocent, then Lu Shuyun is probably fine. However, Lu Shuyun's mother's family is from the royal clan, and his father is about to start clearing out the noble families. If his father finds out that Lu Shuyun is colluding with the barbarians and southern noble families, he might use that as an excuse to act against them. Thinking of this, Lu Qin asked, "Commander Qin, if my father finds out that the 8th Prince is colluding with the barbarians and noble families in the south, what do you think he will do?" Hearing this question, Qin Yushan paused for a moment. After all, this involves the emperor, and Qin Yushan found it hard to guess what he would do. At this moment, Lu Qin added, "Just say what you think." Seeing Lu Qin's response, Qin Yushan spoke up, "Your Highness, I believe that after His Majesty learns this news, he will be very angry. However, he probably won't immediately take action against the 8th Prince and the Jiangnan family. After all, the 30,000 troops of the barbarian tribes are about to march south. If he cleans out the noble families now, it could be very bad for Daxia." Lu Qin thought for a moment and felt that Qin Yushan had a point. If news spread that the 8th Prince was colluding with the barbarian army, it might cause the conflict between the emperor and the noble families to become public. At that point, others might stop pretending, and chaos could break out across Daxia. That wasn't what Lu Qin wanted to see, but just letting it go wasn't an option either. He had long disliked Lu Shuyun, who had repeatedly tried to assassinate him with the Blood Moon Tower. Now, he was involved in this act of treason. He couldn't let this traitor live so freely. He had to make him pay a price. Thinking of this, Lu Qin ordered, "Send a message to Commander Liang, telling him to find a way to assassinate the 8th Prince. It doesn't have to succeed, but he should try to eliminate all the important people around him." Lu Qin's plan was partly to warn the 8th Prince and partly to take revenge. Of course, if they could directly eliminate Lu Shuyun, that would be even better. But Lu Qin didn't believe that Liang Zong and the Genie Wei in the capital could kill a prince living there, especially since Lu Shuyun was backed by the powerful Wang family. The Wang family would surely send many experts to protect him. Whether Liang Zong could hurt Lu Shuyun was uncertain. But no matter if they succeeded or not, Lu Qin was determined that Lu Shuyun couldn't continue to act so recklessly in the capital, so arrogant and lawless. He had even colluded with external enemies to seize the throne, showing complete disregard for the lives of the people in Beijing. Although Beijing was now under his control as the Northern King, it was still officially part of Daxia. If Lu Shuyun succeeded in seizing the throne, Beijing would be under his rule. Yet, this guy was willing to sell out Beijing just to get the throne. Lu Qin knew that his decision to order the assassination of Lu Shuyuan was emotional and risky, even risking exposing the Jin Yiwei's activities. But if he didn't do something, he couldn't hold back his anger. Qin Yushan also saw Luo Qin's inner thoughts. He knew Luo Qin was very angry now, so he suggested, "Your Highness, although the news about the 8th prince colluding with the barbarian tribes should not be spread for now, you can leak some information to the Emperor. The Emperor will definitely send the Shadow Guards to investigate. If they find out about the 8th prince's collusion, even if you don't punish him now, after the barbarian tribe's southern invasion is over, he will reveal the evidence and deal with the 8th prince and the Jiangnan noble family." Originally, Emperor Xia was thinking of finding an excuse to take action against the noble families. But when the Jiangnan noble family went to collude with the barbarians, it was like they were offering themselves up for punishment. As for sacrificing an 8th prince, it was nothing to Emperor Xia. The 8th prince was just a representative of the Jiangnan noble family. Emperor Xia never planned to choose him as the heir. The royal family is ruthless. Emperor Xia didn't care when the 8th prince tried to assassinate the northern king, so he wouldn't mind sacrificing one 8th prince. He has many sons, and losing one or two wouldn't hurt him. Moreover, as a master, Emperor Xia is young and strong, and he can produce children very quickly. After hearing Qin Yushan's suggestion, Luo Qin thought for a moment and then said, "I will write a memorial to my father right away." Hearing this, Qin Yushan quickly said, "Your Highness, absolutely not." Luo Qin was surprised and asked, "Didn't you suggest that I reveal some information to my father? If I don't write a memorial, how can I tell my father about the collusion between the barbarians and the 8th prince?" Qin Yushan explained, "Your Highness, what I mean is that this matter should not be sent to the emperor through a memorial. If you write a memorial, it becomes a political matter. The emperor might discuss it with the ministers, and the memorial might be seen by others before reaching him. If you want the emperor to know about this, you should write a family letter. Only a family letter can be delivered directly to His Majesty immediately. In Daxiao, memorials sent from local officials must be reviewed by lower officials, and some never reach the emperor's hands. If Luo Qin writes a memorial and it is discovered by the 8th prince's people, it will definitely be intercepted, which is certain. But if he writes a family letter, it's different. Writing a family letter in the name of the 9th prince means it will be sent directly to the emperor." Hearing Qin Yushan's words, Lu Qin paused for a moment. A family letter? A prince who has become a vassal writing a family letter to the emperor? Has Daxiao ever had such an unusual thing? He had never heard of a vassal prince who went to serve as a vassal and still needed to write a family letter to the emperor. Going to serve as a vassal meant he was now a subject, and the father-son relationship would become less close. At this point, sending a family letter might seem a bit too. Lu Qin thought for a moment and realized that Qin Yushan's point might actually be reasonable. If he submitted a memorial, it might never reach Emperor Xia. But a family letter was different. He didn't believe anyone would intercept his personal letter. Although the idea of a vassal prince writing a family letter to the emperor was a bit abstract, he still had the right to write one. After all, even as a vassal prince, he was still the son of Emperor Xia.